This is a miracle. This video is purely for entertainment and does not infringe on copyrights or laws. The rights to the novel and image belong to the original author. We do not claim ownership. Don't like waiting and want to listen to this fanfic in full now? Subscribe to our Patreon, where you'll find the best fanfics. Chapter 176 The Eastern Empress. Atón has actually formed an alliance with Iole. Are Saros' connections that impressive? Just as shocked as Iao was Messiah of the Fairy Eagle Principality, who had been enjoying a gift of fruits from Atón. Watermelon, cantaloupe, grapes, and strawberries, all of these were Messiah's favorites. How did they do that? Iole has been secluded for 100 years, Messiah said. Every time they emerge, they challenge the Far North Empress. Have they changed their target this time? According to what you said, Grand Duke, Mars analyzed. Given King Iole's personality, I'm afraid Atón's strength is far beyond our imagination. What do you mean? Messiah was puzzled. You could let her play some womanizing tricks, but she didn't quite understand this kind of great power dynamic. Equal exchanges. Lions don't form alliances with cats, Mars said. If Atón could get Iole to sign a military alliance with him, it can't be unilateral protection. You mean Iole is investing, and today's protection is a blessing for the future? No way. Messiah was shocked. Is Atón really that powerful? No matter how powerful Atón is, we can't test him now, because Atón and Iole had signed a military alliance. This meant that if anyone attacked Atón or invaded Atón's waters, Iole could intervene. As long as Atón agreed, he could shout, "Iole, help me," and in a matter of minutes, all Iole monsters would descend on Atón's territorial waters to help him repel the enemy. Even if masters couldn't participate in the battle, they could still observe. What Atón lacked now was ordinary to hero-level troops, but Iole had countless such troops. It was probably impossible to mock Atón's lack of low-level troops as before. But that's a good thing, isn't it? Mars, the Fairy Eagle and Atón are allies, as are the three Lords of Azure. Do you think we should deepen our relationship? We absolutely must. Everyone on the Azure side needs time to develop. Compared to the established Holy and Far North, they're still too weak. Especially the Far North Queen, she's a lunatic. In the entire land of miracles, if anyone cares least about international security, it's definitely her. If I can sign a military alliance with Atón, my Fairy Eagle can survive the next 600 years, I'm afraid, Messiah said. Then I'll be like the Divine Brew, unable to reach the Fourth Awakening even after the millennium. Reaching the Fourth Awakening after the millennium doesn't guarantee a miracle. Miracles themselves can be considered fragmented. Every miracle is incomplete at its inception. It has its core, which remains unchanged, similar to the overall direction. But the details require the miracle master and his people to find ways to complete them. Like Lilith, she's a fairy, wielding a variety of fairytale-like powers. Maintaining this fairytale-like atmosphere, specifically how to create it, requires the diligent development and research of Bai Luo and the Atón people. This is called completion. Of course, the result of such completion is that even the same miracle can be completely different in different hands. This is because the fragments needed to complete a miracle come from people, and people are all different. A single strength miracle primarily lacks a pheromone called technical element. Ordinary troops offer nothing. Extraordinary and transcendental troops, on the other hand, research and develop technology, techniques, and tactics. This is an extremely lengthy process, taking years, even decades. And after a generation's worth of effort, hero-class troops are born. Bloodline blossom. Hero-class troops possess immense miracle power. They are effectively miniature miracle masters, able to transform their own miracle troops through their own blood and aura. Just like Pegasus, Silver-Winged Pegasus, and Unicorn, upon reaching hero class, they gain the same miracle blossom ability as Shirley. Although the cycle is extremely long and the results are far less impressive, they are indeed creating their own three types of miracle species: Pegasus, Silver-Winged Pegasus, and Unicorn. Technical elements, and Bloodline Blossom, represent the evolutionary process from the first awakening miracle towards the second. It can't be called evolution, but rather completion. Originally reduced to a basic core, the Miracle Master and Miracle Child, with their painstaking effort and wisdom, gradually transform it into something entirely new. From there, the transition from the second to the third awakening requires not only technical development and bloodline blossom, but also a third type, domain standpoint, the area of the miracle land transformed by the miracle power. This is why the Atón people can use Avalon as a retreat, but they can't rely on it. Without finding new land to transform, development is nearly impossible, except for miracles like the miracle world, which come with their own land. Furthermore, while you're hiding, others are also growing stronger. If you can't improve all 8 miracles, upon emerging, you'll only face more numerous and stronger enemies. Crucially, the 3rd awakening is just the beginning, there's still the 4th awakening to come. The conditions required for the 4 awakenings are such that even a higher-ranked miracle world would be unable to produce and market them if it remained closed to the outside world. Only by forging ahead against the current and challenging the kings could one have the opportunity to break free from their constraints and reach a higher realm. As for the accumulation of king's prestige, the birth of each new unit is, in fact, a crucial step in completing the miracle. Once a unit, such as the unicorn, is born, it constantly provides strength to the miracle itself. This is known as full king's prestige. When king's prestige is fully filled, the miracle has the opportunity to awaken again. However, this is merely a chance, not a guaranteed breakthrough. Ultimately, whether the miracle itself can awaken again depends on the aptitude of the miracle master. Miracle creatures don't require the aptitude of a miracle master, they evolve naturally and easily once the miracle is fully filled. However, the creation of miracle objects, miracle people, miracle worlds, miracle kingdoms, miracle resources, and miracle buildings depends on the miracle master himself. For example, Duke Shenyang, who only achieved the 4 miracles awakening at the age of 1600, was vastly inferior to Duke Yangbo, who awakened at the age of 1100. Just because he's middle-ranked or lower-ranked, Messiah said, King Aole is also middle-ranked, right? I don't know what miracle it is, but I know he's middle-ranked. Then, is it possible? Mars hinted, does Atón possess a higher-ranked miracle? Ahem. Messiah choked on her juice, baffled that even the Lord of Miracles could choke. Are you kidding? How many higher-ranked ones are there in the entire miracle land? But thinking about it, if Atón truly possessed a higher-ranked one, then King Aole did have a reasonable chance of forming an alliance with him. However, Messiah and King Aole were not familiar with each other, they had barely exchanged a single word. Therefore, neither Messiah nor the 3 Dukes of Azure could understand King Aole's character or the reason for their military alliance. The only thing they could be sure of was that as long as King Aole survived and Atón didn't seek his own death, Atón could develop peacefully and grow rapidly. It seems our attitude toward Atón needs to change, Messiah sighed. Previously, they had considered Atón a piece of the puzzle in building the Azure Kingdom, but now, perhaps they had to consider him a pillar, even a leader. Your Majesty, it's time to take your medicine. A woman stood beside a figure, holding a clear, tea-like drink, waiting for the Empress to taste it. A delicate hand reached out from behind a translucent red gauze curtain, but she quickly put the cup down. Still no use, Your Majesty. Jianqi Juji looked worriedly at the woman sitting behind the red gauze. She couldn't see her face clearly, only a figure holding a long scroll, perusing the recent changes in the Eastern Empire. It's not important. Why? How could it not be important? Your health, it's fine. The voice was calm and ethereal, yet it brooked no refusal or questioning. Step aside, Xiao Wu. The woman's name was Gongsun Wu, but the Empress preferred to call her Xiao Wu. She was her personal bodyguard and a top-tier expert in the Eastern Empire. Your Majesty, I have something to inform you of. What is it? Aole has formed an alliance with a nation called Atón. Plop! A scroll fell to the ground. The Eastern Empress was stunned for a moment. She slowly set the scroll aside and reached for it. But Gongsun Wu was quicker, picking it up and handing it over. Atón was destroyed 800 years ago. The Eastern Empress put the scroll away. Although it looked like a bamboo slip, it was more like a data carrier, each one storing a vast amount of information. Glass mentioned it. I've heard that name before. What was it? Say what? Saros. He found a miracle and founded a kingdom. The Eastern Empress seemed completely unconcerned with Saros, completely dismissing him. In the entire miracle new continent, the only person the Eastern Empress could take seriously was the Holy Emperor. Even the far north was a distant second. It seems not him. Gongsun Wu. Atón calls itself a principality, claiming 3 miracles, a queen named Isephia, and a king named Bai Luo Atón. Bai Luo, Atón. The Eastern Empress muttered a few words, and the red veil slowly opened. This was a woman in her 20s, wearing a jet-black crown. Her black hair flowed behind her like a galaxy, faintly visible as the stars shone. The Eastern Empress, draped in a black imperial robe with gold trim, slowly rose. A single step forward filled Gongsun Wu with an unimaginable sense of oppression. She quickly lowered her head, not daring to meet the Eastern Empress's eyes. I want to go to this Yatton, Your Majesty. Gongsun Wu looked up, eyes filled with shock. You, what did you say, where? To Yatton? Are you kidding? Why? Gongsun Wu immediately ducked her head. She wanted to slap herself. How dare she speak to the Eastern Empress like that? But it was truly astonishing. The mighty Eastern Empress actually cared about a tiny, newly established nation. Tiny Yatton, why? No reason, the Eastern Empress said. I want to go. You figure it out. Such presumptuous words. But Gongsun Wu took it for granted. She was the Eastern Empress, the original founder of the Eastern Empire, and its most powerful. There has to be a reason, and you're the Empress of the Eastern Empire. The Eastern Empire was unlike other nations. It was a centralized system. While there were 20 miracle lords, they almost all obeyed the Eastern Empress's orders. If the miracle lords of Iron Eagle in the mountains were in alliance, they were all united by a common goal. As for the Eastern Empire, every miracle lord in this country was forcibly incorporated into the empire after the Eastern Empress conquered it. Years ago, the Eastern Empire was only 1/3 of its current size. The remaining 2/3 still contained 12 miracle lords. However, the Eastern Empress launched a war. In this battle, she crippled 8 miracle lords and killed the remaining 4. The Eastern Empress's former notoriety was known throughout the Eastern Empire, and indeed throughout the Miracle New World, the Northern Continent, and the Western Continent. Xiao Wu, you mean, the Eastern Empress wants to go to Atón, and there is nothing you can do, right? Gongsun Wu thought for a moment and nodded, yes, so as long as I'm not the Eastern Empress, I can go to Atón. I'm not going to Atón as the Eastern Empress. Eastern Empress turned sideways and stroked the edge of the gauze curtain, which was like a thin bell, making a crisp tinkling sound. I, as an ordinary woman, as a businessman, go to Atón to do business, how about it? Gongsun Wu felt that the Eastern Empress might be really ill, and there was something wrong with her brain. Why, Gongsun Wu, the situation in the Eastern Empire is unstable now. That woman has been thinking about your position. Many miracle lords have secretly turned to her. Now you run to Atón, a rural place like that. Xiao Wu, the Eastern Empress shook her head and said, this matter is more important to me than anything else. I want an answer, and the answer is in Atón. You are like this because you heard the name Bai Luo Atón. Gongsun Wu, the answer you want is with him? Is he special? Maybe. The Eastern Empress' voice seemed to have spanned tens of millions of years, and she had long since looked down on everything. He is, or he is not. You will know only when you go there, and no matter which one it is a relief for me. Seeing that the Eastern Empress had made up her mind, Gongsun Wu couldn't persuade her anymore. She just hoped that when the Eastern Empress left, those guys in the Empire would be more obedient and stop making trouble. Oh, right. Suddenly, the Eastern Empress looked at Gongsun Wu. Please tell that guy in the West for me. Please tell me, stop feeding the monkeys with rice. Gongsun Wu didn't understand the meaning of this, but she took note. However, the Eastern Empress's desire to go to Atón really troubled Gongsun Wu. Your Majesty has always been calm and composed. Why is she acting like a little girl this time? What happened? Meanwhile, in another ancient capital of the Eastern Empire, also the capital of another powerful Lord of Miracles, Empress, how are you doing lately? Although the Eastern Empire was a centralized power, it was still essentially a multitude of factions. It was just that the Eastern Empress was the most powerful and authoritative, so no one dared to challenge or disobey her. The injury seems worse than it was over 20 years ago. This time it's 20 years, the woman said. Looks like it's going to start soon. Over 20 years ago, the Empress's injuries worsened, and she secretly traveled to the Iron Eagle Kingdom, bringing back a little girl of 6 or 7. Accompanying the woman was her master-level warrior, the valiant Prime Minister Tankadon. Tankadon wasn't particularly skilled in combat, but she was incredibly intelligent and a crucial advisor to the woman. Last time it was 100 years, this time, less than 50, the woman laughed. Haha, who could have imagined that the Eastern Empress, who dominated the Northern Continent for thousands of years, would be? We've been oppressed by someone like that for 1,000 years. Ridiculous, truly ridiculous. With a self-deprecating sarcasm, the woman produced a tightly sealed treasure box and opened it before Tankadon's eyes. Inside lay an incredibly beautiful gem. Could this be the legendary husband-following stone? Tang Kaidan exclaimed, "Your Majesty, you succeeded." "Success, although it took 1,000 years and failed several times," the woman laughed. "I still found what she fears the most. With it, the Eastern Empress is vulnerable." "Let's begin." Handing the box to Tang Kaidan, the woman said in a deep voice, "The Eastern Empress's Hunt." Chapter 177 The Stunned Fairyland King and the Bloodthirsty Emperor. Roar. Two figures clashed fiercely in the Avalon arena. One, crimson as molten lava, was enveloped in boundless flames. Every movement emanated a terrifying, earth-shattering aura that seemed to melt everything. Whoosh! Yet, his opponent, unfazed, forced his way into the raging flames. Bang! Dragon claws collided with demonic hands. Amidst a deafening explosion, the earth cracked, countless cracks spreading in all directions. Rocks rose and crumbled. With a single blow, the arena, spanning tens of meters in radius, was shattered to pieces. Crack! Knowles' miraculous power was dwindling, and the blow had broken his right arm, clearly devastating his situation. "It seems I've won, Brother Knowles." A pure white wing flapped, and on its other side, a demonic bat-like wing. The one engaging Knowles was none other than Sheila. "No, I won." Sheila's expression was astonished, feeling the intense heat on her neck. Norse, covered in dragon scales, wielded the dragon crown's crimson flame halberd. The sharp tip was like a red-hot iron, its tip less than an inch from Sheila's neck. When, Sheila was surprised, but soon realized, was it then, battle experience, at our level, is of little use, but when the strongest clash, even the slightest difference can determine the outcome. I've learned that, Brother Norse, while he wasn't as skilled at scheming as Sigrian, in combat, Norse was worthy of being Attón's vanguard. Pa, you fought well, hero liberation, truly impressive." Sheila and Norse retreated simultaneously, and on either side, Aaliyah, Zira, and the others watching the battle, immediately applauded and cheered. Calming her inner turmoil, Sheila released herself from her dream maiden state before her miracle power had even depleted. Having absorbed Leon's cinder of destruction and the power of Avalon and fairy magic, Sheila awakened into a unique hero unit, the second hero of Atón. However, with Sheila's subsequent breakthrough, Aaliyah, Knowles, and others also entered the hero realm. Currently, not counting the miracles themselves, the Atón Legion has experienced rapid progress over the past 2 weeks. Take Sheila, for example. Thanks to Leon's gift, her miracle power has skyrocketed to the pinnacle of hero-level units, 150% of a normal hero-level unit. In terms of pure physical attributes, the transcendent-level miracle unit has reached its peak. Simply put, if a hero-level unit and a transcendent-level unit fight without using miracle power, the outcome will be evenly matched in a short period of time. Of course, this is just a theory. In reality, at the hero level, exhausting miracle power in ordinary combat is virtually impossible. As a Tier 4 unit, heroes also possess a special status called Heroic Release. Sheila's Heroic Release form, called Daughter of Dreams, is a magical spirit merging the Bloody Night Witch and the Pure White Angel. Daughter of Dreams possesses both light and darkness, a blend of violence and tenderness, like the essence of dreams, both nightmare and sweet. Release. This unique heroic power instantly unleashes the miraculous power within, achieving a qualitative transformation. In her normal state, Sheila is a mere silver-haired girl, just over 1.5 meters tall. Though her aura is a bit cold, no one would suspect this delicate little girl could possess such a terrifying power. However, once the heroic power is released, a symbiotic form of holiness and evil emerges. This terrifying form, simply standing before one's face, is enough to inflict immense pressure on the enemy. Heroic abilities are incredibly complex, so to gain a clearer understanding of each individual, Bai Luo used his miraculous power to create an attribute card for each of his miracle children. Sheila, normal, status. 14 years old, female, unmarried. Contract, Bai Luo Atón. Race, demonic holy spirit. Level, peak hero. Abilities, transcendent level fairy magic, extraordinary level fighting saint magic, heroic level ember power. Unleashed, Daughter of Dreams, can transform automatically between single-born darkness, single-born light, and twin-born states. Miraculous power. 1500, Sheila, Daughter of Dreams, unleashed, miraculous power. 7500, depleted within 1 minute, entering a weakened state, which can be released automatically. Heroic level unleash grants heroes extraordinary strength, unleashing terrifying destructive power in an instant. However, it cannot be sustained for long and will cause some damage to the player. Let's look at Knowles. Knowles, Norse, status. 18, male, unmarried contract, Shiro-Atón race, Dragonoid level, early hero ability, heroic level fighting saint method unleashed, red dragon sun, entering Dragonoid formation, miracle power. 1000, Knowles red dragon sun, unleashed, miracle power. 3000 miracle power is more like the amount of energy. While Sheila possesses a greater total amount of miracle power than Knowles in both her normal and unleashed forms, combat isn't about energy. While there's certainly a disparity in energy between the two, the difference in output power between heroic level fighters isn't that significant. Furthermore, since neither has mastered the secret arts, their actual combat power is roughly equal. So while Sheila and Knowles might seem to be engaging in a spectacular back and forth, experts, especially the old uncle, see such a waste of miracle power as a sheer waste of natural resources. The old uncle commented, using a heroic level unleashed form to wage an extraordinary battle, these two unfortunate children, but shouldn't I be the one who loses? With your vitality, Sheila, even if I cut your neck, you should be able to recover. It'll just cost you some miraculous power. That being said, in a clash between the same race, miraculous power couldn't possibly cause fatal damage. Knowles and Sheila completely retracted their miraculous power and both exited heroic release. Zzzz, a large amount of steam emanated from Knowles' body. The young man, shirtless, displayed a sturdy and lean physique. At that moment, a fairy flew over and offered Knowles his coat. Thanks, little one, that's not the way it works. If it's enough, I lose. Sheila's transformations were mostly energy-shaping, and she wouldn't explode her coat like Knowles did. With my neck cut, I'll be temporarily incapacitated. If there are soldiers around, suppressing me with firepower, even my recovery will be overwhelmed. A miraculous battle isn't just a one-on-one duel, there must be a significant number of soldiers at their disposal. In a heroic clash, whichever side shows weakness first could easily lead to the collapse of the entire army. A slight error can lead to a huge loss. A draw would be fine, but the worst fear is that the general would be injured, and his soldiers would rush to rescue him, disrupting the overall situation. Then let's call it a draw, okay? Shira removed her miracle power, revealing her true black and white maid outfit. Shira is now Bai Luo's personal maid and bodyguard. In all of Atón, not counting the miracles themselves, there are fewer than 10 people with heroic miracle power combined. Those who have achieved heroic liberation are Shira, the daughter of dreams, Knowles, the son of the red dragon, Jilla, the white snake witch, Aaliyah, the angel of the eastern expedition, Luania, the daughter of nature, and Andrew, the wrath of nature. Beyond that, there's the old uncle, who has come from behind and inexplicably gained a cheat. Not long ago, in order to research the power of the Ember of Destruction and the world of greed, the old uncle sought out Leon and received from him an immense miracle boon. The power of greed and the Ember of Destruction is, after all, too much for ordinary people to bear. Even Bai Luo has been forced to stay in his office, not daring to leave for nearly a week. Fortunately, the old uncle's willpower was incredibly astonishing, surpassing even Bai Luo and his senior sister. If it weren't for the miracle curse, Bai Luo believed the old uncle's true miracle qualification would be truly astonishing. As expected, while the old uncle couldn't obtain miracles, he had no problem with the miraculous power of these miracles. The Dragon Crown Crimson Flame halberd had been a complete accident. The old uncle was old and had never been strengthened before, so he couldn't withstand the ferocious power of the Dragon Crown Crimson Flame halberd. However, over the past few months, the old uncle had continuously practiced a fighting saint method. Miraculous power has nothing to do with age, even the elderly possess the same potential as the young. Leon couldn't grant wisdom, he could only give energy. As for skills, secret techniques, and secrets, the miracle child still had to research them on their own. But who was the old uncle? Did he need skills, secret techniques, and secrets bestowed upon him by others? And what exactly was a secret? You call this a secret? Isn't this common sense, such disdain, such disregard for mere miraculous power? But he was the uncle, and he had the right to speak so. This old man was a master who could make senior sister, Lilith, Shirley, and Leon, all of whom were miracle bodies, bow down to him. The uncle's talent was truly astonishing. Thanks to him, senior sister and Leon had access to a vast amount of information elements. Due to the relationship between the miracle bodies and the miracle children, as soon as the uncle learned or invented a technique, they would immediately master it. So, whenever his strength inexplicably surged, they knew the uncle had made another discovery. No wonder so many countries wanted the uncle back then, Bai Luo exclaimed upon learning of this. Isn't that too powerful, the uncle? I'm just a ruthless machine for wholesale miracle elements. In just 2 months, the uncle's Dao Shangfa achieved breakthrough after breakthrough, finally reaching the threshold of heroic liberation. But the result was a second. Yes, there wasn't even a bottleneck, it just flowed through like a natural process. For this man who had mastered dozens of secrets, reaching heroic rank was no problem. If it weren't for the lack of time, he could have invented hundreds more. And the hero liberation, is that so difficult? Almost instantly, Uncle successfully entered the realm of heroism. Because of this, Bai Luo bestowed upon Uncle the blood sword of the Lionheart and the holy shield of Oberon. He also began a 3-day retreat to break through to a higher level. Her senior sister, in seclusion in a secret realm deep within Avalon Castle, suddenly opened her eyes. This feeling, could it be, incredible? Lilith transformed into a fairy, swiftly dashing out of the magical forest of tree elves and crashing headfirst into the holy lake of Avalon. Sweet potato, what's wrong with you? A not-so-tall gray-white Pegasus suddenly raised its head in Uncle's house. As if sensing something, it flapped its massive wings, forcibly shattering the ornate stable and bursting out. Where have you been, Sweet Potato? Inya was feeding Sweet Potato when he suddenly lost his temper. Inya was confused. If you don't like radishes, I'll switch. What's the matter with you running away? Hey, Inya called to Sweet Potato's back. Are you coming back for dinner? No, I'm out playing with her uncle in seclusion for 3 days. Inya had been entrusted with Sweet Potato's daily life. But now, Sweet Potato had run away. Okay, Inya glanced at the radish in her hand and took a bite. Don't waste it. If you don't eat it, I will. Zia obey. Do you want some? Can't I roast it? Inya held the nibbled radish. She was slightly startled, then her brows lit up. Zia obey, you're such a clever little thing. I've never roasted a radish before. Bai Luo, try. Let's go. And so, the two girls went straight into the shattered stable, making use of the broken wood shed as firewood. Soon, black smoke billowed as the barbecue began. In the world of Avalon, it was an open-air barbecue in the castle itself. Regardless of whether it was truly exceptional, it felt down to earth. 2 idiots, Bai Luo said from the balcony. He controlled his power and exited the hall. Maya hurried after him, draping her coat over him. Brother Bai Luo, what's this, Uncle? Bai Luo said. He's achieved a breakthrough. Uncle's breakthrough meant that Atón had welcomed their first master-level warrior. Zia obey, stop messing around. Take Inya to the Avalon Temple. Through a miraculous connection, Bai Luo relayed the news to Bai Luo, who quickly stood up and grabbed Inya's arm. Hey, where are you going? Carrot, my roasted carrot. The master told us to go greet Grandpa. Hey, Inya was stunned. What's there to greet, Dad? Our carrots won't taste good if they get cold, but it was no use. Bai Luo grabbed Inya's hand and ran straight to the Avalon Temple. If the secret realm is accessible only to the Queen of Avalon and Bai Luo, then the temple is the place where the heroic spirits of Avalon retreat and cultivate. While its functions are not yet open, the rooms and buildings are still there, free for use. High in the vast temple hall, since no one was present, the old man took the largest and best seat. He sat cross-legged, his eyes closed, lost in thought. Who awakened me? What era is this? Who is in charge? Behind the old man, a tall man in a red tuxedo looked down at the seated man. He was none other than the Blood Emperor Magnus, the remnant soul inhabited by the blood sword of the Lionheart King. However, compared to the other 4 remnants, his aura was noticeably superior. After all, in a sense, the blood sword of the Lionheart King wasn't just a master-level artifact, but rather the pinnacle of mastery, the sword of kings. I feel the breath of the queen. Is she free? Beside the bloody emperor, a young king exuding the breath of nature, like a sacred being, floated in the air with his hands folded. Huh? Isn't this Magnus the imp? Are you dead too? Are you, the king of Wonderland, Oberon? Old man, you are here too? Why didn't I see you a few times before? It seems that this is the first time I have been summoned. Oberon, the king of Wonderland, from the looks of you, you seem to have a lot of experience in being summoned. How many times is this? It's the 4th time, the bloody emperor. Old man, you are so lucky. I know for the first time that dying completely has its benefits. You don't have to be summoned. As he spoke, the bloody emperor lightly tapped his fingers, poured out a glass of blood-red wine, and drank it all. The previous masters of Avalon were more stupid than each other. From the Star Realm to the trial, and then to this treasure house, if I fail again, I will disappear completely. You said that your death was not complete, and the guy who killed you showed mercy. Huo Baling asked, who killed you? The interceptors led by Zhu Wujiang, 7 surrounded me. The lost people are still as shameless as ever. The bloody emperor crushed the wine glass, obviously dissatisfied with the other party's lack of martial ethics. Old man, I remember that you died at the hands of Thesigan. Right, died at the hands of Thesigan. Is it embarrassing? But you were killed by her in seconds. That's Thesigan, Oberon said indignantly. You little brat, you can't even stand in front of her. At least I made a move once. By the way, did Mudred avenge me? Ha ha ha. Bloody emperor, it's good to die early and know nothing. Thesigan was defeated by Greenid, and the king of nature was also killed by him. What is that idiot Mudred doing? Why did he provoke the hero king for no reason? Can he beat Greenid? The young king held his forehead. Didn't you get the eternal cup? I gave it to you, but you still killed the donkey after it has done its job. Oh, he deserved his death. Oberon, I got eternity. And more. Mudred, that idiot. By the way, where's this generation's Lord of Avalon? Hey, old man. The Blood Emperor looked down at his uncle, who sat cross-legged with his back to the two of them. You're not the master of this canific cage, are you? Where is this generation's master? Call him out. I hope it's not another foolish woman this time. Women, none of them are capable. As the two of them were talking, the old uncle spoke. The master here is my daughter. She's very powerful. Don't worry. Swish, eyes like a starry sky opened, revealing a pitch-black ember sun and a bright red blood moon, just like Sheila and Helbo, but clearly more profound and advanced. As the old uncle stood and slowly faced the two, Blood Emperor Magnus didn't react. He was about to speak, but was stopped by Oberon, the king of the fairyland. What are you doing? Don't talk. Oberon's body trembled slightly, his eyes fixed on his uncle. This person, he seems to be. What's wrong? You're so scared? Who is he? The great philosopher, Bloody Emperor Magnus? What is he? This. Are you kidding, old man? How could such a thing even exist, kid? Feel the aura of this generation's masters of the Avalon world for yourself, the aura of this generation's masters. Huh? Suddenly, the Bloody Emperor froze. She. How could it be her? The master here is my daughter. Recalling what their uncle had said, the Bloody Emperor and the Fairyland King both expressed shock, even horror. Her father, he claims to be that woman's father. Is it the real thing? They were all leaders of their time, yet they bowed to the old man as if instinctively. Oberon, king of the fairyland, meets the great philosopher. Magnus, the Blood Emperor, meets the great philosopher. May you be with Atón. The uncle didn't quite understand what they were saying, but he still wrote down the names Magnus, Oberon, Mudred, Zhu Wujiang, Thesigan, Greenod, great philosopher, Atón. There was too little information, so it wasn't clear. But the uncle felt these words might be related to the secrets behind the 28 factions of miracles. We'll study them later. For now, the uncle thought to himself, I can't keep the children waiting any longer. With Oberon and Magnus already awake, the uncle had plenty of time to slowly tease them out about what happened back then. The uncle had heard about this before from his senior sister, and it seemed the Avalon Vault might hold special significance for studying the history of the 28 factions. The treasures within the Avalon Vault were far from a single source. The Great Spirit Dragon King and the late Arrow favored the Lost Realm, so why would items from the Lost Realm be found on the Ideal Coast? Through his research, the uncle had a vague idea that the world of Avalon might be closely connected to all 28 factions. Take the vault, for example. The treasures within it hailed from every civilization, legend, and history that had ever existed in the world. It was precisely because of this terrifying power that Avalon was considered a superior world of miracles. Please return. The old uncle produced a blood sword of the Lionheart King and the holy shield of Oberon. The two ancient spirits immediately bowed their heads in humility. We will follow your guidance. Is this master-level power? It is indeed remarkable. The old uncle looked at his hand, feeling the miraculous power within him. He strapped the blood sword of the Lionheart King to his waist. The holy shield of Oberon suddenly shattered, then formed into a massive platinum gold gear. It hovered behind the old uncle, slowly turning like the dial of a clock. Whoosh, a blood moon, its edge ablaze with pitch-black flame, appeared behind the old uncle. It was embedded in the axis of the holy shield, like the core of the universe, sitting at the center of the world. The old man's snow-white beard and hair grew again under the influence of the miraculous power. Strands of black and red blood covered his shawl, and golden lines faintly flowed across his skin, transforming into ancient runes, sacred and noble. With the old uncle's footsteps, the edge of his robe fluttered like burning embers, moving without wind, and swirling dust into the sky. Bang! The golden door suddenly received a resounding knock from within. It didn't open, but instead, ashes of gold, red, black, and blue spilled out. The ashes burned in the air, quickly dissipating into nothingness. Here he comes. Outside the temple, Bai Luo and his senior sister looked up simultaneously. They knew their uncle was about to emerge. Bang! The next moment, a vast expanse of turquoise vines of life energy surged out like a tide. Boom! A beam of interwoven energy, gold, black, and red, shot skyward. In the sky, a black ember sun and a bright crimson blood moon appeared simultaneously. Within the temple, flowers blossomed, and blue energy crystals, resembling the light of a fairyland, condensed in vast quantities, like blossoming azure flowers. Roar! The blood tide roared, and gold and red bloodlines leaped out. They lined the road on either side, 14 on each side, a total of 28, like a ceremonial guard welcoming a distinguished and powerful being. Your Majesty, the old uncle came before Bai Luo and knelt respectfully on one knee. I, your humble servant, have fulfilled your mission and successfully achieved master status in 3 days. I have to attend a wedding today, so I'll only update 6,500 words. I'll add more tomorrow. Also, it's the end of the month. Does anyone still have monthly votes? I rarely ask for monthly votes, so please give me some, please. Chapter 178 Eight-Legged Divine Horse, Rainbow Dimension. Saros, Contract, Bai Luo Atón Race, Holy Demon Spirit Level, Master Abilities, Master Level Fighting Saint, Master Level Ember Power Unleashed, Blood Sworn Master, Eternal Holy Spirit, Nightmare Herrscher Domains, Tyrannical Arena, Immortal Forest, Blood Moon Mist. Old Uncle's attributes are very high. Other masters master 1 awakening and 1 domain, but Old Uncle possesses 3 of each. Furthermore, Old Uncle's 3 awakenings and domains can be used not only independently but also combined. Multiple Unleashing, King's Aid, Multiple Domains, Unbounded Domain. Bai Luo planned to test the extent of Old Uncle's strength later by pitting him against Lilith and Shirley. Hiss! At that moment, the neighing of a Pegasus echoed from the sky. Bai Luo, assuming it was Shirley, looked up. Is that Sweet Potato? Sweet Potato was a filly that had been contracted by Old Uncle by mistake. Since she had been raised in his yard, Bai Luo had seen her several times and remembered her presence. Pegasus require a fellow steed to unleash their full power. Otherwise, they'll only possess the power of a single steed, unable to enhance their master. But power is power. Even if they can't cooperate, they can't abandon it. Pegasus grow 4 times faster than ordinary horses, and after just over 3 months, Sweet Potato has transitioned from foal to adolescence. The Old Uncle estimated that in just another month, not counting Fyra's silver-winged unicorn, Leah's Pegasus, and the senior sister's unicorn, all of Sweet Potato's Pegasus would be ready for riding training. The Old Uncle watched Sweet Potato fly toward him. Bai Luo summoned silence. He felt there must be a reason for Sweet Potato's sudden arrival. Perhaps. Master, Sweet Potato's voice was childish, like a 10-year-old girl. What are you doing here, little one? The Old Uncle raised his hand to pet Sweet Potato. His horse training skills were already superb, and Sweet Potato, well cared for by the old man, was incredibly docile and well-behaved. Do you feel my power? The Old Uncle asked. Could this power help you? How much do you want? Take it. The Old Uncle realized what was going on and, without reservation, unleashed a massive amount of miraculous power from his body. Boom! The 3 powers of the fairyland, blood rage, and the world-greedy calamity mingled, transforming into triple realm, expanding outward from the Old Uncle. A blood moon blossomed, a dreamy sea of flowers appeared, and the terrifying roar of a lion king. Hiss! Fanshu raised her front paws and neighed. She ignored the fighting saint technique, but instead reacted to the power of the fairyland and the world-greedy calamity. She absorbed a large amount of the fairyland power, and this power immediately transformed Fanshu's body. Divine power surged from the celestial horse, turning its originally gray-white fur completely pure white. Power of corruption, do not contaminate your master, but the world-greedy calamity evoked a deep disgust in Fanshu. The celestial horse and the old uncle shared a very special contract, like a low-profile version of the Lord of Miracles and a miraculous creature. She was born to be the old uncle's mount. So, upon realizing his uncle was being invaded by the power of worldly greed, Sweet Potato immediately rushed over to help him fight the erosion of the Ember of Calamity. A new power, the uncle hadn't expected that after his breakthrough to master. Sweet Potato would also awaken, making him even stronger. The fourth type, although still a long way from king, among the masters, the uncle, who mastered a vast array of mysteries, was undoubtedly a leader. Bang! Suddenly, Sweet Potato's front paws landed, and a new pair of horse hooves sprouted from each of the two fore and hind legs. The transformation of his people also caused Shirley to undergo a transformation. A new form. Bai Luo quickly opened the black book to check, discovering that Shirley had acquired a brand new form, eight-legged divine steed. Introduction. She rides on rainbows, transcending dimensions. She can chase rays of light and crush storms and thunder. What is this? Bai Luo marveled at Shirley's transformation, and Shirley glanced over at the same time. Master, I've gained a new power. I'll show you. Okay. Without hesitation, Bai Luo immediately mounted the horse. Boom. Then, under the astonished gazes of the people of Arden, a rainbow of colors shot up into the sky, and Bai Luo and Shirley simultaneously vanished from their sight. Your Majesty, how? This power is so similar to the teleportation technique of the Sage of the Rays of Light. Shira had met Avril and had left a deep impression on her. The same power. The senior sister realized that the eight-legged divine horse's ability was likely related to the same principles of power as Avril's rays of light. Meanwhile, Bai Luo was unaware of what was happening in Avalon. His attention was completely focused on this indescribable dream world. Master, what is this place? Bai Luo felt his consciousness drift, as if he had entered a dream dimension before. Only this time, he realized Shirley had taken him directly somewhere. Stepping on a rainbow, crossing dimensions, could this be the alternate dimension mentioned in the books? As Bai Luo thought, Shirley, in her eight-legged divine horse form, immediately shared information about the place with him. Rainbow Dimension. This is the land of flowing light, a place beyond the mortal world, where even the speed of time differs from reality. The Rainbow Dimension, the Dream Dimension, and the Shadow Dimension, these are the three unique areas Bai Luo has discovered, distinct from the Miracle Land. It's like a small world of miracles, Bai Luo said, riding Shirley through the area. No, it's not them moving, but the rays of light themselves that are moving. Essentially, Bai Luo and Shirley are stationary, but due to the flow of the Rainbow Dimension, their positions are rapidly changing. Shirley, can we go back, Master? Wait a minute. I'm reconfirming the coordinates we came from. Shirley told Bai Luo she could take Bai Luo back at any time. However, such a return requires precise coordinates, otherwise, if they were to travel rashly, they might end up in the Western continent or even the Eastern continent. Give me a moment, it'll be done soon. Shirley began contacting Atón Island, while Bai Luo took the opportunity to take a closer look at this world. No rush, Bai Luo said. This place is quite interesting. It was truly, unimaginably beautiful. It was like a series of watercolor paintings, pieces of colorful crystals, a rosy glow, and breathtakingly beautiful mountains, rivers, and lakes. A collision of mystery and fantasy, unearthly, seemingly otherworldly. This thing, suddenly, Bai Luo noticed a number of small bubbles flying towards him. He sensed them and discovered that they contained miraculous power, but their number was small. Seeing the bubbles bounce off Shirley's barrier without a reaction, Bai Luo knew they posed no threat. He transformed his holy energy into a palm and captured one. What is this? Bai Luo first confirmed its safety. Holy energy is a force extremely sensitive to danger. Since even it remained unaffected, this rainbow bubble must be fine. So, Bai Luo gently poked it. Hard, isn't it a bubble? Bai Luo discovered that it wasn't a bubble. Instead, it was hard, smooth to the touch, and crystal clear, a bit like a flying glass bead. Bang! Bai Luo was about to ask Shirley what that was when a loud noise echoed through the sky. Shirley quickly exclaimed, Master, it's that woman in azure. I see her, Avril. With a quick glance, Bai Luo spotted Avril, too. She was at the edge of this shimmering rainbow dimension, using the rainbow bridge to teleport across space. However, Bai Luo had a feeling that if he wanted, he could have surely shut Avril down, interrupting her rainbow teleportation. We seem to have entered the interior of this dimension. If the rainbow dimension were a bubble, they were inside, while Avril was merely at the edge, like a trampoline, landing on the bubble's surface before bouncing back to Miracle Land. Boom! At that moment, another flash of rainbow light appeared. Unlike Avril's teleportation, this one landed directly inside the rainbow dimension, landing in front of Bai Luo and Shirley. Xiao Luo, the arrival was none other than the old uncle, who had chased them on his 8-legged divine steed. "Are you okay?" The uncle saw Bai Luo and breathed a sigh of relief. Bai Luo, riding Shirley, suddenly vanished in a rainbow of light. The senior sister, startled, thought it was Avril's doing. Luckily, the uncle caught his eye and immediately followed. "Uncle, this is the rainbow dimension, the rainbow dimension, master, I know the rainbow dimension. I'll tell you, soon." The uncle also received information from Fan Shu. "It seems we've underestimated Shirley's power again. Perhaps this is her true ability. It will take you beyond your limitations and reach anywhere you desire. But this desire has a prerequisite. Just like the unicorns and the 8-legged divine steeds born from birth, only by unlocking these two sub-races can Shirley gain the ability to open the corresponding portals to alternate dimensions. Shirley's ability is to take us to various alternate dimensions." Bai Luo had assumed that only those at the upper, lower, and upper levels could access the higher levels of the world. But who would have thought that even the lower levels could do the same? The upper, middle, and lower dimensions differ only in the form and speed of the transformation of miraculous power. "There's no fundamental difference," the uncle said. "We'll discuss this later. Let's go back first. I feel this world is rejecting it and sweet potato." The uncle couldn't stay long. He couldn't replenish his miraculous power here. Furthermore, the power of the laws inherent in the rainbow dimension was attacking the uncle, and to defend against this attack, the uncle's miraculous power was rapidly depleting. The brief invincibility of the dream dimension was likely due to the same principle. "It seems I can stay here forever." Bai Luo felt no repulsion. Instead, he felt a deep sense of familiarity with this dimension, like home. "The rainbow dimension is just a dimension," the uncle said. "It's not the true miracle, just a derivative of it. How can it compare to Shirley's?" Boom! Despite his words, they knew nothing about the rainbow dimension. Now was definitely not the best time to explore. So, the uncle and nephew didn't linger any longer. Using the coordinates Shirley had provided, they opened the rainbow bridge and returned to Atón Island. "Can't enter the world of Avalon." The rainbow light fell, but Bai Luo and his uncle appeared in the forest of tree elves, that is, outside the lake of Avalon. But this seems to be quite reasonable. After all, Avalon is a private territory, and the laws of the world are completely controlled by the senior sister. It is obviously impossible for outsiders to ignore her will and sneak in or force their way in. "It's reasonable that my father can't come in, but Xiao Luo, you are also the master of Avalon, right?" The senior sister walked out of the Golden Gate and asked, "Where did you go?" "The rainbow light just now is very similar to Avril's ability." "Is it the same ability?" "We went to the rainbow dimension, a very beautiful place, super fun," Shirley said. "Next time I have a chance, I will take Lang Bingbing with you." Lang Bingbing is the nickname Shirley gave to the senior sister. The senior sister doesn't dislike it. On the contrary, she thinks it is quite friendly. "Wait," Bai Luo asked. "Shirley, can you still take people in?" "It's okay for the miracle itself," Shirley said. "Lang Bingbing is so powerful, the laws of the rainbow dimension can't hurt her. But others can go, but it's better not to go. The ownerless miracle power there is very dangerous. Even if I take them there, they can only stay for a short time, otherwise they will be struck by the power of the entire dimension." "I see," Bai Luo understood. Shirley was like a special door key, able to open the door to other dimensions. But these other dimensions did not interfere with Miracle Land. Compared to Avalon and the Middle Miracle Realm, Shirley was more like an outsider. So, what exactly is the principle behind the dream dimension and the rainbow dimension? Do they exist naturally? Are they part of this world? Or are we just unaware of them? "Those are miracle dimensions, a derivative of miracles," the old uncle explained. "Sometimes, miracles create special realms and realms. When their owners die, the miracle power doesn't completely disappear, but instead forms independent miracle dimensions. However, miracle dimensions cannot be directly accessed, nor do they conflict with Miracle Land. If the miracle dimension collides with reality, the vast laws of reality will instantly render the miracle dimension's power vanish. Therefore, the only way to reach there is through a miracle, and that's all that matters. But what's the use of these miracle dimensions? Bai Luo said, realizing he seemed to be holding something in his hand, so he took it out to examine it. Crystal clear, with a faint rainbow glow flowing through it. Wasn't that the bubble Bai Luo had captured from the rainbow dimension earlier? Can this thing be brought out? Bai Luo suddenly realized something. Things from the miracle dimension can be brought to the miracle land. That's more than that, the old man nodded, saying, since these miracle dimensions have long been ownerless, whoever obtains them will be labeled as belonging to that miracle, becoming its derivative. In essence, miracle dimensions are illusory and have no physical substance. However, when miracles bring things from miracle dimensions to the miracle land, they take on a real existence as derivatives of miracles. For example, in Shirley's case, the bubble Bai Luo had captured was actually a manifestation of the power of the rainbow. Without Shirley, the bubble would have dissipated the moment Bai Luo returned to reality, as the material of the rainbow world couldn't exist in reality. But Shirley was a miracle, and with her presence, the outcome was different. Shirley gave the rainbow stone form, using her own miraculous power as a vessel, allowing them to fuse and merge, transforming it into the unique energy of the eight-legged divine steed. It seems Shirley has surprised us once again, the old uncle exclaimed. Horses, transcendence, freedom, conquering natural disasters, carrying all things, opening portals to alternate dimensions. These powers, the essence of Shirley's abilities, are likely conquest, not conquering any enemies, but conquering alternate dimensions. Unicorns opened a portal to the dream dimension, and in the future, the Atón people would ride large numbers of unicorns into the dream world, conquering them and making them part of Shirley. Similarly, the eight-legged divine steed would conquer each rainbow dimension. Of course, this was just the beginning. If Shirley one day possessed thousands of forms, she might be able to conquer thousands of dimensions, becoming the true master of those dimensions. But Shirley obviously doesn't have such immense power right now, and neither do we in Atón, the old man said. Fortunately, we've discovered one of Shirley's current abilities, mining. Bai Luo tossed a rainbow crystal ball in his hand. Shirley can gather all sorts of exotic resources from those dimensions. Conquest seemed too far off, but mined resources were readily available and valuable. Who says lower-level miracle creatures can't bring miracle resources to a nation? The types of miracle creatures are merely basic, but Shirley, like Lilith, can evolve miracle kingdoms, miracle resources, and miracle races. Miracles are interconnected, gaining one is equivalent to gaining them all. Just like the title of Lord of Dimensions, perhaps when Shirley reaches her fifth awakening, she too will possess her own miracle world, becoming the new world whale. Shirley. The strongest transporter, Shirley showed no resentment at being a transporter. Instead, she was filled with genuine joy at being able to help Bai Luo. Don't worry, the uncle said. The rainbow dimension is, after all, an alternate dimension. It has residual miraculous powers within it, and we can't guarantee there's no danger within. Besides, while alternate dimensions are numerous, we're not the only ones who possess them. For example, Messiah and Avril can use the surface of the rainbow dimension to travel through space. This clearly means that Messiah knows of the rainbow dimension's existence. It seems we'll have to fight the kings for these dimensions in the future. Bai Luo anticipated this possibility, but not now. But this thing, he weighed the rainbow crystal ball. He had no talent for science and didn't know what it could do. Uncle, are you free? The uncle had broken through to the master level, but becoming a king wasn't something that could be achieved overnight. So, the uncle should have some free time now. Which was perfect for him to study the power of the rainbow glow. Bai Luo, why don't you let the witches study this? Don't worry, their abilities have improved significantly. Studying the power of miracles shouldn't be a problem. As for me, I just encountered something peculiar that has piqued my curiosity, said the uncle. Among the treasures in Avalon's vaults are remnants of spirits from ancient times. Their minds are imperfect, but they possess extremely unique knowledge and memories. I plan to question them and see if I can uncover the secrets of the 28 factions. I've noticed that, too, Senior Sister had also been following this. However, after the Battle of Sigrian, when she tried to question the Great Spirits, the Dragon King, the Mantle King, and Asalem, she discovered that the 4 heroic spirits could no longer appear. This summoning of heroic spirits is essentially a heroic awakening, which consumes their ego and requires time to recover. But according to my analysis, Senior sister said, they are likely not powerful beings from the ideal coast, but heroic spirits from the 28 factions. The world of Avalon is unlike other miracle worlds. It seems to be extremely special, the old uncle said. According to the conversations of those heroic spirits, a war raged in ancient times, and Avalon is the place where these deceased souls' inheritances are passed down. Isn't that just like the phantoms in the astral plane? Senior sister said, they seem to be very ancient inherited spirits. They lack consciousness, but carry vast memories and knowledge. If we liberate them, there's a tiny chance we'll inherit their legacy and power. Of course, just like the treasures in the treasury, it still depends on the individual. Only those who are suitable for these inheritances can obtain the power. But according to Senior Sister, the inheritance requirements of the astral plane are the highest of the 5 regions of Avalon. Given Aton's current situation, opening the astral plane would be a waste of time. They wouldn't need its functions for at least 10 years. So I think the sacred beast forest is better, Senior Sister said. Through this period of seclusion, I've learned about the sacred beast forest's target audience. Humans can't receive the sacred beast forest's inheritance, but animals can. As for animals, how about fairies? Bai Luo and Senior Sister connected psychically, and both understood the sacred beast forest's advantages. Arden has thousands of fairies. Once Senior Sister breaks through the third awakening and reaches the legendary realm, opening the sacred beast forest will instantly infuse them with a vast pool of superior combat power. Legendary? That's too far off. Aside from my uncle, no one in Arden is likely to reach legendary in such a short time. The same goes for kings and masters. Therefore, for Arden right now, extraordinary to heroic level talents are what they most need. If the fairies can support the sacred beast forest, then with the speed and quality of miracle tokens cultivated in the third awakening miracle world, Arden might never have to worry about manpower again. Lilith enhances the fairies' wisdom, while the fairies gain inheritance and complete their reincarnation in the sacred beast forest, retaining their fairy power. They're all part of the ideal coast, and the synergy is excellent. How's Leon? He's almost recovered. As long as he doesn't use the king's second awakening, he won't lose control. Even if he loses control, that's fine. Bai Luo can summon Leon to his side at any time and suppress him. The power of greed is difficult to control, Bai Luo said. The power of fairies and the power of Avalon both belong to the ideal coast. If beautiful hope and tragic despair can be balanced, and guided by the power of transcendence, a whole new type of soldier can be born. Demon Holy Spirit, Bai Luo noticed the term. It actually appeared in the Black Book and was also the name of a race. By the way, Uncle, your current strength, it's not bad, the uncle said. If I give it my all, even risk my life, I think I can hold the girl off for half a minute. Is it that powerful? Bai Luo knew how powerful his senior sister was, and the fact that his uncle could hold her off for 30 seconds with the power of a master was already quite terrifying. 10 seconds, the senior sister said with a cold, arrogant expression. Give me some face, girl. Okay, senior sister, 30 seconds. Bai Luo was a little embarrassed. He pointed at himself. What about me, uncle? How much worse are you than me? How strong are you, uncle? You have all the abilities I have. Even if I am not your miracle citizen and without these restraints, you, little brat, can defeat me in seconds. Being praised, Bai Luo felt in a good mood. But this isn't a good thing either. The holy messenger is probably on the way, the old uncle said to Bai Luo. Although I've broken through to the Grandmaster level, once you sign the Holy Covenant, you, me, the girl, as well as Shirley, Lilith, and Leon, we won't be able to take action. Otherwise, if we're exposed, we'll likely be accused by the entire Miracle Land, the old uncle said. But we need a foothold. Atón Island can be retreated to, but it's not a strategic location. In other words, the pirates are ultimately just minor riders, more like a most disease, unable to defeat great powers like Iron Eagle, mountains, and Starry Night. Only by reaching the mainland and gaining a foothold there can Atón establish an outpost for attack. The ancient capital, Ziloon, Bai Luo said. Senior sister needs to retreat. How about having Lilith take action and take it down? It should be within the next few days. What? Bai Luo looked at the old man in confusion, not quite understanding what he meant. He only heard the old man say, wait a moment. If my estimate is correct, the news will most likely be within the next few days. Hurrah! Beneath the calm surface of the sea, in the depths, a massive whale engaged in a fierce battle with a sea beast. The giant whale was 200 meters long, nearly dozens of times the size of an ordinary whale. Its appearance was extremely ferocious, its body covered in eyes and its bloody mouth filled with fangs, like a demon crawling from the abyss. Roar, however, its opponent was no less formidable. A swarm of sea beasts swarmed towards it, eventually devouring it. The dark red blood instantly dissipated upon contact with the seawater, dissolved by it. The belly of the evil-eyed whale was cut open, and a multitude of ghost-eyed fish emerged from within. Their appearance varied, clearly belonging to different species. Yet, their eerie eyeballs and twisted, bloated bodies are identical. They are the same species as the evil eye whale. The very creatures tainted by the blood moon that devoured it in the Sea of Atón. However, they haven't burst forth, instead hiding within the evil eye whale, only now swarming in all directions. Of course, some have been devoured by sea beasts. But these beasts could never have imagined the insane monsters that would soon spawn within their bodies. It's the last day, so if you still have monthly tickets, please give some. Please, I beg you. Chapter 179 Mushrooms, so big. Grandpa Luo, what are you teaching us today? I want to learn how to wield the spear. That one you used in the courtyard last time was amazing. This was a fishing village, its wooden houses small, accommodating only 3 or 4 people at most. Living there was a white-haired old man, his granddaughter, and his grandson. The old man's face was wrinkled, and his stature was tall, though thin with age. He sat barefoot on the floor. Seeing the children enter, he smiled. Are you here, little ones? Grandpa, that one you used last time, the one with the whoosh, swish, and snap, a boy demonstrated. I want to learn. That's called swordsmanship, the technique performed with a weapon called a knife. The swordsmanship old Luo was referring to wasn't the double-edged swords of the Eastern Empire, but rather the katana of the lost cherry blossom land. However, combat itself depended on vision and determination. The specific moves and weapons used weren't really that important. Different paths lead to the same destination, a return to simplicity. Just like old Reed, he's proficient in everything from swords to spears and halberds. Using a sword is simply a legacy from an early age. Furthermore, at his age, wielding a massive spear and halberd would be too much of a strain on his aging waist, so resorting to a sword is a necessary evil. Grandpa, what are you doing? Just as the old man was about to pick up his wooden sword to demonstrate it to the children, a tall, dark-haired woman entered. How old are you? Why are you still so boisterous? The woman, Reed Gigi, is 26 years old. She is Grandpa Reed's granddaughter and the patron saint of this fishing village. Gigi is a skilled martial artist, having inherited Grandpa Reed's skills. For years, she and her brothers and sisters have served as guardians of the fishing village, protecting the villagers from bandits and hooligans. Sister Gigi, please teach us swordsmanship. Well, despite her cold appearance, Gigi possesses a very easygoing personality. With so many children asking for help, she felt embarrassed to refuse. This time, however, Guig truly had something to tell Grandpa. Everyone, I have something to tell Grandpa. This afternoon, I'll definitely teach you. Okay, the children were quickly dismissed by Guig. What's up? Grandpa Luo asked after the children had left. My second sister heard some news outside. I don't know if it's true, but I think it might be very important to you, Grandpa. Guig didn't hold back, stating bluntly, Atón has founded a nation. Huh? Grandpa Luo, who had been languid, suddenly fixed his gaze. At that moment, even Guig felt as if she were being watched by an evil spirit. The old man slowly stood up and said, Girl, are you sure? Atón isn't someone else's. Is it? Saros's. It doesn't seem to be my teacher. The king of Atón is Bai Luo Atón. Of all the siblings, Guig was the only one who had met the old man. Not only had she met him, but she was also one of his disciples. From the age of 4 or 5, she had served tea and water and washed clothes for everyone in the group. By the age of 10, she had joined them on their adventures, participating in numerous battles. Sadly, an accident 12 years ago separated them from their uncle and Grandpa Shanwang, and their whereabouts have been unknown since then, with no further contact. That name. Yes, that name. Grandpa Luo raised his head and chuckled softly. Saros has mentioned it to me many times. It's him. This country must be his, really? Yes, the old man said. I never thought I'd see the day I'd see the promise we made back then, but even after I die, you'll lead them to find Atón, right? Yes, they had lived in the fishing village for 10 years, But to Guig, that group, the uncle, Glass, the Shanwen, and Grandma Silverleaf, were their most important family. But will His Majesty Bai Luo of Atón accept us? Are you disloyal? I'll be loyal to only one person, Guig said almost reflexively. Once you serve, you'll never betray. Grandpa Luo had instilled this philosophy in them since they were very young. The meaning of their existence was to serve a master. Find him, be loyal to him, and never regret anything until the moment of death. This kind of education was harsh, even cruel, but it was the ancestral motto of their Luo family, passed down through generations. A miracle can reveal a man's loyalty. That emperor must be a great man, Grandpa Luo said. Now that the country is newly established and much needs to be rebuilt, it's the perfect time to employ talented individuals. Your teacher has foreseen everything. Since he's spreading the word, he's probably hoping that old folks like us will find out, but he's such a jerk. Grandpa Luo held his forehead. If there were only clues left at the places we frequent, wouldn't we find them ourselves? Is it really necessary to hide them that far? Even I, an old man, couldn't find them after 10 years of searching. Knowing Grandpa Luo well, he knew his uncle had a motive. The most likely reason was Bai Luo's safety. This child was so important to him, so important that he couldn't expose him to even the slightest risk. But where could Atón be? Two places. One is the Grand Duchess's territory. She has a close friendship with old Atón, Grandpa Bai Luo. If Saros brings her family there, she'll definitely do her best to protect them, Grandpa Luo said. Besides that, there's that island overseas. It's the best place for development. Given Salos's personality, it's unlikely she'd live under someone else's roof, so the most likely candidate is that island. But my second sister went there before, and she found nothing but pirates. That was half a year ago. Did you miss it? Guig thought that if the news came from overseas, then the likelihood of Atón being on the island was higher. Perhaps her uncle chose that place in the hope that his former companions would come looking for him. Where is Iohuinquan? Grandpa Luo said, and your brothers and sisters? Let them all come back. Besides Grandpa Luo, the Luo family has 5 grandchildren, the eldest sister, the second sister, the third brother, the fourth brother, and the youngest sister, 2 boys and 3 girls, a total of 5 people. They had been searching for traces of Saros and the others, and now hearing Atón, it was clear that this was Saros's signal. It was time to go home, old friends. I'll go tell them right away, Ghost Princess asked. But where should we meet? Where? Old Reed thought for a moment and said, the ancient capital of Shiloon. Chirp. On a bright afternoon, a shimmering light shone through the quiet forest. Here, a group of adorable little creatures, dressed in fluffy, adorable clothes, scampered through this all too familiar forest. Like elementary school students on a spring outing led by their teacher. Here, I found mushrooms. So many mushrooms, wow, red ones, look at this, a little girl said, holding up a giant mushroom. It's huge, wow, but the giant mushroom stretched out its tiny hands and feet and began to cry. Oh, sorry, the girl said, looking at the giant in her hand, and sheepishly put it back. So you're alive. Sorry to bother you, the girl patted the giant mushroom's head. The latter folded its arms and turned its head away in displeasure. HMPH, you're still unhappy. Her name was Sageri, the pronunciation of the tree spirit's name, which, when translated into Atón, means hazy, gauzy white mist. I'm done playing with you. I'm going to go back to picking mushrooms. There are 2 types of mushrooms in the magical forest, those that can develop intelligence and those that cannot. Of course, neither type actually possesses a soul. Perhaps only when Lilith reaches the 3rd awakening can she bring plants to life. However, the Atón people do not consider mushrooms that can run and jump, especially those with a degree of self-movement, like artificial intelligence, as food or materials. Because they can adapt to the present, they may truly become living creatures in the future, a new generation of miracle descendants. Just as Sageri put the giant mushroom back, the other children would carefully select mushrooms that showed no signs of life. Occasionally, mistakes are made, like when some mushrooms are so deep they shriek when tossed into the pot. Therefore, professional witches conduct a detailed inspection to avoid such embarrassing situations. Have you picked all the mushrooms, children? Give me the mushrooms. Sheila, a lover of nature, always enjoys the forest and its fairies. A young woman appeared in witch form, her silver hair hidden beneath a gray hood, followed by a multitude of fairies, fluffy bears, puppies, kittens, and bunnies, as well as cranes and owls from the flying feather tribe. Maya is Bai Luo's secretary, and Sheila is his personal guard. But while work has its days, they can still pursue their own pursuits or pursue their own research after hours. Sister Sheila, come, everyone, put the mushrooms here. Sheila no longer needed a wand. With a flick of her finger, she quickly transformed grass and branches into baskets. My mushrooms, these are mine, Sister Sheila. Are my mushrooms delicious? Yours is so dark, it must not be delicious. Mine is pink. I heard that pink ones are more tender and girls like them the most, Sheila said embarrassedly. Well, I'm not eating them, I'm using them to make potions. Can blue and yellow mushrooms also be refined? What color will they turn into? Green, I think. Is it green, Sister Sheila? Well, although this dream girl looks heroic in battle, she is not good at dealing with children. She was soon stumped by the little one's questions. Okay, everyone, put the mushrooms in quickly. Flora and Leah, the two tree elf witches, helped Sheila out. Sheila can't handle children, I'm almost crying. That's sweat, Sheila had to explain. It's sweat, puff, Leah laughed. A hero-level warrior is afraid of children. So children are your weakness, Sheila? Then, next time I fight you, I'll conjure up a bunch of children, and will you surrender? That's too despicable, Sheila said, calling Leah's tactics despicable. Indeed. Flora said. If that were the case, I'm afraid we wouldn't be able to do it. If the enemy were using such a dirty psychological tactic, they would surely unleash their magic in anger, crushing them along with these illusions. But using it on their own people was a bit disgusting. Sorry, I was just joking. Leah naturally wouldn't let Sheila kill one of their own, even if it was all fake. Don't you two have classes today? I don't, Leah said, explaining that she was free. I have, Flora shrugged. But there's still time. Maya's ahead of me. Once she finishes, I'll take over. Atón established a national academy with 4 sections: martial arts, magic, politics, and military. Martial arts encompassed the use of Dao Qi and Holy Qi, as well as the various martial arts passed down by his uncle. There were many different types, and the entry level was extremely low, allowing almost anyone to learn. As for the teaching staff, the already accomplished hero-level masters, Nors and Zira, were more than capable of teaching children who weren't even ordinary. Of course, they weren't teachers, but rather deans of the melee and ranged academies. The actual instructors were, in fact, extraordinary and transcendent levels like Atón. After all, the students' levels were too low. The 120 slaves, and later, the nearly 1,000 children, were mostly mortals. Even if they improved, their progress was limited due to their limited aptitude. In just a few months, they were still far from reaching the extraordinary level. How difficult could it be for extraordinary, or even transcendent, to teach mortals? In contrast, magic was far more challenging due to the scarcity of teachers and the lack of the decade-long experience of Arden Village. The entire teaching burden fell squarely on the shoulders of each witch. Potions, alchemy, fairy circles, rune analysis. This was the witch workshop, divided into 3 levels: witch workshop, magician's room, witch's hut. The witch workshop resembled a maze, nestled within Avalon Castle. Within the winding corridors, each hallway flanked by 2 rooms, serving as the witches' laboratories. The doors were modest, but once opened, the interior, enchanted by a special extension spell, revealed a vast expanse. One last step. Elsa stood behind her spell-testing table, observing what looked like 3-dimensional particles floating in mid-air. She carefully manipulated the fairy power, diligently crafting her own magic. The most crucial step in achieving the breakthrough from the transcendental high-level witch to heroic magician was developing a unique power system. Elsa chose elemental mastery, not just ice, but, through this initial ice, she would master fire, water, wind, earth, sky, and other elements. The girl's ambitions were considerable, and her witch journey was titled Elemental Queen, not simply Ice Queen. Ice and snow are just one element, and while specialization is possible, diversity is the true path to mastery, champion, and legend. Galila, success. Finally, after hundreds of trials, Elsa succeeded in completing her magic. It was a hexagonal crystal, ablaze with colorful light, a breathtaking sight. Crystal recrystal. This was a special magical artifact, called Crystal Recrystal, a special elemental substance capable of storing anything. Great, my secret. I've finally done it. Elsa was determined to break through to the level of magician. But reaching hero level required mastering both hero liberation and secret. Of course, liberation was more important. Once you could achieve liberation and enter a new form, you would reach hero level. Secret, on the other hand, was more like a powerful move or ultimate skill requiring immense mana. Liberation equals increased stats, secret equals powerful skills. Only when the two work together can the full strength of a hero-level warrior be truly unleashed. Elsa felt a consumption of her fairy power, and she felt a little dizzy, but fortunately it was only momentary. What a terrible consumption, just creating this little bit of crystal had used up 1/3 of her miracle power. Without the hero liberation, such a big move would really not be possible. However, Elsa has found the direction, and as long as she continues in this direction, she will soon be able to break through to new heights. I have to tell Brother Bai Luo this good news quickly. The new hero level combat power is extremely valuable to Atón now, and Bai Luo can't help but be happy. However, Elsa thought of Bai Luo's busy schedule and felt that she had not yet completed the hero awakening. It would be better to wait until she truly became a hero before telling him. Elsa, however, the surprise came more suddenly than expected. Bai Luo's voice echoed in Elsa's mind. You've made a breakthrough, Brother Bai Luo. Elsa, yes, did Teacher Lilith tell you? Well, she suddenly told me she'd mastered a new secret, and I immediately thought of you. Bai Luo was now at the legendary level. This kind of mind communication could theoretically help him connect with any of his subjects. I haven't made a breakthrough yet, but I found the direction. That's good too. Bai Luo was naturally delighted that his little sister had become stronger. Come over here and show me the effects of this new magic. Okay, but, Teacher Lilith, this is your magic, so naturally you have to demonstrate it yourself. Okay, I'll be right there. The thought of performing in front of Bai Luo excited Elsa, her face flushing slightly, and she took deep breaths to calm herself down. Come on, Elsa. Show Brother Shiro what you're capable of. You're the best. Using a teleportation spell, Elsa arrived at Shiro's office. Lilith was there, waiting for her to present her research. Seeing Shiro, Elsa dared not look directly at him. Being watched by Shiro made her nervous. Fortunately, Shiro noticed and said, "It's just a demonstration. Calm down, Elsa. Relax." Yes, the girl cared too much about Shiro's opinion, desperate to show her best, fearing failure and disappointing him. Lilith, let's begin. Yes, Jing, that's the name I gave this special magical substance. Without further ado, Elsa immediately introduced the substance's special qualities. Your Majesty and Teacher, please look. Elsa pulled out her wand, flicked it, and a cluster of flames danced into the air. Secret technique, crystalline. Suddenly, 6 glass surfaces appeared around the flame, trapping it like a cube. My secret technique, crystalline, is a special sealing magic. It's not ice-based, but crystal-based, Elsa said. It uses a special technique to seal everything. This is a very special sealing technique, not a sealing technique at its core, but rather a slowing down of time. Crystals are placed outside the fire, slowing its changes. Next, my secret technique. Elsa raised her hand, and saw another cube appear outside the cube that already bound the flame. Secret art, crystal recrystal. The first seal slowed down time, sealing the transformation of all things. The second seal, however, sealed the first. This, Bai Luo looked at Lilith. Little Elsa, you should rest for a while, she said. Lilith saw Elsa's exhaustion and the considerable pressure her continuous use of secret arts was putting on the child. So, Lilith casually tossed a water cup from the table. The cup transformed into a cat in midair. The cat landed and, in an instant, transformed into a soft, cat-shaped sofa. Sit down, little Elsa, Lilith said. The power of crystal's aging lies in its ability to seal almost any ability, regardless of the opponent's characteristics or type. Anything, Bai Luo asked. What about those you don't understand? No need to understand, that's its characteristic, Lilith said. Little Elsa's secret technique, inside the crystal, can temporarily seal everything, but because it can't be analyzed, this seal won't work. But crystal's aging seals inside the crystal. It's like an unknown object crashing into a box. I don't need to know what's inside the box, I just need to know the box itself, Lilith said. Time, space, the power of greed, the power of the rainbow, the power of the fairy, the demonic aura. First pack it inside the crystal, then pack it inside the crystal, and the problem is solved perfectly. Of course, the energy consumption in between is enormous. Only a miraculous entity like Lilith, with unlimited mana, can pack it so easily. As for Elsa, she was so exhausted that she couldn't even speak. Crystal recrystal is a technique that involves certain laws, Lilith said. Its power has nothing to do with size. Even if it appears only palm-sized, it can seal an incredible number of things. Master, please look. Lilith raised her hand, and dozens of fireballs appeared simultaneously. Next, I can release dozens of crystals. Dozens of transparent crystal cubes enveloped all the fireballs. Crystal recrystal. With one move, dozens of small cubes were contained within a single cube, completely fixed. This magic is very powerful, Bai Luo pondered. But can it only seal one side? Yes, brother Bai Luo. Elsa lay weakly on the cat sofa, adding, it can be used like the bombs and magic scrolls you mentioned before. In other words, the most powerful aspect of crystal recrystal is that it can be used to store many things. Even more terrifying, the re in crystal recrystal doesn't mean twice, but once more. Crystal recrystal, triple seal. Lilith raised her hand and actually sealed the sealing box that already sealed the sealing box again. Can this be used infinitely, as long as you understand it deeply enough? Lilith said. Yes, this incredibly powerful sealing technique is like a series of combination locks, each one more complex than the last. Only by unlocking them all can you reveal the ultimate secret. This is Jing's Jing. As a secret technique, it's a fairy magic that subtly touches upon the laws, Lilith commented. As long as you don't encounter a powerful being who can control all laws, this technique is extremely powerful. Once struck by the laws, you'll be sealed, controlled by the laws. This is a power only possessed by kings above the master. While Elsa's secret technique is powerful, it's nothing compared to the king's. It's ineffective against humans, Lilith said. Heroes possess advanced temporal acuity and anti-spatial abilities within their passive abilities. Miracle troops possess too many resistances and passive abilities to defeat them head-on. Even the current senior sister couldn't defeat a hero-level enemy in a single blow. But Jing's Jing is incredibly vulnerable against certain secrets, the enemy's attacks and moves, Lilith finished, and Bai Luo understood. Could this be the legendary I don't know your moves, but I conceal them? Bai Luo thought of Knowles and Sheila. They'd painstakingly cultivated secrets, only to have them sealed away before they could even begin to make a difference. How frustrating that must have been. How do I release it? Like this. Lilith raised her hand, creating a small fairy garden in her other palm. She controlled the triple crystal and tossed it in. Crack, the seal around Jing's Jing shattered, releasing the second seal. Boom, then, a raging fire erupted, a terrifying blaze devouring the entire sea of flowers. Little Elsa can seal the opponent's moves, then transport them to a place they can't control and unleash them. Bai Luo understood. This crystal was, in a sense, a truly divine skill. And judging by its power, it seems even greater than before. Is it because of the compression? It was like stealing and copying someone else's skills out of thin air. While soldiers under the same miracle master were immune to damage, Elsa could drop crystal onto another miracle master's territory. Crystal had no time limit, only a limit on quantity. With Elsa's current abilities, she could only seal 3 ultimate level moves. In other words, Elsa could let Sheila and Knowles release their ultimates first, then store them and unleash them in battle. I don't think little Elsa should be the elemental queen. You should be the nuclear bomb queen, Bai Luo said to Elsa. Go find Fiaya and have her control her power. If you can store a few master-level moves, you'll be a master. Honestly, it actually worked. Because senior sister could control her own power and freeze it. Even if they encountered more crystals, they wouldn't resist, and senior sisters wouldn't allow Avalon's power to harm Elsa. As a result, under senior sister's careful control, her ultimates and special moves were absorbed bit by Elsa until they were fully stored. Can we still do this? Elsa hadn't expected it to work. It was a bit of a cheat, but the feeling of having a backstage connection was truly refreshing. Also, the crystal should be able to be used as a sealing scroll. Bai Luo asked, Elsa, can you create a blank crystal? The kind that can seal things even without you, as long as the fairy power is there. As for magic scrolls, I should be able to make them. Elsa said she could create blank crystals. The crystal contains the name of the spell, so this thing, let's call it the Elsa crystal. It's a fairy item that can be used to store spells. Use my name, you invented it, so it's yours, Bai Luo. Such an important invention, I think it can definitely be included in fairy magic textbooks. What do you think, Lilith? Of course, Lilith herself is quite creative, but she is alone and can't handle everything. Therefore, each of her miracle children is her right-hand man. It is Lilith's responsibility to encourage these children and provide them with motivation. Don't be nervous, little Elsa. There will be opportunities like this in the future. You're destined to become the Witch of the Elemental Queen. Crystals within and crystals within are just the beginning. Perhaps one day, you'll be able to invent dozens, even hundreds, of fairy substances. The Elsa crystals were officially confirmed as fairy substances, belonging to Lilith's miracle substances. I'm going back to continue my research. Elsa, having regained her strength, hurried to leave. Bai Luo asked her to rest a little, but the girl quickly refused. She was in the thick of excitement, and it was impossible to sit still. Even Elsa would probably want to lie down on the bed and roll around in joy. Get some rest, Bai Luo said helplessly, unable to persuade her to stay. He watched Elsa teleport away. Bai Luo was pleased by the girl's hard work, but it was also a bit too much, which made him feel a little distressed. They are the golden generation of our Atón, the future pillars of our nation. In the witch workshop, Elsa returned to the corridor. Elsa crystals, Luckily, little Helen wasn't there. If she were, she'd probably point at Elsa and say, "Hurry up, my sister's gone crazy." Elsa's so happy. Is your research successful? Sheila returned, pulling baskets of mushrooms from the forest from her magic pocket. Not only that, I feel like I've reached the pinnacle of my life. The Atón clan felt like a family. There were no secrets. Elsa shared her joy directly with Sheila. Amazing. Sheila was happy for Elsa from the bottom of her heart. You actually invented a new miracle substance. Elsa, you are really talented in this area. Sheila, you are amazing. You are at the peak of heroism. I haven't even learned liberation yet. Well, let me teach you this today, Sheila. Then, you also teach me how to create the secret. Okay, Elsa, sleep together at night. It's been a long time since we slept together. Sheila, let's sleep together. Yeah, sleep together, you two. At this moment, Fira came over. She looked at them puzzledly. Is this the relationship? Is it? What's going on with this feeling of being possessed by a minotaur? Isn't Elsa mine? What are you talking about? Maya heard someone talking outside, opened the workshop door, and poked her head out. Any good news? Elsa has created a secret technique. Wow, that's amazing. She's truly my Elsa. Fira rubbed Elsa, her delicate hands reaching for some unspeakable part of her body, toying with her. It seems like my sister has taken good care of her. Oh, she's grown so big. Stop it. Elsa's miraculous power was severely depleted, and she was no match for Fira's attack. Stop it, Fira. Sheila pulled Elsa out and held her in her arms. Sheila, do you want to try it too? Oh, Sheila quickly raised her hands and held them in front of her, the female gangster and brother Bai Luo's story. Fira, have you finally awakened? Women must face their own desires. In this world, I only like one man, and all women. Fira raised her head and chest, and swore without any concealment, one day, I will form a legion of only women, and I will be the leader. Sheila, you, I don't want to be the deputy leader. What deputy leader? You are just a captain of the first team, and you don't even understand the unspoken rules. Sheila, you can't do it, Fira said, her hands made into claws. And said with a sly smile, as for the deputy leader, of course it is our little sister Elsa who looks cold but is actually super shy. Elsa hid behind Sheila and secretly vowed that she would never join this strange legion. Well, what about me? What can I be? Maya's so smart, Fira said. So, military advisor. Hey, that's so embarrassing. Maya thought military advisor wouldn't be a bad idea either. By the way, who's bigger, military advisor or vice captain? Same size. Maya frowned, but then she saw Elsa's chest, then her own, and suddenly realized, big enough. Being the same size as Elsa's, Maya felt like she was almost at the peak of her powers. Shira was a little angry. She and Fira were of the same generation. Elsa and Maya were younger sisters, and Fira outshone them in terms of power, but she wasn't afraid. Don't be angry, it's just a joke, Fira said. If you want to touch me, I can touch you too. Fira could be both top and bottom, beautiful both inside and out, and sweet, juicy and tender. Get out, okay, Queen's Eye. Fira acted very cutely, running with her golden ponytail swinging, and soon she went into her workshop. Chapter 180, The Magic Potion Brought by the Chumeng Holy Bag. Come back, I have things to do. Ah, Queen Zai summoned me, I'm here. Phaira was obedient in front of Bai Luo and arrogant in front of others, but in reality, her friends all knew her true nature. This bitch. The local idiot Inya, the whole place, the sluttiest Phaira. The old saying really rings true. Sheila, you don't understand human nature. Phaira pointed at Sheila's chest and said, look at Elsa. Although she is also very tight, the silk feel of her clothes is very tempting. Maya has nothing, but her skirt is very beautiful. Maya, what? Nothing. Oh, I think brother Bai Luo will be won over by them sooner or later, but you, Alice, Phaira said, feeling very disappointed, my dream of sleeping with you in the future is shattered. Shut up. Sheila couldn't stand it anymore. Don't you have anything to do? Go and do research. Oh, I'm engaged in mental magic. I have no place to practice and I'm very troubled. However, Phaira's core power is not a witch, but a silver-winged unicorn, the power of the dream dimension. Unlike you, Sheila, you have almost learned the mechanics of the world, and now you have to make up for the fairy magic. Although Sheila became a holy demon spirit, her attainments in fairy magic have not made any breakthroughs. Just me, aren't you also cultivating Pegasus, Dao Shangfa, and fairy power? Unlike the inhabitants of other miracle kingdoms, the Atón can only awaken once, but the Atón can possess multiple awakenings. This is a good thing, as awakenings are based on different miracle cores. If Sheila, in addition to the Dream Maiden, obtains a heroic level Avalon artifact and develops it to its full potential, she will then possess 2 independent MPs. After the Dream Maiden's awakening depletes its power, Sheila can activate the artifact's heroic awakening again. The advantages of having 2 awakenings are self-evident. I'm not even close, Phaira said. I have no idea how to unlock a hero. How about I just try Trinity Power? What Trinity Power, Pegasus, Avalon, and Fairy Power? The Atón's awakenings can be used individually. But even more powerful, like my uncle, they can combine multiple awakenings to create new, multiple awakenings. This type of miracle power is cumulative, 2 equals double, 3 equals triple. Similarly, the Atón people hold a far greater advantage than the people of other realms. When others develop a single awakening, their power plateaus, unable to break through. However, Sheila, Phaira, Maya, and the others can simultaneously develop a single miracle power while continuing to research others. This diversity has elevated Sheila and the others' potential to the pinnacle of the entire miracle world. How about everyone share your respective hero unlocks and secret skills for mutual reference? Phaira was clearly the leader, and while Sheila was just being stubborn, in reality, Phaira had the final say. Transfiguration. Maya, I'm currently researching transformations of space and time, mind control. Phaira followed up, through the power of the unicorn, I've absorbed a lot of dream power, but I don't have any ideas for the next step. I'd like to explore the dream dimension. Mine is elemental domination. Elsa, as everyone knows, I just opened up a secret technique. If you don't count the worldly dream maidens, I'm pursuing the path of animal spirits, Sheila said. I think I can get high-level fairies to cooperate with me and perform special spirit fusions. Wow, so advanced. Queen, she is truly worthy of you. That's enough. Sheila was embarrassed by the words. Even though I have no evidence, I just feel like you're mocking me. Maya, Phaira, Elsa, and Sheila, 4 high-level witches, each specialize in different areas. After Bai Luo learned of this, he used these 4 women systems as a foundation, adding Flora's life magic and Leah's life magic, to carefully divide the Magic Academy's curriculum. The 6 girls thus became magic teachers for their respective courses. Are all the potions here? Still only mushrooms? Maya sighed. I feel like I'm becoming a mushroom expert. I can name mushrooms with my eyes closed. Stop messing around. Look carefully to see if there's anything wrong, Sheila said. Don't throw the mushroom man into the pot like last time. Oh, that one. It was Maya who made the mistake last time. I squeezed it hard, pulled it, and flicked it a lot, and it managed to hold back without making a sound. Maya, respect that mushroom for being a strong one. By the way, who has classes today? The witches taught the children of Atón fairy magic. This was their job, and it was also a rather speechless job. Who else is there? Maya, do you have a class? Yes, Maya, in 10 minutes, but I've already prepared the materials, and there's not much to teach. It's just the basics. Even one spell has to be broken down into several lessons. It's really boring. I'd rather spend more time studying, Elsa said. Teaching some laymen who know nothing, and most of them will never be able to master fairy magic. Yeah, Maya said. Brother Bai Luo even took little Sephiroth and little Helen out. The rest are really boring. Sephiroth and little Helen are special cases. They don't need to attend classes in the classroom. They will be taught by Lilith. Similarly, there are other 18 people blessed by the mysterious dragon. Therefore, Maya and the other students are mainly from the first batch of slave boys and girls from outside Atón, a total of 60 people. Regardless of their talent, Bai Luo requires them to enter the Magic Academy and undergo 3 months of magical training. And I heard there will be a group of hundreds of students coming soon. Maya, how terrifying. Phyra, Your Majesty, you're seeking a teacher. You can use unspoken rules. Please, please. Elsa, me, I'm the same as the one above. Stop it. Maybe there will be some geniuses like Inya, possessing such talent without a blessing, though not as good as Elsa and the others now. Inya's talent is truly exceptional. Inya has graduated too, Elsa said. If she were still here, there would be a top student in the audience to act as a backup, just like when Teacher Lilith is in class and you raise your hand to answer questions, Elsa. I wish I had a student like that, even if Inya's gone. Don't we still have Janano? She was picked up by Teacher Lilith a few days ago and is being trained separately. Elsa often communicated with Lilith. The other witches were either studying in seclusion or training outside. I saw her last time I went to ask Teacher Lilith a question. My Janano is gone too. Phyra clutched her chest, unable to feel her heartbeat. What's left then? Why do I suddenly feel like I have nothing? The girls were overjoyed to be exposed to magic and to learn magical powers. But in the eyes of the high-ranking witches, the vast majority of them couldn't actually learn magic. What's the point of having a brilliant teacher without the necessary skills? The worst class? What do you mean by the worst class? The next class is clearly the worst. That's right. Hey, you guys, Sheila said, do you still want the mushrooms? If not, I'll take them all. Sheila seemed to be the only serious person in the group. No, but I still want the mushrooms, Phyra said. As a witch, I can't let the mushrooms down. So, Maya, Elsa, and Phyra also squatted down and, along with Sheila, began to select the mushrooms they needed. How do you choose? Long is beautiful, thick is good. Don't make them too hard, as that will affect the taste. Some of those girls are older than us, aren't they? Does age matter? Maya was worried about being called young. We're extraordinary, high-ranking witches, and Elsa's almost halfway to becoming a magician. Don't worry, Maya. I'm only 1 year older than you. Elsa's reassurance was useless. She was a year older, but cup size, was that just a matter of 1 or 2 years? Maya, Elsa, did you lie about your age? My grandfather said that with our abilities, we'd be considered masters even in the entire Miracle Land, qualified to garrison an entire city. Sheila was truly serious. So, Maya, there's a difference between amateurs and experts. It's perfectly normal. Just like the lord of a large city like Coral City, wasn't Haidang the mayor? Haidang, a master-level warrior. A hero-level warrior might not be able to garrison a city like Coral City with a population of hundreds of thousands, but one with tens of thousands would be more than enough. But the children at Atón Academy didn't understand this concept. Perhaps it was common sense to them that older meant stronger. The 4 girls were young, the oldest only 14, still considered old lolly. Fortunately, the disparity in strength, coupled with a deliberately cool and serious demeanor, allowed even the youngest, Maya, to project a commanding presence through special means. It's time. Maya, who was still working on her research, checked the clock. I'll go to class first. I'll leave the rest of the process to you. Yes, go ahead. By the way, there are 2 magic classes today. Who's in the next one? Sister Flora, Maya said. She's the potions teacher, teaching them how to cultivate and refine potions. We don't have enough potions, do we? Giving them to them? Isn't that a waste? Aiden's potion supply was still low. Lilith tried her best to cultivate it, but it still wasn't enough. Bai Luo planted the seeds he had emptied out of his pocket in the world of Avalon, hoping to cultivate a new batch of miracle crops. It was a success. The seeds began to absorb Avalon's free miracle power, becoming new miracle derivatives. But harvest was still several months away, and the vast crop had only just begun to grow. With just those fast-growing mushrooms, there wasn't even enough for a proper witch to practice potion making. Pick your mushrooms, Sheila said to Fira. How could Brother Bai Luo possibly use potions for them? It's just theoretical knowledge, 7 days of class, and you're still memorizing every day. Actually, apart from my class, it's almost all theoretical knowledge, Sheila said. In 7 days, only about 10 people have learned magic. The rest probably won't become witches. Why didn't Sheila teach theory? Because your class was similar to magical creature care in HP. It focused on understanding the ecology of the fairies, preparing them for future care and combat alongside them. The rest, Elsa's elemental magic, Fira's telepathic defense, and Maya's transfiguration, required talent to learn. Bai Luo hadn't noticed before, but now, with the influx of newcomers, they've begun training and educating them. Only then did Bai Luo realize just how much the mysterious dragon had helped Atón. Their talents were so far inferior. Okay, the distribution is almost done. Looking at the 4 baskets before her, Fira felt a pity for them. Grandfather said we could establish ourselves in the land of miracles, but look at us, what are we doing? Sharing mushrooms, little mushroom picker, Sheila. Fira patted Sheila's shoulder. Congratulations, another title. Get lost. Sheila held her forehead, feeling helpless against Fira, a seasoned veteran. Brother Bai Luo has already started cultivating the potion. When the first batch matures, that will be the peak of our witch's career. Although the first sprouting holy bag was a lowly miracle, the witches had been carefully observing the seed's growth over the past period of research. The results were delightful. These seeds were truly unique, and their effects were just as Bai Luo and his uncle had imagined. They far surpassed those of the native crops of the Land of Miracles. For example, if crops from the Land of Miracles were planted in the worlds of Avalon and Lilith's fairy kingdom, they would also absorb the power of miracles. But it was too slow. Too slow. Not only do native crops have a low absorption rate, but even if they succeed, their effectiveness as resources isn't particularly good. Take the Aola kingdom, for example. There are many valuable resources there, but they're scarce. Ordinary resources, like small grasses and flowers, are truly unremarkable. However, the seeds poured from the first sprouting sacred bag are themselves manifestations of miraculous power. While they can't unleash miraculous power or grant special abilities, as carriers, these seeds are surprisingly effective. Lowest level miracles aren't inherently powerful, but miracles like the first sprouting sacred bag and the all-powerful hand can actually cling to other miracles, growing upwards like vines. Of course, this requires the other party's miracle master to agree to lend the power for use and research. Theft is, of course, out of the question. For example, if Bai Luo planted seeds in the Aola kingdom, they wouldn't be able to steal demonic energy. That would violate the laws of miracles. However, with the permission of the Aola king, the seeds can absorb this miraculous power. As for who owns the crops that grow and mutate like this, it's not the Aola king, but Bai Luo. This is the characteristic of the lowest level miracles. To some extent, they can borrow the power of others to complement their own. This discovery holds profound significance for the entirety of Atón. It means that the first bud holy bag possesses a strategic use, borrowing miracle power. Of course, it's not without flaws. The bag cultivates crops and medicinal herbs, while the miracle power it brings is like rootless duckweed. In other words, it's like eating and drinking water. Food provides energy, but if you skip a day, you'll be hungry. After several days without food, you'll become extremely weak. If Bai Luo cultivates Atón's monsters using the demonic food he obtains from King Aola, then those monsters will be inseparable from the food. If King Aola ceases supplying them, Atón's monsters will rapidly weaken, their strength declining, and they'll eventually revert to ordinary humans. However, this has nothing to do with Atón. Bai Luo planted the seeds in the world of Avalon and the Fairy Kingdom. These two places undoubtedly belong entirely to Atón. The function of potions and miracle food is that the former uses large amounts of Avalonian and fairy power to aid the training of the troops. The latter, of course, is to quickly replenish the miracle power of warriors fatigued by battle and training. Here, food is more than just food and drink. After all, the battles of the miracle troops themselves involve a clash of miracle powers, and the same is true for healing from any injury. For an injured person, recovery can take days or even a week through natural means. Therefore, continuously consuming miracle food, flooding the body with miracle power, effectively acts as a form of healing, without toxicity or side effects, making it a perfect strategic reserve. Currently, Atón has 3 locations that can be used for food cultivation. Middle, Lilith's Fairy Kingdom. Middle, Leon's Cursed Forest. Upper, Isiphia's Avalon World. Bai Luo has no shortage of miracle power. The miracle power in all 3 locations is unlimited. What Atón lacks is the people to absorb this energy, as well as the carriers and containers. Today, let's continue from last class. Elsewhere, Maya began her lecture. Last class, we covered the basics of energy transformation theory. A 15 or 16-year-old girl stood in the classroom, using magic to create words from thin air. This class, everyone can take up their wands and try writing in the air. Maya's appearance wasn't quite impressive enough, so to maintain her image, she performed a special transfiguration technique, secret technique, Wheel of Time, 1 scale. By altering a portion of time, Maya transformed herself into her current state 5 years from now, at 16 years old. This imbued her with authority, significantly improving the effectiveness of the lesson. At least, no one would underestimate Maya's youth. Now, listen to me explain the trick to energy transformation. After I'm done, everyone can try it one by one. On the ocean, a massive warship, carrying hundreds of people, sailed through the azure waters. Bang! A hideous monster burst forth from the water. Halo raised his hand, and an invisible, furry-like force formed a barrier, repelling the monsters. What are these? Helbo sat on the deck, radiating a powerful miraculous force. He had relinquished the destructive power of greed and the Eye of Ember, retaining only the fighting saint method and the power of the fairy. Why, I feel a strange feeling. Helbo couldn't quite put his finger on it, but it was truly unsettling. Helbo, did you feel it too, Lulu? Yes, said Cat Lulu. It's not the first time. Ever since those monsters appeared, I felt something strange. Why? Helbo asked repeatedly. Are those Morgan sea beasts? I didn't feel this way before. Do you want me to intervene? General Gangly sat in command, a king-level warrior with astonishing strength. For now, Brother Pig, I won't bother you. Helbo wasn't afraid of these monsters. How should I put it? Very weak. Really weak. These monsters weren't that powerful. They resembled sea beasts, simply descendants of miracles. They don't have the power of miracles. Even if I stand and attack them, Helbo said, they can't hurt me. Furthermore, as a peak hero, Helbo's power of miracles is astonishing. Coupled with the gifts of the 4 Lords of Miracles, Helbo's MP is almost 4 times that of an ordinary hero. So he didn't worry about running out of miracle power at all. And so, Helbo defended and repelled the enemy continuously, and the whole day passed in a flash. Crash. Yet, despite countless defenses, a strange, starfish-like figure still emerged from the water, scrambling up the deck. The cabin windows were barricaded, but the strange creature, taking advantage of the darkness, when everyone was most relaxed, slipped in silently. Inside the cabin were 100 fox maidens, a gift from King Aole to Bai Luo. Hearing the screams, Helbo instantly teleported below deck. A group of charming young girls with fox ears and tails stared in horror at the creature that had slithered through the deck. It didn't attack, simply crawling inside. Helbo frowned. Is everyone alright? The fox maidens weren't just a gift to Bai Luo, they were a symbol of friendship between Aole and Atón. If any of them were lost, Helbo would be blamed. No, they're fine. Helbo breathed a sigh of relief to hear the fox maidens were alright. Then, the young man strode forward angrily. You're quite capable, being able to squeeze through my hand, but you scared them. Helbo, using the power of the Ember, condensed a black and red sphere in his hand. You deserve to die, squeak. It was then that Helbo sensed a peculiar emotion. Fear. This strange, reptilian creature was afraid of itself. I used the power of Avalon and the power of the fairies before, but I didn't seem to have this reaction. The power of the Ember, Helbo wondered. Is this the power it's afraid of? Suddenly, Helbo realized a possibility and opened the Eye of Greed and the Eye of Ember simultaneously. Helbo was stunned. This creature is a derivative of Mr. Leon. How could this be? Why would Leon create such a strange, twisted, and disgusting thing? Helbo, are you okay? Huh? Helbo was instantly startled awake. He glared at the strange creature, thinking, get out, squeak. Sure enough, the creature understood Helbo's thoughts and actually crawled out. I'm fine, everyone's fine too. Helbo was clearly trying to conceal the origins of these monsters, but General Gangly didn't notice. Does your majesty know about this? After Helbo used the power of the Ember to grant the ship special protection, The remaining voyage was completely unimpeded. However, this did not make Hilbo happy. On the contrary, he was worried. So many strange ember derivatives suddenly appeared under the sea. Hilbo thought to himself, "Does your majesty know about this?" As a minister, Hilbo didn't care about good or evil. As long as Bai Luo wanted to do something, he had to help, not hinder him. Even if he had created these strange monsters, they were cannon fodder for Atón, part of the army. That was why Hilbo chose to let them go instead of taking ruthless action. "Your Majesty, Hilbo is praying to you here." Hilbo closed his eyes and secretly called Bai Luo's name in his heart. "If you hear it, please respond to your people." Chapter 181 Contaminated Species. Helbo. Bai Luo heard Helbo's prayer and asked, "What's the matter, Your Majesty?" "I was attacked by special creatures. They possessed Mr. Leon's miraculous power." Helbo recounted his experience. "Did someone steal your power?" "Miraculous power cannot be stolen without the master's permission. That's an iron rule." "Did they attack you?" Bai Luo remained calm. "I see. It's your greed for the world that attracted them." "You mean they're not coming to attack me, but to pay me homage?" Helbo replied, "Yes. As for how these creatures came here, what do you think?" Helbo, as clever as Helbo was, how could he not guess what Bai Luo meant? "Everything is for you and Atón." Helbo had a clear vision of himself. He was Atón's man, Bai Luo's man. Therefore, his lifelong service and loyalty lay solely with Bai Luo. Even if Bai Luo wanted to destroy the world, Helbo would stand firmly by his side, willing to be his vanguard. "Yes," Bai Luo nodded gratifiedly. "When you come back, please help me record the situation of the pollutants in the ocean." "Pollution species, are they these strange creatures?" "Helbo, please rest assured, I know what to do." Bai Luo was very confident in Helbo. He was not worried about the Atón people either. But in essence, Bai Luo did do something very inhumane. About 2 weeks ago, Leon summoned the Ember Sun and the Blood Moon, causing changes in the Atón Sea. Bai Luo immediately ordered that no mutants be allowed to leave. These orders are insufficient. They have omissions. The uncle immediately sought out Bai Luo and inquired about the details of his orders. "Xiao Luo, you also need to return the pollutants that have left the sea." "Leave the sea?" Bai Luo was puzzled. "Didn't I order them not to leave?" However, the uncle replied, "Your orders only apply to the mutated pollutants. However, the pollutants' blood can seep outside the sea, allowing predators outside to enter the Atón Sea to prey and escape. During this process, because the predator hadn't yet mutated, it wasn't considered Bai Luo's subject and could not be controlled. Once it mutated and was outside the sea, Bai Luo's orders would become illogical and ineffective. Is foolish pollution uncontrollable? However, Bai Luo didn't immediately elaborate on this order. He was concerned about foolishness's influence. "No way," the uncle assured Bai Luo, "no matter what order you issue, there will always be omissions. Nature's dynamics are too complex, with countless information chains. Even the Lord of Miracles would be deeply troubled by the pollution of idiocy." Just like Morgan, he had tried before. But the results were unsatisfactory. "Then don't restrict it." So, Bai Luo made his choice. This was the greatest advantage of the idiocy system. If Bai Luo restricted it, it would not be a good thing. Of course, the result of indulgence would also bring about a terrible disaster. "Xiao Luo, you can really, don't worry, uncle, I have seen this day coming." Bai Luo knew his uncle was worried about him, but the dragon slayer eventually became a dragon. Bai Luo was no longer the hunter of Atón village. He had Atón behind him and countless people to protect. A king, when it is time to be cold-blooded, still needs to be more ruthless. Moreover, since he had decided to become the Lord of Miracles, to become like them, Bai Luo could no longer be timid. He must be ruthless and learn to bear the sins of this country and his people. "Avalon is safe. But we can't just rely on it," Bai Luo said. "When the pollutant spread throughout the Miracle Land, we will be able to wield powerful weapons like King Aole and Morgan. Everyone would understand that if anything happened to Atón, millions of pollutants worldwide would go on a rampage. Yes, like nuclear weapons." Whether or not to use the pollutants to run rampant was Bai Luo's decision, but whether or not to do so was a matter of principle. "A nation can't just have glory, it needs shadows and darkness," Bai Luo said. "I'm their king, and I'm responsible for them." Of course, that was just what he said. But Bai Luo didn't want to commit more bloodshed. So while allowing the pollutants to multiply wildly, he issued a series of decrees, just like Morgan and King Aole, to minimize their impact on the mortal world. Miracle Law. All pollutants must leave the Aton Sea. Miracle law. Pollutants must not come ashore and can only live below 200 meters below sea level. Even if they leave, they must return immediately. Miracle law. No attack on passing ships. And so, half a month passed, and just as Bai Luo had predicted, the world-sucking pollutants were spreading rapidly beneath the sea at an alarming rate. During this period, whenever Leon went berserk, he would summon a blood moon and an ember sun within Avalon. Bai Luo had forbidden these two forces from infecting the people of Aton. However, some plants and minerals absorbed a large amount of Leon's power and underwent a mutation. All of this was within Bai Luo's plan and preparation. Without hesitation, Bai Luo ordered them to be mined, then handed them to Gonia, who dispatched a fleet to transport them to various parts of the world. Indeed, Bai Luo was working on a terrifying plan. A massive plan to pollute the entire world. What's wrong? The old uncle came to hand Bai Luo a plan. Bai Luo took it and said, "The opportunity you mentioned may be coming. Are the numbers sufficient? We're short-handed and can't send personnel to various locations to determine the specific situation," Bai Luo said. "But we encountered Little Hubbo. Where's he?" "This location." Bai Luo pulled out a sea chart and pointed to an area that was relatively close to Azure and 5 or 6 days sailing distance from Aton. "That's not enough," the old man said. "The contamination only extends here. The number of contaminants is still too small. Gonia's fleet had launched its first batch a few days ago, but they were a future source of contamination, and their effectiveness wasn't good enough yet." "Well," Bai Luo said, "if we're going to do it, let's do it thoroughly." Since Bai Luo had decided not to rein in the contaminants, he would instead do his utmost to support the foolish and exploit their strengths. Greed's greatest strength was its astonishing rate of reproduction. Bai Luo needed cannon fodder, lots of it, and greed was clearly the perfect gift for Atón. Soon, Avalon's trump card would be overshadowed by another. This time, Little Hubbo warned us that the plan carries a risk of exposure. "I need to have the children be more careful." Bai Luo wasn't afraid of being discovered as the master of the contaminants, he was afraid of being discovered too early, leading to a boycott. To prevent this, Bai Luo had to play the game of getting on board first and buying the ticket later, making things a done deal. Lingling, Bai Luo summoned the cat Lingling. "Notify Sheila." "Yes," and soon. Sheila was brought over by the cat Lingling. "Your Majesty," Shira saluted. "Is there anything I can do for you?" "I have something to tell you." Bai Luo wasn't ready to tell the Aton people about the darkness within. After all, such a plan was truly evil. "Is that so?" Fortunately, Shira and the rest of the Aton clan didn't care about outsiders. "Your Majesty, I understand. I'll take care." Just as Bai Luo had expected, the Aton clan didn't care at all. Cultivating polluting species and allowing them to pollute the ocean was a way to forge a golden ticket for the Aton clan to avoid death. Shira saw this as a good thing, not a bad thing. As for how many outsiders would die, how many would be affected? Sorry, Shira didn't want to know, and she didn't care. She was a hero, but a hero for the Aton clan. Also, Bai Luo said, "Tell this to the Cute Kitten Club." The members of the Cute Kitten Club had been carefully screened and, to put it in a sinister way, completely brainwashed. "Yes," Sheila knelt on one knee and asked, "So what's that surprise grandfather mentioned?" "A surprise." Bai Luo and his uncle exchanged glances, neither responding. They simply urged Sheila to train hard, for a major battle would soon require her strength. Going to sea is ultimately just a retreat, but to conquer, we must go ashore. Atón now had a strong backer, with Avalon as a retreat and the powerful weapon of the polluted species. Their strategy was clearly sufficient, and the next step was to secure a crucial strategic foothold before the Holy Covenant. "Your Majesty," Sheila left, and Mao Er approached. "That woman has been on a hunger strike for 14 days. Are you ready to take a look?" Bai Luo held his forehead, feeling rather helpless. "I understand. I'll be there now." "How is it?" his uncle said. "You didn't listen to the old man's advice, and you suffered a loss, didn't you?" "Uncle, why are you gloating?" "I'm upset." Bai Luo had assumed that the fool would be easy to deal with, a simple brainwashing effort to convert her into his own. So Bai Luo ignored it and handed it over to Liaya, asking the formerly blind woman to use the angelic voice to cleanse Christine's tainted soul. The idea was a good one, but the results were beyond Bai Luo's expectations. Poor, truly poor. The idiot's stubbornness was unimaginable. This guy's mind was so stubborn that unless Bai Luo had Lilith modify her memories and brainwash her directly, Such a person would be nearly impossible to conquer. However, loyalty gained through brainwashing wouldn't be recognized by the power of miracles. It was fake. Furthermore, even if it succeeded, once the power of miracles took effect, the child of miracles would gain numerous passive abilities. Your brainwashing was a negative effect and would inevitably be dispelled, so miracle loyalty couldn't be forced, it had to be voluntary. You say deception? It's only temporary. If you want someone to break through to hero, master, or king, don't resort to such petty tactics. The more you deceive now, the greater the rift in the future, the more you gain, the more you lose. That's amazing. I'm actually a little impressed by her, Bai Luo exclaimed. I never thought such a silly girl could be so determined. Tisk, 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 what's going on? The old uncle gloated. I remember someone saying, just a fool, not worth mentioning. Are you free, old man? A surprise is a surprise. But don't you have to lay out a follow-up strategic plan? Okay, I won't say any more, okay, the old uncle said, I'll get back to work. You can take your time. He had said all along that conquering the child of miracles wouldn't be easy. Bai Luo and his senior sister's methods might work against ordinary people, but against Christine, they underestimated the child of miracles. Fool, after 2 weeks, the fool's willpower had earned Bai Luo's approval. This was a female knight who placed loyalty before her own life. Messia's betrayal had left her hopeless. But that didn't mean Christine would pledge allegiance to the next person. If interests, status, power, or wealth were to change her heart and original intention, Christine would rather die than be a traitor. Let's go, take me to the idiot, Bai Luo asked Mao Era to lead the way to the dungeon. He saw Christine inside through the one-way window. The woman was sitting on the edge of the bed with her eyes closed. Although she had lost a lot of weight, her spirit was much sharper than before. For half a month, Christine had been using her willpower to fight against Bai Luo. During this time, Bai Luo asked Inya to talk to her. But since then, Christine no longer spoke to Inya. She even covered her ears and trembled with fear when she saw her. This was because Christine was worried that if she continued to talk to Inya, even with her willpower, she might be bewitched and brainwashed by this terrible woman. What's going on? Her will is very strong, Inya said. Although she's a fool, she's very perceptive, especially when it comes to malice. Your malice, I want to change her, so naturally that's a form of malice, Inya said. That's why she's quite afraid of me now. Can't I just force her to listen? It's useless, Your Majesty, Inya shook her head. I already used brainwashing when I spoke to her that time. If I intensified it, I could certainly change her stance, but what would you gain? A pet whose potential has been greatly damaged, whose mind has even been warped? Inya saw that Bai Luo wanted to hold Christine, so she stopped. Alice, let me do it. A frontal attack clearly wasn't suitable for the fool. Bai Luo thought for a moment and decided on a new strategy. As the saying goes, it's better to open up than to block. Being too forceful is counterproductive. The door opened, and Christine noticed the footsteps of the person approaching were different, so she opened her eyes and looked. How have you been lately? Seeing it was Bai Luo, Christine's eyes flashed with fear, and she couldn't help but shrink back. It seems you're really afraid of me. Bai Luo took the cake on the table and handed it to her. I heard you're still on a hunger strike. Why hurt yourself? Have a bite. I won't eat. Christine has been fishing with the life energy of the tree elves lately. Otherwise, with her mortal physique, she would have died long ago after not eating or drinking for half a month. Don't think about knocking it over, Bai Luo said in a deep voice. I'm the king of a country after all. You can kick and shove other things, it's okay, but if you knock over the food in my hand, Bai Luo said, I'd probably be very angry. HMPH, Christine didn't dare to be presumptuous, but she could choose to ignore Bai Luo. Alright, you're already amazing, I can't do anything about you, I don't want you anymore, okay. Hearing Bai Luo's words, Christine was puzzled. She asked, are you going to kill me? I know you're not afraid of death, but everyone has something they fear, Bai Luo said, and your biggest fear is being abandoned. Seeing Christine about to cover her ears, Bai Luo raised his hand and gestured, one last word. If you're still going to cover your ears after hearing this, I won't say anything more. Sure enough, Christine stopped. Last time, I told you that it was me who asked Messiah for you, Bai Luo said. Now, let me add to that, it was me who strongly requested Messiah to give you to me, strongly requested, those 4 simple words, yet the meaning they carried was different from before. Is what you said true? Christine had assumed Messiah had agreed casually. But if it was truly as Bai Luo had said, a glint once again shone in the fool's eyes. The Grand Duke didn't abandon me on purpose. She didn't do it. Christine didn't truly want to return to Messiah. She simply wanted to know why she didn't want her. If there was a reason, Christine could accept it. Of course, a subject cannot serve two masters. After learning the answer, Christine would leave the world of miracles behind. She would rather die as a mortal than be loyal to Bai Luo. Yes, it's true, Bai Luo meant no harm, he simply couldn't bear to watch. I'm busy lately, but I'll personally take you to see Misha in a while. Dagua's eyes widened, staring at Bai Luo in disbelief. You're willing to take me to see the Grand Duke? Of course, Bai Luo said. But you know Misha's status. I can see her, but we're monarchs of two countries. We can't just meet casually. As for releasing Christine back to the Fairy Eagle Principality, it's possible, but what's the point? If Dagua goes back, will he be able to see Misha? Come on, even if she's still a hero, Misha doesn't even know she exists. So, as Bai Luo said, only through a figure of whose status can Dagua have the opportunity to meet Misha, to get answers. You're not lying to me, are you? Dagua felt she needed to be on her guard, even knowing she was a fool. How can I believe you? In the name of King Atón, I promise to take you to see Misha the next time Atón meets with her. At this point, what else could Dagua say? She didn't care about Aleia and the fairies because their status was too low. But Bai Luo was different. This was a king she looked up to. Christine, raised in a miraculous environment, had her own set of values and worldviews. What do you need from me? Eat well. No, Bai Luo stood up. I plan to let you out. From today on, you will live in Harbor Town as a commoner, civilian, a mortal. Oh, Dagua hadn't considered escaping. Putting aside the question of whether she could escape, why would she? Bai Luo was Dagua's only way to reach Misha. Without him, who could Dagua turn to? Captain Hating? But she herself couldn't meet Misha often, let alone act as a matchmaker to help Dagua meet Misha. Besides, Dagua didn't know many secrets, nor were they important. And even those memories had already been erased by Christine. So, Bai Luo had the fairies arrange a place for Dagua to recuperate, as if she were traveling in Atón. Your Majesty, Aleia said to Bai Luo, even if you want her loyalty, why do you have to defile yourself? Bai Luo did ask Misha for Dagua, but he didn't ask for her. Throughout the entire process, all it took was Bai Luo saying a word. And Misha casually tossed aside a dispensable item. In Misha's eyes, the idiot was worthless. Even if Bai Luo had given it back to Misha, she wouldn't have taken it. It's a piece of unwanted junk, so why give it to me? You should understand what I mean, Aleia. This is a way out, Aleia said. For the past 2 weeks, we've witnessed her stubbornness. You know very well that once she knows this answer, she'll be heartbroken and lose the courage to live. You chose to defile yourself to give her a buffer. Let her get to know Atón. Get familiar with it, Aleia said. Even if she gets a cruel answer in the future, at least she'll have somewhere to go. As Aleia said, Bai Luo took on Misha's affairs himself, so that he could temporarily lead Christine out of her confusion. Aleia, idiot isn't an enemy, Bai Luo said. Since we did what happened to Misha, we must take full responsibility. To put it bluntly, Christine was merely cannon fodder in the war between Atón and Sig, a political sacrifice in the alliance between the Fairy Eagle and Atón. But Bai Luo hadn't expected Christine to be so resolute. This incident also made Bai Luo realize the extraordinary loyalty of the Child of Miracles. Besides, Bai Luo said, people like Idiot might be exactly what Atón needs right now. Atón was almost entirely aligned with Bai Luo. The children idolized him too much? This was a good thing, but not always. Christine stood firm in her sense of justice, and Bai Luo needed some such loyalists to help him stop at a critical moment. Then, Aleia said, what if she ultimately refuses to follow you? If she doesn't want to follow you, then she won't. If she ultimately doesn't agree with me, then let her be an ordinary mortal in Atón. That's our way of making amends. Bai Luo had come to his senses and stopped pushing Christine. Previously, Bai Luo had intended to conduct an experiment on Christine. But now, Dagua's stubbornness made Bai Luo see a canary that didn't want to be caged, desperately trying to crash into the cage and die. Heroes shouldn't die in cages. The Child of Miracles can only be conquered with sincerity. Any means, Bai Luo sighed, are useless. Chapter 182, My dear, do you want to go to a brothel or come with me? Am I really freed? Something unbelievable, and something else, the woman said, looking at her hands. Unreal. Dagwa stood on the street, having been brought here by cat ears. Just one person and a bag of money. She wore a fine Atón dress, the kind worn between spring and summer, warm, simple, and refreshing. This dress, it's not something an ordinary person could wear, is it? She rubbed the dress. The material was exceptionally fine. Only a noble could afford it, if not a miracle child. Even the most affluent couldn't. How long has it been since I last wore something like this? No, probably never. As a child, I think I only wore patched and tattered clothes. Dagwa thought back to her own childhood. She and her mother had risked a great deal of money by boarding a passenger ship and smuggling themselves to Coral City. Her mother worked tirelessly to support her, but then fell seriously ill. Dagwa was only 9 at the time. A 9-year-old girl, seeking treatment for her mother's illness, went out in search of opportunities, only to encounter human traffickers and nearly lose her mother forever. Girl, come with me. It was Haedang who had appeared before Dagwa and rescued her from the human traffickers. So, rather than being grateful to Misha, Dagwa was simply unable to let go of the debt and affection she owed to Haedang and Coral. Honestly, Dagwa didn't even know Misha. Who was Misha? A god? Oh. To be loyal to a god and selflessly dedicate herself? Okay, I get it. Most of the people of miracles were probably just like Dagwa. The Lord of Miracles, so high and mighty, wouldn't pay any attention to the cannon fodder crawling below. Even the people of miracles were like cannon fodder. Mortals? What were they? Livestock. Christine didn't dare speak loudly to Bai Luo, largely because of the fear of the Lord of Miracles she'd grown up with. A living Lord of Miracles was on par with the goddess Misha, whom she was supposed to serve, a being of a higher order. Was it shameful to tremble in fear before such a lord? That's already quite impressive, Christine said. To have persevered until now, but why? Why abandon her? Was it really what Bai Luo said? How could Christine not know that someone like her wouldn't need to ask for anything? Just a casual mention would likely be granted to someone else. Suppressing the bitterness in her nose, Christine forced herself to cheer up. How long has it been since I've been like this? Ever since her mother's murder, Christine had been following her heart, maintaining law and order in the waters of the Azure Nation. She was just an insignificant transcendent. Even after reaching the hero level, she remained insignificant. But when Christine assisted Haedang in governing Coral City, the city had never had a single corrupt official, and the people enjoyed unwavering support. This was an indisputable fact. Bai Luo noticed this. Christine was a talent for public security and internal affairs. It just so happened that Ardman was in great need of someone like Dagwa to manage internal affairs. Furthermore, Ardman was plagued by too many warmongers and racists, so Bai Luo needed someone rational enough to judge the situation from a neutral perspective. Clearly, Christine was the perfect fit. Is this money? Christine pulled out a bag Cat's ears had given her. Inside was money, not much, 3 1,000 yuan notes and 20 100 yuan notes. In Atón, mortal gold, silver, and copper were worthless. It has a special miracle mark on it, Christine said, though rather blunt, yet intelligent. It's supposed to be for anti-counterfeiting. Bai Luo had Lilith and the witches develop special magical banknotes, imbued with Bai Luo's miracle power as a safeguard. This would become the future internal currency of Atón, secure and reliable, while also simplifying calculations. The magical banknotes themselves could not be copied, as the miracle power was unique. No one could replicate another's. Furthermore, Bai Luo had issued specialized banknote detectors and, if a problem was discovered, would dispatch his own miracle seekers to conduct a personal inspection. These multiple measures would ensure the safety of Atón's economic system. So the people of this country are very close to miracles. It's different from Coral City, Christine thought to herself. Coral City adopts the strategy of keeping miracles hidden from the public, so mortals are completely unaware of their existence, but this town is a complete miracle kingdom. But the paper money is really special. Dagwa wasn't sure how much it cost, but since Bai Luo had given it, she must have no problem getting by for a while. He hadn't given her any undue privileges, but had truly chosen to allow her a life of freedom. Is this here? Dagwa wasn't truly free. Bai Luo had arranged a place for her to work, but other than that, she was free to roam freely within the harbor town of Atón. Christine knew her situation was special, and Bai Luo wouldn't let her go. But she could accept this arrangement. It was a completely new experience. Knock knock, it was early morning. 6:30 a.m., and most of Harbor Town's shopping streets were closed, save for the breakfast shops. "Excuse me, is anyone here?" Christine was a little nervous, because she hadn't looked for a job in 20 years and she had no experience at all. "Yes, I was recommended by Mr. Luo Bai to work here. Is anyone here? Knock knock knock. Coming." This is a two-story store. The first floor is very large, like a tavern, and the second floor seems to be a hotel, providing food and accommodation. "Hey, who are you?" Yuzai opened the door and looked at the idiot in confusion. The latter said quickly, "I was introduced by Mr. Luo Bai and came here to work." "Luo Bai? Who is that?" "Oh, I know, that adult mentioned it to me." Glass walked out from behind Yuzai. "Come in, little girl, sit anywhere, don't be polite, this will be your home from now on, your home." Christine was a little concerned about this sentence, but she didn't say anything. "Hey, Yuzai, Dad, you already know someone here so quickly? Is he that powerful?" "Amazing. Dad, you're amazing. But who is this Luo Bai? An official here? Is he important? Can he protect me at school, Pa?" Glass flicked Yuzai's forehead and scolded her with a smile. "Why are you asking so many questions, little girl? Go clean up the room for this sister, that hurts, you idiot." Old man, holding her forehead, Yuzai quickly ran upstairs to tidy up the empty room for Christine. "Wait a moment, beautiful sister, I'll help you clean up the room." Although the idiot was stupid, she looked like a woman in her 20s. Moreover, she was very beautiful, which definitely met Yuzai's criteria for beauty. "Have a seat." Glass, dressed in simple dark blue pajamas, stretched his arms and walked behind the counter. The room on the second floor, north, is nice. It's by the window, with great light, and it faces the courtyard, so it's very quiet. "Well," said the fool, "I can stay anywhere." "No need to bother, you were introduced by that gentleman, so you're a special guest." "Old man, do you know him?" "I kind of know him." Glass had also received Bai Luo's miraculous power, and it was growing rapidly. Although he didn't have the blessing of the mysterious dragon, Glass's strength was increasing rapidly. In just 2 weeks, he had already broken through the extraordinary realm and was well on his way to the transcendent realm. However, the interesting thing was that the old man had never exercised. His daily routine consisted of chopping vegetables, cooking, cleaning the house, and occasionally feeding the small animals that poked their heads in. Yet, his strength continued to grow. Glass didn't quite understand, could it be that cooking can also make you stronger? "By the way, little girl, you're probably from the Atón, right?" "I think so," Christine said. "I remember my mother said I was a descendant of one of the 7 kings of the Atón. This place is called Atón." Having been bullied by Bai Luo before, Christine hadn't realized it, but hearing Glass say this, she suddenly realized, this is the country of the Atón people." "Not just that," Glass said. "Your mother's name is Ludi, right?" "Yes, and you have a long-lost sister named Nana, old sir, isn't it obvious?" Glass said. "This is actually the country of your mother's people, the descendants of the 7 kings of the Atón." Christine was shocked by the answer. She had heard the word Atón before from the fairies, but Atón was just a word. There were countless countries and people with similar pronunciations. Dagwa had never expected that Atón could be the one of the 7 kings. If that was the case, then this place was her mother's hometown, and Dagwa's hometown as well. "Ludi, is she dead?" "My mother passed away more than 10 years ago," Christine said. "She was assassinated because of me. If she had been loyal to the Grand Duke, she might have been saved, but she was too stubborn. The stubbornness of the Dagwa family is hereditary. Ludi is loyal to the descendants of the 7th king, and she will not change even if she leaves her hometown." "Sorry for mentioning such sad things." Glass walked into the inner room and quickly changed into a chef's uniform. "Eat something, delicious food can relieve sorrow. It seems that you haven't had a regular diet for a while. Glass, would you like to eat anything?" Speaking of food, Dagwa was indeed hungry. "I'm here to find a job," Dagwa said. "Would it be bad to eat?" Gurgle, gurgle. However, Dagwa's stomach betrayed her mercilessly. "Haha, you're welcome," Glass said. "Just tell me what you want. I don't have a menu here. I know what an acquaintance wants the moment they walk in, but for strangers, you can just name a dish." "I've traveled extensively, been to almost every corner. I've researched local snacks and famous dishes, and I can make them all." Glass wasn't exaggerating. He once possessed a knack for mastering any skill, even surpassing his master with a single touch. Therefore, Mastering any profession is not difficult. I'd like to have mud-flavored shrimp, shellfish, and sea bone soup. Perhaps thinking of her mother, Christine's memory evoked this humble, even somewhat humble, dish. No, Christine said. I'm just saying. You don't have to actually make this. After all, the ingredients are hard to find: muddy shrimp, clam, and sea bone soup, right? It's made with bone shrimp and blue clams from Azure Mino Island, a local specialty. You even know that. Mino Island is a small island near Coral City, where Dagwa and his mother have lived for 5 years. But the fact that he could even name bone shrimp and blue clams is impressive. Bone shrimp are too tough and not very tasty, and blue clams are also frowned upon because of their lingering muddy smell. Only the impoverished Mino Islanders, desperate to make ends meet, would combine these two unwanted ingredients to create a dish like this. But few people know that bone shrimp and blue clams are actually very nutritious and can actually nourish a person. But I don't have any bony shrimp or blue clams here, Glass said. I can make you something else, okay? Of course, Christine was flattered. Actually, any seafood chowder will do. Oh, no, just give me a little bread every day. There's really no need to make such a complicated meal. Christine was a hero in Azure, the kind of noble capable of ruling a small city of thousands or even tens of thousands. But she was upright and incorruptible, never enjoying daily indulgences. She was content with just enough food to fill her stomach, and even her living quarters were very simple. It was precisely because of this approach that Christine's Eagle Rangers and cavalry captains became the people's patron saints. Give me a moment, it'll be quick. Glass retrieved the ingredients from the warehouse. Because they were seafood, they were all frozen. Swish, the knife slashed through the ice like tofu. Glass's cooking skills were superb, not only skillful but also with impeccable precision. Christine, a member of the miracle people, was accustomed to magical powers, so she wasn't surprised. She knew the old man before her was no ordinary person. Sizzle, what a nice smell. Christine had never seen Glass cooking in front of her, and she watched in amazement as he prepared. But the old man's speed was so fast that before she could see every detail, the rising flames obscured her view. Soon, Glass placed a plate of seafood bisque in front of Christine. Please enjoy, Glass said. Special seafood bisque with guatin flavor. Christine didn't understand what this meant, but she hadn't eaten in days and was starving. She quickly picked up the spoon and tasted it. SHH. So hot. Eat slowly. Glass sat behind the counter, the old man smiling. He looked at this girl who looked so much like little Nana and Sister Ludi, as if he had been transported back in time. Who despite Glass's words, Christine blew on the soup vigorously and put the spoon into her mouth. In an instant, an unimaginable flavor exploded on Christine's tongue. The salty flavor of fresh shrimp and the sweetness of the shells swept through her taste buds like a storm. Hot, but delicious. Just the first bite was enough to make her want to stop. It was a taste Christine had never experienced before, and she could barely describe any of the spices used. But, what was this familiar feeling? Crack, a bite of the shrimp shell was crispy, thanks to Glass's expert deep frying. Then came the shrimp head, which had been infused with Glass's special butter. It enveloped the shrimp brain, removing the fishy smell and leaving only a mellow, refreshing fragrance. Crunch! Christine stuffed the peeled shrimp into her mouth, and the next moment, she covered her mouth tightly. What is this? The shrimp meat was soft on the surface, but when she bit into it, she could feel tiny crystals, creating the unique gritty texture of bony shrimp. However, these small crystals were not just for taste. They were actually solidified broth, made with a secret ingredient that requires high temperatures to maintain its solid form. When the solid broth, separated from the scorching broth, came into contact with the tongue, the tiny crystals instantly melted, releasing the sauce within. Suddenly, the deliciousness transformed into thunder, filling her mouth, throat, and nose with the intoxicating scent of the ocean. Crack, crack, crack. Christine's hand holding the spoon trembled slightly, and the spoon clattered against the porcelain plate, making a crisp sound. Is it okay, Although the taste was too good, Christine could tell that this was the home-cooked meal her mother had made for her when she was young. Even in a strange, foreign land, the taste never changes, Glass said with emotion. This is what they call home, isn't it? Home. Christine's hometown was probably the Duchy of Azure. But was it really Azure? In Azure, without Bedonia, without Coral, and without her companions, what would remain for her? Bang! Just as Christine was contemplating her life, the door flung open. Huh? Idiot looked over and saw two figures standing outside the door, one in front of the other. They weren't tall, but Idiot had a vague feeling that they were blocking out the light. Bang! A powerful figure descended with heavy footsteps, like a demon king. Hey, you guys again? Weren't you enough about picking a fight last time? Are you still here? Yuzai puffed up her cheeks at the approaching figures and, disgruntled, picked up her broom, ready to chase them away. Go away, go away. You're not welcome here. Hey, hooray. However, the girl behind her easily caught Yuzai's broom and, with a slight effort, snatched it away. You, give me back my broom, snap. However, the black-haired girl moved swiftly, smashing the broom against her knees, breaking it in two. Ah, my broom that wasn't just any broom, it was the magic broom Yuzai had just received from the Witch Academy, the kind she could fly on. Ha ha ha, see that? This is what happens when you provoke Lady Inya. Xiao Bei, good job. Yak, Bai Luo nodded repeatedly, then added, when will I get paid as your follower? Cough. Inya put her hand in front of her mouth and coughed dryly. She winked at Bai Luo. Actually, I don't understand what this kid is talking about at all. Let's get back to the topic. Inya looked down at Yuzai, who was holding the broken broom and felt extremely aggrieved. Little guy, get out of the way quickly. You are blocking my way, you, bad woman. Okay, that's good, great. Inya felt that this was the best compliment to her, but do you know who I am? On this island, as long as I say a word, millions of my brothers will come to inquire, and then strip you naked and hang you up to beat you in minutes. Wow, Yuzai believed it and quickly ran to Glass. Dad, I'm being targeted by a bully. It's too late to be scared now. That's right, I am Yuzimanyana Inya. Inya, my dear, come with me to see the octopus. Bai Luo, wow. So fierce. These two, what's going on? Although she had lost her miracle power, the fool's judgment ability was still there. She found that Inya should be a miracle citizen, at least extraordinary level. As for the black-haired girl in white next to her, Daegwa was a little confused. Ordinary people, they're bad people, always looking for trouble with Dad. Yuxi hid behind Glass and poked her head out. Especially the taller one, she's crazy. Oh my, there aren't many people on this island who would dare say that to me. Inya folded her arms, acting like a big sister of the black gang. Little girl, you're so arrogant. It seems like it's time to sell you to a brothel to entertain customers. Wow. Yuxi came from a poor family and naturally knew what brothels and entertaining customers meant. Stop it, Miss Inya. After all, she was a 16-year-old girl, and Inya didn't want to get angry with the child. She stepped forward and chose a seat closer to Daegwa. Hello. The fool was confused, but saw Inya looking over. What are you eating? It smells so good, uncle. Give me some of this, too. I haven't seen you before. Are you new here? Inya, my name is Inya. Christine. Oh, Inya seemed to remember something. Are you the fool my brother was talking about? The fool. The damage was not high, but the insult was extremely strong. The fool. Excuse me, who is your brother? My brother, Inya. My brother won't let me mention his name in public, saying it will encourage my bad habits. My dear brother. This is definitely my dear brother. This is called seafood soup, and I made it especially for Christine. I want to eat it. Okay. Glass couldn't do anything with Inya. This girl was fearless except for senior sister Bai Luo and her uncle, and could practically walk sideways in Yatten. Xiao Bei, is it still the same? Compared to Inya, Glass's tone towards Bai Luo was much gentler, even offering a kind of grandfather's gentle smile. Yes, more. Okay, Glass, no problem. Hurry up. Glass looked at Inya. Little Inya, can we be more polite? Slow down. Glass had no choice but to go into the back room, quickly fetch the ingredients, and cook a delicious meal for the two girls. What are you up to this time, little Inya? I don't believe you're that amazing. Inya ate her seafood soup and pulled a radish from her pocket. This scene didn't bother Daegwa, as she had seen similar special abilities before, but Yuxi was shocked. How did you get the radish out of your pocket? Where did you put it? Incredible. Teach me. Yuxi's hatred for the broken broom had long since faded, and she now looked at him with admiration. Of course, Yuxi's real thought was, once I've mastered this skill, I'll definitely get my revenge. This is Master Inya's unique skill, passed down from father to son. Huh? Yuxi asked, is it possible that I'll never be able to defeat this evil woman in my lifetime? It's just a space folding technique, Dagwa said, looking at Yuxi. Is it very strange? Inya was exposed, but she didn't get angry. Instead, she responded with a quick response. It's just a simple little spell, but I know more advanced ones. For example, as if to avenge the dastard, Christine confronted Inya. For example, Inya quickly thought, with one breath, overturn the continent. Really, Dagwa, a simple woman, stared at Inya in shock, completely unable to believe that this girl, who looked only 16 or 17, could possess such strength. Is this the saying that appearances are not to be judged, and that the masters are among the common people? Lately, Glass's Tavern has been incredibly popular. The drinks were good, the service was excellent, and the food was incredibly delicious. Some even claim that the food here was the best in Arden. How could this be tolerated? Inya immediately visited him. In her mind, her uncle's cooking skills were the best in the world. How could a mere Glass compare to her uncle? But Glass was indeed very capable. No matter what kind of problem Inya posed, he could easily solve it. Inya said casually while eating seafood soup, just make me 100 dishes, and hurry up. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 183, The Tin-Toothed Beast is a Wild Boar, and I am a domestic pig. Brother Hairbo, does Atón really have a lot of delicious food? A girl spoke, her adorable fox ears dancing in the wind, her tail swaying back and forth as she asked. The girl, about 12 years old, had no name, everyone called her Little Silver Fox. Haven't you been eating all along the way? What are you doubting? The food on the sea is truly delicious. Back in our mountain villages, it was hard to even find a pheasant. Yes, there weren't even any feathers. There must be more delicious food in Atón, right? King Aole gifted Atón with 100 fox girls as a symbol of friendship. The ship also carried a large number of small animals, selected and sent to Atón to be transformed into fairy power. This exchange was a symbol of friendly relations between the two countries. Bai Luo had a favorable impression of the Aole kingdom and its king, and he also valued their formidable military prowess. King Aole's gift, especially from such adorable fox girls, was exactly what Bai Luo loved. How could he not be delighted? Bai Luo immediately sent word to Helbo, asking him to take good care of the fox girls and treat them like the new Atonians. Of course, Helbo said, I heard fox girls love chicken. Our Atón chickens are fed a special feed, so they're fed and tender, slurp. At the news of delicious chicken, the fox girls wiped their saliva, their anticipation overflowing. Their status in Aole was low, and they rarely had much to eat. Poverty was a polite way of describing their lives, the word destitute truly summed it up. So, upon hearing that Atón was rich and open for immigration, the fox girls' first reaction was to refuse to leave their homeland. But since King Aole was willing to release them, it wasn't considered treason, so the fox girls had no reason to object. The people of Miracles certainly respected the Lord of Miracles, and their loyalty was unquestionable. But this wasn't absolute. To these fox girls, King Aole was like a mortal being compared to a god. The gap was vast. They had never met him, nor did they have the right to do so. The Tushan nine-tailed fox is the queen of the fox girls. They can't even see the queen, let alone the queen's king. Sometimes, when generations separate, relationships between the people of Miracle can be strained. The Aole kingdom, in particular, lacks brainwashing, making it feel more like a tribe and a stronghold. The Aole king hasn't worked hard to manage it, clearly lacking basic awareness. The Aole kingdom is a primitive tribe that worships and respects the strong. While the small demons are numerous, they lack strength, and the real fights are always between the powerful. This is why the fox girls, despite being so adorable, live such a poor life. With only pretty looks but no real strength, they're nothing more than playthings, pets that can only wag their tails and beg for mercy. Perhaps, in the eyes of the Aole kingdom and its king, these fox girls are simply gifts to be given away. These fox girls are quite honest, Hairbo observed them, finding their simple natures. As long as they're well fed, they'll work hard. Lost Kingdom style, women are often subordinate to powerful men. That's tempting, too, General Gangly was there, his mission to escort Helbo to Atón and bring a batch of supplies from Atón back to Aole. Don't worry, Pig Brother, Helbo, you won't be left without anything. That's good, he. General Gangly had a prodigious appetite, but he craved a full stomach, not a good meal. Taste was secondary, the main thing was a generous portion. Speaking of which, Helbo suddenly asked, if one day, Atón and Aole went to war, which side would you stand on? Such a question made the fox girls look at each other in bewilderment. For a moment, no one knew how to respond. Brother Helbo, although General Gangly had not participated in politics for a long time, how could he not understand Helbo's intention with such a pointed question? He was testing the fox girls. Well, a black-haired fox girl asked, will Atón fight Aole? General Gangly was a kind man, and the fox girls had spent 10 days with him, becoming familiar with each other. They were no longer as nervous and fearful as they had been when they first heard about the Lord of Fueling Mountain. Can we not fight? We have some sisters over there. This was a black fox named Mosin. She had previously learned some sorcery, and her strength was nearing the extraordinary level. But her superiors had asked her to come because they needed her. I don't mean that, Mosin said. If a fight really breaks out, I will stand with Atón, but can we not fight? Mosin was a very gentle fox girl, appearing to be in her 20s. She had long, straight black hair, elegant manners, and a soft voice. At this moment, she was at a loss as to what to do about the politically sensitive issue. I'm just saying, hey Herbo tested her. In fact, he had also been making indirect inquiries and probing the fox girls along the way, and had Maululu carefully observe all the fox girls present. This was Bai Luo's mission, to ensure they weren't spies from Aole. Haha, I was just kidding. Atón and Aole are friendly and brotherly nations. How could we possibly be at war? Mosin believed this. The black foxes also breathed a sigh of relief. But the silver and gold foxes beside them knew clearly that Helbo was testing their loyalty. Lulu, Hey Herbo and Maululu looked at each other, and Maululu said through magic, it seems that the contract set by the power of miracles has been completely untied. In the past 10 days, they have completely become ordinary people and have nothing to do with Aole. Yeah, if it were in the past, even if they answered such questions, they would not say that they were on the side of Atón, but now, they have regarded Aole and Atón as completely neutral. Hey Herbo, in this way, they are officially qualified to join my Atón and be the subjects of my king. Oh, Mosin, what are you worried about? Unlike the black fox Mosin, the red fox Huau thought very clearly, once we join Atón, we will be Atón's people. As long as Atón gives me a bite to eat, I will work for Atón. Fight Aole, then fight Aole, Huau asked, Brother Herbo, and General, am I right? Haha, old pig, I don't know anything. General Gangly glanced at Herbo, with a little hint, as subjects, we can't say anything about the Lord of Miracles. Helbo, I understand. I'm just trying. General Gangly understood the rules of the miracle people. This kind of test was perfectly reasonable. Unconditional trust without testing would be bizarre. Helbo smiled and said, Atón and Aole won't fight, so official. Huau loved fighting. Tall and fierce, she didn't like to be hidden. So, Huau, you left to fill your stomach. Huau asked. What's wrong? Is that strange? I'm having a miserable time in Tushan. Tushan has nearly 100,000 foxes. The 100 here are like a drop in the bucket, insignificant. We don't have a high status. No one takes us seriously. At this point, a red fox, seemingly a member of Huau's clan, said, those with the more tails get good treatment. We have nothing. The fox girls who came with them were mainly golden, silver, white, red, blue, black, and purple foxes. The red foxes were the largest, with 40 in number, while the others were 10 each. 40 fox girls collectively denounced Tushan's inhumanity, his bullying of the weak, his hegemony, and his idleness and power. The outcry was impressive, but Herbo felt a pity for him. Yet, on weekdays, there's a chicken, and we don't even get a shred of it. Is that how Tushan manages his subjects? General Gangly said. But every demon king manages his subjects differently, a bit like a city lord in a human kingdom. I let them run free, so my little demons are probably even worse off than they are. Why? Think about it, old pig, General Gangly said. Background is crucial in Aole. Without support, life is difficult. It's the same with these little foxes. Their most important supporters are their parents, and their orphans, General Gangly said. Children without parents are just that pitiful. Yeah, so pitiful. The red foxes all said that if Bai Luo could give them each a chicken, the Red Fox clan would die for him. Of course, that was only now, without the constraints of miracle power. Back in the Ala kingdom, that would have been impossible. Even the humblest miracle citizen would never betray their master. But things are different now. King Ala has let them go. The fox girls already had no feelings for King Ala. To put it bluntly, they're now like loyal dogs who haven't yet found their master. Loyal by nature, but without a master, they can be taken away by anyone. After arriving in Atón, as long as Bai Luo treats them well, even without a miracle contract, the fox girls will wholeheartedly serve Bai Luo and become his subjects. Fighting, guarding, serving, and banging. Huao, my fox tribe is just that capable. My Majesty is naturally a wise and benevolent monarch, and of course, King Ala is no exception, said Halbo. However, unlike Ala, Atón is newly established and needs a lot of work. Talent is exactly what we need. You are going there now, with such special qualifications. You will surely be appreciated by our king. Who wouldn't like a fox girl? Even if the Yaoke have lost their miraculous powers, they are still descendants of miracles. In sheer strength, 2 or 3 adults can't match a full-grown fox girl. Their speed, strength, and reflexes far surpass those of humans. In other words, they're far more formidable than the slaves sent by the fairy eagle Dechi or purchased by Bai Luo. Formidable doesn't mean fox girls are necessarily stronger than ordinary humans, but rather that they've been transformed by the miraculous power since childhood. To use the terms from martial arts novels, they're born with their Ren and Du meridians open, allowing them to learn any martial arts faster than anyone else. Chicken, of course, Herbo said. But do you only like chicken? The fox girls looked at each other in bewilderment. Duck is fine too. They usually eat mushrooms, wild fruits, and other small animals. But chicken is undoubtedly their most delicious food. Can you imagine the bitterness of a Yaoke who only gets to eat a chicken during festivals? This is the tragedy of miracles without productivity. Even if they're formidable in combat, they offer absolutely no help in daily life. King Ala could plunder or demand tribute from his people. But the tribute wouldn't have anything to do with these lowly fox girls. They wouldn't get to eat it. Actually, that seafood feast that Miss Malulu prepared last time was also delicious. That, Hilbo felt like he'd been shot in the knee at the mention of a seafood feast. At the time, Bai Luo had asked Hilbo to treat the fox girls well. On a whim, Hilbo threw a feast on the boat. Overnight, a group of formidable gluttons emptied Malulu's storehouse. Malulu, no, there's really not a drop left. Meow, wait until we get to Atón. There's bound to be plenty of seafood. Hilbo had lived in Atón for months, and his appetite had become quite demanding. Unfortunately, Malulu had used up all the ingredients, and the remaining spices and fruits were given to King Ala. Even a good cook can't cook without rice. Add to that the exploitation of the fox girls, and Hilbo had been experiencing a re-experience of life before arriving in Atón. It's true, the more you feel this pain, the more you can understand the beauty of Atón. Every day, you catch fish and eat seafood. But the seasoning is getting less and less. Usually, you can only cook for yourself. There is no way to give 100 fox girls a good meal. Herbo blames himself, quite a lot. Herbo, Your Majesty, I feel guilty about you, but there is not enough seasoning. There is nothing I can do. Halbo, it's time for lunch. Oh, it's time for lunch. Herbo stood up, and then said to the fox girls without changing his expression, everyone, go to the cabin to eat. There is not much food left. Everyone, please eat sparingly. Slurp. Finally, we can eat. I'm starving. Are we eating fish today? The fish in the sea are so delicious. Let's eat. Hey, don't run so fast. No queue jumping. Thank you, Brother Herbo. Little Herbo, come eat with us. The red fox is straightforward. The black fox is elegant. The white fox is gentle. The silver fox is cold. The gold fox is intelligent. The green fox is quiet. And the purple fox is well behaved. Herbo felt that Bai Luo would definitely like these newcomers. I don't need to. However, being invited to dinner made Herbo a little nervous. He feigned a calm smile and said, my stomach has been upset the past few days, so I'm planning on having some porridge. That's a shame. The lobster is delicious, the crab is delicious too, and the big fish. Although it's only salted, the fish broth is really delicious, as long as everyone likes it. As long as everyone likes it. Herbo's hand, slightly sweaty, gripped the staff. He greeted them and stealthily returned to his room. But it wasn't safe. Herbo cast another spell to block outsiders from prying eyes, and finally breathed a sigh of relief. What are we having for dinner today? Braised lobster, charcoal grilled king crab, sea urchin, sea cucumber, and abalone, Malulu said mysteriously. These are the spices I have specially saved. Not much left, just a last bag. Herbo was excited, very excited. He'd been eating steamed food for 3 days in a row. It wasn't that it wasn't delicious. Seafood is delicious, but no matter how good it is, eating salty fish, shrimp, and crab every day will make you sick of it. Oh, it's getting more and more bland. There's nothing I can do, said Cat Lulu, feeling helpless. There's only a little seasoning left. If we can't go back, all we can eat is salted fish and raw crab, although the ingredients of these foods are high-end. Without seasoning, no matter how high-end they are, it's useless. Herbo is suffering. Who would have thought that a group of well-mannered little cuties could eat so much? One meal directly bankrupted Herbo. On the first day of a voyage of more than 10 days, the seasoning was declared exhausted, the fruit was gone, and there was no vegetables. It's terrible. It's simply terrible. It's so sad. Herbo glanced around furtively, realizing the fox girls hadn't noticed him, so he asked, "Are there any drinks? We've finished a Coke and Sprite." Those foxy girls were really good drinkers. Malulu spread her hands. We're out of juice too. Oh, and there are a few bottles of 1982 Lafite. Want some? Tisk, Herbo said. Only Lafite left? Never mind, Lafite is Lafite, so bring up. Herbo twirled the glass. Life is full of ups and downs. Herbo couldn't taste wine, but he knew how to act cool. The boy brought the glass to his lips and took a sip. I can go home tonight. Let's have a good meal to celebrate. Bang! Oh my god. Just then, a box beside him suddenly opened. I knew hiding here was the right place. Herbo was startled, almost dropping his glass. What's going on? Haha, I caught you, Herbo. I can smell it. There's no point hiding. A golden fox girl with medium-length golden hair tied in a delicate ponytail. She held a box in both hands, her eyes piercing as Herbo stole the food. You startled me. It's Jinling, one of the 100 foxes. She looked like a girl of 16 or 17, named Jinling for her golden hair and incredibly melodious voice. Herbo had counted the 7 most talented foxes for Bai Luo, and he was no ordinary person now. He was a hero-level being, possessing the miraculous powers of the 4 miraculous entities. To call Herbo Bai Luo's messenger was no exaggeration. As a messenger, Herbo could clearly sense the compatibility of others with the miraculous powers of Shirley, Lilith, Senior Sister, and Leon. Jinling, Yixu, Beisha, King Mei, Zikian, Moxon, and Huayu. These 7 fox girls possess remarkable talents. If they were to reach Arden, whether through the power of the world, the Avalonian fighting technique, or fairy magic, they would quickly rise in strength and become Arden's core fighting force. It's me. Wow, it smells so good. Can you give me some, please, little brother Herbo? Oh, Herbo, well, we'll be in Arden tonight, and there'll be good food there. I see. Then let me have this lobster. Jinling, you said we'd be in Arden tonight, so you'd have good food then. Giving it to me now is a sign of kindness to the younger generation, a virtue. Herbo had never seen someone so confidently justify open robbery. Don't worry, after eating this lobster, we're all comrades in the trenches. I won't tell anyone about your special treatment, a naked threat. How about half? Don't be so stingy. You are a legendary figure. Me, a legendary figure? Yes, under Herbo's gaze. Jinling slowly picked up the lobster in front of her and took a bite. Didn't you notice that everyone respects you? What happened to you in ALA country has spread a long time ago, and the monsters have all heard of you. You traveled thousands of miles to be an envoy to ALA country at the age of 13, and dared to confront the ancestor of all monsters, King ALA, in the ALA court. Tisk. Jinling used to be a gangster, similar to a female gangster, so she was not afraid of Herbo, but she certainly admired him very much. How impressive. You've reached the pinnacle of your life. Unlike me, I have to hide in my box for ages just to eat a lobster. Oh, what do you say? Herbo said, a little embarrassed, but he was truly impressed. Come on, how can one lobster be enough? How many legs does a king crab need? And the Lafite, I'll fill you up, big sister. Herbo cared most about this, so he only ate a little of the meal, while Jingling devoured most. But Herbo was content at the moment, not caring about the little. Herbo had never expected that after just one mission, he had taken such a big step towards his dream. Great, great. Herbo wasn't afraid of Jingling's deception, because the fox girl's admiration for him was obvious. Herbo had more than one fox girl by his side, the younger of them only 8 or 9 years old, the older nearly 20. The fox girls sent by King Aole had nothing to do with their qualifications, they were simply orphans from the tribe. They had no one to rely on, and they didn't particularly yearn for places like Tushan. King Aole's miracles have now reached their 4th awakening, capable of nurturing dozens of legendaries, hundreds of kings, and thousands of heroes. However, King Aole is over 4,000 years old, and the Aole kingdom has been established for over 2,000 years. While there have been battles along the way, resulting in the sacrifice of many miracle units, the quota is ultimately full. Even if the Fox Maidens possess exceptional talent, some capable of reaching legendary status, it would be a waste to leave them in King Aole's hands. Instead, it would be better to sponsor Atón. Yes, sponsor. King Aole is a practical man. He sees Atón and Aole as allies, and Atón, a newly established nation, is in great need of talent. Even the least talented of these 100 Fox Maidens could reach heroic status in Aole. Unfortunately, the quota is full, forcing them to become ordinary demons. But this is Aole demonic power, King Aole's miracle power. If it were Atón's, King Aole wonders whether the miracle powers of Leon, senior sister, and Lilith would be suitable for the Fox Maidens. Maybe it would be higher, maybe not. But King Aole couldn't control it. He had already done his best, fully supporting the development of Atón. In fact, the agreement between King Aole and Bai Luo envisioned even more subsequent immigration. As long as this group of fox women thrived, King Aole would provide Atón with at least 200,000 people over the next few years. These wouldn't be ordinary people, but descendants of monsters, such as cats, rats, rabbits, wolves, tigers, and so on. However, these wouldn't be female, but rather a mix of both sexes, maintaining an optimal reproduction ratio. These 200,000 people would be free of charge, and not a transaction. It was simply immigration between the two countries, one helping the other. If translated into mortal realms, such an act would be the equivalent of sending a vast amount of extremely precious food and gold. With Aole being so friendly and King Aole so generous, Bai Luo naturally wouldn't be stingy. He promised to provide Aole with sufficient fresh fruit seeds once Atón had an abundant supply of fruit. Fruit seeds are a favorite of the Aole people, who particularly enjoy eating them. However, Atón currently doesn't have enough fruit seeds for its own needs. So, in 5 or 6 years, when Atón has planted the entire island with a variety of crops and has no shortage of food or fruit, then he can address this issue for Aole. For now, they will continue to export, regularly shipping and trading well-preserved finished products to Aole. Arrived at Atón Island. Herbo was a meritorious official of Atón. Bai Luo led the people of Atón to the harbor town to greet him. Your Majesty, how have you, Herbo, deserved this? Seeing Bai Luo, Herbo excitedly stepped forward and knelt before him. Your Majesty, Herbo has fulfilled your mission, boy, well done. Bai Luo patted Herbo's shoulder and helped him to his feet. What virtue, what ability. You're on my diplomatic mission, that's ability. I'm personally coming to pick you up, that's virtue, and Lulu. Bai Luo waved, and the cat Lulu quickly took flight. Your Majesty. Your Majesty, it's time for cat petting. Meow. Cat Lulu was thrilled to be petted and stroked by Bai Luo. Cat Lingling, Lulu, you didn't bring shame to our adorable cat family. Cat Lulu, you must. You too, Bai Luo, look over there. The statue I promised you. How is that, statue? Herbo glanced over and saw his own statue standing directly in front of the fountain in the central square of Harbor Town. It was a young man, holding a scepter, exactly like Herbo's current self. Not only that, but perched proudly on his shoulder was Cat Lulu. Me too, Cat Lulu hadn't imagined she'd even have such qualifications. Cat Lulu, Lingling, I think I'm worthy enough to challenge you for the position of leader. Cat Lingling, you rebellious little sister. Cat Lulu put her hands on her hips, meow, ho ha ho ha. Your Majesty, why don't we just withdraw? It wasn't big, but Herbo didn't dare to make a big deal. Bai Luo's statue was already the greatest compliment. Herbo knew how fierce the competition was in the Atón clan. A reward that even the Atón clan hadn't received, yet he, a newcomer, had actually received it. This put Herbo under immense pressure, and he worried that he'd be blocked in the bathroom by Bai Luo's fanboys. Your Majesty, this is General Gangli. Although General Gangli was unattractive, upon meeting Bai Luo, he gave the Aola military salute with utmost respect, neither servile nor overbearing, and did not disgrace the Aola king. Looks, Bai Luo wanted to say that he resembled his second senior brother, but upon seeing the other man's appearance, Bai Luo frowned slightly. I wonder what your relationship is with a tin-tooth beast, tin-tooth beast. Oh. I remember now, General Gangli said, that was a monster created by our king on a whim, in the image of a foreign minister. Ha 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 ha. Bai Luo laughed, then hesitated. So, are you an envoy? Bai Luo finished, carefully assessing General Gangli's strength. This guy must be king level, with considerable combat power, but Bai Luo didn't take him seriously. At his current level of grand legend, even several legends wouldn't dare act presumptuously in his presence, let alone a mere king. Oh, General Gangli rubbed the back of his head, smiling awkwardly. I'm not an envoy, I'm just an escort, picking up the goods. Is that so? Bai Luo understood. Then you're a porter, a courier. Right, Your Majesty, I understand the porter part, but I'm not quite sure what the courier part is. You don't need to understand. Bai Luo understood General Gangli's identity. He wasn't an envoy, not representing King Aola's reputation. This also meant that Bai Luo could avenge the knee. If Your Majesty thinks I, the pig, am not high enough, General Gangli said, looking at the boat behind him. I, the pig, will stay aboard and wait for supplies from Atón. No, Bai Luo said. You come from afar, and you're a distant relative of the tin-tooth beast. You deserve even better hospitality, Your Majesty. The pig is not a relative of the tin-tooth beast, it's all the same, Bai Luo said, clapping his hands. Come here, Bai Luo waved, and a group of monkey goblins rushed over. Tie me up. Ah, Your Majesty, what are you doing? General Gangli was confused. Your Majesty, what do you mean? Have I done anything wrong? Why are you tying me up? And the way he was tied up, a pole through his hands and feet, hanging him upside down. Are they going to kill me? They're going to kill me. General Gangli felt that Bai Luo couldn't possibly hurt him, but he subconsciously prepared to resist. Bang! But the next moment, Bai Luo's eyes fell on General Gangli. Instantly, General Gangli felt as if he were falling into an icy cave. It felt like he was facing his own majesty, King Aola. Royal might. Under the gaze of the Lord of Miracles, those less powerful could barely stand. But General Gangli didn't sense murderous intent or hostility in Bai Luo's royal might. Instead, it felt more like a joke. It was like a slap in the face, but a gentle tap on his head. Your Majesty, Your Majesty, Your Majesty. General Gangli realized Bai Luo was joking. May I ask, Your Majesty, did the tin-tooth beast offend you? Don't panic, don't be afraid, Bai Luo said. I did have some issues with the tin-tooth beast in the past, and since you're here, I'm going to treat you well, Your Majesty. I'm not a tin-tooth beast. Tin-tooth beasts are wild boars, and I'm a domestic pig. A domestic pig? Domestic pig? That's even better, Bai Luo said to a monkey. Prepare a hot pot and throw him in there to wash. Squeak, squeak, squeak. Although he knew Bai Luo was joking, General Gangli had never encountered such a thing before and was so frightened that he let out a piggy cry. Your Majesty. This pig is innocent. This pig is innocent. Bai Luo naturally wouldn't actually throw General Gangli into the hot pot. The hot pot he was referring to was the Atón bathhouse. This guy was too dirty, and he needed the goblins to give him a good scrubbing. Your Majesty, I'm just kidding him, Bai Luo said. Just give him a bath. Otherwise, how can he attend the banquet tonight when he's so dirty? Your Majesty is right. General Gangli didn't resist, clearly seeing the situation. Your Majesty, how will the fox girls be arranged? Have Goni arrange accommodations. They're descendants of miracles, so they're quite special. They'll stay in the western forest, Bai Luo said. I'll have a good talk with them before the banquet tonight. Although Bai Luo liked these beast-eared girls, he knew what was important. The fox girls were important, but Helba was a meritorious official. Besides, Bai Luo wasn't someone who thought only of his lower body. He was content with having a senior sister. Fox girls were more about viewing. Bai Luo also liked women. but his liking for them was to see them dress beautifully and dance for him, an artistic liking. You've been with me for so long. Have you helped me identify any talent? Bai Luo cared more about their talent, whether they were strong warriors or intelligent and capable officials. Yes, He Erbo told Bai Luo about the 7 foxes. After listening, the latter said, according to you, the red fox is brave and suitable for training in the direction of the battlefield, the black fox is too weak and cannot be used to command troops, but it is good at managing people, the green fox is suitable for academic research and managing logistics. It is careful and will not be influenced by others, golden fox, silver fox, white fox, Bai Luo, they are all round, can go anywhere, and are all good, the only flaw is the purple fox. It seems useless, I think, He Erbo, it's really useless, but your majesty has so many miracles, there's always room for improvement. Tomorrow, I will personally meet with the 7 fox representatives, your majesty, you are of noble status, Hilbo said, or, you should pass on the message, the population of Arden is sparse, and now is not the time to treat them casually, Bai Luo said. King Aole treated them like dirt, but I value them. Only in this way can I win their hearts. I think you, Hilbo, must understand this. Hilbo naturally understood, but when he thought of Bai Luo's noble status and how he was now so respectful, Hilbo still felt that the fox girl had no right to do this. You are just like them. Well, go meet your friends, Bai Luo, I'll give you a celebration banquet tonight. Chapter 184 Tianhan, my filial piety has changed. Your Majesty, please look at this. He Erbo held out 2 ginseng fruits. Bai Luo smiled upon seeing them. This thing really exists, the ginseng fruit from Journey to the West, something Bai Luo had watched since childhood. Bai Luo had never imagined that he would actually encounter one day. You already possess legendary talent. This thing is useless to you, able to transcend to legendary status, with a near-infinite lifespan. The ginseng fruit's 2 abilities were meaningless to He Erbo. So, only the deliciousness remained. I'll take 1, Bai Luo said, you can do with the remaining 1. Eat it if you want, and give it to whomever you want. This, He Erbo said, how can I? It's too valuable, legendary talent, in the land of miracles, could practically buy a city. The statue is a verbal reward, the ginseng fruit is the actual reward, Bai Luo said, think of it as gold and silver, boy. Patting He Erbo on the shoulder, Bai Luo picked up a ginseng fruit, enveloping it in miraculous power and floating it before him. It's quite cute. In front of his beloved minister, Bai Luo acted casually. Does it transform differently when it encounters metal, wood, water, fire, or earth? That's what I was just about to say, He Erbo said. King Aole asked me to convey the properties of this thing. It can't come into contact with things of the 5 elements. Yes, I know. Bai Luo examined the ginseng fruit carefully. Wow, this fruit is so fragrant, honestly, even if all the fruits in my pocket were tied together, they wouldn't compare. There's no way around it. One is a mortal crop, the other is a fairy fruit from mythology. If you really want to compare, ginseng fruit is a rare treasure that even gods can't eat. Only the most noble gods are entitled to taste it. Your Majesty, this fruit, I'm not kidding. I say it's yours, so it's yours. Do with it as you please. Bai Luo waved his hand and turned to leave. He planned to give the remaining fruit to Tianhan. That girl was a glutton, and she would surely be delighted to have such a unique fruit. Of course, Bai Luo also wanted to improve Inya's aptitude. This girl's aptitude was truly bizarre. The Avalon world's aptitude was clearly 150%, yet her learning of the Daoxiang method wasn't very effective, giving her a bit of an aptitude scam. If the ginseng fruit could guarantee a person's aptitude to legendary, Bai Luo would give it to Inya. As long as she could break through to legendary, even if she didn't achieve a miracle, Han would still gain infinite lifespan. That would put Bai Luo's mind at ease. He Erbo stood there, eyeing the ginseng fruit in his hand. It feels useless to hold such a treasure, so who should he give it to? Eat it himself? What a joke. He Erbo wasn't a glutton, and besides, who would waste such a treasure just to satisfy their appetite? Right, He Erbo found Malulu. He had enough aptitude, but Malulu was, after all, a cat. Malulu's soul is incomplete. Her potential and aptitude can't compare to humans. That's a flaw. Simply put, the goblins have a very low mental age, like children. What's even more terrifying is that this mentality might not change much even after 10, or even several decades. He Erbo was terrified of King Aole, But Cat Lulu stood by, foolishly like her little pet. This was the reason. Cat Lulu saw herself as Herbo's little follower, an animal companion, much like Christine and her fairy eagle. But this would prevent Cat Lulu from becoming stronger. She would be bound to be confined to her current strength, unable to break through. Give it to me, give it to me. Cat Lulu stared in shock at the ginseng fruit Herbo offered her. Are you really going to give it to me? I didn't want it, but your majesty gave it to me anyway, and of the people I know, Herbo said with a smile, it seems like you, Lulu, are the only one who needs it the most. We were on this mission together, so of course you're responsible for half of my contribution, Herbo said. Alright, don't be polite. Eat it. Thank you for taking care of me this month, Lulu. While the ginseng fruit might be precious, in Herbo's eyes, it was just a fruit. Compared to the friendship of sharing will and woe, the ginseng fruit is nothing. Meow. Herbo Cat Lulu was touched, but before she could say anything, Herbo said, also, let's make a deal. If you become stronger and encounter danger, even if the two of us legends can't defeat them, one of us can escape. As expected, it takes two people to go on a mission. It's too scary to go alone, so next time, we have to go together. Herbo smiled. With you, at least we have a companion. A companion? What does that mean? If I die, someone will accompany me? And if two of us escape, one of us is the bait. Cat Lulu hugged the ginseng fruit, furious. Give me back my touch, Herbo, you scumbag. Looking at the ginseng fruit again, it instantly lost its fragrance. So, do you want to eat it or not? Cat Lulu, it's a waste not to eat it. Meow. Herbo, you scumbag. Swish, swish, swish. Malulu bit into the ginseng fruit, her fierce gaze as if she mistook it for Herbo. Eat slowly, eat slowly. No one's trying to steal it from you. Herbo was oblivious. He imagined Malulu's joy must have turned to appetite, and he was overcome with excitement. Eating so quickly is such a waste. Cat cart, Malulu said, when I get stronger, I'll definitely use it to drag you back. During this mission to Aole, the cat cart was just a joke between Bai Luo and his uncle. Otherwise, with Malulu's strength, how could she steal someone from under the king of Aole's nose? However, as her strength increased, perhaps one day Malulu could snatch someone from the Lord of Miracles. So, for that day, Malulu secretly vowed to work hard. Sooner or later, she would let Herbo experience the power of a cat cart. Wow. Elsewhere, Inya also received the ginseng fruit from Bai Luo. What is this? Inya's eyes widened. Xiao beside her was also looking at the fruit in great surprise. Big brother, you finally can't help it. Are you eating people? Poof. Bai Luo, who was about to accept his sister's admiration and gratitude, spit out a mouthful of wine. What do you mean by eating people? This is a ginseng fruit, a treasure that only Aole can find in the world. Ginseng fruit. Inya thought of the story of Journey to the West that Bai Luo told her when she was a child. Brother, you went to Aole to steal ginseng fruit? Why didn't you take me with you? Brother, go ahead, but what's the matter with stealing one? Are there many fruits there? Inya, can you pick and eat them at the same time? Pick and eat at the same time. Do you think you are picking peaches? This is a ginseng fruit, not a peach, not a peach. Brother, are you thinking of me now that you've already eaten your fill? You. Bai Luo clutched his chest, feeling choked even by the strength of a Lord of Miracles. Do you want to eat it or not? If not, give it back to me. Eat, eat, eat. I'll eat it now. Inya, Xiao Bei, do you want one? Bai Yinru and Bai Luo were in tune with each other. She knew the ginseng fruit was meant to improve Hanhun's aptitude, so she said, I'm only satisfied with steamed buns. This won't fill me up. Bai Luo had never eaten a ginseng fruit. If it weren't for Tai Hanhun ensuring a 100% improvement in her aptitude, Bai Luo would have found a bunch of people to share it with. Even without any aptitude boost, the people of Atón had no shortage of aptitude. But this thing was incredibly delicious. A small amount wouldn't be satisfying, but a little bit for everyone was fine. Well, mainly because they were too poor. Just imagine eating a whole ginseng fruit by yourself. Tisk, tisk, tisk. That would be a real luxury. I'm welcome. Swish, swish. Watching Inya chewing on the ginseng fruit, after a big bite, the head disappeared, and after a few more bites, half of the body disappeared. Swallowing it whole, eating like this is a waste of food. Brother, I left you a little finger, do you want it? Eat yours. Bai Luo felt that Tai Hanhun was sent by God to punish him. If you want to keep something, can't you leave the head? Thumb. or the little finger? Don't you take me, your brother, seriously? Is it delicious? Seeing Inya finished eating, Bai Luo asked, how does it taste? I ate it too fast, I didn't feel anything. Inya, are there any more? Just one, brother, haven't you eaten it before? What do you think? There are only two. One Bai Luo gave to Herbo, showing the demeanor of a king, and the other one he thought of was Tianhun. Such a good king, such a good brother, it's hard to find in the whole world. Okay. Brother, I suddenly feel that I am very unfilial. How about I kiss you and let you taste it too? Inya is also 16 years old. Although she is a bit silly, she can be called a stunning beauty in terms of both appearance and figure. But what do you mean by this? Is it so ambiguous? When did my wild pig's trotter become a spirit iron silly, and can actually say such tempting words? Don't, however, Bai Luo's attitude is firm. It is illegal to fuck a fool. Brother, are you scolding me? No. Bai Luo looked at Bai Luo. This is also effective for Xiaobei. Huh? Bai Luo didn't understand, but soon, she lowered her head and continued to chew the steamed bun. Bai Luo, in my eyes, there are only steamed buns. But don't worry, brother, Dad said that good things should not be given to outsiders. Inya touched her belly and smiled. Although your stuff is in my belly today, there will definitely be rewards in the future. Bai Luo felt that his heart could not bear it. What are you going to do? Steal ginseng fruit? Inya said righteously. When I become stronger in the future, I will dig up the whole ginseng fruit tree and bring it to Atón. By then, we will have endless fruits to eat. Bai Luo breathed a sigh of relief. He wiped the non-existent cold sweat and secretly thought that his thoughts were dirty, too dirty. Your Majesty, at this moment, Mao Lingling teleported over. The goblins have cleaned the pig. Roar. Hearing that pig, Inya immediately became excited. Brother, are you killing a pig tonight? Remember to leave the pig's trotters for me. Bai Luo said. No. That's a guest. A pig? Inya was confused. A pig can also be a guest? So we are going to eat the guests today, Pa. Bai Luo finally couldn't help it and slapped the silly girl, making her cover her butt and become much quieter. A monster from Aole, a very powerful one, Bai Luo said. Remember, don't be rude. Got it, Inya. If you don't want to eat, then don't eat. Why hit me, huh, little Bai? Run. The bad guy's going to spank you. I can't hide him. I can't hide him. Inya grabbed Bai Luo's hand, and the two girls quickly fled, leaving Bai Luo speechless. That idiot. The celebration banquet was held as scheduled, celebrating the alliance between Yatton and Aole, and also celebrating the successful mission of Herbo and Malulu. They were the main contributors to this event and were undoubtedly the center of discussion. Leon did not appear. He was a miracle man, not only because of his status, but also because of his status as a national secret of Yatton. Senior sister was going to retreat, and uncle had research to do. So only Bai Luo was there. Your Majesty, you scared this old pig to death, gone from his previous swarthy appearance. General Gangli's black fur had completely faded, making him look just like a domestic pig. Admittedly, this fat, big-eared fellow is actually quite adorable. Just kidding, Bai Luo said. King Aole is so generous. You've come from afar, envoy or not, so I have to treat you well. King Aole pulled Herbo to sit at the table with him. How could Bai Luo treat General Gangli badly? But always calling you General Gangli is too unfamiliar, Bai Luo said. However, how about I call you Zubeiji? 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 That sounds quite nice. General Gangli, I'm very happy that your Majesty has chosen a name for me. Zhu is the last name in my Aole family name. I didn't expect your Majesty to understand the culture of the barbarians. But what does Beiji mean? It's nothing. It just sounds right. It's my nickname for you. This, General Gangli hadn't expected Bai Luo to appreciate him so much and quickly raised his glass. Beiji, to King Atón. Cheers, good wine. General Gangli had assumed that the wine Malulu had brought was fine. But this wine was no less impressive than the monkey-brewed wine from Aole's Flower Fruit Mountain. What kind of wine is this? Such a surge of life force. This wine, brewed from fresh jade drops from the ancient tree of life of the tree elves, is imbued with life force. The first whiff of this wine would extend a mortal's lifespan by 10 years, and a single sip would add 100 years. When you leave, please bring a few bottles of this wine to King Aole. After finishing his drink, Bai Luo introduced, come, try some of my Yatton delicacies. Thank you, your Majesty. General Gangli surveyed the table laden with dishes and the goblins busy preparing them. This is truly eye-opening, old pig. This time, I've truly been blown away. Previously, only Cat Lulu had been present, but this time, all the goblins were present. Cat food, dog food, rat food, monkey food. The sheer variety of delicacies from Bai Luo's past life, both domestic and international, captivated General Gangli, who even considered staying in Yatton. Of course, Bai Luo said, as long as King Aole is willing to part with his love, my door is always open to you, Your Majesty. You're joking. General Gangli was a scoundrel. But he also had a loyal and patriotic heart. Just kidding, ha ha ha, selling out one's country for a living was fine as a joke. If he really did it, not only King Aole and Bai Luo, but General Gangli would look down on him. But if Your Majesty needs me, General Gangli said, just tell my king. I'll have my nine-toothed rake ready at the ready. General Gangli was a king after all. With such combat power, Atón, minus the miracle body, had no one else. While kings were currently forbidden from participating in wars of aggression, even a mere spectatorship could be a powerful deterrent. That was exactly what Atón needed. By the way, Beiji, after a satisfying meal and a few drinks, Bai Luo said, there's something I need you to convey to King Aole. Come closer. Seeing Bai Luo's seriousness, General Gangli quickly put away his smile and leaned in. He listened to Bai Luo's whispers, his expression growing more serious the more he listened. I'll report this to our king immediately. General Gangli wasn't Beiji, he was still incredibly reliable, never slacking off when faced with a major event. Beiji, do you think King Aole will help with this? A man who loves food and loves gifts will be grateful. After a moment's thought, General Gangli said, I think this matter will benefit Atón and not harm Aole. Our king will likely agree. That's good, that's good. Bai Luo picked up his glass. Come, let's have this last drink. Have a good rest tonight. Tomorrow I'll personally see you off. Helbo. After the banquet, Helbo was walking in the corridors of Avalon Castle when he heard someone calling him and quickly turned to look. Mr. Leon, why are you so polite? Seeing that Helbo was about to salute him, Leon hurriedly stopped him and said, we are one family, so we don't have to do that. Helbo is Leon's son of Miracle. Although in Atón, the status of the miracle body is lower than Bai Luo. But this is Atón. If it were placed in the land of miracles, Leon would be qualified to be king. In terms of future potential, Leon is on par with King Aole. I, Atón, admire heroes the most. You took a huge risk to go to Aole as an envoy, Leon said. His Majesty personally carved a statue for you as a reward. We think it is only natural. His Majesty personally, yes, Leon said, personally carved it. Helbo did not expect Bai Luo to personally erect a statue for him. Although Leon did not say it, he was absolutely envious of this honor. So, Mr. Leon is looking for me. I'm here to invite you to the Cute Cat Club. Helbo was confused. What's this Cute Cat Club? A place for petting cats? Should I invite Lulu, my cat, to come along? Even Helbo, with his intelligence, was caught off guard and didn't immediately realize this was a formidable organization. Lingling and the others will invite Lulu, and I'm here to invite you. So what is this club? It helps our king solve his problems, Leon said. And it's also where we dedicate ourselves to Arden. Come, Leon said. I'll take you there. The Cute Cat Club is located within Avalon Castle, a vast, church-like structure, the Avalon Castle Heritage Temple. The hall was hushed, and within it stood a statue, Bai Luo. In front of the statue, many figures, robed in long hoods, sat on benches, their faces hidden by hoods, bowing their heads respectfully in prayer to their King of Miracles. Boom, the gate swung open. The Athenians finished their prayers and looked up at the entrance. Are you here, Helbo? You're remarkable, Helbo. You truly deserve to be chosen by His Majesty. You've accomplished what we couldn't, a hero of the Atón, our messenger. Walking among the crowd, Helbo felt their gazes, filled with nothing but envy and admiration. While there was some jealousy, it wasn't directed at him, but rather at regret for his own incompetence. Hello everyone. Helbo was at a loss for words, but Leon was scheduled to speak on stage, and he was still quite nervous. I'm honored to be invited. Those present were all members of the Atón clan, tree elves, and fairies. Of all the people who arrived on Atón Island after the arrival of the mystical dragon, Helbo was the first to qualify. In terms of sheer volume of miraculous power, Helbo would undoubtedly rank in the top 5. This was remarkable, truly remarkable. Soon, Atón will face a foreign war, With senior sister away and Lilith absent, Leon had become the temporary leader of the club. Helbo, you've absorbed my heroic greedy power, so are you willing to fight for Atón in this battle? It would be my honor. Helbo quickly stood up. He hadn't expected to have the opportunity to fight so soon upon his return. But, won't my participation affect my upcoming mission? Helbo only stayed in Atón for a moment. His next mission had already been decided and he would depart soon. Don't worry, Leon said. This battle is special. I don't need to go in person, just dream about it. I see. Helbo reflected on Leon's abilities, and a sense of understanding dawned on him. So, for the next period of time, you, Helbo, will be training with us. I'll teach you combat techniques and how to become a qualified hunter. Hunter? Helbo asked. What are we hunting? Hunting what? Leon sneered. Monsters in human skin, I guess. Well, everyone here, I believe you're all familiar with Helbo. After so many days sailing together, the Atón people were warm and hospitable, and even more gentle to their own people. Helbo had already become one with them, and there was no need to get to know them again. I was a little nervous before, but now that we're all familiar people, I feel much more relaxed. I have something else to do, so I'll be leaving now. Sheila approached Helbo. Your Majesty, I need to take the Fox girls with you. Are you in charge, Miss Sheila? Helbo said. The Fox girls are very kind and obedient. I hope Miss Sheila will treat them well. That depends on their performance. Sheila wasn't unkind, but she was extremely serious about her work. Everything depended on her ability, and she would never give anyone a chance to take a backdoor. P.S. I recommend Xiongyan's the maid will always be your uncle, a work with tens of thousands of orders. The game model was perfected by a top student. He is a big shot on the mage circle. It is very good. Chapter 185 Fox Fragrance Liquid. The next person you will meet is the king of our Atón. You must address him as His Majesty. Your words and actions must reflect your status. Do not overstep your bounds, and most importantly, do not be disrespectful. Although our Atón is newly established, its laws are already complete. Sheila's voice gradually turned cold. Offending our king is a grave crime, punishable by death. The 7 fox maidens followed Sheila. Hearing the words grave crime and death penalty, even the bravest fire mist grew nervous. While sailing on the sea, Herbo constantly conveyed Bai Luo's message to them. Treat the fox maidens with kindness, take good care of them, and do not be disrespectful to them. This made the fox maidens seem to forget their status, forgetting that they were outsiders, gifts from King Aole to Atón. Who was King Atón? He was the ultimate judge of this gift, and Bai Luo had the final say on its merits. We will pay attention. The leader of the fox maidens was none other than the golden fox, Jinling. Jinling was the first fox girl to dare speak to Herbo. Like Herbo before her, Jinling held considerable prestige among the fox girls. She was intelligent, eloquent, and extremely sensible. Huao, despite her fiery personality, knew that shouting in front of Bai Luo was suicidal. However, without her snarl, Huao was powerless. Her limited abilities led to low self-esteem, causing her to bow her head and helplessly place her hopes on Jinling. Suddenly, the fox girls noticed Jinling's tail flicking back and forth. It was a reassuring signal. Yes, soon, Zilla led the 7 of them to Bai Luo's office. His Majesty is inside. Remember what I said before, the doors were tightly shut and incredibly high. Even standing outside, one could sense the king's imposing presence. Coming from rural backgrounds, the fox girls had never been to such a place before. The deeper they went, the more frightened and uneasy they grew. Boom, the door swung open, and Zilla stepped in first. Your Majesty, I've brought the people. Yes, Zilla, you go first. Yes, Zilla respectfully withdrew, closing the door behind the fox girls after they entered. Bang, the sound of the door closing instilled immense pressure on the already uneasy fox girls. Most of them lowered their heads, not daring to look around. Jinling took a deep breath. As the temporary leader of the fox girls, she had a responsibility to protect them. Slowly raising her head, she saw a figure sitting behind a desk, carefully examining some parchment scrolls. To one side of the room, a snow-white horse lay prostrate, seemingly sound asleep. Your Majesty, Jinling summoned her courage. Little fox Jinling, I and my sisters come to see your Majesty. Yes, Bai Luo put down his things, took a sip of his coffee, and then looked up at the fox girls. So beautiful. Bai Luo's first impression of the fox girls was that they were beautiful creatures unlike any other on earth. In terms of pure beauty, they rivaled the elves. However, their auras differed. The elves resembled flowers, while the fox girls were fluffy and adorable. Welcome to Arden. King Aole treated the fox girls as gifts, but Bai Luo considered them his subjects. But Bai Luo was most surprised by these lovely and beautiful girls, especially the lost people, the savages. It's been said before that the savages' beauty is unattainable by the people of the miracle New World. However, this statement is inaccurate. The correct statement is that the savages, among ordinary people, don't meet the aesthetic standards of an enemy. But the fox girls were different. How should I put it? Fox girls possess more than just pretty faces, they possess a unique aura, a natural allure. This natural allure is a natural quality of the fox girls, something they were born with. Even after their miracle powers were withdrawn and they became descendants of miracles, the fox girls still possess this special power. Just like the tree elves can live for 666 years, their hearts are the best medicine for extending their lifespan. The same was true for the fox maidens. After losing their miraculous powers, one of their racial abilities was natural charm. Gender, not even race, was unrestricted. Anyone, any living being, could notice the fox maiden's beauty. Just like a painter beholding a beautiful painting or a poet perceiving a poem destined for eternity, they could admire it, even become obsessed. Similarly, the fox maidens could make anyone discover their beauty, admire it, and become deeply captivated and unable to extricate themselves. This was a passive ability, like the miraculous power. Unfortunately, it didn't work on Bai Luo. Interesting, Bai Luo wasn't bewitched, as his miraculous power automatically blocked it. However, Bai Luo knew the fox maidens had unleashed their indiscriminate charm on him. You've lost your miraculous powers, but you still retain some interesting abilities. Did you inadvertently use that charm on me just now? Bai Luo stood up, walked around the desk, and headed towards the 7 fox maidens. Your Majesty, bang, Jinling tried to explain, but as Bai Luo approached, she suddenly heard heavy footsteps. At the same time, unimaginable fear washed over her like a storm. What is this? Jinling's body trembled uncontrollably. Her once alert ears drooped in terror. Even her tail tucked between her hips. The fox girl's legs could be faintly seen trembling. It wasn't just Jinling, all the fox girls were terrified. However, only Jinling raised her head, and only she knew where the fear came from. The man before her. He was unarmed and displayed no imposing presence. Yet, his presence was like that of a lion, a tiger, a dragon, roaring deafeningly at Jinling's soul. Huh? Bai Luo noticed Jinling's fear. The girl's teeth chattered with fear. Why are you so scared of me? I don't think I've released my kingly might. Plop, plop, plop. But as Bai Luo finished his words, the 7 fox girls, including Jinling, collapsed to the ground, unconscious. Bai Luo, stunned. What's going on? What's going on? Hey, are you alright? Bai Luo hurried forward to test the women's breath, using his miraculous power to sense them. He found they were indeed only unconscious, not in danger of death. What's that smell? Suddenly, Bai Luo caught a whiff. It was pleasant, like a natural body odor, making him breathe deeply, wanting to savor more of this wonderful aroma. But the next moment, a message popped into Bai Luo's mind, fox-scented enchanting liquid. Bai Luo glanced at the 7 fox women and saw that their crotches were soaked. It wasn't urine, but the fox women's unique fox-scented enchanting liquid. Fox-scented enchanting liquid. The fox women, having become descendants of miracles, lost the protection of their miraculous powers. While they retained their allure and strength, they also retained certain flaws. Just as the Atón people, before becoming miracle people, were bound in body and mind, these fox women were also cursed. When faced with a powerful enemy, the weaker fox women would release their fox-scented enchanting liquid to protect themselves. This substance possesses a powerful aphrodisiac effect, capable of disrupting an enemy's thoughts. If used as medicine, just 1 drop could drive a man wild for a whole night. This also means that enemies who smell the fox fragrance will no longer kill or consume the fox girl, but instead will unleash their lust and rape her. While cruel, at least the fox girl won't lose her life. It's a unique form of survival through severed limbs. So, am I that terrifying? Bai Luo didn't unleash his might. He didn't try to frighten the fox girls. He even restrained his strength, trying to approach them as if he were a normal person. What should I do? The fox girls' gestures exposed their most vulnerable and humiliating sides. If seen, given the conservative, Eastern-inclined nature of the Aole people, They would likely live under this shadow for the rest of their lives, unable to face the world. Fortunately, this problem facing the fox girls was easily solved. As long as Bai Luo granted them miraculous power and allowed them to return to the miraculous realm, these flaws and side effects would disappear. We can't let anyone see this. The fox girls present were no weaklings, they represented the 7 fox tribes. Yet, as leaders and representatives, they were frightened into unconsciousness, leaking a fawning, begging, and gushing scent of fox charm fluid. Fortunately, no one else was present, otherwise, it would have been truly humiliating. Shirley had also smelled the scent of the fox charm fluid, but it had no effect on her. Furthermore, being non-human, she didn't understand the fox girls' situation. As long as the fox girls posed no threat to Bai Luo, Shirley would sleep there, not even opening her eyes. This is a bit troublesome. Bai Luo couldn't just sit there and watch the fox girls sleep on the floor. He also couldn't wake them. They were girls, after all, and their skin was too delicate. Domain, holy water pool of Avalon. Inside the room, Bai Luo unfolded a domain, enclosing all 7 fox girls. It was a spacious bathroom. Swish, 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 giant stone dragon heads hung from the wall, and hot water poured from their mouths, forming bathing pools. Let's clean them. Bai Luo channeled his magical energy into telekinesis, controlling the unconscious fox girls. He stripped them of their clothes and gently placed them in the water. The hot water didn't rouse them. Apparently, this type of physiological syncope had a time limit. They wouldn't awaken due to external pain or stimulation. Bai Luo, even if I became the Lord of Miracles or King Atón, can't escape the fate of bathing women. Bai Luo sat cross-legged on the smooth tiles outside the bathtub. He closed his eyes, avoiding the fox girls and trying to respect their privacy. Fortunately, I have plenty of experience. Quickly, Bai Luo controlled the water, cleansing the fox girls and drying their fur after dressing them in pure white silk pajamas. Bai Luo snapped his fingers, and the surroundings shifted, revealing him in a guest room within Avalon Castle. Perhaps it was time, as Jinling was the first to open her eyes from her coma. Where is this? The blonde fox girl looked around in confusion, the secretion of her fox-scented charm leaving Jinling's body extremely weak. Boom! But the next moment, Jinling once again felt the overwhelming fear of being stared at by a wild beast. Calm down. Fortunately, Bai Luo cast an Avalon mind spell on her just in time, preventing her from fainting again. However, Jinling felt a slight chill at her hips. She lowered her head and saw dark water stains on her pure white silk dress. What is this? Why is this happening? Jinling had never experienced anything like this before. She curled up into a ball, staring at Bai Luo in horror. Don't be afraid, don't be afraid. Although Bai Luo cast his spell in time, he was still a step too late. It seemed that Jinling would have to wash again later. Then came the other 6 fox girls. Even in their comas, their dresses gradually became wet. Everyone, wake up. Bai Luo cast a wake-up spell. He had to resolve this strange symptom before letting the fox girls go to the bath. Soon, one by one, the 6 fox girls awoke. Silver Fox bit her lower lip, tears welling in her eyes. She looked at Bai Luo, her expression stubborn, yet her eyes were filled with weakness and helplessness. Wu White Fox was gentle, like a lady from a noble family. But faced with such a situation, she could only collapse on the bed, gazing timidly at Bai Luo. However, the way her tail was positioned, Bai Luo, a seasoned hunter with countless experiences, could clearly read her body language. If Bai Luo walked over, grabbed her tail, and yanked her up, there would be no escape. My legs are giving out. Red Fox tried to stand, but she was completely powerless. Her face flushed, as if she were drunk. Your Majesty, are you going to bully us? Red Fox knew a little about the relationship between men and women, but she had no qualms about it. Of course, the Red Fox Huau wasn't promiscuous. In fact, she took chastity very seriously, a strong-willed woman who would rather die than lose her chastity. But Bai Luo was the king of Atón, and they were his pets. Conquered by a powerful being like the Lord of Miracles, Huau had no reason to resist or refuse. She belonged to Bai Luo, and whatever Bai Luo wanted was natural. My body feels so soft. The purple fox was a cute little girl, only 12 or 13 years old. Her head was dizzy, and she tried to get up several times, but she fell back weakly. In the end, she relied on Jinling's help and finally leaned weakly in her arms. And the green fox, although equally humiliated, hugged her knees, trying to remain calm as much as possible, and analyzed the current situation. The weakness of the descendants of miracles, our weakness, is this it? I think I know what's going on, the green fox said, feeling the wetness between her buttocks. Embarrassed, she buried her head in her knees. This is, the fox scented charm fluid. We're using this method to beg for mercy from the powerful. How can this be? Black Fox Mozin, a delicate being, burst into tears. She looked at Bai Luo, but before their eyes met, she looked away as if struck by an electric shock. Woo. Chapter 186, 7 Foxes of Atón. As the master of so many miracles, Bai Luo had the authority to directly grant the fox girls miraculous powers. The fox girls have been bathed in King Aole's miraculous power for years, Bai Luo thought to himself. Although the miraculous power has been withdrawn now, their body's adaptability to it remains, even if only 1/5 of a 100-year-old fox demon is considered. That's still 20 years of physical strengthening. Over such a long period of time, the subtle transformation of the miraculous power has made the fox girls' bodies perfect vessels. Now that they've met Bai Luo, with enough miraculous power, they could potentially unleash all the potential they've accumulated over the years. In other words, if the fox girls are talented enough, they could potentially break through to the hero level, just like Sheila did. 7 fox girls, in the best-case scenario, would be 7 heroes. The first to speak was not Jinling, but Red Fox Huayu. The tall, majestic woman looked at Bai Luo earnestly. Please grant me strength. I will serve you forever. Huayu suppressed her inner fear of Bai Luo. She dared not look up at him. Though her body trembled uncontrollably, she remained steadfast, not cowering like a female beast. You crave power, and within you, there is also hatred. Bai Luo could, through various miraculous powers, discern Huayu's true inner state. Her willingness to submit to Bai Luo stemmed from the initial deference of the weak to the strong. Then, it was the immense shock Bai Luo had previously inflicted on her. Huayu, seeing through Bai Luo's gaze, panicked. I'm not. This isn't just my loyalty to you. I truly want to follow you. Please believe me, beautiful hair. Bai Luo crouched down, gently stroking Huayu's fox ears and rubbing them. They feel great, too. Huayu didn't understand what Bai Luo meant, but she didn't dare move, not even a smidgen. Don't worry, I don't hate you, Bai Luo. It seems you've been badly bullied in the past. Was it your own people, or other monsters? My own people. Do you hate them? Yes. Huayu didn't dare lie and told the truth. They didn't even consider me one of their own people. Huayu lived in the wilderness of the forest year-round. She couldn't enter the city of the Tushan Fox clan, nor was she allowed to. In the eyes of the Tushan Fox clan, Huayu was no different from a savage, lowly, humble, and disgusting. So you crave power, revenge from me? Huayu knew Bai Luo had seen through her completely. Yes, I'm sorry, it's no big deal. However, Bai Luo didn't blame Huayu. I think your idea is good. If you're hit, you have to hit back. If a dog bites you, you can't bite it, but you can kill it and cook a pot of dog meat to go with your wine. There's nothing wrong with that, Bai Luo said. In the future, you'll become my vassal and worship me as king. As the eldest brother, it's my responsibility to help my younger brother get back at me. Well, it's not as extreme as you say, Huayu explained. They just look down on me. I don't intend to kill them, returning home in glory, and then showing those who look down on others their strength. That was pretty much the hatred Huayu harbored. Alright, if Huayu truly had an enemy, Bai Luo really couldn't take direct action. After all, Aole and Atón were allies. An incident like this during their honeymoon period would not benefit the country. Fortunately, Huayu's problem was simple enough for her to handle on her own. Follow me, and you'll be mine from now on, Bai Luo said. Remember, do nothing that harms Atón or my interests, alright, except my miraculous powers. Take as much as you can, and do your best to adapt to them. As long as one could obtain miraculous powers, they were his own. Bai Luo displayed his gentleness and kindness towards his subjects and family. Huayu, the fox girl bowed quickly, then gently placed her chin in Bai Luo's hand as a sign of submission. I am willing to be your slave. Yes, your subject. Bai Luo disliked slaves. While miraculous powers certainly did, as a king, he would do his utmost to respect each of them. Giving everything to Bai Luo was a subject's responsibility. Not abusing this power was a self-restraint of his as a king. He who wears the crown must bear its weight. Rights are also responsibilities. Really? Can you be your subject? Not only Huayu, But also Jinling and Mozin had already mentally prepared themselves to become Bai Luo's slaves and pets. However, this meant nothing to the fox tribe. Even Tushan Jiuwei's greatest dream was to become King Aole's concubine. It seemed reasonable for the fox girls to come to Atón, hoping to become Bai Luo's slaves. To the fox girls like Jinling and Huao, if they could truly become the king's slaves, it would be practically equivalent to human unification. I need your talent, not your looks, Bai Luo said, adding, of course, I like your looks, too. Acquire my miraculous power and contribute to my kingdom, Bai Luo said. The fox tribe is no less powerful than any other race. As long as you make a contribution, I will reward you all equally. Thank you for your kindness. Jinling thanked Bai Luo on behalf of all the fox girls. Bai Luo then asked Huao to step forward. Next, starting with Huao, I will grant you the miraculous power one by one. Yes, Huao stepped forward more obediently, making her way to the clearing. Concerned that a sudden burst of miraculous power might make it difficult to control Huao, Bai Luo set up a holy energy array and barrier. Double protection ensures the safety of the other fox girls. I should release your body and mind and pray to me, Bai Luo said. The power of miracles can sense your heart. I need you to unconditionally reveal your desires, the desire to become powerful, the desire to obtain something. Expose your ambitions as much as possible. Ambition is a form of magnanimity, but rebellion is not recognized by the power of miracles. Such a traitor could never be granted such powerful powers by miracles. Houwu's ambitions had nothing to do with Bai Luo. She held no grudges and was not afraid of being exposed. I want to become stronger, to become a formidable warrior, to make them regret their actions. Thinking of this, Houwu glanced at Bai Luo and wanted to make a wish related to him, perhaps to thank him and receive his favor. It was the nature of the fox race, something even Houwu could not change. Unfortunately, in Houwu's eyes, Bai Luo was too dazzling and great. How could a mere fox demon dare to aspire to serve such a noble master? If I could follow you, Houwu dared not hope, ultimately saying only, I would have no regrets in my life. Bang! A surge of flames burst forth from the fire mist. Its powerful miraculous power was almost identical to that of the hero Sheila's liberation. It's so hot! Fire! Fire! The fox maidens were startled, retreating in panic. However, 3 of them unexpectedly stood before Bai Luo, seemingly wanting to protect him. Don't panic, Bai Luo pulled Mozin, Jinling, and Qinghu behind him. He deployed his domain, simultaneously carrying the 7 fox maidens out of the room and reappearing in the holy water pool. From there, Bai Luo transferred the fire mist to a separate platform in the distance. Boom! A startling flame surged, originating from the crimson fox maidens. Wu then, a giant crimson fox, approximately 20 meters tall and over 60 meters long, leaped from the flames. She possessed strikingly beautiful crimson fur, her limbs entwined with flaming fur behind the giant fox, tails blazing with golden, blue, red, and black flames ignited a fierce, raging firestorm. Lion Fox Princess Fire Mist, rank, heroic actual combat power, quasi-hero race, demon spirit miraculous power. 30% fairy, 20% fighting saint, 50% disaster ember, occupies the hero slots of Lilith, Avalon, and Leon. Secret, unrealized description, a fox clan that absorbed the powers of disaster ember, fighting saint, and the fairies, awakening the powerful magic flame, holy flame, demonic red mist, and ember fire. Tisk, tisk, tisk. Bai Luo naturally wasn't affected by such a small amount of power, especially since it was his own miraculous power. Not bad, very good, fire mist, you did well, roar. Fire mist roared earth-shatteringly, like a ferocious beast from the depths of hell. However, the moment she saw Bai Luo, Houwu's body shrank, ultimately transforming into a woman draped in a red battle dress. Houwu had absorbed a vast amount of the power of the embers, but fortunately, she hadn't lost her mind. While she couldn't yet control her physical strength, her mental state was remarkably stable. Mastering these 3 powers was only a matter of time. Master, connected with a miraculous power, Houwu's tone shifted. She knelt on one knee and said with immense respect, "Thank you for your gift. I never imagined I could be so powerful." "You've done well," Bai Luo carefully observed Houwu, noticing a less arrogant expression and a more confident look. Gaining power, especially such a powerful one, had profoundly transformed Houwu's state of mind. This was a positive development, one that would aid her future growth. However, Huao, Although you have obtained heroic level miracle power, it's merely energy. You don't possess any combat skills, Bai Luo said. So, from now on, you must diligently learn the skills and secret techniques of the Avalon Dao Shengfa as quickly as possible, and then refine your own profound secrets. You possess both fairy magic and witch magic, Bai Luo said. So, you might be very busy. It's my honor. Huao was thrilled, deeply thrilled. Through the inheritance of miracle power, Huao realized just how exceptional she truly was. To use in-game parlance, Huao gained a hidden profession, simultaneously wielding both the witch and the Avalon warrior, as well as the extremely powerful Ember of Calamity. When fused, she becomes the Lion Fox Princess. When separated, she becomes the Lihao High Witch, the Avalon Sacred Beast, and the Calamity Fox. When Huao fully realizes her potential, her strength will be at least 3 times that of a typical single miracle hero level. However, that will be in the future. Sheila and Noel's rapid growth was due to over a decade of Uncle's guidance. In comparison, Ho Wu truly possessed only heroic level mana, but not even the slightest heroic combat power. Furthermore, having not grasped the profound meaning and only being able to use bloodline spells, Ho Wu was practically a mere figurehead. So, Ho Wu listened to Bai Luo's analysis and asked, I can't even defeat a transcendent. Of course I can, Bai Luo said. You can unleash your true form and transform into a giant demon fox. Your HP and MP will skyrocket, and you'll be able to wear down a transcendent. That's it. Having become Bai Luo's miracle subject, Ho Wu understood everything Bai Luo said, including this gaming jargon from his past life. But while she understood, she didn't really feel anything. How should she put it? Low damage, but extremely insulting? Try your best. Bai Luo raised his hand, wanting to pinch the cute, fluffy fox ears again, but since she was a woman, it wouldn't be a good idea. Atón, have many places to train. Regularly spar with your companions and you'll quickly become stronger. Bai Luo patted Ho Wu's shoulder and said earnestly, remember, just because you possess more miraculous power than others doesn't make you underestimate your opponent. A true master, even using only secret techniques, can still defeat you. For example, Senior Sister is a formidable force capable of defeating monsters above her level, even ordinary level opponents. Ho Wu, remember this. Never underestimate your opponent, Ho Wu said. Bai Luo nodded, then called the fox girls over to get a good look at her. Knowing Ho Wu's penchant for showing off, Bai Luo gave her the opportunity to show off. This, amazing, are you really Ho Wu? That Ho Wu is so powerful. Jinling looked at Ho Wu with envy, while Qing Hu was filled with disbelief. They had no idea how much miraculous power Bai Luo possessed. Ho Wu knew a portion, 3. But she wouldn't, and couldn't, reveal it. What do you mean Ho Wu is so strong? Can I be that strong? Ho Wu was a little unhappy. Jinling quickly corrected her tone, and the other fox girls immediately praised Ho Wu. Ho Wu is amazing, yes, Ho Wu is so brave. You are the bravest of our fox tribe. The fox girls' sweet talk and flirting were unbearable not only for men but also for women. I'm embarrassed by what you're saying, Jinling, and everyone else. Please pledge allegiance to His Majesty. Ho Wu looked forward to everyone becoming stronger together. Your qualifications are certainly no less than mine. Then, together, we can carve out our own territory in this country. Ho Wu's ambition was clear. She wanted to have a paradise for her fox tribe in Atón. Okay, as long as you have the ability, go ahead and compete. Bai Luo appreciated this kind of healthy competition and was willing to give them a chance. Ho Wu became Bai Luo's miracle subject, and her previous flaws naturally disappeared. But now, even if she made a fool of herself in front of Bai Luo, she didn't care too much. If Ho Wu could only gain Bai Luo's favor, he'd wake up laughing in his dreams. First, accumulate merit. Once I've accumulated enough, I'll set out for the Fox Clan's ultimate dream. The Fox Clan's ultimate dream? To become the king's favorite concubine, of course. Jinling, pledge allegiance to you, the great king of Atón, my master. After Ho Wu, Jinling was the second to pledge her loyalty to Bai Luo. Bai Luo heard her heartfelt words. Without hesitation or resistance, she offered her everything to Bai Luo. I hear you, take it. Ho Wu had a surprise for Bai Luo, eager to see if Jinling could surprise him further. Unleash your full potential. I'll give you as much of my miraculous power as you want. Jinling's previous performance had satisfied Bai Luo. Even though her strength was limited, she was willing to step forward and protect Bai Luo when the situation arose. This alone, if nothing else, gave Bai Luo reason to cultivate her well. Jinling felt Bai Luo's miraculous power, so warm, so comfortable. Tell me your wish. I no longer want to live in the open air. I want to have enough food and clothing, to live a good life. Jinling replied, I'm easy to support and ask for very little. I only ask that you let me serve you and not drive me away. A pure sense of belonging, allowing the miraculous power to know how to distribute itself, was perfect for the golden fox girl before him. The miraculous power surged. Bai Luo carefully examined Jinling, noticing that it wasn't as violent as the fire mist, but rather more gentle and stable. Boom! Following the red fox fire mist, an extremely sacred light erupted from Jinling's body. The pure white, golden glow filled everyone's hearts with warmth and comfort. Holy power, Bai Luo shook his head. It doesn't seem like it, huh? The changes in his people naturally made Bai Luo feel them. He raised his hand and saw a ball of pure white flame appear in his palm, shimmering with delicate runes. Power of faith, the phrase popped into Bai Luo's mind. The will of the people is faith. Faith isn't just worship of gods, it also encompasses faith in one's country, one's homeland, one's ancestors, and one's profession. The power of faith is the most essential element that enables all living things to rise. It's the conviction to fight to the death, the unwavering commitment to the meaning of life, a truly remarkable thing. Dingling the bell rang crisply, and the red and white intertwined prayer rope clung to the waist of the giant golden fox, transformed from the golden bell. A massive golden bell dangled from the fox's neck, its 5 tails fluffy and soft, a sight that made one want to grasp and play with it. However, its massive frame, over 20 meters tall, instilled fear, deterring one from approaching. Wu! The golden bell uttered a majestic and sacred cry, its surging holy energy threatening to transform the entire holy water pool into another world. Domain. Bai Luo sensed the power of the domain. Though still faint, it was unmistakably the power of the domain. King Aole, what a treasure you've bestowed upon me. Though still at the hero level, he's already touched upon a sphere of power. Bai Luo wondered if King Aole was aware of this. But if he didn't, and chose at random, then Bai Luo's luck was truly exceptional. Inari Fox Fairy, rank, peak hero, actual combat power, quasi-hero race, divine envoy, miraculous power. 40% fairy power, 60% Avalon's fighting saint technique, secret technique, unrealized domain, Fushimi Gate, initial enlightenment, description, a divine messenger who manipulates space and battles divine powers through invisible dimensions. Dingling, golden hair transformed into countless cherry blossoms, and a red and white Maiko costume, her golden hair swaying among the blossoms. Barefoot, Jinling slowly descended into the holy water pool, walking on the surface until she reached Bai Luo's presence. I swear to you, to dedicate my everything to the great god, my majesty. Jinling knelt on both knees, bowing respectfully and humbly, like a newlywed wife performing a vow of fidelity to her husband. Of course, Jinling didn't expect Bai Luo's favor, but dedicating everything to the gods was her duty as a divine maiden. I accept your allegiance. Miracles are diverse, and Bai Luo must adopt different attitudes and behaviors to meet the different customs of the people of miracles. Westerners use knight swords, while Easterners simply support them. Really, I really have received the power of miracles. Wow, Sister Jinling has become so beautiful, just like the messengers of King Aole. Don't talk nonsense. Sister Jinling is now your majesty's envoy. Of the fox maidens present, Jinling was well prepared, accepting the miraculous power with ease. Huao was even more decisive. She was determined to rise to prominence, to show the foxy women who had previously looked down on her how powerful she was. Chirp! Suddenly, Jinling's fox ears twitched, and she timidly said, Please, your majesty, rub my ears, and also, my chin. Huao's gesture of placing her head in Bai Luo's palm had previously made Jinling envious. Consigning one's throat to another's hand was a symbol of submission and trust among the Fox clan, and the perfect oath-taking ceremony. Oh, Bai Luo pondered, feeling that he still had to satisfy his subjects' needs. He reached out and touched Jinling's head, then, the touch on her chin made Jinling scream, but soon, only a comfortable moan remained. The chins of fox maidens, like those of dogs, are extremely delicate and sensitive. Being touched here, caressed so freely by someone she trusted, Jinling felt a sense of relaxation and comfort she had never experienced before. Had Bai Luo not stopped, she would have been completely captivated. Master, I want to touch here too, Ho Wu watched with envy, and the surrounding fox girls were eager to try as well. Wait. Although the fox girls were adorable and their touch was incredibly pleasant, Bai Luo felt that business was more important. First, acquire the miraculous power. Afterwards, we'll have plenty of time. However, seeing the fox girl's fiery eyes, Bai Luo held back his hand. Don't worry, everyone has it, and everyone will touch it. For a moment, the fox girls seemed like adorable fairies, truly treating themselves like Bai Luo's little pets, his darlings. Who's next? Me. Next. Perhaps due to excessive excitement, even though her crotch was still wet, the little purple fox Kyankian was eager to rush to Bai Luo's side, expressing her desire to follow him. Whether it was for power or a desire for affection, only purple fox Lolly knew. Alright, Bai Luo said, then I choose you. Begin. Pray to me and express your desires in your heart. Desire. Zijin crossed her fingers and prayed in front of her. I want to have a full stomach. I want someone to love me, to care for me. Jin will love him too. No matter what, Jin is willing to do it. Oh, the power of miracles sensed Z Fox's heart, another good child who is willing to follow Bai Luo from the bottom of her heart. However, compared to the roar of the fire mist and the rumble of the golden bell, Z Fox Jin only lit up with a little miracle wind, without much change. Being able to absorb the power of miracles proved that Z Jin's loyalty to Bai Luo was unquestionable, just like the golden bell and the fire mist. But, puppet fox, level, extraordinary race, demonic miraculous power. 80% ember, 20% fairy description, a miraculous soldier that manipulates silk threads, controls matter to form puppets, and directs their battles. That's it. The little lolly opened her eyes, stunned. Who am I? Where am I? What am I doing here? The two sisters before her were heroes, with such grand scenes and so many special effects, but when it came to her, Z Jin, this was it. Wow, the little purple fox burst into tears at this disparate treatment. It wasn't because she was weak, but because she was worried that her potential wasn't enough, that she wouldn't make it in the future, and then her master would dislike her. Don't cry, Bai Luo hurried forward to comfort her, even holding the little purple fox in his arms. Ears, touch. Tail, touch. Chin, tease. Finally, the little purple fox smiled, letting out a comfortable sob. Not talented enough, Bai Luo assessed the little purple fox and found her talent to be on par with Jinling and Ho Wu. Your Majesty, Jinling said quickly, is Kyankian's aptitude insufficient? She's about the same as you. Bai Luo realized the miracle power wasn't overflowing, but rather worried that injecting too much at once would harm the little purple fox. This showed that the little purple fox could accommodate more miracle power, but her physical condition wasn't up to par, causing the miracle power to gently reject it. There was only one possibility for this situation. How old is the little one, Your Majesty? Kyankian. Kyankian is 11, this wasn't just her appearance, she was truly 11. Okay, Bai Luo understood. For a miracle miner to become stronger, aptitude was one factor, but the time required for miracle strengthening was also crucial. Generally speaking, strengthening before the age of 10 didn't count, so Zikian's actual strengthening time should be 1 year. 1 year to become a transcendent. That seemed reasonable. Good girl, so good girl, Bai Luo rubbed the little lolly fox girl's head. The delightful sensation of her master's hand caressing her ears instantly made the little purple fox forget her unhappiness. Compared to her master's affection, strength was unimportant. So envious, looking at Jinling and Ho Wu standing nearby, their expectant eyes, Bai Luo was speechless. Didn't I just touch you guys? You're doing it again. Moderation. Moderation is crucial. Ahem, Bai Luo said, I'll help you later. We still have 4, yes, please forgive me, Your Majesty, Ho Wu said, glancing at the little purple fox. It's really your hands are so alluring? Bai Luo felt that in the future, he wouldn't need to reward the fox girls. Just a touch would satisfy them. Treasures, high positions, and generous salaries? It didn't matter. Not at all. Next, Bai Luo looked at Mo Xin. Of the 7 foxes, Mo Xin might have the biggest problem. But it was only a minor issue, nothing serious. Your Majesty, Mo Xin looked at Bai Luo in confusion, but heard him say, before, little Hey Erbo once asked you a question, do you remember? Although Mo Xin has a weak temperament, she has a complete mind. She is the nanny and mother who takes care of everyone's daily life in the whole team. Your Majesty, It's okay, I'm not here to blame you. Bai Luo asked her to be quiet, and he said, Hailbo asked you before, if Aoli and Aoli went to war, which side would you stand on? And your answer was that you hope the two countries will not go to war, right? Yes, yes. Mo Xin was a little scared. Bai Luo hurriedly said, don't be afraid, don't be afraid, I just want to hear your reasons, just say it. Can I really say it? It's okay to say it. With Bai Luo's permission, and now being placed under the control of Bai Luo, Mo Xin was a little scared. Bai Luo hurriedly said, don't be afraid, don't be afraid, I just want to hear your reasons, just say it. Can I really say it? You can say it. With Bai Luo's permission, and now being placed under the control of Bai Luo, Mo Xin was a little scared. Mo Xin finally found the courage to speak. Your Majesty, I believe there are two possible scenarios for a war between Atón and Aole. One is that Atón declares war on Aole, and the other is that Aole declares war on Atón. Mo Xin believes that if Atón declares war on Aole, it would be an unjust war. Mo Xin's words conveyed a broad perspective, making it hard to imagine that this was a little fox girl from the countryside. Your Majesty, I used to be a clerk in Aole, so I've learned some things. I see. Mo Xin had learned this before, so it wasn't surprising. Go on. Yes, Mo Xin said. Aole is interested in establishing a friendly relationship with Atón, and Atón has sent troops. May I ask, Your Majesty, if you were us, would you have the guts to do this? Simply put, if Bai Luo hadn't obtained the Black Book, and he and Inya had both found the miracle, would Bai Luo have attacked Inya? I have no reason to take action. Bai Luo thought for a while and said, since Aole and Atón are good friends, why should I attack Aole? Your Majesty is right, Mo Xin said. In that case, Xiao will tell me, can we not fight? That makes sense, Bai Luo, but according to what you said, if Aole attacks me, what will you do? Mo Xin will definitely fight to the death to protect Atón and your Majesty. Just defend. Bai Luo, what if I ask you to attack Aole? Xiao will go, and will do his best. Why? Aole and Atón have signed a military alliance, and the two countries are like brotherly countries. Mo Xin, if Aole attacks Atón, it means they are tearing up the agreement. Such an unkind and unjust person deserves to die. Then, without your Majesty's orders, Mo Xin will go to the battlefield and take their lives with his own hands. Bai Luo, very good, you are right. Mo Xin gave Bai Luo a surprise. He didn't expect that the Black Fox's weak heart would be so eloquent. And she wasn't just saying it, Mo Xin truly believed it. She had her own principles and wasn't blindly loyal. As long as Aole doesn't let down Atón, Atón, will never be ungrateful. There's no such thing as absolute friendship between nations. But King Aole was indeed good to Atón, giving him gifts and even using half of his royal power to sign the miracle covenant with Bai Luo. He had done his utmost. After making friends with such a hero, if Bai Luo were to scheme against him and think about how to harm this ally, it would be a bit too much. Some might say that this is how a country should be. Bai Luo is the king. But the question is, isn't this really short-sighted? The miracle land is so magnificent, with so many nations waiting for Bai Luo to plot against him, why would he mess with Aole? So, Bai Luo had actually been mentally prepared long ago. As long as Aole didn't do anything to let Atón down, neither would Atón. He treats people sincerely, and I will never stab him in the back. Your Majesty, rest assured, Mo Xin said. I am your servant. If Aole ever becomes your enemy, I am willing to be the vanguard and slay such unjust men. Alright, Bai Luo didn't resent Mo Xuan's attachment to his homeland and family, it was as it should be. If someone achieves success and fame but forgets their roots, they don't deserve Bai Luo's respect and favor. But, Mo Xin has an unwelcome request. Your Majesty, could you please change Mo Xin's name? Mo Xin replied, I offended you before, and that was disrespectful. Please give me a chance to start over. Mo Xin's past wasn't splendid, but she possessed considerable talent and gifts. Unfortunately, her introverted and delicate personality led to her being constantly bullied. Mo Xin wanted to change herself. And that change began with Atón, with Bai Luo's gift. One day, with her newfound presence, she would show those who looked down on her what she had accomplished, a height they could never reach, or even dare to imagine. Yes, Bai Luo thought for a moment and said, you are beautiful and gentle, like flowing water and the clouds in the sky. Water cloud. Bai Luo, I give you a new name, Ink Cloud. Praying to you, Ink Cloud began to open its heart to Bai Luo. I wish to live for you, exist for you, and defend your honor and dignity with all I have in this world. Tick-tock, splash, as Bai Luo's voice fell, a miraculous power of black and white blossomed. Like ink, wherever it passed, the pool water turned pure white, while the surrounding pillars and walls turned gray and black. The world, like an ink painting, everyone turned black and white. Domain, Bai Luo carefully sensed it and discovered that the source of Ink Cloud's domain wasn't senior sister, Leon, or Lilith, but Shirley. She wore an oil paper umbrella and a simple black and white oriental dress. Ink Cloud approached from the bridgehead, each step spreading like ink on white paper. She walked gracefully and soon arrived before Bai Luo, fairy in the painting, rank, peak hero species, alien visitor miraculous power. 40% fairy, 20% ember, 40% transcendent mystical power, unrealized domain, freehand painting, initial comprehension, description, an alien creature living in the ink and wash dimension, a flat world, capable of manipulating ink-transformed scrolls to fight, or trapping enemies within them, preventing escape. Shuyan, your majesty, please, your majesty. Mo Shuyan playfully winked at Bai Luo, then knelt before him, raising his chin. Let Shuyan swear allegiance. However, his composure lasted only a second. As Bai Luo's fingers brushed across his smooth chin, Mo Shuyan let out a gentle hum. It was a pleasurable feeling, so pleasurable that even his mind seemed to go blank. All his wisdom and intelligence vanished beneath Bai Luo's fingers. I want one too, I want one too, Sister Mo, come on, stop monopolizing the master, it's my turn, it's my turn, ahem, Bai Luo, one by one, each one, everyone gets one. Bai Luo's luck was also good with the next 3 fox maidens. White Fox, Silver Fox, and Green Fox were all hero level, and like fire mist, stronger than Zijin. Zijin, the Fox clan's status has been reduced by 1, now last, Kinkyu Fox concubine, Bai Nugent, rank, heroic real power, quasi-heroic race, totem description, a fox fairy with the power to manipulate minds, proficient in healing and defensive spells, Kingayu sword princess, Kingayu, rank, heroic real power, quasi-heroic race, demon spirit description, a solitary fox with supreme swordsmanship, a swordsman capable of overturning torrential rain, spirit summoning silver fairy, Yinzuir, rank, heroic real power, quasi-heroic race, divine envoy description, a fox fairy who uses clone summoning to summon a spiritual body to fight, capable of using the power of passage. A white fox, dressed in a resplendent white dress and wielding a bamboo sword, resembled a blue fox, a swordsman of ancient times. There was also a silver fox, a divine messenger like Jin Linger, with a noble and sacred aura. Furthermore, to ensure fairness, Bai Luo gave each fox girl a new name, a testament to their abandonment of their AOA identities and their becoming members of Atón. Thus, the golden fox was named Yuji, the silver fox Yinxuir, the white fox Baingjin, the black fox Mishuan, the blue fox Kingayu, the red fox Shiranu Wu, and the little purple fox changed only one character to Xiuan. What a bounty! This wave, truly a bountiful harvest. Bai Luo hadn't expected such a huge surprise from this wave of blessings. This made Bai Luo think of the remaining 93 fox girls. Unfortunately, through a special miraculous perception, Bai Luo discovered that their qualifications were significantly different from those of the 7 foxes. Not only in terms of talent, but also in age. King Aole might not care, but the Tushan 9-tailed fox had definitely been carefully selected. 6 heroes were chosen, along with a highly qualified Xiuan, and 93 ordinary fox maidens. This way, Bai Luo wouldn't be upset, nor would his strength suddenly increase dramatically. So comfortable. However, the ritual following the evolution drastically altered Bai Luo's impression of the fox maidens. Bai Nugent, seemingly a fairy, immediately took on the demeanor of a bullied young wife upon being touched by Bai Luo. If it tickles, how about we just call it quits, your majesty? Rest assured, I'll hold back. Bai Nugent blushed, her body trembling, but she persisted, pressing her chin to Bai Luo's hand. Please continue. Kingayu and Yinxuir were no better. The aloof swordsman was completely tamed, and even the messenger of the god dared not act rashly before the god, forced to be trained into a docile and obedient little woman. It seems this 9-tailed fox from Aole has some tricks up his sleeve. Having completed his mission, Bai Luo finally breathed a sigh of relief, then spoke of the 9-tailed white fox from Tushan, Aole Kingdom. Your Majesty, although Bai Nugent was born in Tushan, her power came from the Kinkyu Fox clan. Qiu and Tushan had always been in a rivalry, so hearing Bai Luo praising Tushan's daughter made Bai Nugent somewhat unwilling to accept it. Your Majesty believes that the nine-tailed fox's actions undermine the magnanimity of King Aole. Oh, Bai Luo looked at Bai Nugent with interest. The white fox had just arrived, but Bai Luo needed her, so how could she keep it to herself? What do you mean? I think your Majesty should have experienced the magnanimity of King Aole. He's very strong. Bai Luo didn't mind Bai Nugent praising another king. She was his now, and it was a good thing that she could say that to Bai Luo's face. Who doesn't need a minister who can supervise their master? Very strong, Bai Luo thought of the might of King Aole. His own strength was immense, and even with his best efforts, Atón couldn't defeat him. Yet, King Aole acknowledged his defeat. Instead of anger, he was filled with elation. Such a person was truly remarkable. Imagine if one day King Aole was imprisoned. Instead of despair, he would burst into laughter, believing he could start anew. If such a person wasn't the true king, who would be? Yes, King Aole is very powerful. The Lady Lord has lived in Tushan, Aole, for 60 years, Bai Lady Lord said. Every one of us fox girls has grown up hearing stories about him, so we have the impression that King Aole is domineering, powerful, and a master of the world, but that's precisely what's happening, Your Majesty. Think about it, such a powerful man, and yet he did this, withholding your talents. Yes, you're right, Bai Luo said. What the Tushan lady did was petty and disgraced King Aole. Given King Aole's character, the 100 fox girls he sent were likely heroes and masters. This is a big production to replenish Atón's troops at one time, and it comes from a super sponsor. However, Tishanyu cut some corners. She eliminated those fox girls who were over 100 years old, who could accommodate a large amount of miraculous power at once, and who could even directly break through to the master level, and only chose those who were in their dozens of years old. Bai Nugent's literary talent is not good, and she speaks in vernacular, but her logic is very clear. From Tishanyu's point of view, this is a good thing, but from the perspective of the relationship between Aole Kingdom and Atón, Mo Shuyan added, why should it be so? Aole and Atón have a 1,000-year contract. After 1,000 years, will Bai Luo still lack heroes and masters? In this case, why does Tishanyu still do this? Stingy, too stingy. Isn't that just the way she is? Huao said disdainfully, invincible in civil wars, but in external affairs, she still can't get ahead. Yes, my fox tribe has quite a bit of talent, but she only wants to be King Aole's concubine, not to advance herself. If Aole were a large family, then the nine-tailed fox's dream would be to be King Aole's concubine. That, King Gayu frowned, suddenly finding it difficult to speak. It seems we have no right to say that, do we? The next moment, the fox maidens looked at her. Are you so blunt? I mean, it's vulgar, Tishanyu, so vulgar. King Gayu corrected herself immediately, and the fox maidens nodded in relief. Did they want to be Bai Luo's concubine? They couldn't have such ambitions. Therefore, they were different from Tishanyu, absolutely different. From the way you talk, it seems like you look down on her, Bai Luo said. Do you have a grudge? She wasn't kind to my fox tribe, Yuji said. You know, we are orphans, and our ancestors were the ones Tishanyu defeated when she ascended to power. In other words, it was factional oppression. For years, Tishanyu refused to let go of these helpless fox maidens, intent on exterminating them all. But she did one good thing, Mo Shuyan said, she gave us to His Majesty. Tishanyu could never have imagined that the fox maidens, upon encountering Bai Luo's miraculous power, would undergo such a remarkable transformation. Given enough time, they would one day show Tishanyu how powerful they were. Even if they couldn't make an enemy, it wouldn't be a problem to give her a little trouble. Your strength is impressive, but Atón, need not only powerful arms, but also wisdom. Bai Luo desperately needed civil officials to help him with some matters. So, Bai Luo asked the fox maidens a number of questions, and most of them answered them fluently. Even if their answers were incorrect or incomplete, their cleverness still amazed Bai Luo. I say, are you also smart? Bai Luo discovered that the fox maidens were all highly intelligent, each possessing unique talents. Yuji excels at domestic affairs, Yin Zuir specializes in logistics, Bai Nugent enjoys the arts, Mo Shuyan excels at political intrigue, Ho Wu is a battle-crazed warrior. Qingyu is similar to Ho Wu, but prefers martial arts to battlefield combat. Finally, there's the little lolly Shi Yuan, whom Bai Luo discovers to have a somewhat sinister nature. This child is well suited for espionage or interrogating enemies. From today on, I will establish a special organization to serve as my think tank, answerable only to me. Bai Luo arranged the tasks for the fox girls. Looking at them again, each one was full of energy, completely devoid of their previous shyness and weakness. I should have cured your previous symptoms. Upon hearing Bai Luo's mention, the fox girls lowered their heads in shame, even Shi Yuan blushing. What a shame, Bai Luo said with a smile. Fox fragrance liquid is certainly quite interesting. Woo. However, the moment Bai Luo finished speaking, all 7 fox girls suddenly crouched down. They were either furious or mortified, some with tears in their eyes, looking at Bai Luo with a hint of reproach, as if questioning their master. Looking at the fox girls' skirts again, they were soaked, their foxy charms flowing uncontrollably. No matter how hard they held back, they still spilled all over the floor. This, Bai Luo instantly understood that he was the master of miracles. The fox girls had grown stronger, so powerful that they ignored all enemies. Even if King Aole stood before them, they dared roar at him. However, facing their master, they offered no resistance at all. At Bai Luo's command, the fox girls automatically secreted their foxy charms, preparing to receive his blessing. Your Majesty, the fox girls pleaded helplessly, please don't bully us. The next morning, Bai Luo completed his blessing of all the fox girls. While there were no more heroic level 1s, the number of extraordinary and extraordinary foxes had increased by 13 and 80, respectively, including many whose talents rivaled Xian's. Bai Luo was very satisfied with a good harvest. Your Majesty, I heard that you had a lot of fun playing with the fox girls last night. I played with the ears and the tail, and I was really happy. Bai Luo had not done anything to offend his senior sister, so he was justified. Don't underestimate Bai Luo's state of mind. It is a godlike iron will that has been tempered by helping countless girls in Atón to bathe. How could a mere fox girl want to make the king of Atón lose his chastity? His love for his senior sister and his desire to seduce her have never been dampened. I see, Fia. I want to beat you. Let's get down to business. The aquatic tribe we sent out has reported, senior sister said, in 7 days at most, the pollution disaster will spread to the ancient capital's waters. 7 days, and after that, Bai Luo was silent for a moment, then said in a very serious tone, you were in seclusion last night. Those vixens were really powerful. I'm afraid if we continue for too long, you might not be able to control yourself. Otherwise, how about you? Senior sister said nervously, it's daytime now. Bang. However, the door suddenly slammed shut. Senior sister looked at Bai Luo in shock, and finally, she sighed helplessly, I have to go into seclusion today, at most, for an hour at most. Snap. Bai Luo snapped his fingers, and the two of them immediately appeared in the Queen of Avalon's bedroom. Bai Luo picked up senior sister and whispered in her ear, today is a day off. Chapter 187 General Dong, standing in the snow mountain. Old man, Zilun is just ahead. In the dim forest, a figure jumped down from a tall old tree and landed in front of the old man. The young man was called Luosha, the grandson of old Louis. He was the 4th child in the family and only 3 years older than his youngest sister Yasha. Huangquan said he would be here soon. Was Shura, the Shura mentioned by Gigi was Huangquan's twin brother. Like Huangquan, he was also out on the road. According to the time, it should be tonight. Shura was the second one to arrive. Besides him, there were also the eldest sister Gigi and the youngest sister Yasha. The 24-year-old eldest sister Gigi, the 20-year-old second sister Huangquan, the 20-year-old third brother Shuro, the 18-year-old fourth brother Luosha, and the 15-year-old youngest sister Yasha. Together with old Louis, these are all the surviving members of the Louis family. I'm here. Wang Quan hasn't arrived yet. Shura wasn't tall, just over 5 feet 7. Looks like I'm here first. Shura and Wang Quan were twins, but their personalities weren't always compatible. They'd been competitive since childhood, even fighting over a single disagreement. Furthermore, perhaps because of his long wanderings, Shura looked a bit older. He was only 20, but he looked like a 30-year-old. Brother Shura, where did you go this time? Walked in the mountains. Shura patted Yasha's head and said, just like the old man said, it's a very boring place. A true master wouldn't fight you. Shura. In the distance, a stern-faced woman approached. She carried an extremely long Jumanji spear on her back and a katana at her waist. Grandpa, sister, thank you for your hard work. Wang Quan, among the Reed clan today, the strongest was only Haim, a gifted woman. Then came Wang Quan and Shuro, their combat abilities comparable. Rakshasa and Yaksha, still relatively young and lacking combat experience, couldn't compare to their older brothers and sisters. That's all, Grandpa Luo said as he stood up, visibly unsteady. Hu Inquin and Shuro hurried forward to support him. Grandpa, you're in such a bad shape, how about I carry you, Shuro said, and Grandpa Luo glared at him. I'm not dead yet, why are you carrying me? He wouldn't need to carry me if I died. Shuro didn't dare to say this. Take it easy, don't hurt your waist, you bastard, Grandpa Luo said dissatisfiedly. If it weren't for my old age, the 5 of you together would not be my opponent. Yes, you are awesome, you are invincible, so where are we going next? Straight into the ancient capital. Should we cover up? Yaksha said, getting a little excited as it was his first time going out. For example, wearing a mask. There are no ships going to Atón right now. The best way is to rob one, Grandpa Luo. There's a gang called the Viper Gang in the ancient capital. They have good ships, old man, Wang Quan said. The Viper Gang had their lair raided not long ago, and their ship was robbed. Now they are guarded very tightly. Grandpa Luo was stunned for a moment. It must have been done by Saros. Killing and robbing is his style. Can't we rob other gangs? Of course. Then why are you targeting the Viper Gang? Because we are familiar with them. Old Luo said that when they first debuted, the Viper Gang robbed their first ship, and many years later, they robbed it again. If they were to pass through the ancient capital and lack boats, they definitely target the Viper Gang. That's why the Viper Gang was practically their team's go-to dog dealer. I suddenly feel a bit sorry for this gang. Not really, Grandpa Luo said. They kidnap children, bully the market, and commit all sorts of evil. If the Viper Gang weren't so deeply entrenched, with a complex network of forces behind them, spies planted in Zilun by a certain miracle lord of Xingai, Grandpa Luo would have truly wanted to wipe them out. Guys like that deserve death. There are so many like them in the world. Can you kill them all? Unlike Hu Inquin's sense of justice, Shuro was far more realistic. He wasn't the type to stand up for others. Big brother and second sister are arguing. Hit one up, quickly. Fourth brother Luosha, eager for chaos, shouted expectantly, and even Yaksha joined in the shouting. Quiet, Guig said, her eldest sister's authority instantly overwhelming everyone else. We have important things to do. Why are you making such a fuss, Grandpa? Yes, Grandpa Luo, let's go. Although he said he didn't need help, his physical strength had really declined greatly due to his age. In his youth, he could fight for days and nights without taking a breath, but now, he felt exhausted after just a few steps. He really couldn't accept his old age. Where are we going now? Let's meet someone and see if we can borrow a boat from him, Grandpa Luo said. If we can't borrow one, we might need to borrow it for a while. Grandpa, you're here. Do you know anyone? Not in the ancient capital. Grandpa Luo looked toward the snowy mountains north of the ancient capital. Over there, old man, you know a snowman. Nonsense. Grandpa Luo patted the Yaksha girl's head and scoffed. Their lives a fellow disciple of mine from my youth. He's a master swordsman, no ordinary person, master swordsman. Upon hearing their identities, Wang Quan and Shuro's eyes flashed with eagerness. They were both battle-mad, one enjoying fighting injustice, the other challenging everyone. If they didn't possess the power of miracles, they could probably conquer the entire miracle land. You're no match for him now, at least wait until you gain the power of miracles. Grandpa Luo shook his head. Only then will you be qualified to fight him. The power of miracles. Was the other party a miracle clan with the power of miracles? Grandpa, could the man you're talking about be? Yes, Grandpa Luo said. He's none other than General Winter, the guardian of the ancient city of Zilun. Earl Thorn commands 4 powerful warriors, named Spring, Summer, Autumn, and Winter. General Winter, the legendary guardian of Zilun. They aren't members of the Miracle Clan, so to the Luo family, miracles are the stuff of legend. Let alone the Lord of Miracles, even a random extraordinary level Miracle Clan would have to fight with all their might to have any hope of escaping. Indeed, it's not about defeating, but escaping. Miracle soldiers, even extraordinary level ones, are protected by the laws, and such power is beyond the reach of ordinary humans. Just the immunity to physical attacks alone would render the Luo family helpless. So, braving the wind and snow, the group climbed the vast snowy mountain. Grandpa Luo was old, and halfway through the climb, He ran out of strength, leaving his grandson Luosha to carry him up the mountain. It was humiliating, so when they were almost there, Grandpa Luo refused to let Luosha carry him. He preferred to die walking rather than embarrass himself in front of his former fellow disciples. "You're still the same." Swish, swish, swords were unsheathed, cross-patterned spears swung, sweeping the snow around them. Almost instantly, the Luo family, like their master, tightly guarded the old man behind them. Their faces were solemn. Even knowing the voice belonged to the old man's friend, they dared not let their guard down. "You're too young to draw your swords on him." Grandpa Luo shook his head and said, "Put it down. If he had tried to harm us, we would have been dead that very moment." "Nonsense. When have I ever killed innocent people?" A figure stood directly in front of Gigi. The man was tall, over 2 meters tall, and his physique was immense. He was an elderly man with white hair and a white beard. Although his face was wrinkle-free, the sorrow in his eyes made him look a little old. General Winter, guardian of the ancient city of Zaloon, one of the 4 most powerful warriors under Earl Thorn, standing in the Snow Mountain's first abode. "You saw it all. When you get older, you have to accept your age," General Winter said, approaching Grandpa Reed. "Long time no see, senior brother, you're old too." However, Grandpa Reed didn't reply, instead commenting on General Winter's aged appearance. "Everyone ages, that's different," Grandpa Reed said. "You're the child of miracles, possessing miraculous powers. Will you age too? I remember Tulip was older than you, but she was still like a little girl." "Something's happened, something's bothering me," General Winter said, inviting the Reed family to his residence, an old wooden house built into the snowy mountains, at least 30 or 40 years old. Crackle, the fire burned warmly inside, illuminating the room with an orange glow, bringing a sense of warmth and security. "Are you this old guy's students? Or children?" "My grandchildren." Grandpa Luo was not shy and sat on the ground. He even asked Guig to take out his collection of fine wine. "Want a glass?" "Thank you." General Dong had not seen Grandpa Luo for many years. When they met again, he couldn't help but reminisce about the past. "There are 13 of us. After the teacher's private school was disbanded, we went our separate ways. We haven't seen each other for many years. I'm just a mortal, but you are a child of miracles. You should be more informed than me." "How better informed can I be?" General Dong's voice was a little low, but he did not have the arrogance of a child of miracles. The only thing he had was the joy of having friends coming from afar. "I've been here for almost 40 years, save for occasional trips back to Thorn City," General Dong said. "I haven't even been to Iron Eagle Fort, so how could I possibly get any information? That should be better than me, right?" "How many people do you know?" "Only 2, Grandpa Luo said. "How about you?" "I only know 1, and I'm sure you know this one too, the Eternal Conqueror, Little 11, General Dong said. "That little brat from back then is now far more powerful than you and me. He's a legendary warrior, 30 years, a legend." Grandpa Luo took a sip of his wine and sighed. "That's truly impressive." The Luo family stood in the room, listening to the 2 elders' conversation, feeling as if they were listening to a story from another world. Although General Dong hadn't unleashed any miraculous powers, everyone present knew his power. Grandpa Luo could communicate with General Dong on an equal footing, because they were once fellow disciples, and even after all these years, that relationship would remain unchanged. "Since you're the acting guardian of Heloon, why are you here?" "There's nothing good about a place like that." General Winter had been assigned here by Earl Thorn to guard Heloon and protect him from the forces of the Azure and the Pirate Kings. But since General Winter became Lord of the ancient capital 40 years ago, he had never set foot in Heloon, not even a single step. "That city is rife with sin," General Winter sighed, picking up firewood and stirring the bonfire. "Defending it is a disgrace to me as a warrior, then destroy it, that's easy to say," General Winter said. "How could a subject kill the king's subjects? So your master is no good?" "Yes," General Winter didn't object. Every Lord of Miracles knew Earl Thorn's cowardice. Just like Morgan's lack of ambition, every Lord of Miracles would privately mock him. Of course, Earl Thorn was also the one being mocked. Hikikomori, Otaku, coward, lacking ambition, incompetent, trash, garbage, no fighting spirit, coward. As a vassal of the Earl of Thorns, General Dong has heard this kind of talk for decades. You say he's used to it? You're kidding, how could he be used to it? But General Dong understood the Earl and knew his situation. It is the honor of my life to meet him. He may not be a hegemon, but I am still willing to serve him as king, even if it costs me my life. What did you see? I saw the stars, Grandpa Reed said. Last night, I saw a meteor falling. It was a general star. What's wrong with that? General Dong smiled. If that general star really is me, it would be a happy event. Have you come to this point, Grandpa Reed? Is this city chilling you? There are many cities like Zilun in the world, General Dong, but it happens that it belongs to me, but I can't do anything about it. I am so incompetent that I am unworthy of my teacher's teachings. Stop talking nonsense and lend me a boat. Are you going to find Saros? Grandpa Reed was silent for a while Guig and others looked solemn. They looked at General Dong in surprise. They didn't expect him to know about this. Don't worry, I won't harm you, but you can't leave the sea either. General Dong stood up and looked at the silent Grandpa Luo. I know how powerful you are, better than anyone. The most talented of our disciples is you, senior brother. You didn't expect that, did you? General Dong walked past Grandpa Luo, dismissing the Luo family. The Iron Eagle King has been searching for Saros for years, but he's truly formidable. We've tried everything, but we haven't been able to find him. But you, General Dong said, especially you, are under my surveillance. Someone reported earlier that a girl and a young man were out. General Dong said, I don't know what they did, but I sent people to follow them. Then I heard news from the Principality of Atón. I was planning to have those monitoring them forcibly recapture them. However, Wang Quan and Shura returned of their own accord, summoned by old Luo. Throughout the room, Grandpa Luo remained calm and composed, while Guig and the others, especially Shura and Wang Quan, were on the verge of drawing their swords. It turned out they were all under the surveillance of this old man. Are you courting death? Suddenly, Grandpa Luo shouted, back off, dare to draw your sword against a child of miracles? Are you crazy? Grandpa, this time, it's my fault, Grandpa Luo said. But when did you become so despicable, Shangxianzhe? Your talent far surpasses mine, General Dong sighed. These children of yours are surely no weaklings either. My lord has a grudge against Saros. I tried to stop it, but I couldn't. In that case, General Dong said, I can't let you go. If Bai Luo were to capture the Luo family, wouldn't the already vulnerable Earl of Thorns, a family full of skilled swordsmen, be digging a hole for themselves? Grandpa, soon after, the Luo family was taken to a mansion in the ancient capital and imprisoned. There were few guards, but the Luo family didn't dare flee. If they did, General Dong would strike immediately, and there was no way they could escape. General Dong, completely confident in his own strength, didn't fear their escape. This time, it's my fault, Grandpa Luo said, but you don't have to worry. Could it be, Ghost Princess asked, that you anticipated all this? How could I have anticipated anything? Intrigue is my worst skill, Grandpa Luo said. That Shangxianzhe kid has truly changed. How could I have imagined we were all living under his watchful eye? Fortunately, over a decade ago, Saros told me that if we found any trace of him, we should gather in the ancient capital. Aren't we just asking for trouble? Wang Quan said, there are monsters like General Dong in the ancient capital. Coming here is like walking into a tiger's mouth. Of course, even if they hadn't come, Wang Quan and Shura couldn't defeat the miracle arms. They would have to return. So it was an unsolvable vicious cycle. Miracle power surpassed mortal effort, and even their greatest talents would be futile. Most of what I said to him before were just tests, but there was one thing that was true. Which one? The Star General has fallen, Grandpa Reed said. I've been pondering Salos's plan for over a decade, and only recently have I figured it out. He wants to attack Harun, Grandpa Reed said, because only by occupying this place can Atón reach the shore from the sea and fight the Iron Eagle and the Thorns for supremacy. So he wants us to wait in Harun, just to. This is also his last strategy for me. Grandpa Reed pulled a small bag from his arms, opened it, and pulled out a small parchment scroll. Open it when we reach the ancient capital. The Reed family gathered around, only to see old Reed unfold the parchment scroll. Inside, written in ancient Atón language, was a single word, wait. Wait, Ghost Princess asked, puzzled. Is he really that powerful? The parchment scroll from over a decade ago contains such terrifying wisdom. How did he calculate it? Could this person truly have foresight? What a stunt. Saros's trick is to make people feel powerful without even realizing it. Unlike the Reeds, old Reed knew his uncle all too well. He knows we're stupid and wants us to stay put. What does wait mean? Uncle, don't mess around, just watch me perform. Grandpa read, the damage isn't high, but the insult is immense. After all, this was planned over a decade ago. How could Uncle really have anticipated this moment? In reality, all Uncle could do was provide the best arrangements for Grandpa Reed and the others. The Reeds were momentarily stunned. Are we being looked down upon? Old Reed sighed, then, in front of the children, sprinkled some potion on the parchment scroll with the word "wait" written on it. Soon, the handwriting changed, revealing, "Yes, I look down on you, oh my god." Guig clenched her fists, Wang Quan gritted his teeth, Shur clenched his fists secretly, and Luosha and Yaksha exchanged glances, each reading discontent and frustration in the other's eyes. "That's Saros kid's favorite taunt," Grandpa Luo shouted, looking up. "You saw it too. He's about to send his troops. Get ready." This was addressed to General Dong. Old Luo had never considered concealing anything, because he couldn't possibly hide it from a miracle child. Since that was the case, let's just be straightforward. Uncle hadn't anticipated Bai Luo's brilliance, and his plans had already been disrupted. But he had one thing in mind. General Dong, the first master of the Snow Mountain. Even after more than a decade, the opponent Atón faced was still him. And as long as he was him, things would be much easier. Gah! The azure waters washed over the beach, burying the small clams beneath the mud and sand. Countless seabirds flew in from afar, a vast expanse of white, filling the sandy beach. They searched for delicious morsels in the mud and sand, their cheerful cries accompanied by the lapping of the tide. This was a tranquil island, southwest of the ancient capital of Harun, home to a fishing village of several hundred people. The island's fishermen toiled daily, yet their lives remained impoverished. It wasn't that they didn't strive, it was simply that reality was too harsh. Hualala, the fishing boats hauled in, dumping a flood of fish onto the deck. It was a small boat, about 3 meters long and 1 meter wide, barely able to accommodate a few people. With such a good catch so early in the spring, this year's harvest is likely to be abundant. The father and daughter's ancestors had been fishermen for generations, from their father's grandfather to the present. For 60 years, this sea area had become like their own backyard. They knew exactly where to find the fish and when to cast their nets. It said tilapia. Father, it said tilapia. Such a huge tilapia. The tilapia was a species Bai Luo had never encountered in his previous life. It resembled a sea bream, but was much larger. This also meant it was expensive, destined to be a delicacy found only on the tables of the powerful. Father, we caught a lot this time. Iadina was a lively and active woman, having helped her father with chores since she was very young. Her mother died young, and her father had to go out fishing, so the girl always took care of household chores and waited for her father's return. Yes, if only it all belonged to us. This wasn't the first time Iadina had heard her father say such words. But life had to go on, and those things of hatred had to be let go. Let's go back to the village. At the helm of the fishing boat, Iadina's father was a skilled sailor. He had been with his father since he was 9 years old, navigating these waters for over 30 years. His skills were unparalleled. "Tina, sing for me, okay?" Iadina said with a smile. What does father want to hear? Iadina was a girl blessed by heaven. Her voice was like a heavenly sound. Even when she wasn't singing, just talking to you could captivate you. Whenever there was a celebration in the fishing village, Iadina would take the stage to sing. They called her the songstress of the sea, like the sirens in myth that could bewitch sailors. Of course, this wasn't a derogatory term, but a compliment. In fact, the entire fishing village adored Iadina, treating her as the apple of their eye. It wasn't just Iadina's voice that mattered, but her heart, pure, beautiful, and kind. In the early years, whenever a storm arose at sea, the families of the fishermen would silently pray for the safe return of their fathers, brothers, and children. On such occasions, Iadina would stand by the sea, braving the wind and rain, disregarding her own safety, and singing songs of blessing. This song seemed to possess an invisible power, helping the lost fishermen find their way home. It was such a fierce storm, yet we made it through. I thought I heard someone singing. The voice was soft, but even the roar of thunder couldn't drown out its beauty. She was the fishing village's siren, the diva of the sea, and their beloved, Iadina. Chapter 188 The Bell of the Ancient Capital. Is this the fishing village? Is there really such a person as the sea songstress? There are many legends on the sea. The green light that rises into the sky at sunset, the fleeting rainbow bridge, and the skeleton sea filled with death and confusion. The old man said, compared to these, the legend of the sea songstress is actually not that magical. This was the first time the young man had come to this fishing village, but he did not want to continue being a businessman, so he had no interest in ghost stories on the sea. But uncle, is this really a good idea? Young Andy said to his uncle. That's the man the nobles want. Aren't you afraid of something happening if you go and tell them, idiot? The old man slapped Andy on the head. Men on the sea aren't afraid of storms and sea beasts. Are nobles more terrifying than storms? Are you really not afraid? I saw you hesitated for a long time. I was just thinking about how to say it. The old man blushed. After all, he had just finished pretending to be cool and was slapped in the face. Brat, are you doubting my courage? Yes, you're brave. You're the bravest. You're not afraid, but I am, Andy said. And I've never seen a sea beast before. Do they really exist? You'll see them later. The old man didn't elaborate. In fact, he hadn't encountered sea beasts many times. This was common sense. If they encountered a sea beast, how could ordinary people like them return alive? They would have been buried in the sea long ago. Remember this, Andy, the old man said. A man can fear death, but he must not be ungrateful. It's better to die without regrets than to live in humiliation. Uncle, I can't even read a few words. Why are you being so literary, Pa? Ouch, Andy grumbled, disgruntled. I'm already short. If you hit me again, I won't grow any taller. Eat your dried fish. What are you talking about? The old man felt helpless about his nephew, but he had to protect his only child. However, he couldn't fail to repay the kindness he had shown him. Several years ago, while fishing, the old man was caught in a storm and, unluckily, encountered a sea monster. The old man thought he was doomed, but a song from the storm scared off the monster, calmed the storm, and saved his life. As the old man said, men at sea fear nothing but guilt. He could choose not to come. But if he didn't, the old man feared a lifetime of guilt. Pay taxes, as per the rules. At the entrance of the fishing village, an old man ordered his boats to anchor. Up ahead, local fishermen were already waiting with buckets of seafood. The old man was the fish buyer for the island, but he wasn't the leader. He was a small branch of a larger group, a hired hand with little say. Excuse me, old friend, the old man said to Inya and her father. Taxes have increased again recently. Now it's 90% of what you pay. Another tax increase? How can this be? The fishermen erupted in discontent. Damn it, this is totally disrespectful of us. If you ask me, we should just go out to sea and get away. We won't have to endure this injustice. Run? Where can we go? We're only safe if we stay inland. There are sea beasts out there. We could die if we're not careful, but if we stay here, we'll starve to death. This life is unbearable. Unlike agricultural taxes on land, fishermen at sea must hand over the majority of their catch to local merchants. But 9 out of 10, meaning only 10 out of every 100 fish go to the fishermen. This kind of taxation is practically driving people to despair. Even worse, they're selective, taking the best fish first, and only the remaining 10% is given to you. In other words, only the cheap fish are counted, not the expensive ones. Some might ask, aren't they afraid of starvation or rebellion? They're not afraid. If people are starving, they'll volunteer to become slaves. Slaves are private property. Give them a little food and a place to live, and they'll work for you. But what about freemen? They're just unruly people, and freemen. What about your own land or savings? Do the powerful need people like you? No. They only want slaves, and the more the better. As for rebellion, they're eager for it. If anyone rebels, the miraculous army will be deployed. How can mere mortals stand against the armies of gods wielding miraculous powers? Rebellion means death. The fate of a failed rebellion was either beheading by the Lord of Miracles or being sent to the slave market. So, after all the twists and turns, the end result was still slavery. What was the point of rebellion? Hand over the fish. Rhodes, Inya father, ordered the fish to be delivered. While their lives were hard, they were not without good things. For example, the old man wouldn't skimp or embezzle. This was the fishing village's greatest fortune, to have found a good merchant. However, the old man was ultimately only a minor figure. He didn't exploit them here. When he returned to the ancient capital and reunited with a majority, he would still have to pay out of his own pocket to satisfy the demands of the higher-ups. Honestly, Rhodes's fishing village was considered relatively well off. Some fishing villages couldn't even afford to hand over much food, yet people still regularly went to collect it. What was the point? The taxes weren't even worth the travel expenses and costs. But it didn't matter, it was just some food, a pittance compared to what they would actually gain. So, what was the reason for the powerful to be so reckless? Simple, absolute authority. Even if you can't eat, I'll still come to collect taxes. Why? Because I want you to know who your master is. I can starve you, send you to death. And you, powerless to resist. In every village, every town, every city. No matter where you are, no matter what mountain valley you find yourself in, the powerful will reach out and bring fear to your very eyes. They will make everyone remember one thing, to whom do your life, your freedom, and everything you possess belong? The powerful are not businessmen. Sometimes they do things not necessarily for profit, but simply for pleasure, fun, and excitement. The powerful say, as long as I'm happy, who cares if you live or die, money, food? The powerful have plenty of these. What they desire now is absolute rule, supreme majesty. The powerful know the fear of God, the Lord of miracles, but God doesn't intervene. Therefore, those chosen by God, and their descendants, naturally, must govern this land on his behalf. What is dignity and inferiority? Life and death are not determined by fate. That's what dignity and inferiority are. You can't even control the lives of others, you can't make them tremble at the mere mention of your name. How can you call yourself a noble? The old man had lived his entire life within the atmosphere of hierarchy cultivated by the powerful for decades. Even centuries. So, to him, the powerful were truly more terrifying than storms and sea monsters. Only those who truly grew up in the ancient capital could understand the sheer courage it takes to defy them and become their enemy. Anything else? I have something to tell you. The old man pulled Rode aside and whispered, leave this place quickly. Someone above has taken a fancy to your daughter. What did you say? Rode was stunned. He looked at Inya. The girl wasn't particularly beautiful, just average, the kind of girl who could easily be replaced by anyone else. Her reputation has spread. How could Rode not understand after hearing this? Inya was truly extraordinary. Her singing was like a heavenly sound, and she possessed the magical power to calm the sea's wrath and drive away sea monsters. Rode had no idea what was happening to his daughter. His limited vision naturally prevented him from understanding the existence of miraculous powers. Is it the Lord? Rode asked. Will the Lord send someone to take her away? The Lord here refers to the Lord of the ancient capital, General Dong. Unfortunately, as Lord, General Dong never intervened. The true rulers here should be the powerful nobles headed by the 6 major families. They are the administrators, and even owners, of the ancient capital of Shilun. No, the old man said. It's the Scrot family. How could it be them? Rode and the old man were old acquaintances. They had benefited from each other for many years, and the old man had provided him and his father with much help. Why, I don't know, the old man shook his head. So I hope you make preparations early and send Inya away. Send her away? Where can I send her? Rode was surprised that something bad was about to happen. What about you? Sorry, the old man said. Coming to inform you is all I can do, and I don't have the ability to protect the child. The old man couldn't even protect himself, so how could he protect a stranger in the eyes of a group of greedy merchants? They were not blind. Even if Inya opened her mouth, her beautiful voice would be instantly recognized and presented to the Scrot family. That family is full of lunatics. Rode clenched his fists. They blinded a girl because she had beautiful eyes, chopped off her head because she had beautiful hair. Lunatics. Everyone in that family was lunatics. If Inya fell into their hands, death would be the best punishment, and even more terrifying would be torture worse than death. No, absolutely not. Rode was terrified, afraid that his daughter would be killed, but he was powerless, unable to do anything. Damn it, why is this happening? Rode secretly clenched his fists, suppressing his inner fear. He then expressed his heartfelt gratitude to the old man. Thank you. Why thank you? That child saved my life, the old man said, hesitating for a moment before finally saying, if you want to sail to this island, I've left a boat there with provisions and water. I had a plan. If the ancient capital couldn't make it, I'd go to the Azure to seek opportunities, the old man scoffed, but the Azure is too far from the ancient capital. One encounter with a storm or a sea monster along the way would be the end. For all these years, I haven't had the courage to set out. Perhaps I'll never need this boat again. So this is a gamble, a bet on freedom. But who knows what the Azure is like? Maybe it's the same over there. However, they were just ordinary people. Was the Azure truly that beautiful? Could happiness truly be found there? No one knew, no one could guarantee it. The Thorn territory deliberately suppressed information, employing a strategy of obscurity. They were completely cut off from information. The result was that ordinary people preferred slavery to a life or death struggle. I know you may not trust me, the old man said. But I swear on my life, my nephew's life, and my family's, he said. I will never harm that child. Please rest assured, his words were true, but to force a father and his daughter to leave their homeland of many years and flee overseas with just a few words was a bit hard to imagine. But the old man knew the scribe family was approaching, and if he didn't leave now, it would be too late. However, the old man couldn't decide whether Rhodes was willing to leave. Having said that, the old man had done his best and could leave with peace of mind. Perhaps, it's time to escape. Rhodes saw the old man off, sighed, and then led his daughter to the foot of a cliff on the island. Father, why did you bring me here? The Scrot family is watching your voice, Rhodes confessed, telling his daughter the truth. We have to leave, that old man, we can't use his boat. First, it wasn't safe. Rhodes still couldn't trust the old man. Furthermore, he had been preparing for escape since his daughter's vision, so he wasn't completely unprepared. Inside the cliff cave, Rhodes untied the ropes, and a small wooden boat slowly emerged. For 10 years, Rhodes had been preparing for this day. He would take his daughter away, seeking opportunities in new seas. As for the dangers of the sea, Iotina's song was so strange that even sea beasts and storms would avoid it. With such power, where could they not go? Perhaps there was still danger. But the situation today meant they had to leave. Staying here would only lead to death. Rather than that, it was better to go out to sea and seek a glimmer of hope. Father, are we really leaving? I'm sorry, Iotina, Rhodes said. Father is incompetent and can't protect you. I have to let you follow me on this dangerous sea voyage. It's okay, Iotina smiled gently. As long as I'm with you, Father, anywhere is the same, don't worry, Father. Once we're out at sea, Iotina will sing my heart out, the girl said with a smile. I'll sing away the dark clouds in the sky and the monsters under the sea. Yes, seeing his daughter smile, Rhodes felt immense courage and confidence. I'll leave it to you. Swish, in the fishing grounds of Haroun, a young man in butler's uniform walked down the aisle with a maid. The pungent smell of fish filled the air, but the two of them showed no reaction, as if they were already accustomed to it. Brother, call me sir. The young man wasn't a true butler, he was essentially a servant. But to show off, he had donned the uniform and returned to the place where he had once lived, avenging the humiliation he had suffered. Sir, good morning, sir. If he really comes back, will he cause us trouble? You bullied him, it has nothing to do with me. He's looking at me. Lower your head, lower your head. He can't see me, he can't see me. Even if he was just a servant, the servants of a knight's household were different from these fishmongers. The boy had entered the upper class, able to follow the knight and witness all kinds of grand occasions, while they would be confined to the fishing grounds for the rest of their lives, breathing in the fishy stench of filth. Of course, this was a deliberate act on the boy's part. His true purpose was not so simple and vulgar. Why did you call me here? The maid was the boy's sister, and she didn't quite understand her brother's intentions. My clothes were just given to me. If they get dirty, I'll be beaten. You're not willing to take any risks. How can you climb into the bed of a powerful man? Fry said, it's a good opportunity to test your courage. I don't want to be pinned down by that fat pig. The girl's name was Irina, and unlike her brother, Fry, she had no desire to show off to anyone. Their mother was a prostitute in the ancient capital. Rumor has it that she once used her beauty to try to gain access to the rich and powerful. However, due to her lack of influence and support, she was put in a black bag at night and her face was slashed. The master, disgusted by her ugliness, threw her out of the mansion. Thus, their unskilled mother fell into the world of prostitution, becoming the lowest of prostitutes. Irina and Fry are half-siblings, dependent on each other for survival, neither of them knowing their biological father. Fry, less fortunate, lacked his mother's beauty and instead had a rather shrewd appearance. However, Fry's eloquence, especially his ability to flatter, earned him the attention of a knight, who appointed him his valet and, more recently, his squire. As for their younger sister, Irina, she is beautiful, even more so than their mother. What's a fat pig? Fry said. That's the head of the Morty family, one of the 6 great families in the city. If you can become his concubine, you'll have nothing to worry about in your life, then you can climb up the ladder. Ha, Fry laughed. With my looks, how high can I climb? Then what do you want? I'm cunning, but I wouldn't even scheme against my own sister, Fry said. I want you to bear that guy's child, and then we'll raise him together to become the new head of the Morty family. Irina, isn't that a scheme? You say it's not a scheme. If anyone else had said that, Irina might have scoffed, but her brother Fry was truly brilliant. Well, his good looks were all traded for wisdom. I know, the risks are huge, Fry said. We'll need to first defeat that fat pig's concubines and wife, and then his countless offspring. It'll take us 10 years, maybe even a lifetime, but they were just lowly people from the slums. How much effort had Fry put into becoming a knight squire? To the poor, this seemed like an impossible feat. But Fry succeeded, achieving his first small goal. I don't want this, Fry wanted to say. If only he were more attractive. With his skills, he could easily woo a few lonely noble women. Unfortunately, his appearance made Fry feel the distortion and cruelty of the world. This is the best, Fry said. You should know the life of a commoner. What would happen if you chose to live your own life? I don't need to tell you, do I? With Irina's beauty, she would undoubtedly be coveted. Living her own life, an ordinary life? Don't even think about it. It's impossible. Even if she had a husband, if he was incompetent, her fate would be tragic. Fry didn't need to remind her. So Fry's decision and choice were not wrong. Irina's beauty destined her to be entangled with the powerful. Fry would protect her, prevent her from becoming a plaything, and even control her own destiny as a mistress. Does it have to be crushed by a fat pig? Irina believed in her brother. From childhood to adulthood, Fry had sacrificed countless things to protect her. His servility and humbleness were all driven by survival, by his need to protect her. As for the claim that Fry had long coveted Irina's beauty, hoping to trade her for wealth and glory, that was a bit funny. You see, Irina was unattractive as a child, and only blossomed into increasingly beautiful women at the age of 14. To protect yourself, you must possess strength, Fry said. Before, you were just a black girl, and I, a sewer rat, could protect you with all my might, but now, you've become a white swan, and I can't protect you with my current status. This was the reason Fry fought so hard to become a knight squire, because only with his status could he barely protect his sister. I'm sorry, Irina knew her brother wasn't trying to use her. He was right, only by becoming superior could they avoid being bullied. Just think of it as a dog bite. Fry stroked his sister's hair. He knew his sister's situation, she was just a vase. Neither particularly vicious nor ambitious. Fortunately, Fry knew a secret ancestral formula that could make her even larger. Don't worry, I'll take care of everything. All you need to do is get bit by the dog a few times. So Irina was a mere tool, oppressed by the pigs. Working, oppressed by the pigs. Giving birth, eating, oppressed by the pigs. All the pressure fell on Fry, who orchestrated the situation and mastered the balance. I'm confident, Fry said, that in 10 years at most, the fat pigs will die, and the Morty family will be ours. Irina knew her brother's ambitions. Her children couldn't always own the Morty family, but she didn't covet power or status. She longed for a peaceful life. And she trusted Fry to treat her well. Fry had many flaws, but he never betrayed his family. Even when their mother never cared, Fry still went to great lengths to treat his ailing mother. He was a despicable man, but a good brother and son. Can I have some snowballs? Snowballs, similar to puff pastry, are a delicacy enjoyed only by those of higher status. Irina had been fortunate enough to see this kind of food before, but her pursuits were modest. Simply having it was enough to satisfy her. When the time comes, eat as much as you want, don't worry, Fry promised. I will definitely protect you. Ding ding, the bells of the ancient city of Harun rang out. It was a centuries-old bell tower, seemingly built here when the Atón people landed. Are all the best fish here? Yes, Master Fry. Well, it's nice to hear you call me Master. You're even a third as skilled as I was back then. Fry raised his hand and slapped the fishmonger's face. I'll let bygones be bygones for that slap you gave me before. Of course not. I was blind before. The fishmonger quickly slapped himself a few times. Don't dirty Master Fry's hands. I'll do it myself. I'll do it myself, Pa. Pa, alright. Fry was pleased with the other man's attitude. My master is entertaining some important people tonight. Bring out your best. Fry was arrogant and domineering. This wasn't his nature. He was actually a very steady man. But how could such a man be trusted? Even the fat pig owner wasn't a fool. They only trusted Fry if he was incompetent and his villains were successful. Because arrogant people were easily killed and posed no threat. This is a fine mullet. Master Fry has excellent taste, the fishmonger said. It's freshly caught this morning, and it's worth at least 30 silver coins. I forgot to tell you, Fry said. My master is hosting a distinguished guest tonight, the head of the Morty family. Here, the fishmonger said quickly. Such a rare and delicious mullet is only available to someone like Mr. Morty. How much? You're joking. Take it, take it. It would be my honor. I'll tell the two lords about this, Fry said, but the fishmonger knew it was just a formality. He wouldn't mention his name at all. Thank you for your kind words, Master Fry. I will never forget your kindness, the fishmonger said, his face filled with emotion. Even though he cursed Fry in his heart, he had to pretend to be grateful. Fry and Irina left, taking with them the best seafood from the fishmonger and his companions. Not just one family, but everyone. Damn rats, how disgusting, reliving women to power, a villain's success. This was common practice among the powerful, and it wasn't uncommon. Most of the market's finest ingredients were destined for them. Even without Fry, there would be Ellen Sella. Besides, Fry had been bullied by these fishmongers before, and now he was back for revenge, perfectly fitting his character. Boss, come to the slave market to get today's share. Over there, take it yourself, the fishmonger, still furious, pointed casually. The vendor, looking at the mountain of fish over there, said, That looks like it's from yesterday morning. Just take it when I tell you to, the fishmonger raged. They weren't our slaves. What's it to us if they died? Just heat them up, and who can tell if they're fresh or not? Hurry up. Oh, okay, I'll be right there. The vendor had the huge pile of fish transported to the slave market, where a large number of hot pots were set up, boiling hot water. Pour it all in. The fish were not washed or scaled, but simply thrown into the boiling water. When almost done, they were removed one pot at a time. Soon, some strong men carried containers full of fish soup to the slave-holding area. There were two types of cells. One was prison-style, with separate rooms housing 7 or 8 people each. This was considered a better accommodation, reserved for the more valuable slaves. Food is coming. Give it to me. Give me food. Give me some more, please. Give me some more. They were given fish soup, though it tasted unpleasant and had a strong fishy smell. But as long as it filled their stomachs, they would stuff their mouths with anything. Food is coming. Time to eat. On the other side, the cells were built below, with only the iron bars overhead to reveal the color of the sky. The slaves here drank rainwater and ate the leftovers of other slaves. Get out of the way, everyone down there. Furthermore, the guards in the slave market lowered a large pot and dumped it against the iron bars. Splash, the fish soup poured down, and the people below rushed to the center, holding their containers high, mouths wide open, desperately scrambling for it. A ton of scales, bones, gills, and fins, mixed with a broth, were trampled everywhere by the slaves' filthy feet. For a moment, a foul stench filled the air. But the slaves didn't care. Unable to grab the fish falling from above, they lay on the ground, oblivious to the filth, frantically searching for fish flesh and stuffing it into their mouths. Ha! Ha! Some slaves stretched out their tongues, frantically licking the filth from the ground. The people above, looking down at this hellish scene, showed no pity, but rather mockery and ridicule. You lowly creatures, as disgusting as livestock. It's disgusting. Ding ding, the bells tolled, and the sun set, enveloping the city in a fiery red sunset. Ho ha, in the bar of Zaloon, a group of adventurers who had come from nowhere were drinking. Drink, cheers, I can't take it anymore, I really can't, it's only been a few drinks, and you're already exhausted. Are you a woman? Ha, have you heard? At another table, a man in a hooded windbreaker said to his companions, many fleets have encountered sea monsters at sea. Impossible. According to myths and legends, sea monsters only appear during storms, but there haven't been any big storms lately. Maybe it wasn't a sea monster. What? Everyone looked at a figure. It was a middle-aged man, the leader of the adventuring group. I hear that these days, people have been fishing up strange fish from the deep sea. Oh, I've heard of that, said an adventurer. Those fish have eyes all over their bodies, which is really creepy. Hiss, the mortal adventurers didn't know the truth, but they were still in awe of such a terrifying thing. Guests, you ordered fish. As soon as the fish was mentioned, they dared not eat it and quickly asked the waiter to take it away. Even if you don't want to eat, you have to pay. Give it money. For these warriors who have been adventuring on the sea for many years, they never dare to underestimate the ghost stories on the sea. They know very well that most of the ghost stories are not groundless. There are good and bad gods on the sea, the Lord of Miracles, and not all of them are kind to humans. Just like Morgan, the king of the South China Sea, in the legend, he raises countless sea monsters, and those who anger him will be dragged to feed his pets. It's a bit like the sea beast disaster in the past. At this moment, a blind old man came over with a cane. The adventurers were very interested. The leader was considerate and quickly asked the old man to sit down. Waiter, serve the food. The leader, what is the sea beast disaster, and what does it have to do with sea beasts? Slurp, slurp. The old man drank the broth, feeling warm all over. He said, the sea beast disaster was caused by the birth of sea beasts 200 years ago. You haven't heard of it, which is normal. At that time, the old man said to himself, first, ferocious giant fish appeared in the ocean, and some fishermen disturbed the hideous marine creatures. Soon after, terrible sea beasts appeared in the sea, and more of them appeared. People at the time didn't understand why and thought sea beasts were edible. But those who ate sea beast meat became sick, with diarrhea and fever. The old man said, where I came from before, a strange epidemic broke out. Although it didn't cause a major disaster and not many people died, the source of the disaster was found. Fish, not just fish, the old man said. All kinds of seafood, they all seem to contain strange things. The sea is being polluted by some force. The old man raised his head, his white eyes looking at the adventurers present, and his heart was uneasy. A new disaster is about to befall this sea area. Master, miss, dinner's ready. In a magnificent, palace-like villa, a maid pushed a cart and placed today's dinner on the dining table. The long table was flanked by a gentleman dressed in aristocratic attire and a doll-like, adorable blonde girl. The maid's hands trembled slightly. There was nothing she could do. The two before her were simply too terrifying in the rumors of Heloon. My lovely Emily, this is your father's birthday present. The gentleman was Egbert Heloon, patriarch of the Scroat family, one of Heloon's 6 great families. And the girl was none other than the Scroat family's jewel, his only daughter, Emily. What is it? What is it? The blonde girl opened the box, revealing a magnificent doll inside. Wow, so beautiful. The blonde girl held a doll out. It had silver hair and eyes as bright as gemstones. The girl's hand brushed the doll's face, its elasticity resembling a real person's. Even the hands and feet, it looked like a living girl, crafted into a doll. It was surreal. Isn't it beautiful? The gentleman said. This is a gift Dad bought from the Lord of the Birch Tree. Guess what it's made of? I know. Emily began to list them one by one. This silver hair belongs to that sister. These eyes belong to another sister, Emily's most familiar. And then there's the skin, it's exactly like Sister Phyla's. Ah, my Emily, you're so clever. That's right, these are all treasures Dad collected for you. The maid standing nearby trembled with fear at the father-daughter rivalry. She'd heard that the head of the Scroat family was a madman who loved to buy beautiful girls, not for their bodies, but purely for their beauty. Beautiful eyes, gorgeous silver hair, silky skin, a small, delicate tongue. Monet, don't be afraid, Egbert smiled and said, you don't have anything that my Emily wants, so you can rest assured that you are safe for the time being. Yes, Monet was so scared that she almost cried. Not safe, but temporarily safe. Egbert was hinting to Monet that if one day Monet has something they want, she may become the next victim at any time. Dad, suddenly, Emily ran to Egbert with a doll. This doll is still missing some things. She can't speak. How can I make her speak? Don't worry, my little cutie. The man picked up Emily, put the cute girl on his lap, and then stroked her blonde hair. Dad has found her, a girl with a voice like the sound of nature. As long as you get her, you will have a doll friend. She will talk to you and play with you. Okay. Emily clapped her hands. Thank you, Dad. Dad is the best. Emily, I love Dad the most. By the way, Dad, after saying that, Emily said, how did you get the sound out? Did you dig out that sister's eyes like last time? Look, Dad. Emily held up the puppet. These are the eyes dug by Emily, okay? Let Emily do it this time. Of course, Egbert held the girl high. My little cutie, she's the best. Monet, who was standing aside, was almost scared to death by what the father and daughter said. At an angle unknown to her, the puppet in Emily's hand turned its head and stared at Monet. Click, the puppet's mouth opened slightly, revealing a strange smile. Chapter 189 Ancient Capital Strategy. Are you planning to attack the ancient capital? The ancient capital is a strategic location, beneficial to both Atón and Aole. This was a torn world, guarded by endless mountains on the left, while on the right, a massive castle, a black sun and a red moon shone against each other. Bai Luo and King Aole, connected through Wang Wei, were currently in talks. The appearance of this world was a direct manifestation of their miracles, representing the supreme rulers of their respective worlds. Oh, why all this? King Aole said, just tell me whether you want to fight or not. If you do, I'll help. It's a simple matter of a word, Bai Luo said. I know you're straightforward, brother, but I have to analyze it for you. Right, that's true, King Aole said. I think the ancient capital is useless. You find it useful and interesting. Can you let me know your plans? If you don't want to, that's fine. I don't mind, there's nothing wrong with it. Atón and Aole were military allies, so for 1,000 years, they would have to advance and retreat together. It was unreasonable for Bai Luo to act alone without King Aole. This was also why Bai Luo had privately communicated with King Aole before attacking the ancient capital, allowing both sides to prepare early. Otherwise, once the ancient capital was conquered by Atón, King Aole would have to figure out a solution. Putting aside the issue of haste, what did he think of King Aole? A tool? If Bai Luo really acted that way, it would only create resentment between them, a sheer folly. Ordinary land isn't of much use to us lords of miracles, Bai Luo said. But I have many miracles. Atón Island will soon reach its limit with steady development. But if I give you a few years, I can transform all of Zilone into miracle territory, then I'll advance west from Zilone, and you'll advance southeast from the mountains. We'll form a pincer attack, supporting each other and connecting them. Then, we'll split the entire Iron Eagle and the mountains in two. Listening to Bai Luo's words, King Aole realized that Atón was taking a big, radical step. Lords of miracles have long lifespans, and their actions can take decades, even centuries, to plan. Of course, many lords of miracles are hedonistic, perhaps spending 90 out of 100 years feasting, drinking, and having fun, without any ambition. Are you working so hard? King Aole noticed that Bai Luo was ambitious. What do you want? To build an empire. King Aole was a king, but kings weren't necessarily aggressive. A wise saint king was still a king. However, Dong Aole was definitely not a saint king, he was more like a bandit king. He was adept in combat, but he lacked grand strategic planning and vision. Often, his actions were driven by his personality. In short, King Aole lacked such ambition. If Bai Luo established an empire, King Aole had no desire to become emperor. Similarly, he only approved of Bai Luo as emperor. King Aole would not approve of anyone else who wanted to take the throne except Bai Luo. Sooner or later, the divine realm will split. We must plan for it. Even you don't want to see your people perish in a future chaos, do you? The divine realm split was something almost everyone could foresee. King Aole was eager to form an alliance with Bai Luo and actively trained him, precisely because he wanted a powerful ally to stand with during these turbulent times. That makes sense. King Aole still trusted Bai Luo. Anything else? The Asher Principality intends to form an alliance with me, and then, through me, become associated with you. You know, I don't like to associate with a weak. King Aole dislikes such things, always feeling that a rat's shit had been mixed into the pot of porridge, making it unclean. The three lords of miracles tied together, Bai Luo denied, are not weak. If a real fight breaks out, you may not be their opponent. Humph, Dong Ao thinks highly of himself. Except for the Queen of the Far North, he really doesn't take others seriously. Shen Yong is just a coward. Fairy Eagle? Just a woman with no ambition. Only Yang Bo has some ability and can be considered a half-man. It's a pity that Yang Bo chose to live in peace in a corner, King Aole said. Believe it or not, if a war breaks out in the future, Yang Bo will flee to farther overseas instead of coming ashore to fight with us. Do you know him well? The 10,000 Kings Conference. I've met him a few times, said King Aole. Yang Bo isn't a very capable king, but he has several talented individuals under his command. Eye of Heaven, in particular, is a child of miracles, cultivated by the female immortals of Yang Bo over many years. Not only is he a formidable warrior, he's also a renowned general. A renowned general, Bai Luo had heard from his uncle that anyone worthy of the title of renowned general in the land of miracles was a hero, a guardian of the nation. With such talent, why wouldn't he dare come ashore? Bai Luo was somewhat disappointed with the three lords of Azure. He needed allies he could rely on, not those who would cower before a fight even began. However, King Aole was a rare breed. Most of his allies, like the three lords of Azure, could only lead when the tide was in their favor. Facing unfavorable odds, they would likely immediately initiate a 20-vote application. It's not that I don't dare, it's that there's no need, King Aole said. Hundreds of years ago, before the Holy Covenant was even issued, Yangbo was originally on the mainland, but he couldn't withstand the pressure and fled overseas. Overseas is a great place. There aren't any powerful enemies, and there's no need to defend ourselves. In other words, he went from a key experimental class filled with top students to a regular class. With the easing of competition, Grand Duke Yangbo's development slowed to a crawl. It was too comfortable, truly too comfortable. If the three Dukes of Azure refuse to come ashore in the future, they won't be of much use to us. I actually think they were quite useful, Bai Luo said. With Azure operating overseas, we at least have a safe retreat. I know, brother, you disdain to flee, Bai Luo said. But having a retreat can put pressure on our enemies. It'll make them realize that if they can't wipe us out once and for all, they'll have to endure our retaliation. Besides, if the three Dukes of Azure knew you were going, how happy they would be. The relationships between the Miracle Kings were different from those between the states of Bai Luo's previous life. They're actually quite insecure, and the addition of a powerful ally would greatly enhance their deterrent power. This is especially true for a miracle lord like Messiah, whose strength is limited and who would crave a few more powerful partners. Therefore, Bai Luo is currently a favorite of the three Dukes of Azure. If Bai Luo could recruit a few more allies, or conversely, get the three Dukes of Azure to join this powerful alliance, they could form a kingdom or empire. That would be truly fantastic. For weak miracle lords, they lack everything except time. As long as they can persevere, every year they endure is a year of growth. The very nature of miracles dictates that miracle lords prefer to drag things out and develop slowly. If you want to reach shore, rest assured, I will fully support you. King Aole is eyeing Bai Luo's future strength. Only if Bai Luo is strong enough will he have the time to survive the remaining thousands of years and reach his fifth awakening. By then, the Queen of the Far North will have been stuck in the fifth awakening for years, while King Aole is thriving, giving him the opportunity to avenge his grievances. So King Aole's plan is simple: self-reliance and self-strengthening, and challenge the Far North. There will be almost no conflicts of interest between Atón and Aole, and they can coexist peacefully for thousands or even tens of thousands of years. After all, the leader of King Aole will not be replaced, and as long as Dong Aole and Bai Luo are still each other's supreme leaders, as their relationship continues to deepen, this alliance will be quite solid. What do you need me to do, King Aole? Do you want me to send troops? How many? How about I let Atón go over there? No need to trouble General Kong, Bai Luo said. Brother, you just need to help me stabilize the public opinion on the side of the mountains afterwards, so that the 8 kings of the mountains will not be my enemy. It's just such a small matter, King Aole said indifferently. No one will be your enemy for such a small place. At least there is definitely no such person among the 8 kings of the mountains, but Tiang and Xingai, King Aole said. You have to rely on yourself on their side. Xingai is strong, but there is a female Grand Duchess stationed in the east. They can't come over, even if they don't agree. Bai Luo was also wary of the strength of the Xingai kingdom. Fortunately, there are powerful people like the female Grand Duchess as a barrier. Speaking of which, Yatón, seem to have had some connection with this person in the past. I'll see if I can bring her in as well. That woman is no ordinary person, King Aole said, frowning slightly. Her situation is truly unique and difficult to understand. Have you ever fought her? I met her at the 10,000 Kings conference, King Aole said. Although I only exchanged a few moves with her, I still remember her strength vividly. Here's a piece of advice for you, brother. Never fight her. King Aole finished speaking, slapping his forehead. I almost forgot. Your Yatón family has a special relationship with her. How could we possibly fight? I'm looking forward to how you'll bring her into our alliance. The Grand Duchess was someone even King Aole admired. Her character and personality were as remarkable as any man's. King Aole wholeheartedly supported her joining. I planned to send an envoy first. Oh, that boy. King Aole liked Helbo very much. I'm quite looking forward to how he'll negotiate with that woman." Afterward, the two discussed some further matters. It's so easy to discuss things with King Aole. There's no need to worry at all. Bai Luo released Wang Wei, and beside him, his uncle put down the documents in his hand. "Have you discussed it?" "Yes," Bai Luo said. "King Aole is willing to support us throughout. His generosity makes me question life a little." Bai Luo had always believed that everyone in the world was scheming and obsessed with profit. But the generosity and trust displayed by King Aole made even Bai Luo feel a little inferior. "This is the Lord of Miracles," his uncle said. "The good ones are truly good, and the crazy ones are crazier than anyone else." King Aole was able to obtain 9,981, which shows that he definitely possesses perseverance and the courage to face any danger. Such a person cannot be said to be a good person, but Dong Aole, Bai Luo called him a hero of the time. "I understand," Bai Luo said. "If we can determine the miraculous nature of a king, we can infer his character and provide us with a value of whether he is an enemy or a friend." "That's right, uncle, but there are exceptions to everything, just like Morgan. He holds the foolish old banquet, which is indeed terrible, but Morgan is deeply affectionate and loyal. If we can develop him well, we may be able to turn him into a strong backing for Atón overseas." "What about the Grand Duchess? She is quite special," said the old uncle. "According to the ancient records of Atón, she lived on this land when we Atón people came to this land. Calculating the time, the Grand Duchess lived here 800 years ago. The Grand Duchess is a barbarian from the Lost Lands, stranded here. My father, your grandfather, once saved her life, before she became the Lord of Miracles. The Grand Duchess, grateful for our family's kindness, swore to protect us. When Atón was destroyed by the Iron Eagle, your grandfather fled to her territory," the old uncle said. "For over 80 years, he relied on her protection and care, so, the Grand Duchess must have a good relationship with the Atón clan. After all, Bai Luo is also of Atón's bloodline, and according to the Grand Duchess's oath, she must protect Bai Luo as well. But now that you're the Lord of Miracles, I can't say whether this guardianship agreement is valid," the old uncle said, "but I'm certain that Atón and the Grand Duchess are never enemies." "Then why didn't you take us to the Grand Duchess's territory back then, Bai Luo?" "I didn't want to live under someone else's roof, partly," the old uncle said, "but also because we couldn't cause her any trouble, or the Iron Eagle Kingdom would likely fight her. From what I know about the Grand Duchess, if that were to happen, she would never hand us over and would definitely go to war with the Iron Eagle Kingdom, but if that were to happen, the Atón clan would owe her a great deal." "What is the Grand Duchess's military strength?" "According to King Aole, the Grand Duchess could rival him. Someone like her shouldn't be too weak." "What military strength?" the old uncle said. "The Grand Duchess's miracles have flaws, making it difficult for her to train miracle troops. Not even the Miracle Kingdom has any such flaws. No wonder the Grand Duchess's reputation is so great, but among the Miracle Kings, her status is average. Without an army and unable to transform the power of the Miracle Land, such a Miracle Lord is nothing more than a waste." A bit like that, Xiao Bei, Bai Luo thought of Bai Yinro and asked, "What kind of miracle does she possess?" "I don't know," the old uncle shook his head. "Although I've seen her many times, to this day, I still haven't figured out what her miracle is." "Even you don't know?" "No way. A good cook can't cook without rice," the old uncle said. "The Grand Duchess has almost no miracle children under her command." "What do you mean by almost none?" "Almost none, just a few." This was the first time Bai Luo had heard his uncle talk about the Grand Duchess. Bai Luo knew his uncle's character. He wouldn't casually share information that even the old man didn't understand. This also meant that after all these years, even now, the old uncle still had no idea about the Grand Duchess. She has very few miracle children under her command. It took 800 years to cultivate only four. Bai Luo thought about it and found this training speed truly embarrassing. Don't underestimate them. If the uncle were to make his assessment, he'd say that while the Grand Duchess's miracle warriors are few in number, each one is incredibly powerful, as if possessing a special ability. Although the time frame is very long, the uncle said, these miracle children share a strange connection with the Grand Duchess. Their greatest characteristic is that they possess the same limitless magical power as the miracle creatures. Bai Luo had originally thought the Grand Duchess's miracles weren't impressive, but upon hearing this, he was stunned. Come to think of it, I still don't know the Grand Duchess's name. The names of the Wastelanders are all very strange, the uncle said. The Grand Duchess's name is Li. Huh? Bai Luo was puzzled. Li what? What Li? Just one Li? That's all, the uncle said. Li is both her surname and her given name. Bai Luo was quite familiar with the language of the Wastelanders, and this people bore a resemblance to Bai Luo's past life. Even in his past life, there were certainly people without surnames, with single-character names, but most of them were very ancient. But is it okay to send little Halebo on this mission? Halebo was like Bai Luo's younger brother. His previous mission to Ale had given him his first training, and this time, Bai Luo had sent him to the Grand Duchess. You can be absolutely assured of her safety, the old uncle said. The Grand Duchess's personality is perhaps even more generous than King Aole's. We, the Atón clan, will simply be treated to hospitality and will be safe. It's just that the Grand Duchess has so few fighters under her command, and getting her to help will be difficult. After all, with only 5 fighters, even if all were deployed, if her home was robbed, even if the Grand Duchess survived, her cities and her people would likely be vulnerable. The Grand Duchess joined the Iron Eagle Kingdom in large part because her people were threatened by the Iron Eagle King. Therefore, even with a close relationship, getting the Grand Duchess to help Bai Luo stop Xingai would be a real challenge. Your Majesty, what are you doing on this mission? This mission is different from the previous one. Bai Luo summoned Haerbo and spoke with him alone, outlining the mission's core issue. You don't need to worry about your safety. There are no hidden dangers, but the question this time is how to persuade her to side with us. Bai Luo, please think about this issue for a while, and keep it as the core of your research along the way. I'll give you the plan and direction, but you'll have to figure out how to do it yourself. I understand, Haerbo said. Please leave it to me. Your Majesty, keep it up. Bai Luo, if this succeeds, I'll hang your statue high in the center of the fountain. For some reason, Haerbo felt that Bai Luo had once again made him an offer he couldn't refuse. Haerbo, that's exactly what I want. That's right, Bai Luo said. The Grand Duchess is powerful. Even King Aole said he had no confidence in defeating her. So no matter how gentle she appears, Helbo, you must maintain the minimum respect. You must never underestimate her. Yes, Helbo was a discerning child. He wouldn't make a mistake. Helbo wouldn't underestimate even a fool. Also, the battle of the ancient capital, Helbo, although you're an emissary, this war is a good practice opportunity, Bai Luo said. Go find Leon. He'll help you arrange your participation. Yes, Your Majesty. Helbo withdrew, wasting no time, and headed straight for the cursed forest. A crow cried, and rotten branches stopped Helbo in his tracks. This was the cursed land, located opposite the magic forest, on the western half of Atón Island. Swish, Helbo was not afraid. He raised his head, and the eyes of greed and ember opened, emanating the miraculous power of foolishness. These days, Helbo has been studying his abilities. Whether independently or integrated, Helbo can now perfectly utilize these 3 powers. Gulu, gurgle, gurgle, there is a small house in the cursed forest. It looks eerie and scary. If you don't know it, you might think you have entered the world of a horror movie. Miss Sheila, Mr. Leon, pushing open the door, Helbo saw the brother and sister, and a large, steaming cauldron. The cauldron wasn't boiling soup, but a thick, blood-like liquid, with faint traces of human faces emerging from it, like the cauldrons of hell where souls and demons are cooked. Helbo, Sheila fiddled with the cauldron, as if conducting some horrific experiment. His Majesty has ordered me to see Mr. Leon. Yes, His Majesty told me. Leon walked over to Helbo. Helbo, you're quite powerful, especially my greedy power. You've inherited quite a bit of it, so how much do you plan to contribute to this battle? Can you explain it to me? I almost forgot you don't know the specific battle plan yet. Leon led Helbo to the boiler. Look at this. What's cooking here are fragments of the consciousness of my people, Atón. They've been detached from their original bodies, like special spiritual clones. We Atón are still very weak. Your Majesty is worried about casualties if we rush into battle, so I've detached the consciousness fragments of those who wish to join the battle and placed them in my greedy dream. The spirit can be restored, and so can consciousness. Although those stripped of consciousness will be extremely tired and exhausted, and will need time to recover, it doesn't damage their foundation, and there are no side effects. Snap! Leon snapped his fingers. The surroundings shifted, and a figure emerged from the darkness, transforming into Sheila. Has the war started? Where is this? My cabin. Even though there was another Shira nearby, the new Shira still addressed Leon. Brother, what's the situation now? Where are the enemies? This is just an experiment. Shira's original form spoke. immediately attracting the attention of the consciousness fragments. However, Leon dismissed him before she could ask. "Where's she?" Helbo asked, puzzled. "She's returned to my power," Leon said. This kind of consciousness fragments' judgments and principles of action are almost identical to the original. I call them Blood Moon Hunters. Blood Moon Hunters. Description: created by Leon through the transformation of fragments of consciousness, created at the cost of the Atón people. These special units can only operate within the greedy world realm. Blood Moon Hunters can be destroyed, but this has nothing to do with the original form. Upon the death of the consciousness, their experiences do not return to the original form. Instead, the original form must actively enter Leon's dream and retrieve their experiences through dreaming. That's indeed safe. Even someone as powerful as King Aole could only destroy one Blood Moon Hunter. He couldn't trace their origin back to their original form through that hunter. This was Leon's ability, allowing him to assemble a vast army of Blood Moons. Of course, it was a one-time use. To use it again, the Atón people had to separate their consciousness fragments again. Separating consciousness fragments is extremely exhausting, Leon said. Even someone like you, Helbo, would instantly lose combat capability if you attempted to create a heroic Blood Moon Hunter, requiring days to recover. Therefore, this type of dream battle wasn't cost-effective. Fortunately, it was safe. Atón needed to train his troops, and Leon's dream of greedy world arrived just in time. How many people are participating now? Everyone in the club has given me consciousness fragments, Leon said. But most don't have the power of greedy world, which is a pity. The individuals manifested within the dream of greedy world could only utilize Leon's power. In other words, if someone without the power of greed, like Knowles, threw in more consciousness fragments, the consciousness they could create would likely be just a transcendent level Blood Moon Hunter, very weak. My greed is okay, Helbo thought for a moment and said, since I'm going to participate in the war, I must give it my all. I'd like Mr. Leon to help me create a hero-level hunter. Okay, Leon raised his hand, urging Helbo to relax. Now, relax, don't resist. Helbo possessed many miraculous powers. Leon could control greed, but he couldn't interfere with Avalon and the power of the fairies, so Helbo needed to actively open his consciousness. Hiss, Helbo had thought shedding consciousness fragments would be easy, but the sudden, excruciating pain nearly made him wail in agony. Tisk, tisk, tisk. Sheila had experienced the pain of consciousness shedding. A hero-level Blood Moon Hunter was equivalent to having 50% of its consciousness ripped apart. It was like tearing apart a soul, excruciatingly painful. Fortunately, consciousness was merely a form of energy, akin to mental power, not a soul. As long as Helbo rested properly, the miraculous power would automatically heal his mental damage. Hoo-hoo, Helbo, sweating profusely from the pain, panted heavily. Why didn't you tell me ahead of time that stripping your consciousness would hurt so much? I told you ahead of time because I was afraid you'd worry. It hurts now, so let's just enjoy it. As the Blood Moon Hunters went out to fight, all he was thinking about and fighting for was him. Meanwhile, Helbo, as the original form, could simply sleep in Leon's worldly illusion afterward and gain all of their combat experience. Such a wonderful opportunity, like a pie in the sky. The only regret was that Leon's current strength could only create hero-level Blood Moon Hunters. He couldn't even create master-level Blood Moon Hunters. I'm going to rest now, Helbo said, leaning on his staff. He felt his legs weaken, and the miraculous power in his body seemed to be wasted. But aren't these side effects a bit too severe? Helbo worried that if he went out to sea now, he would have to sleep on the boat for a few days. That's why I said it has a very low cost-performance ratio. Aside from its extremely high safety factor, the dream of greed is not very effective. For Leon alone, it would be much easier for him to do it on his own. However, Leon is not alone. He has a large number of brothers and sisters to help him level up. Bai Luo gave Leon the power of the ancient capital dungeon, and he is the person in charge. I am very optimistic about you, Helbo. Leon was very excited about Helbo's joining. There was no way. Most of the Blood Moon Hunters under his command were very weak. There were only a handful of heroic hunters like Sheila and Helbo. From now on, Helbo, you will be my right-hand man. Just like Sheila, Helbo always felt that he was being cheated. They said there would be so many talented people, so how could he be the right-hand man? But seeing Leon's excited eyes, Helbo thought he should not ask. Inexplicably, it was a bit pitiful. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, It means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 190, Contaminated Flesh and Blood. The Miracle Soldier Design Campaign, as well as the Aeole Kingdom Miracle Soldier settings, is open in the comments section. Participate and earn Kidian coins. In this battle, Uncle's strength surpasses that of a hero, making Leon unable to manifest. Furthermore, he possesses extensive combat experience and doesn't need actual combat training. Senior sister is in seclusion, so she won't be going. Although the ancient capital of Zilone is garrisoned by the powerful General Winter, sending Leon is already overkill. Using a miracle to fight a group of miracle miners is inherently unfair. There's no reason a mighty miracle could lose. In the entire ancient capital, the only one capable of challenging Leon is General Winter, but it's only a one-sided battle, Uncle said. The gap between miracle miners and the miracles is too great. Uncle's assessment of General Winter suggests that Leon might fight him. But then again, it's just a one-sided battle. As for the others, the tulips under the Spring Queen's command are close to the ancient capital, and she might come to its rescue. Leon needs to be mindful of this and be prepared for any potential setbacks. Otherwise, if the ancient capital were conquered, it would be snatched away by Tulip the next moment, which would be humiliating for Leon. The polluted waters have flowed into the ancient capital, and even if your majesty invokes the miracle law, the consequences won't change much. Fish from the seabed will be caught by humans, and from their dead bodies, polluted blood will flow, gradually corrupting the surrounding fish. As my grandfather said, boy annihilated, foolish pollution is unstoppable, even if the fish are restrained, human subjective initiative is too strong. Bai Luo can control the seafood, but he can't control the fishermen's fishing. The goblins sent from the frontier reported, Little Boy stood in front of a huge strategic map, pointing to a certain area with his staff. Here, and here, the inhabitants of this vast sea area have all developed a special plague. The humans of this world experience three unique changes in response to the power of miracles. The first is adaptability. If the Lord of Miracles allows, humans will adapt to the power of miracles and become stronger. The second is resistance. While the power of miracles itself is naturally insurmountable, the power of its derivatives is no different from toxins or drugs to humans. For example, the so-called epidemic is actually a normal human immune response to the sudden onset of contaminated blood. As for the symptoms, they're nothing serious, just diarrhea or vomiting. The concentration of greedy blood is low, so it won't cause any serious illness. The body's natural self-regulation and recovery abilities are more than enough to handle this intrusion. Once adapted, they won't experience such a significant reaction if they eat fish from contaminated water. The remaining creatures contain high concentrations of contaminated blood. These mutated fish and seafood, with their appearances like these, are uneatable, right? The experienced elders among the fishermen will soon develop a new diet. Just like with monsters and sea beasts, humans know they can't be eaten casually. Monsters are divided into edible and inedible categories, and the same goes for sea beasts. Soon, edible and inedible contaminated species will also appear. And there's a third category. For descendants of miracles, sea beasts, monsters, and contaminated species are the best supplements. Descendants of miracles can absorb a certain amount of free miracle power to strengthen themselves and even restore a certain amount of bloodline. Even if they can't obtain extraordinary or transcendent miracle power, it's still possible to achieve physical fitness comparable to those of the extraordinary and transcendent. Just tell me when to start the war, little boy. Noel sat down below. After he finished speaking, the older sisters, led by Diana, also expressed their hope that he would keep it simple. If you need to give orders, do it quickly, don't dilly-dally. Oh, boy scratched his head and said, it should be tonight. Leon has prepared the hunters. We just have to wait and see. I wonder if my hunters performed well. I hope to kill a few more enemies. I'll have to dream again later. I suddenly feel so ashamed. Yeah, you won't do anything shameful, will you? During the Battle of the Dream of Greed, the Atón people had their first encounter. Leon said, don't worry, everyone. The Blood Moon Hunters are based on your personalities, and the principles of action are exactly the same as yours. If there's any black history, I'll help you clear it up. That's good, little Leon. Don't tell anyone else. Being seen by only Leon and by everyone else must have a different feeling. This fish is so strange. After being confined in the ancient capital villa for several days, the Reed family's life had improved significantly. They had a wide variety of fish, meat, vegetables, and fruits. While the variety couldn't compare to that of the Atón, it was basically the best treatment in the ancient capital. This shrimp of mine has a unique flavor, too. The Reed family is descended from an ancient miracle, hailing from a lost land. Let me try it. Old Reed's teeth have mostly fallen out, and he can't eat hard things, so his taste is bland. But at this moment, as he sipped the fish in his mouth, the old man showed a different look. Like monsters and sea beasts, this is a creature infected by the power of miracles. What do you mean, Grandpa? A new miracle has appeared, Old Reed. It's not a sea beast, nor a monster. Absolutely not. The poison in the sea beast doesn't taste like this. Indeed not. The second sister Wang Quan has been developing overseas for many years. She knows very well the feeling that sea beasts bring to her. The meat of sea beasts is very sour, but the meat of this creature is extremely spicy. Is it spicy? The younger sister Yashiji took a bite, and she didn't taste any spiciness. It's not spicy, sister. I'm talking about the classification of miraculous power, not really spicy. Yeah, the second brother sure said. Sea beasts are sour, and monster meat is a bit hard. They're all different from this thing. The only thing in common is that this thing can provide us with energy far beyond ordinary meat. Shura took another bite. Although it was unpalatable, he was a pragmatic person and didn't care about the taste. A new miracle has appeared on the sea, asked the eldest sister, Guig. Grandpa, could this be the teachers? It's very possible, said Old Reed. But I'm a little confused as to why it's the foolish old feast. This faction is very troublesome. Now that a new miracle has occurred on the sea, the most likely cause is the Duchy of Atón. Perhaps it's for self-preservation, just like Morgan did before. It's like Saros's style, but the King of Atón actually accepted it, said Old Reed. He's quite a character, unlike Wang Quan. He's not soft-hearted. What do you mean? Wang Quan looked at Shura with disapproval. The Reed family had different personalities. Wang Quan was more kind, while Shura was completely neutral. Just like if someone was starving, Wang Quan would give them a piece of food even though he was hungry too. But Shura wouldn't do that. He wouldn't hurt anyone, nor would he save anyone. He would just walk by, ignoring them. What about the ancient capital? Wang Quan asked Shura. What do you think of it? Disgusting? Shura and Wang Quan had a bad relationship, but he wouldn't lie about it. Even someone like Shura, who lacks a sense of good and evil, finds the ancient capital somewhat unacceptable. It's like seeing evil and walking away. But seeing nothing but evil along the way, even a neutral person would wonder, is this world broken? The ancient capital's color is blood red, and Shura wouldn't necessarily dislike it. However, Shura desires a battlefield where lives are fought, not a cage where the strong lash out at the weak, where only through abuse, harm, and humiliation can one find value. Shura calls the ancient capital a garbage dump. What's going on out there? Grandpa Reed suddenly hears a commotion outside and asks Rakshasa, who's perched high above. Someone had their legs chopped off and dragged through the streets. Luosha was sitting at the second floor window. When the old man asked, he frowned and said, I don't know what they did. Do you want me to hear it? Never mind, actually, I already heard it. Luosha looked down at the crowd below. It seems a powerful family took a fancy to a girl from a fishing village, and someone tipped them off and was discovered. Because of that, their legs were chopped off. How cruel. This ancient capital lacks even the most basic laws. The 6 major families are the rule here, the law. It's the powerful, it's normal. Luosha looked at the street. The pedestrians on both sides just stared expressionlessly, neither horrified nor amused. It was cold, indifferent, chilling. As for the old man who had lost both legs, he was being dragged by 2 soldiers. His broken bones were not bandaged, but simply scraped against the ground, leaving 2 bloody trails in the street. What's the name of that family? Wang Quan's voice reached Luosha. Luosha paused, then said, the Scrot family. Should we go and rescue them? Luosha asked casually. He was a man of indifference. As long as it didn't concern him, he wouldn't intervene. On the other hand, if anyone harmed his brothers, sisters, or friends, Luosha would make sure they knew what it meant to be worse than death. Wang Quan has gone. The old man's words were followed by a commotion and outcry outside. Huh? Luosha glanced outside, only to see Wang Quan, a Jumanji spear in her left hand and a katana in her right, striking down all the soldiers with overwhelming force. However, Wang Quan was measured, she rarely killed the weak. So she simply dispatched the soldiers, quickly carrying the old man on her back and disappearing into the alley. A moment later, a figure quietly returned to the villa. Bang! Wang Quan moved swiftly, placing the old man on the table and bandaging him. Hey, what are you doing? Shura said. Didn't I tell you not to meddle in other people's business? They were prisoners under house arrest. Aren't you afraid of getting in trouble by doing this? Don't worry, Wang Quan said to the group. I ran the extra distance on purpose. No one will find us here, is that what I meant? Shura was never afraid of trouble. Even if the enemy came, he would kill them all. But the problem was, this was an unprovoked disaster. Wang Quan loved to meddle in other people's business, which was what Shura hated most about her. Barring kindness, inexplicable self-restraint. Like, an idiot. Just a shitty family, are you scared? Tisk. Shura and Wang Quan didn't get along, like twins who would fight at the slightest disagreement. Well, it was obvious that they must have had a lot of quarrels in their mother's womb. General Dong won't touch us, Guig said. And if General Dong doesn't take action, neither will his miracle army. As for an ordinary family, are they seeking death by seeking revenge against us? Originally, it's none of our business. Shura usually doesn't talk much, but when it comes to Wang Quan, if he gets a chance to give her a good scolding, Shura won't let him. You won't die if you don't speak, you? Why? Old Reed looked at Wang Quan. He knew his granddaughter's character. Wang Quan certainly enjoyed standing up for the weak, but she wouldn't act rashly. Without thorough investigation and analysis, she wouldn't take risks. Have you heard of this Grot family? Is that family special, the evil of the world? Wang Quan moved quickly preparing emergency measures for the old man with clean water and herbs. Grandpa, you taught me that people should have boundaries, Wang Quan said. This is mine. What do you want to do? Kill his entire family, on New Year's Eve? I wish everyone a happy new year and a good rest. Chapter 191 Lord of the Birch Tree. No, however, Wang Quan's decision was overruled by Grandpa Luo. Why, you'll die, Grandpa Luo said. If it were just an ordinary clan, with your abilities, coupled with our clan's unique awakening, and risking your life, you'd have a chance of defeating even a miracle soldier, but this clan, you can't. Grandpa Luo listened to Wang Quan's explanation and learned a little about them. I can't defeat them. Wang Quan had occasionally encountered some treacherous pirates overseas, and she could kill them all on her own. You told me this clan killed so many girls, and I basically know where they came from. After so many years of adventuring, old Luo's vision was far more discerning. Beautiful eyes, beautiful hair, and smooth skin. I know it's that person behind it, that person. Besides the Lord of the Birch Tree, I can't think of anyone else who would do such a thing. Old Luo, they're making living puppets. What are living puppets? It sounded a bit like something out of folklore or horror ballads. The legends of the Land of Miracles are almost all derived from the Lord of Miracles, but this land is vast, and the legends are numerous. Only someone like Grandpa Reed, who has traveled the world, could fully enumerate them. Living dolls are a type of miracle soldier created from human bodies, said old Reed. They are extremely strange, even among the notoriously evil Fool's Old Feast. It's outrageous, experimenting on humans, and even children. Morgan and Bai Luo were both miracle lords who had conquered the Fool's Old Feast, transforming it into their own form. But the Birch Lord was different. He had fallen completely and utterly. No longer controlling miracles as a human, he was controlled by them. No, that couldn't be further from the truth. The Birch Lord was inherently mad. A madman, evil, and perverted. Even without miracles, he was still a madman. It's precisely because of his madness that he was favored by such miracles, said old Reed. This Scrot family must be followers of the Birch Lord. The Miracle Lord's followers, without exception, were flawed. Because only such people could understand the Lord of the White Birch Tree, be qualified to join his army, and receive his miraculous power. Grandpa, what do you mean? Ghost Princess said. If Wang Quan caused trouble for this family, would the Lord of the White Birch Tree intervene? Not necessarily, old Reed, but we can't take that risk. It's just saving one person, no big deal, old Reed said. No matter how arrogant the Lord of the White Birch Tree is, he wouldn't cross the line and interfere in the affairs of the Thorn territory. The Reed family's relationship with General Dong made them special guests. General Dong wanted them to behave themselves. Saving a single person, killing a few, was not something General Dong would question, much less have them killed. If he really wanted to kill them, General Dong could just send a few extraordinary miraculous troops, and the Reed family wouldn't be able to stop them. Then why didn't you stop me, Grandpa? Wang Quan wasn't stupid. Since she dared to go, she had a plan. Even if she misjudged, Old Reed would have had someone stop her. But no, Old Reed didn't say anything. Grandpa, you're like me, right? Wang Quan knew Grandpa Lu Wei's personality. He, too, hated evil. Sure, sarcastically said, stop joking. I'm not like you. You're just stupid. Swish, bang. The two swords clashed, sparks flying. In an instant, Wang Quan and Shura had already clashed several times. Nonsense. Guig, whose strength surpassed her siblings, stepped forward and easily separated the two, stopping their internal fighting. Then, with a single slash of her sword, each of them fell flat on their face. Grandpa, since he didn't stop me, he must have had his reasons. Well, there's really no reason, said old Lu Wei. It was Lixu's decision to place us here. Why do you think he hasn't set foot in this city for decades? Isn't it because he can't control it? Did General Dong really do nothing, allowing the ancient capital to drift and eventually become what it is today? No, of course not. In fact, decades ago, when General Dong first took over the city, he employed ruthless measures, carrying out a bloody purge against the corrupt nobles. Many people were killed. But the results were less than ideal, because General Dong hadn't come up with a reasonable plan to civilize the land. The Iron Eagle Kingdom employed a policy of obscurantism, forbidding the power of miracles to manifest in the mortal realm. But that didn't really matter. Coral City was already flourishing even before they saw it. But this city isn't just under the watchful eye of Earl Thorn, Old Reed said. The mountains, the starry nights, even the far north, have spies stationed here. Young Lixu wants to achieve his goals, but he's faced unimaginable obstacles. What about Earl Thorn? Ghost Princess asked. Ancient capital is his territory, why doesn't he intervene? I had the pleasure of meeting Earl Thorn once. Old Reed shook his head. He was like a pitiful child, not even the slightest sign of a king. Such a person, Old Reed disdained. Just like decades ago, when General Dong needed support most, Earl Thorn failed to provide him with support, resisting the pressure from the other Lords of Miracles. Most of the Iron Eagle Kingdom's miracles aren't suitable for development. Other countries need benefits, but Thorn can't provide them, Old Reed said, and Earl Thorn's own personality issues have become a hurdle that Lixa can't overcome. Thus, the governance of the ancient capital ended in failure. The families that survived, far from restraining themselves, expanded exponentially, ultimately evolving into what they are today. The intervention of the Lord of the Birch Tree was the final straw that broke the camel's back for Lixu. General Dong dared not attack the ancient capital again, largely because of this mad Lord of Miracles. The Lord of the Birch Tree had already ravaged his territory. Only 1 in 100 people remained. When the Lord of the Birch Tree needed men, he had to import them from outside, and how could he miss such a prime location as the ancient capital? If you fight the Scrot family, the Lord of the Birch Tree's men might fight you. According to the Sacred Covenant, those above the hero level are not allowed to be included in the military. Therefore, the Reeds wouldn't encounter monsters like the Masters and Kings, and the heroes couldn't be assigned to mere mortals. You might be able to deal with a few of the transcendents and extraordinary, but outnumbered, you'll be doomed, with no escape possible. This was why Old Reed had said that if Wang Quan dared to go, she would surely perish. She couldn't possibly fight the miracles. They were monsters, their passives, physical resistance, and energy resistance alone would bring the Reeds to despair. Only miracles could fight miracles. No matter how talented the Reeds were, they were nothing more than larger ants. Stay here and don't overthink it. If they dare to trouble us, Old Reed said, Lixu will have reason to take action. Furthermore, Old Reed left one thing unsaid, General Dong's intentions. Did he truly wish to see the city continue to defile? If he could, General Dong would likely strike again, annihilating all 6 major families. Don't worry about this matter. Lixu will definitely stand by us. I'm not mistaken about that. General Dong hated evil with a vengeance, and he tolerated no injustice. Yet, such a man was forced to govern the ancient capital, transforming it into what it is today. He hadn't set foot here for decades, forcing himself to live an ascetic life. Grandpa Luo knew he was still the same junior brother he knew. At that moment, the old man at the table let out a painful whine. Fighting back the pain, he opened his eyes, and after a moment of confusion, he took in his surroundings. Who are you? Up, don't move. Wang Quan stepped forward and gently addressed the old man. Your leg is broken, and you've lost a lot of blood. I gave you medicine to boost blood production, but you're seriously injured and need to rest. Thank you, but you shouldn't have saved me. The old man prepared himself for death, knowing he could be exposed and discovered. Fortunately, Andy escaped first. His nephew was fine, and the old man died without regrets. The only pity is Rhodes' daughter Inya, who ultimately could not escape the clutches of the Scrot family. It's been so many days, she must be dead. The Scrot family will wipe out his entire clan sooner or later. Wang Quan held a glimmer of hope, that is, after becoming Bai Luo's miracle citizen, he could ask him to purge this disgusting family. If Bai Luo disagrees, perhaps this is the saddest thing about General Dong. He wanted to reward the good and punish the evil, but Earl of Thorns did not support him. Wang Quan is not afraid of death, she is afraid that she will live in torment all her life like General Dong. On the one hand, she must be loyal to her master, and on the other hand, she can only watch garbage like the Scrot family continue to exist and live so comfortably. Have more faith in our future lord. At a crucial moment, Shura challenged Wang Quan again. Whether you like him or not, I do like him very much. This majesty is a decisive and ruthless ruler, unlike some. No quarreling. Seeing Wang Quan about to argue with Shura again, Guig immediately stepped between them. We'll talk about this later. Right now, taking care of this old man is the most important thing. Guig was pragmatic. Having already saved the old man, she had to see it through to the end. Otherwise, if he died, wouldn't the rescue have been in vain? You didn't have to come, did you? At the harbor of the ancient capital of Zaloon, two figures stood there, watching the crowds come and go. Leon, draped in a black windbreaker and pure white gloves, clutched his hat and cane. He spoke anxiously to those around him. Brother Bai Luo, we agreed that I'd be the only one to perform this time. I'd be nervous with you here, and I wouldn't be able to perform well. To others, Leon was addressed as sir, but to Bai Luo, he was a younger brother. I'll just stroll around. You take your time to plan. Bai Luo had already reached a legendary realm, but this time he wasn't descending in his true form, but rather borrowing Leon's greedy avatar. So, at this moment, Bai Luo also appeared as a blood moon hunter. However, unlike other blood moon hunters, Bai Luo and this avatar were in sync. He could multitask, reviewing documents while simultaneously controlling the blood moon hunter as they strolled through the ancient capital's harbor. Furthermore, if Bai Luo needed to, he could use Leon to massively channel his power, like a divine presence. But, do your best, Bai Luo said. Keep going, but at least bring a guard. Leon knew Bai Luo's strength, and this was only the blood moon hunter's avatar. Even if he died, he wouldn't be able to reach Bai Luo. After all, the Lord of Miracles could only attack head-on. Curses, psychic damage, and mental constraints were ineffective against him. But the problem was, this was Bai Luo, his brother, his majesty. What if Bai Luo's blood moon hunter was killed in his own area? What a humiliation. Leon was worried he'd go berserk if he even managed to make Bai Luo lose a hair, let alone kill him. Yet, that makes sense. Bai Luo wasn't here to fight, he was searching for his former companions. Such an obvious hint is sure to be noticed, his uncle said. I'm worried Leon's purge might accidentally harm one of our own. His uncle certainly wouldn't recommend Bai Luo go in person, but he wasn't that busy. To Bai Luo, the children's fight was like a school sports day. As a parent, he definitely had to be there. Perfectly, Bai Luo was looking for his former companions, so he joined them. After a few months apart, I wonder if the Viper gang has recovered. Bai Luo glanced around, took a step forward, and teleported from the harbor to the rooftop of a house. Your Majesty, please wait. Sheila, clad in a woman's trench coat, her blood moon hunter demeanor was far more mature than her original form, like a 14-year-old girl suddenly transformed into a 20-year-old queen. This was also an effect of the dream of greedy worlds, revealing the future of its people. Sheila will be so beautiful when she grows up, that was the first thing he said, and how could Sheila resist? Your Majesty, call me Master, Master. Well, the future Sheila was very beautiful, though her aura was much more aloof than when she was little. But even the most aloof girl, being told she was beautiful in person by someone she admired made Sheila almost bow her head in shame. Master, my brother hasn't opened his miracle realm, so I can't gain power, Sheila said. Right now, I can only barely exert my extraordinary strength, so I can't protect you. Just to be honest, don't worry about it, Bai Luo, even in your prime, You probably couldn't protect me, Sheila, heartbroken. Let's go, Bai Luo said, walking ahead. It'll be dark in a few hours. We have to find them before then. Without any leads or information about these people, finding them would be difficult. Soon, the two of them passed through the old city and arrived at the inner city. Hey, silver bell-like laughter echoed on the inner walls of the ancient capital. Noble ladies and wealthy young ladies walked on them, holding the reins in their hands, and tied behind them were burly and strong men. They were Heifu from the west. They were physique strong, especially in that aspect of martial arts, which was very impressive. Many noble ladies were proud to keep Heifu. Master, Zilla noticed that Bai Luo had stopped walking and was holding the edge of the wall, gazing into the distance. Zilla walked forward and saw the plain in front of the outer city in the distance. There, like a torrent of refugees, they were pouring into the outer city. They had seen such scenes long before they set out to sea. But what Shira hadn't expected was that this would be the norm in Zaloon. Master, so many people, what on earth? Those are refugees about to be enslaved, Bai Luo said. They come from all over the Iron Eagle Nation and other countries. They sell themselves into the ancient capital, and then are transported from here to all sorts of places. Look over there, there seem to be more slaves today than yesterday. That one, looks so strong. Looks like we'll be able to buy some interesting ones at the market tomorrow. Many people were gazing at the view from the city walls, including a large number of noble ladies, slave lovers. They seemed to be holding telescopes. Not surprising, Bai Luo said. Telescopes can be manufactured in the territory of the Mountain King. Creating something for a Lord of Miracles wouldn't be difficult, but telescopes were useless to the people of miracles. Bai Luo and Shara's vision wasn't just eyesight, it was a skill. This was the fundamental reason the mortal world was so backward. The Lords of Miracles wouldn't improve the quality of life for a bunch of useless wretches. Master, they bought slaves. Can they survive? No, Bai Luo had no fondness for these ladies and young ladies. Slaves are expendable to the powerful in this city. As Bai Luo finished speaking, he saw a lady whip Hifu with a whip, then made him lie prone on the ground, like a chair, while she relaxed. Sheila looked at the women before her. They were obviously good-looking and dressed in exquisite and luxurious attire. But through the magic of the fairy, Sheila could see into their pasts. Purgatory, it was a living hell. Hell is empty, and the devil is on earth, Bai Luo sighed. It's time for a heavy rain to wash away the sins of this city. Sir, is this your first time in Zaloon? Bai Luo's attire was unremarkable, but is alright. The charisma emanating from the Lord of Miracles was irresistible to mortals. The ladies and elegantly dressed young ladies around him noticed him, their eyes lighting up. Bai Luo turned around, his previously gentle expression suddenly freezing, without a trace of smile. Stop! Seeing the other party approach, Zilla immediately stopped them. Her gaze was icy, like a beast selecting its prey, causing the ladies and young ladies approaching to pause. Zilla had no fondness for them. Even allowing them to approach Bai Luo, even saying a single word, felt like blasphemy to her. Get out of the way, you skinbags. Zilla's voice carried the power of a miracle, and a world-hungry, terrifying aura instantly enveloped the women. Help! Help! Screaming, the women, struck by fear, turned pale and fled in panic. Let's go! Bai Luo ignored them. Cast Immortal Shield spell, swish. Suddenly, Bai Luo paused, stunned, as the long-lost sound of pages turning echoed in his mind. A miracle. A new miracle, here it comes. Bai Luo immediately looked at the black book, and to his surprise, this time, the black book had opened not one page, but two. Page 9, and page 10. Chapter 192 New Miracle X2. 2 pages of miracles. 2 new miracles appeared simultaneously. This was the first time Bai Luo had encountered such a situation. Bai Luo had always assumed that the black book searched for miracles by finding one page before finding the next. But thinking about it, Xiao Bei and the mystic dragon had already taken up their duties before the tree spirits even awakened. But Bai Luo and the mystic dragon also had to be bound before they could continue searching for new miracles. So this time, it was still very special. What will the 2 new miracles be? Hopefully, another top 1. The top 1 would be fine too. I haven't seen a top 1 miracle yet. Bai Luo immediately turned his attention to the black book. He didn't mind having so many miracles, he wished the black book would find him more. Furthermore, the black book only had 10 pages. but judging by the mystic dragon's reaction when he gave it the gift, the black book probably had more than 10 pages. Don't be too greedy. The black book had given Bai Luo 10 miracles. He should be content. Kaiung's spear, Tiailu Island, Higajin, Jibimei, gave birth to 33 sons. The door to the palace slowly opened, but he lowered the 1,000 stone. Those who lived went to heaven, and those who rotted in the underworld, Huajin, Guojin, Tianjin, Bijin. Here, the grandson of heaven descended. Time: 1 hour and 1 minute. Direction: east. This was the miracle on page 9. Bai Luo looked at it and felt like it was a myth from a certain island in his past life. In the world of miracles, it should be related to the Sakura village. This miracle, is it related to Japanese mythology? Bai Luo's thoughts raced. With his current strength, he could think of thousands of thoughts in a second, his calculation ability astonishing. He quickly turned the page, turning to page 9, all sorts of information and judgments flashing through his mind. Category: level, intermediate. Faction: selectable, Lost Realm Sui Liguang. Sui Liguang, I've heard Uncle mention it before. Bai Luo knew all 28 factions, but only the names. Uncle himself was confused about their specific meanings. But, you can choose your faction. Bai Luo had thought he understood some of the secrets of miracles, but now it seemed he only grasped the basics. So, you can choose a miracle faction. I understand the Lost Realm, but Sui Liguang, this faction is so confusing. Bai Luo was confused. How am I supposed to choose? With no reference, no explanation, how could he choose? Bai Luo claimed to understand the Lost Realm, but that was just talk. Did he really understand? He didn't. Even with a mystic dragon and Bai Luo, and even having seen 9981, the 3 Lost Realm miracles were almost all different. The mystic dragon and Xiaobei were miracle creatures, but Bai Luo was an unclassifiable being. And 9981 was a miracle resource, a completely different type. As for the dawn of the night, his uncle had only told him that this was the transition from the age of darkness and ignorance to the age of enlightenment. The dawn of the night represented the passage of light through darkness. Forget it, let's find this miracle first. Without it, choosing anything is meaningless. Without anything, what were you supposed to choose? Time's running out. Hurry and finish looking at the next miracle, and make a decision immediately. The time frame for this miracle was tight, only 1 hour, so Bai Luo felt he had to find it first. Swish, the 10th page slowly fell to the bottom of Bai Luo's thoughts, and at the same time, he read the contents of the 10th page. Which came first, sound or light? God said, "Let there be light," and so there was light. Therefore, sound is older than light. It was once a beauty that attracted people, the earliest sound, the earliest song, the voice of God that predated everything. Time: 4 days, 3 hours, 22 minutes. Direction: true north. Type: level, lower faction. 4 sages corridor. The miracles on page 10 don't seem as impressive as those on page 9. Well, it's like eating a delicious dish and then suddenly encountering a bland vegetable dish. While delicious, it feels like a change of pace. Page 9 is the main course, and page 10 is the side dish. One has over 4 days left, and the other only has an hour, and the latter is in the middle, so there's no need to choose, right? But just to be safe, Bai Luo connected with his uncle in his mind. Despite this, Bai Luo's feet headed east. Clearly, in Bai Luo's mind, the middle ranks were more powerful than the lower ranks, and an hour was more urgent than 7 days. Master, Sheila looked at Bai Luo in confusion, and she hurried to catch up. This was General Dong's territory. Rashly using miracle power wouldn't be a good idea. Bai Luo wasn't afraid, but he worried that General Dong would take action and destroy both miracles, so he erred on the side. With so much time on his hands, there was no need to take risks. The corridor of the 4 sages, however, the moment the uncle received Bai Luo's message, he immediately contacted Bai Luo. Xiao Luo, you mean the corridor of the 4 sages? Have you found the miracle of the corridor of the 4 sages? Bai Luo was currently on page 10, so he mentioned this first. What Bai Luo didn't expect was the uncle's reaction to be so strong. Huh? Bai Luo continued to walk. What's wrong? Quick! Go find it. You must find it, huh? Bai Luo was forced to pause, and at that moment, Sheila's movements, which were chasing him, began to freeze. Secret technique, thought acceleration. This is a secret technique that is applied to one's own brain. The power of miracles is not released externally, making it undetectable. Bai Luo used this technique on himself to save time. so that he could ask the uncle which one to find first. The corridor of the four sages, however, after hearing this, the uncle's first thought was not the opening remarks, but the corridor of the four sages faction. Uncle, what's wrong with you? Is the four sages corridor that powerful? Why are you so excited? Are you sure it's the four sages corridor? The uncle reassured, and Bai Luo confirmed, absolutely, miracle lords can obtain information about miracles, and Bai Luo is even more amazing, able to directly search for miracles. So, knowing the miracles faction in advance isn't surprising. Great, the uncle rarely lost his composure like this. I only recently discovered this information. Xiao Luo, you don't know, the Four Sages Corridor is an extremely special miracle faction. Before, the uncle didn't have the power of miracles, so he couldn't conduct experiments. But now, with the support of miracles, the uncle truly changes by the day. The news is, the miracles in the Four Sages Corridor are extremely special, the uncle said. It's the only miracle that doesn't require any resources. Doesn't require resources mean it's not dependent on humans. Yes, the uncle said, but it's only dependent on the miracle itself. It's a faction that grows on its own without any intervention. In other words, just let it play. For other miracles, you need to be both a parent and a father, diligently nurturing them and carefully considering how to develop new abilities and units. However, the Four Sages Corridor is different. It's not the miracle master who guides the miracle, but rather the miracle who guides the miracle master. That's right, if Bai Luo finds a miracle from the Four Sages Corridor, he doesn't have to worry about it at all. He can just leave it there and let it play on its own. Some might ask, isn't this a miracle creature? No, it isn't. The Four Sages Corridor is unique in that it doesn't require the aforementioned skills, secret techniques, mysteries, and domain energy, the resources miracles most need. It's not that it doesn't need them, but that miracles themselves can provide them. In other words, if Old Uncle is a miracle creature, then he must be from the Four Sages Corridor. The reason is simple. Old Uncle knows how to develop. He can develop countless mysteries, secret techniques, and domains by himself, without the need for help from others. This is the Four Sages Corridor. To obtain a miracle from the Four Sages Corridor camp is like obtaining a peerless genius. Uncle, I really only know a little bit. Is it that amazing? Bai Luo hesitated. He thought he should look for the miracle on page 10, but this miracle is only of lower rank. What are you talking about? Uncle nearly vomited blood. What do you mean by only of lower rank? Uncle, you're getting carried away, absolutely getting carried away. A miracle, that's a miracle. If someone else could obtain one, even if it was of lower rank, it's still a miracle, proof enough to claim the title of king. Uncle, you're actually disgusted. How dare you be disgusted? Wait, I've been talking for so long, and you, Uncle, you found two miracles. At this moment, Uncle's eyes widened. He thought he should be used to it, but even when faced with something like this, his heart still raced. Fortunately, he was a miracle child, otherwise, at his age, such excitement would be too much for his heart. What's the other miracle, Uncle? What's wrong with you? You never interrupted me before. Is the Corridor of Four Sages really that good? Good? The uncle rarely loses his composure. Really? Very good. Let me talk about the ninth miracle first. Bai Luo told his uncle about the ninth miracle. What kind of camp is Suai? How does it compare with the Corridor of Four Sages? You can't compare the camps casually, and not all of them can be compared. Changing the subject, the uncle said, but compared with the Corridor of Four Sages, Suai is still not as good as it, but you have to choose between Lost Kingdom and Suai. The uncle said, choose Suai. Why? 28 camps, mainly divided into 7 ways of classification, each with 4 major camps. The uncle, the Lost Kingdom and the Northland are both distributed geographically, so the miracles of these 2 camps are not divided according to their merits and demerits. Some are good and some are bad, but Suai and Dusk of the Age of Gods are divided according to characteristics. Characteristic division is safer than regional division because it tells you in advance, which is useful. For the miracle of Sakura Village, let's choose Suai. Then, let's talk about the Four Sages Corridor. The old uncle's tone was rather casual, but Bai Luo could tell he was dead set on the Four Sages Corridor. Well, the ninth miracle is a mid-tier one. You just said that. The old uncle didn't hesitate. So, let's go find the 10th one first. It might be a lower tier, but the Four Sages Corridor is the Four Sages Corridor. Delays can lead to problems, so it's better to get it and feel safe. Is the Four Sages corridor really that good? The old uncle never said that, except this time. This showed that the Four Sages corridor was likely a truly powerful miracle, enough to make even the old uncle so excited. Excellent, the old man said. Even in history, the corridor of the Four Sages is an exceptionally rare wonder, exceedingly rare. But, Bai Luo said, there's only 1 hour and 1 minute left for the 9th wonder. Why didn't you tell me earlier? Then why bother choosing? The old man said, hurry and find the 9th wonder. I'm hanging up. Go find the 9th wonder. It seemed the old man had a sense of proportion. He knew time was running out. While the corridor of the Four Sages was excellent, it wasn't in a hurry. It was this one that was about to disappear. Sheila, however, Bai Luo could also hear the concern in his old man's tone. He never underestimated his uncle's judgment. Since the corridor of the Four Sages was so important, Bai Luo couldn't miss it. Besides, it wasn't impossible to search for both at the same time. I'm going to cast a dream incarnation. I'll be able to multitask and control 2 bodies at once, but this body is very weak. Bai Luo's shadow transformed into another version of himself. Shadow Bai Luo said, Shira, I need you to protect me while I search for new miracles, although letting Shira go would be just as well, as the child of miracles is like the Lord of Miracles' hands and feet. Bai Luo was still a little worried, afraid that Shira wouldn't be able to be found. But your safety, that's the one that's in danger, Shadow Bai Luo said. Time is running out, come with me. Here, Shira had no choice but to catch up. Your Majesty, wait for me, it's the new year, and things are busy. I'll only update 1 chapter today. Sorry. Chapter 193 Black Book, Hard to Guard Against. Tick, tick, water slid down the filthy walls, and the young girl collapsed to the ground, clutching her throat, trying to speak, but no sound came out. Her father was dead. Dark blood trickled from the corners of Iotina's mouth, and the excruciating pain in her mouth brought back memories. She had set out to sea with her father, but before they had sailed far, a terrifying group of creatures suddenly descended. Their bodies, carved from stone, looked like something from hell, their massive wings shattering the ship with unimaginable force. Iotina watched her father's head crushed and his body sink to the bottom of the sea, and she herself was carried back by these monsters. They wanted her voice, and for it, they had killed her father. But Iotina didn't let the disgusting father and daughter have their way. On the way, she ingested a scorched jellyfish, a substance that wreaks havoc on the throat. Iotina carried it with her, never leaving her body. It was to protect both her father and herself. If she ever encountered someone who coveted her voice, she would have the power to threaten them. Even if she failed, the girl could still eat it. At least she wouldn't let them get what they wanted. Egbert and Emily were her father's murderers, and Iotina would rather die than let them have her voice. However, this father and daughter were clearly even more ruthless than Iotina had imagined. It's gone, that's fine. Emily didn't care. Voices were plentiful, and if Iotina wasn't available, she could just replace her. But you're making me very unhappy, the girl said this, then she grabbed a piece of charcoal from the fireplace, had someone grab Iotina, and stuffed it into her mouth as she screamed and wailed. Sizzle, ouch, unable to scream, the pain was unbearable, and her once beautiful face was now unrecognizable. Father, she felt like she was dying. Her mouth ached, its interior a scorched, rotting mess of flesh. She hadn't taken a single drop of water in days, and with no one to treat her, she was left to suffer a painful death. I'm coming to see you, father. Tears streamed down her face, but Iotina felt no fear of death. Without her family, she had no place in the world, and she had lost the courage to continue living. The girl didn't know why Egbert and Emily had done what they did. If they had her voice, if it could save her father's life, Iotina would have given it up. Fuck. In a hazy state, the girl heard hurried footsteps and a man's cry, "Hey, you've screwed me." Type. Level, lower faction, Four Sages Corridor, time. 3 minutes 20 seconds, Bai Luo, brother Bai Luo, wait for me. In the Scrot family dungeon, Bai Luo ran at top speed. If it weren't for the special spell's inability to locate the miracle, Bai Luo would have even considered teleporting directly to the girl, not just to this dungeon. Yes, Bai Luo used the power of the miracle. There was no other way. The countdown inexplicably turned into several minutes, and Bai Luo was so anxious that he almost switched his body in shadow. Where is it? Bai Luo kept walking, making a sharp turn to the right. Over there, hey, Sheila didn't break and ran a few more steps. She hurried back, anxiously chasing after him. Black Book, you're really messing with me. It was agreed to be 6 days, but suddenly it became 3 minutes. Fortunately, his uncle had specifically reminded Bai Luo beforehand. Otherwise, while searching for the miracle on the 9th page, Bai Luo would have definitely overlooked the changes on the 10th page, completely missing out on this miracle that even his uncle considered extremely rare. The old uncle certainly didn't know about the Black Book's changes, but he had guessed at a certain possibility. The Black Book is hard to guard against, Bai Luo understood. Next time he saw a miracle, he shouldn't overthink it, he'd immediately set out to find it. Even if the remaining time indicated was a few dozen days, who knew if, due to some unforeseen circumstances, it would suddenly become a countdown of just a few minutes? Found it, here, Bai Luo spotted the girl in the cell. He materialized the Black Book into his palm, quickly stepped forward, and grabbed her shoulder. The miracle on the 10th page wasn't certain if it was a living being, but it could be an object. You found her, but she's not yours yet, so what? Heal her, help her get back on her feet. Tisk. Bai Luo tried to heal the girl, but found his shadow's power insufficient. He could only use a portion of Leon's abilities. Leon didn't have the power to heal injuries. His greedy blood was too corrosive. Sheila could use it to recover, but Iodena's body definitely couldn't handle it. I'm going to take her back. Shira, go find the other me. Yes, Shira saw Iodena's condition. Shira picked up the girl, closed his eyes, and activated the Gate of Avalon's return. Iodena didn't possess any miraculous powers. Unlike Sigrian, sending her away would put almost no pressure on the Gate of Avalon, so no preparation was needed, it could be released directly. What exactly happened? Shira looked at the cell. She carefully sensed the surroundings, but there were no other signs of miraculous activity. So, Shira took out her wand. The witches had been transformed by the power of greed. In this dream, some light-oriented white magic could no longer be used, but dark magic was more powerful than before. Replay the past. Shira cast a time-based spell, recreating the past events in the cell in her mind. The next moment, Shira's eyes widened, filled with shock and anger. Beast, worse than a beast. Shira was a cold person, but she had a kind heart. It's a bit like an executioner, executing a death row inmate. While killing is also a crime, being an executioner is just a job, a profession. They're not murderers. The same goes for Sheila. If Bai Luo tells her to kill, she'll do it without hesitation. But if she were to murder innocent people, she'd never do it. She doesn't have a thirst for blood. However, what happened in this cell, those tortured bodies, overturned Sheila's understanding of cruelty. Good, very good. Sheila didn't know who Iodena was or why Bai Luo had come all this way to save her. But from what she knew of Bai Luo's brother, Iodena must be one of their own now. If that was the case, Sheila owed it to Bai Luo to avenge her family. Your Majesty, Sheila closed her eyes and silently prayed to Bai Luo, asking for his instructions. Bai Luo's reply was a single word: don't let them die too easily. Shira, I understand. Opening her eyes, Shira's expression grew even colder. You bring fear and despair to others, that's your hobby, building your own happiness on the suffering of others. Shira's body gradually merged into the shadows. Then, the shadow on the wall suddenly cracked its mouth, revealing a strange smile. Then, let you have a taste of the same. Lilith, come here. Bai Luo placed the girl in the holy pool of Avalon. He sensed the power of the curse within her and summoned Lilith, asking her to cast healing magic on her, a double healing. Sizzle, pitch black blood flowed from the girl's body, and the golden holy water transformed into flames, burning away the evil aura. What happened to her? Physical damage. Lilith closed her eyes. She saw what happened to Iodena and said, a red-hot charcoal was stuffed down her throat. Bai Luo frowned slightly. Who did it? A human father and daughter. Why? They were attracted to her voice and wanted to get it. Lilith told Bai Luo what Iodena knew, and Bai Luo listened with unsurprised composure. Hilun is a place like that. I went there in my early years. Each of those families is more sick than the last. Bai Luo's purge of Hilun was essentially targeting the upper class. Cleansing out this rubbish and rebuilding the ancient capital. Voice? How did they get it? Bai Luo looked at Lilith, then at the curse oozing from Iodena. Miraculous power? Whose is this? The Earl of Thorns. Bai Luo had never fought the Earl of Thorns before and was unfamiliar with his miraculous powers. But this power didn't seem like the Earl of Thorns. According to his uncle, Earl of Thorn's miracle belonged to the Northern Earth faction. But Bai Luo, along with Leon, knew perfectly well that this curse was the miraculous power of the Fool's Old Feast. The Lord of the Birch Tree, without further ado, Bai Luo was almost certain of the identity of the one who cursed Inya. Did he meddle with the ancient capital's elite? Not that serious. Lilith leaned over, carefully sensing the curse escaping Inya's body. The amount is small, and it's not from the original miracle itself, but rather the curse of a miracle child. If it was the Lord of the Birch Tree himself, this holy water pool alone wouldn't be enough to easily dispel it. The Lord of the Birch Tree had likely cast a wide net, leaving his miracle children with special miraculous marks in dozens, perhaps even hundreds of towns. This was true, after all, because no one knew Inya was a miracle. If the Lord of the Birch Tree had known, how could he have watched her die? She wasn't targeted, merely accidentally affected, Bai Luo said, but we must consider the worst-case scenario. Relying solely on Leon isn't safe. Lilith, you and Shirley should also go to the ancient capital. Bai Luo instructed Shirley and Lilith to go to the ancient capital together and set up defenses outside the city, ready to respond to the possibility of the Birch Lord joining the battle. Master, don't worry, Lilith said confidently. Shirley and I, working together, are not afraid even if a third awakened miracle arrives in person. Yes, Bai Luo said, be careful. Lilith and Shirley set off immediately. Leon transformed into a fairy and landed on Shirley's head. Boom, the eight-legged divine steed summoned the Rainbow Bridge, and Shirley led Lilith into the Rainbow Dimension. Given the Sacred Covenant, the Birch Lord can't deploy miracle units above the hero level. And the ancient capital isn't his territory, it's against international regulations. As for the girl, Inya was safe, protected by the world of Avalon. Fiya, the golden door opened, and the senior sister appeared in front of Bai Luo. She was wearing a golden queen's dress, and her white jade feet were stepping on the pool water. She is very special. Can you find this? Senior sister seldom gives such comments, but looking at Inya lying peacefully in the holy water pool, she was moved. I can't say what's special about her, I just think she is different. You saved her. Although she hasn't woken up yet, she has been homeless for a long time. If you take her in, she will never go anywhere again. The trauma of the soul requires special treatment. Sing boldly and welcome the Empire's singer with applause and cheers. Inya, contract, Bai Luo Atón type, miracle creature level, lower faction, 4 sages corridor ability, not awakened or awakening method. Heal the trauma of the soul and let it sing again under the gaze of countless people. Although she has not been awakened yet, she is mine. Bai Luo is not afraid of senior sister misunderstanding. I see Fia must understand what he means. You saved her because she is a miracle. If it weren't for the guidance of looking for miracles, how could I find her? Without the black book, Bai Luo would definitely not notice Inya, and she would surely die. She is a miracle creature, a person. The senior sister was a little surprised. Is it the same situation as Inya? I almost know how to wake her up. Bai Luo, this girl has suffered mental trauma. She woke up. Fiya, tell me, I will wake up. After Bai Luo finished speaking, he sat on the holy water pool. He closed his eyes and focused all his energy on the body of the hunter who is looking for the miracle on page 9. I can retreat here too, senior sister said. Leave it to me. Yes, his main body seemed to be asleep, while Bai Luo, following the instructions in the black book, found the villa. Is the miracle on page 9 here? Anyone can find it, but finding it doesn't guarantee possession. Only by earning their heartfelt loyalty can you become the master of a new miracle. Go, become their king. At this moment, old Reed, who had been resting in the villa, opened his eyes. Someone's coming. What? Ghost Princess was the first to speak. An enemy? I don't know. Grandpa Reed didn't have the power of miracles, so he couldn't sense enemies. But he was a descendant of miracles, and the power inherited from his ancestors' bloodline gave him a sense of foresight. I didn't sense any murderous intent. He's coming. As soon as Luo finished speaking, he saw Bai Luo appear in the villa courtyard. Yasha held 3 shurikens at his fingertips. Old Reed quickly said, don't act silly, girl. We don't know if they're friend or foe, so don't attack rashly. Yes, Yasha lowered his hands behind his back, still holding the shurikens. Protect the old man. Big sister, Shura, the eldest son, led the charge, followed closely by Wang Quan, and then by Luo. He swiftly leaped to a higher vantage point, overlooking the hall from above. As Bai Luo entered, Wang Quan and Shura's expressions grew solemn. but Guig and Grandpa Luo's gazes were unperturbed. And Master, there's a resemblance. Saros, Master, their voices were low, but Bai Luo could hear them clearly. Judging by their attire, typical Sakura village style, it was clear who the miracle of page 9 was. Furthermore, Bai Luo noticed a striking resemblance between the old man standing on the higher ground and the man Saros had mentioned to him. Nice to meet you, Mr. Luo. Bai Luo looked at the old man. Let me introduce myself. My name is Bai Luo, Bai Luo Atón, Bai Luo Atón, King Atón. When they heard Bai Luo's name, the Luo family were obviously stunned. They never expected that King Atón of the Principality of Atón would appear here. Chapter 194 Miracle Clan. Old redrew his side knife, then, with its scabbard, slammed it against the floor. What are you standing there for? Salute. You're bringing shame upon me by not giving up the Reed family. You bastard brats, ghost princesses, Huanquan, Shura, Rakshasa, and Yaksha, we pay our respects to King Atón and swear to follow you until death. Bai Luo didn't stop the 5 members of the Reed family from swearing this oath. There was no reason to follow the rules when they could cheat and take shortcuts. You've earned their allegiance, but this allegiance isn't recognized by the power of miracles. Bai Luo read the words. Not recognized by the power of miracles? I see. The ghost princesses and the others had indeed pledged their allegiance to Bai Luo, sincerely, but this sincerity didn't resonate with the power of miracles within them. In other words, it lacked a sense of ritual. Only through a perfect ceremony could one truly gain the power of miracles approval and complete the contract. Type. Level. Intermediate faction, selectable, Lost Kingdom Suiligwang, time remaining. 58 minutes and 22 seconds, the countdown is still on? Why, Bai Luo's journey took about 3 minutes. He moved quickly, barely wasting any time, yet the countdown still persisted, puzzling him. He'd never encountered such a situation before. Logically, as long as he found the enemy and completed the first mission, he'd be able to. The first mission, the Pledge of Allegiance, must be completed under the witness of miraculous power. Please select Lost Kingdom, retain ritual requirements, without using miraculous power, engage in a round-robin battle with the Luo family. Under their attacks, do not counterattack or dodge, completely withstanding their attacks. Please select Suiligwang, retain ritual requirements, without using miraculous power, challenge every member of the Luo family and convince them within the remaining time. Convinced, Bai Luo saw the word, not victory, but conviction. There are many possibilities here. In a flash, Bai Luo came up with numerous plans. Note, the opponent's miracle is sensing this ritual. If you use the power of a miracle in battle, it will be considered a failure, and the miracle will be permanently lost. Choose between 2 factions, each with its own distinct mission. The Lost Kingdom mission requires Bai Luo and the Luo family to fight in a tug-of-war, meaning they'll fight one after the next. However, this mission's requirement is somewhat unusual. Bai Luo cannot use the power of a miracle. The note below clearly states that the miracle on page 9 will monitor, similar to a minister observing his ruler. Do you have the caliber to swear to follow me to the death? Very troublesome. This mission has too many complications. First, not counterattacking or dodging is extremely difficult. Second, not using the power of a miracle. That's not all. The biggest problem is how Bai Luo can determine whether he's used the power of a miracle. In other words, Bai Luo needs to consider all possible scenarios. He can't let the black book suddenly tell him he's failed mid-fight, and the reason for his failure is a detail he hadn't even considered. Which one to choose? His thoughts raced again, and Bai Luo instantly shared all his thoughts with his uncle and senior sister, the core of his think tank. This miracle quest was incredibly difficult, and Bai Luo had to be thoroughly prepared beforehand. This miracle isn't easy to obtain. In the holy water pool of Avalon, Bai Luo opened his eyes, his mind shifting from the Blood Moon Hunter. What should I choose? Don't choose the first one, the senior sister said. I believe in your ability, Xiao Luo, but the first one is uncontrollable. Time. Bai Luo understood what the senior sister meant. There are 6 of them. If we attack them one by one and use all their moves, an hour might not be enough. If we attack them slowly, we waste time. If we attack them quickly, the miracle might not agree with the term all moves. Therefore, the first questline, while seemingly simpler than the second, actually held far more uncertainties. By comparison, convincing the Luo family was Bai Luo's sole responsibility. As long as he could win, the problem could be solved in 10 minutes. 5 minutes, or even 1 minute. 1 against 6, and I can't even use my miraculous powers. How do we fight? Bai Luo didn't know the strength of the Lu Wei family. Soon, his uncle arrived to ask about it. Long Xiang is very strong. In his youth, he was a professional fighter in our team. In pure combat, I'm no match for him. Lu Wei, Long Xiang, was one of the members of the team that had followed his uncle on his adventures. He was a professional fighter, incredibly powerful. Even in your prime, wasn't he? No, his uncle said. In terms of pure technique, he's not as good as me, but the Lu Wei family are descendants of miracles. Their inherited bloodline far surpasses our Atón clan. This is attribute suppression. The stat disparity between the two is too great, and it's understandable that his uncle can't defeat him. He may be old, but after not seeing him for over a decade, his swordsmanship has probably reached perfection. Xiao Luo, you must be careful. Also, his senior sister said, be careful of that woman holding the long sword. Huh? Bai Luo realized his senior sister was referring to Guig. She said, she's my father's student, just like me. She's very strong. The remaining people were unfamiliar to his uncle and his senior sister, so they couldn't offer any advice. Afterwards, Bai Luo discussed tactics and key points with the two. I choose Sui Liguang. Bai Luo was confident in his own strength. He was no longer the mortal he once was. He was the king of Atón, the lord of miracles. Swish, after making his choice, the black book flipped rapidly, emitting a golden light. The large amount of text on the 9th page began to disappear, and new content slowly emerged. Type, Miracle Clan Level, Intermediate Faction, Sui Liguang, Time remaining 58 minutes and 20 seconds, Miracle Clan, another new type of miracle. Bai Luo continued to read the contents of the black book, show the king's courage and tell them that the weak are not worthy to walk with you. In rage, the black book was hinting to Bai Luo that he needed to provoke the Reed family, make them angry, and then fight him with all their strength. Only in this way could the miracle ritual be completed. How? His thoughts raced to halt, and Bai Luo looked at the people kneeling before him. I know you. Uncle has mentioned this to me. Logically, I should accept your allegiance now, but you want more than this, Bai Luo said, looking down at the crowd before him. Retainers, this is what you want, not ordinary followers, not even soldiers, but retainers, subjects who would fight for him and serve him in his stead. We are usurping power. As the third-generation head of the Lu Wei family, Guig understood Bai Luo's meaning. Bai Luo was the king of Atón, the lord of miracles, while the Lu Wei family were mere mortals. It was an honor for Bai Luo to grant them power. Yes, what? I can allow you to follow me, Bai Luo, show your strength. Weaklings are not worthy to join me. Just because the Lu Wei family wanted to follow, did Bai Luo have to let them follow? If so, then every mortal could run to the Lord of Miracles and beg him for the power of miracles. Miracle power is a gift, a strength bestowed upon you by your master. It was an honor, but could the Reeds have such an honor? I can give you a chance. The Reeds looked at the man standing before them. He was nothing special, yet his words held a magical power, striking their very souls. Have I been looked down upon? Shi clenched his fists. Wang Quan knelt beside him. The siblings exchanged glances, each seeing the resentment in the other's eyes. Please give us this chance. Guig, representing the Reeds, prostrated herself on the ground, her expression reverent and solemn. We sincerely follow you, the Reeds. My brothers and sisters will never let you down. Please allow us to become your vassals. Bai Luo was pleased by Guig's attitude. If it weren't for the black book, he would have immediately accepted them with respect. The Reeds hadn't forgotten their vows. They had traveled thousands of miles to the ancient capital, seeking a chance to join the Principality of Atón. For this reason alone, Bai Luo should train them well. However, the Reds were simply too special. They are not ordinary people, but miracle bodies. Upon awakening, they gain immense power, far surpassing even that of miracle children. Miracle Clan. Bai Luo had never possessed this type of miracle, but he had heard of its characteristics during his uncle's initial explanation. It was a special miracle bodies somewhere between miracle creatures and miracle races. Miracle races were numerous, but they were not immortal. Even a fatal blow would annihilate them. Miracle creatures, on the other hand, possessed immortality, a quality shared by their owners. The Miracle Clan possessed the miracle creatures' immortality. At the same time, they also possessed some of the miracle race's characteristics, not a single miracle bodies, but multiple components. However, the Miracle Clan lacked the Miracle Race's tech tree, a trade-off with both advantages and disadvantages. Boom, a golden gate opened before the crowd. Bai Luo said, "This is not the place to talk. Enter. I will lead you out of the ancient capital." Bai Luo had previously exchanged information with Black Book, and finding a safer and more appropriate combat location was not against the rules. Furthermore, General Dong's restrictions were nothing to Bai Luo. If he were determined to take the Reed family with him, even the Earl of Thorns might not be able to stop him. Where is this? Beyond the Avalon Gate was not Atón Island, but Bai Island, the island used as a slave transit station. The Reed family all entered, but Bai Luo did not follow. Because it was the Blood Moon Hunter, he could only stay near Leon. If he used Avalon to cross the 3,000 kilometers to Bai Island, the Blood Moon Hunter would definitely not be able to make it. But it didn't matter. If he couldn't make it, Bai Luo couldn't make it himself. Boom, the rainbow bridge descended from the sky. Bai Luo didn't ride Shirley. As the master of Pegasus, Bai Luo didn't need Shirley to travel through the rainbow dimension. And with Bai Luo came Senior Sister, the Lord of Miracles must be protected by a miracle body, no matter what. Shirley and Lilith were heading to the ancient capital, so Senior Sister had to accompany Bai Luo to prevent any accidents. Sir, Fiya, Guig saw Senior Sister. Although her appearance had changed a lot, Senior Sister's aura was not something that ordinary people could possess. Especially after becoming the Queen of Avalon, Senior Sister's aura was magnified and even more distinct, making it impossible for Guig to mistake this childhood friend. Long time no see, Guig. Senior Sister smiled at Guig, memories flooding back. An old man Lu Wei, I'm glad you're still alive, ha 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 ha, old Lu Wei laughed. In the blink of an eye, Fei Yat has grown up so much. Did you get here before us? Guig had expected only new faces in Atón, but unexpectedly, Fei was there, which reassured her. I've always been here, always. Guig was always composed, but hearing Fei had been following her uncle made her feel a little uncomfortable. Guig, we agreed to fly together, so why did you sneak away? Then what are you, a retainer? The two had known each other since childhood, sisters from the same sect. If it weren't for the miracle test, the Lu Wei family would now be warmly welcomed by Bai Luo and Senior Sister, not forced to submit. No, Senior Sister said, and Guig breathed a sigh of relief. Even the powerful Fei isn't a retainer. Apparently, the bar for becoming a retainer is pretty high for Atón. Ghost Princess, since you didn't become a retainer, I still have a chance to surpass you. I'm now the Queen of Atón. Ghost Princess was stunned for a moment, blinking. What are you? Hilarious. We're all from the same sect, all disciples of Saros. How come you're so successful, while I'm still a commoner? Why is this happening? Ghost Princess suddenly felt wrong about Yizhaojing. Ghost Princess, suddenly, being a retainer isn't so appealing anymore. Fiya, Bai Luo's words were a scolding. Sorry, although Senior Sister acted neither humble nor arrogant, the dignity between her brows was clearly evident. Stand back. As for Bai Luo, he naturally adopted a condescending attitude, dismissing others. Yes, according to the plan, Senior Sister was to assist Bai Luo in intimidating the Lu Wei family. Senior Sister silently retreated behind Bai Luo. This scene caught Guig's eye, and knowing Senior Sister's personality well, she was completely stunned. Even that arrogant genius girl was conquered by the man before her. At his words, Fei immediately stopped herself from acting rashly. What a majestic aura! That Fiya, that always self-righteous person, how could she bow her head? Guig was confident enough to compete with Senior Sister, but she definitely didn't think she could be better than her. At most, they would be tied, or even close. If Bai Luo could completely subdue Senior Sister, then she. I wonder what the king needs us to do. An opportunity. What kind of opportunity? What should the Lu Wei family do to earn Bai Luo's appreciation? I want you to demonstrate your worth, Bai Luo said, slowly raising his hand. He condensed a golden ball of light in his hand and casually threw it out. Boom, the earth-shattering explosion, accompanied by soaring waves, shocked the Reed family, especially the inexperienced children, beyond belief. A demonstration, old Reed frowned. It wasn't that Bai Luo was wrong, but rather that he didn't understand Bai Luo's purpose. To intimidate an outsider presupposes that the outsider is powerful enough to threaten Bai Luo. The problem was, the Reed family were all mortals. Neither their abilities nor their ideologies could possibly contradict Bai Luo. Saros knew old Reed's character well. Grandpa Luo's character was impeccable, and Guig was his senior sister's childhood sweetheart, leaving him no reason to suspect anything. So, old Reed was bewildered by Bai Luo's actions. "I have no fucking idea," Bai Luo replied. "If it weren't for the black book, I'd have taken you away right now." Bai Luo had heard old Reed's story since he was a child. It was so familiar, and he had long been prepared for them to come and join him, becoming one family. But the black book had a mission, and time was limited, so Bai Luo had no choice. Boom! Bai Luo was speechless, but outwardly remained calm as he unleashed another miracle salute, pure energy compression, no technical skill involved. It roared again, once again making the Luo family feel the terrifying power. This, amazing, such a terrifying power, is this the power of the Lord of Miracles? Sure thought to himself. If it fell on us, total annihilation. Guig's trembling voice expressed the feelings of the 5 Luo siblings. Compared to Bai Luo's might, they were nothing. "Are you saying that our power is dispensable to you? Please give us the opportunity to follow you." Having witnessed such power, how could Shura give up? "My Luo family may not be known for its talent, but I will fight with all my might and will never let you down." With that, Shura knelt on the beach, prostrating himself. Shura craved great power, but not for power or status. He loved battle, yearning to battle the strongest. "Me too." Wang Quan straightened her clothes and sat respectfully on the beach, bowing her head. "Please give me a chance. Wang Quan will fight for you, Your Majesty, until death." Shura loved fighting, while Wang Quan longed to kill on the battlefield. Luosha and Yaksha didn't have many thoughts. They followed their brother and sister in submission, once again begging Bai Luo to take them in. "Me too." Guig started to bow, but Bai Luo raised his hand. "Someone told me that the Luo family is full of heroes. I want to test your skills." "Excuse me, how? Fight me?" "What?" The Luo family was stunned. Even Grandpa Luo said, "Your Majesty, you are joking. How can we mere mortals challenge your power?" Unless Bai Luo wanted to kill them, he would not do it himself. "You are mortals. And I am the Lord of Miracles. My power is too great for you, so don't worry," Bai Luo said. "I won't use any miraculous powers when I fight you." "Oh, not only that," Bai Luo raised a finger. "As long as you can force me to use my miraculous powers, you'll win. And as long as you can defeat me, the position of retainer is yours." These words were plain and simple, and yet they stung the ears of the Reed family. "I won't use any miraculous powers. If you can force me to use my miraculous powers, you'll win." It was naked contempt, such disdain. At that moment, the Reed family felt humiliated for the first time in their lives. They had never imagined they would be looked down upon to this extent. "You are no match for me." However, Bai Luo's subsequent words made the Luo family present even more ashamed and angry. "Come on together, you actually look down on us to this extent. That's too much." Yashnheim was the youngest, and being looked down upon by Bai Luo, the girl gritted her teeth, but could only fight back the tears in her eyes. "I challenge you, Yaksha, didn't you hear me clearly?" Bai Luo's voice was filled with majesty, and he stared at Yashnheim. The king's domineering manner, even without the power of miracles, still made Yashnheim's alarm bells ring. "I'm not talking to you alone," Bai Luo said. "I'm talking to all of you, all at once. Challenge me." "When did you?" "Alone." Bai Luo's voice made Yashnheim feel as if she were sinking into an ice cave. "Are you qualified to challenge me?" Pressing. Old Luo saw it. Is he trying to provoke the little brats into attacking together? No, not just that, and with all his might, Grandpa Luo understood. So that's how it is. By doing this, he's getting the kids to use all their abilities, determined to kill him. The Luo family are distinguished, and they disdain a siege. It goes against the honor of a warrior. But the Black Book demands a joint attack, Bai Luo alone to defeat the entire Luo family. If the Luo family attacks one by one, they will fail. Bai Luo might be able to order them to attack together, but if they don't coordinate perfectly and give their all, the mission will fail as well. Given that, Bai Luo formulated his immediate plan. Through contempt and humiliation, they infuriated the Reeds. Only in this way could they showcase their talents, exhausting every possible means, just to let the Almighty King before them see their abilities. "Don't waste your words. I want to see your strength, retainers, not just bastards with words." These words were clearly directed at Yashnheim. The little girl bit her lower lip, her face flushing, but she didn't dare to retort, because Bai Luo's status gave her the right to lecture her. It should be almost done. Bai Luo appeared calm, but inside he was still a little nervous. You're right, if we can't even touch you without using miraculous powers, the ghost princess stood up, unwrapping her bandaged scarlet longsword. Useless people like us. We have no right to follow the great king. Yes, that's it. Bai Luo breathed a sigh of relief as he watched the reeds rise from the ground. He had been worried that the reeds would be too weak to react to such provocation. Now it's all good, very good. Come on, use all your might, Bai Luo said, looking at his senior sister as she took the cross sword from him. Let's have a ceremony of recognition, witnessed by miracles. Snap, huh? Suddenly, Bai Luo felt a gust of wind rushing towards him from the front. He instinctively swung his sword to block it, and at that moment, the power of miracles began to flow. Oh no, Bai Luo hurriedly suppressed the power of miracles protecting his master. After finally suppressing it, a cross-shaped spear followed. Bang, bang, Bai Luo blocked the spear, but the sand beneath his feet shattered under the immense force. Holy crap, is this the strength of the Luo family? Bai Luo felt the power from the cross-shaped spear and looked ahead. Wang Quan suddenly swung his sword, aiming for Bai Luo's head without hesitation. Luo family, Wang Quan. Wang Quan's voice was emotionless, cold and casual. Challenge my king. Bang! Bai Luo casually took Wang Quan's blow. Then, exerting force with his right hand, he forced him to his knees, forcing him to hold the sword with both hands, barely holding his own. Bai Luo couldn't use the power of miracles, but the changes it made to his body were permanent. In other words, Bai Luo's physical fitness had reached the theoretical limit of physical biology. The so-called theoretical limit of physics refers to the ultimate strength, speed, and endurance that a living being can unleash without using internal energy, magic, mana, spiritual power, or fighting spirit. In the Miracle Soldier class, the hero level represents the ultimate limit of this theoretical boundary. In other words, if one doesn't use the power of miracles and relies solely on physical combat, there's no difference between heroes, masters, kings, and legends. Extraordinary, however, Bai Luo was somewhat surprised by the Luo family's physical prowess. Apart from anything else, this girl named Wang Quan's strength is already approaching the extraordinary level. Bai Luo's power was essentially limited to the heroic level in his undemon-free state. Fortunately, the Luo family's physical fitness was definitely not capable of reaching heroic levels. As for extraordinary and supernormal, Bai Luo disregarded them. Your name is Wang Quan, Bai Luo said. It's a nice name, but it's too weak. It seems I've failed, Wang Quan said with a wry smile, bracing himself against Bai Luo's sword. I thought a sneak attack would throw you off balance and force you to unleash your miraculous power, huh? Bai Luo was also surprised, but fortunately, he reacted quickly and immediately realized Wang Quan's intention. The Black Book's mission almost failed. But Bai Luo didn't blame Wang Quan. Because this was the right thing to do. Only in this way could the Luo family use any means necessary, fight to the hilt, and use every trick in their book, strength, wisdom, and cunning, to challenge Bai Luo. Only then would the miracle on page 9 recognize this ritual as valid. You're quite good, but you lost. Bai Luo held Wang Quan down with one hand, his other reaching for the crossword spear, ready to wrest the weapon from him. I'm more familiar with the Luo family's spearmanship than you are, Wu. Just as Bai Luo had said, Wang Quan tried to break through, retreat, but found her every move blocked by Bai Luo. Oh no, Wang Quan's mind raced, but no matter how she tried, she found herself unable to escape Bai Luo's blockade. Chirp, hidden weapon. Bai Luo, with his keen senses, instantly calculated its trajectory and prepared to catch it with his bare hands. Bang, bang, swinging his crossed sword, Bai Luo sent 2 shurikens flying, observing the green stain on the blade. Poisonous? Bai Luo remembered the Black Book's mission, which prohibited the use of miracle powers. Bai Luo had intended to catch the 2 poisonous darts, but a subconscious awareness forced him to change his approach and instead knock them away. Fortunately, he did. If Bai Luo actually caught it, the venom wouldn't harm him, but his passive abilities would undoubtedly activate: corrosion resistance, poison immunity. Once these 2 passive abilities were activated, the miracle on page 9 would render its verdict. Bai Luo activated his miracle power, but failed. A hidden arrow. Bai Luo couldn't take down Wang Quan. Yashaheim's hidden weapon had given her a chance to escape, but pursuing her now would be difficult. I'll do my best, determined to kill you. Your Majesty, that's what you said. Yashnheim remembered Bai Luo's previous mistreatment of her. The girl held a bit of a grudge. Your Majesty, didn't I do a good job? Very well. After Wang Quan's surprise attack, the poison darts were used to force him to unleash his miracle power. Not bad. But is that all? Bai Luo glanced at the other three. Only 2 of you attacked, 1 in front and 1 behind, with no coordination. If that's all you can do, retainers? What a joke. Shura drew his sword, Gigi retreated, and Luosha took 2 steps forward, standing to the side. He wore a smile, only a single sword at his waist. And Wang Quan, she shouldered the Jumanji spear and tightened her grip on the long sword. Don't attack rashly. Gui's eyes were stern. As my king wishes, let's attack together. Chapter 195, Fighting Passiveness, a Battle of Wisdom and Courage. It's begun. Bai Luo's focus was primarily on Guig and Old Lu Wei, they were the focal points. In contrast, Bai Luo paid little attention to the other 4 siblings. Of course, this indifference was relative. A sudden downturn often stems from underestimating one's opponent, and Bai Luo wouldn't make such a crude mistake. The Lu Wei's attacks were completely unpredictable. After Wang Quan, the next to charge forward was Shura. His footsteps were heavy, almost everyone digging into the sand, leaving a small dent. Bai Luo had a certain idea of Shura, a powerful, breakthrough-type swordsman. Bang! His 2-sword style, his bladed play devoid of any gimmicks, was a powerful, unstoppable attack. Bang! 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 Bai Luo blocked Shura's attack. His bladed play seemed ordinary, but the fierce power of each strike constantly stimulated the miraculous power within Bai Luo. Strange strength. Bai Luo immediately recognized the true nature of this strange power. Like the fox girl's charm and the tree spirit's immortality, it was a blessing born from miraculous power. Super strength, type, miraculous passive effect, allows original strength to be multiplied by the power of the law. Advanced forms, triple super strength, quintuple super strength, super strength. Shura's super strength is a simple doubling of strength, but he wields dual swords, so he has to use both swords in addition to the doubling, resulting in a strike force even greater than Wang Quan's. Trouble, under Shura's attack, Bai Luo's super strength was throbbing. This won't work. Bai Luo immediately changed his strategy, switching tactics after the first strike. Bang! Unlike Shura, who sought Bai Luo's weak points with each strike, Bai Luo, while not switching between offense and defense, exposed the cross-sword's most vulnerable points to Shura, allowing him to counter his fiercest attacks. Bai Luo used this method to suppress his own super strength. What am I fighting? Myself. Bai Luo hadn't expected the second mission in the Black Book to be so daunting. The Lu Wei family's strength couldn't possibly challenge Bai Luo, but these passive abilities were truly troublesome. Bai Luo could actively disable them, but he had to select them one by one, not all at once. Furthermore, some of these vital miraculous powers required the permission of the miracle body itself. Miracle bodies were good in every way, except when it came to their master's safety. Why? Shura retreated a few steps, his face grimacing. It wasn't because of Bai Luo's strength, but because of his previous swordsmanship. You're deliberately using a weak blade to counter my sword. What a joke. Even looking down on others, there had to be a limit, right? Shura had his pride. He wasn't afraid of being killed by Bai Luo, but this kind of contempt nearly drove him mad. Really? Do you think so? Bai Luo felt helpless. If he hadn't done that, his supernatural power would have unleashed, and not only would the mission have failed, but Shura would have been cut in two by Bai Luo. While he could be saved, the miracle on page 9 was definitely gone. I'm sorry. Bai Luo's apology left the Lu Wei family bewildered, but his next words made their humiliation unbearable. Crushing an ant without killing it is harder than I thought. Can you be a little stronger? Damn it. Shura was completely enraged. He didn't care about Bai Luo's identity now. He just wanted to kill the man before him. Shura. Calm down, Wang Quan shouted. Shura roared, it doesn't matter. I'm going to kill him. Whoever tries to stop me, I'll kill him too. King Atón. Shura looked at Bai Luo, his eyes bloodshot, his fangs sharpening. If I didn't hurt you, I'm unworthy to be your retainer. Abandoned by the king they wanted to be loyal to, the Lu Wei family's ancestral precept was to commit suicide to atone for their sin. They would never be loyal to another. If I hurt you, I will immediately commit seppuku to apologize. Failure meant death. Success also meant death, because Shura had offended Bai Luo. Swish, Shura sheathed his katana and drew the long sword from his back. His stature grew even taller, suddenly swelling to over 2 meters. Oh, Bai Luo smiled. You can get even stronger? Interesting, huh? However, Bai Luo's inner thoughts were far from as calm as he appeared on the surface. What the hell is this? A transformation? Did he transform? Aren't you a descendant of miracles? Can a descendant of miracles transform? Damn, you're cheating. Bang, a little faster. In the blink of an eye, Shura was in front of Bai Luo. Too much faster. Bai Luo was incredulous. Double, or 3 times? Incredible. Are the Reed family that powerful? Compared to this, the Atón clan looked like something found in a garbage can. Bang, Bai Luo parried Shura's blade with such nonchalant abandon, as if he'd done it casually. Not bad, just a little bit stronger. Bai Luo remained unfazed, his expression of superiority intact. No matter how ferocious, overwhelming, or swift Shura's attacks, he couldn't break through his defenses. Weak against strong, Shura gritted his teeth, ignoring the blood gushing from his bitten lower lip. His attacks hit the weakest point of the cross sword. It wasn't that he hit them, but Bai Luo deliberately exploited the weakness to counter his full force. Shura was enraged, completely raging. A ghost horn on his forehead pierced the skin, revealing blood and strange patterns to Bai Luo's eyes. Bang, boom, the blade swung down. Although Bai Luo blocked it, the earth-shattering destructive force sent gusts of air surging, stirring up a cloud of yellow sand that obscured the sky. Damn it, Bai Luo found his supernatural strength stirring once again, with such force that he couldn't contain it. Swish, Shura attacked, but a massive force surged towards him. He fought back with all his might, but it was completely powerless. Shallow Shura lowered his weight, but still slid back 7 or 8 meters before finally regaining his balance. What's going on? Shura was puzzled, his hands trembling. Bai Luo's sword had been incredibly powerful. Really? Can't withstand it? Wang Quan, carrying her Jumanji spear, hesitated whether to join the fray. Really? Yashnheim was excited, pumping her fists in the air. Great! Second brother is so powerful. Let that guy who looked down on us know how powerful our Luwei family is. Really? Is that so? Gigi suddenly had a bad feeling. Although old Luwei hadn't attacked, his eyes were sharp, revealing far more than the young men had seen. Just now, it seemed like he almost unleashed a force beyond the level of a hero. That feeling, perhaps due to supernatural strength, was it the stimulation of the Shura kid? Well done. As the dust gradually cleared, Bai Luo praised, your swordsmanship is sharp. It seems violent. But it's actually quite delicate. If you think you're just going for the direct approach, you'll be in for a big loss. Despite his words, Shura knew that Bai Luo had parried all his variations. He had seen through every one of his strikes. Are you complimenting me? Of course. Bai Luo weighed the cross-sword in his hand, which was already cracked. His sword, cracked? How could that be? The cross-sword in Bai Luo's hand was a weapon forged with special techniques, reaching the limits of human temper and forging skill. Shura's sword was also quite impressive, seemingly forged from some mineral metal that had been stripped of its miraculous power. Though devoid of the miraculous power, its sturdiness remained somewhat intact. Even in such a fierce clash, Shura's blade remained smooth. Is your sword made of ordinary metal? The Lord of Miracles, the King of Atón, wielded not some divine weapon but a mere blade. The implications were self-evident. Bai Luo didn't have a divine weapon? He did, of course. But were you worthy enough to let him wield one? Your abilities slightly exceeded my expectations. Bai Luo gazed at the cracked cross-sword in his hand. This sword is poor quality. It's cracked. This sword was Bai Luo's birthday gift for his senior sister, forged by him personally. But it looked like it wouldn't be usable in this battle. He'd repair it when he returned. Bai Luo tossed the sword to his senior sister, then took a brand new cross-sword. Of course, it was still made of ordinary metal. Absolutely ordinary, devoid of miraculous power. To complete the mission in the Black Book, Bai Luo was meticulous and would never make a simple mistake. The words, seemingly innocent, were actually an insult. Shura's sword was forged from a special material, and yet Bai Luo, with just an ordinary weapon, had held his own for so long. Well fought, just well. But you guys are really arrogant, Bai Luo said. I've told you so many times to come together, why are you still standing back? Sword, Fiya, use mine. Shura couldn't stand it anymore. He took off the 4 swords he carried. Each of these swords is infused with meteorite powder, making them incredibly strong. Please accept my swords. At least, accept my swords. If he used ordinary weapons again and was defeated because of a shattered weapon, Shura would die with regret. If we were going to fight, we had to fight to our heart's content. Win or lose, Shura accepted it. Alright, Bai Luo agreed. Shura found himself inexplicably happy. Was it because he was recognized by a powerful being? Willing to fight him fair and square, what an honor. Please take the swords. Shura's face was solemn. He held the swords in both hands and offered them to Bai Luo. The Luo family, you're very kind. I'm pressing you so hard, and you still look down on us, Bai Luo said helplessly. Xiaohei, can't you be more straightforward with your mission? Bai Luo couldn't let the Luo family know his true purpose, as that might make them wary and unable to unleash their full strength. This one, Bai Luo said, not taking Shura's longest sword. Instead, he chose a katana that wouldn't affect Shura's strength. Do you know how to wield a sword? A little bit, Bai Luo said, passing the katana to his left hand and grasping it. Left-handed sword, you, again, how much does he despise us? I don't know what you're doing, but it's enough. Old Lu Wei approached from behind, his sword drawn. The old man didn't know Bai Luo's intentions, but one thing he was certain of, Bai Luo wanted the Lu Wei family to give their all. On behalf of the Lu Wei family, I formally accept the king's test, old Lu Wei shouted. If we lose, as Shura said, the Lu Wei family will be shameless to live in this world. We are willing to commit suicide here. It's the new year, and there are some things to keep me updated on. Only one update today. Chapter 196, Master Recognition Ceremony. A formidable enemy, this old man, clearly halfway to the grave, exerted greater pressure on Bai Luo than the 5 Lu Weis combined. Xiaohei, is this guy overreaching? Old Lu Wei's combat prowess was even superior to his uncle's. He was a true warrior. Excuse me, old man. Old Lu Wei's movements were swift, not merely physical, but also imbued with a unique technique. Blind spots invisible to the eye. The old man wasn't a miraculous soldier, but the moves he employed were like skills without miraculous powers, even secret techniques. Bang! Oh, old Lu Wei smiled as he watched the blade that blocked his blow. Right hand, you're different from them. Bai Luo instantly switched his blade to his right hand. If it were just the 5 Lu Weis, Bai Luo would be confident he could overpower any of them, but with old Lu Wei, Bai Luo was not to be complacent. Bang, bang, bang. As expected, old Reed's movements were as fluid as flowing water. Each move seemed imposing, yet in actual combat, the pressure he exerted far surpassed that of Shura and Wang Quan. He was strong, extremely strong. However, old Reed was not a miracle child. His techniques remained within the realm of mortals, not reaching the extraordinary realm. Your Majesty, what do you think of me? The two sides engaged in nearly 10 rounds, with no clear winner. No winner here didn't mean Bai Luo was overconfident, it was a genuine draw. Old Reed controlled his strength perfectly, not intending to trigger Bai Luo's miracle power and thus defeat him. Since this was a duel of swords, Old Reed wanted to either strike Bai Luo down, or be struck down by him. So strong, Bai Luo's current strength, even without the miracle power and retaining only his heroic physique, was over 10 times stronger than his mortal self. The power Old Reed inherited from the miracle child reached the transcendent level, second only to the heroic level. His skills could completely bridge the gap between transcendent and heroic. Just like how senior sister dominated Inya, attributes aren't everything. Uncle isn't even his match, right? Bai Luo concluded. The difference in skill between the two isn't that big, but old Lu Wei's physical fitness is at least 5 times that of Uncle. With such a huge gap, it's no wonder Uncle mentioned old Lu Wei as the most aggressive fighter in the team. It wasn't that Uncle wasn't good enough, it was simply that the difference in basic attributes was too great. That's why I told you to be careful. Xiao Luo, senior sister, watched from behind. Ghost Princess and I are about the same age and have similar talents. When we were children, our physical abilities weren't much different, and I could still suppress her, but now, if senior sister were still immortal, even if her talent surpassed Ghost Princess, she probably wouldn't be able to face them head-on. It's not that her army isn't strong, but the enemy has a Gundam. In other words, if Ghost Princess could become a miracle, even if her talent wasn't as good as senior sister's, she would still be a master second only to her. Senior Sister was top-notch, and Ghost Princess was at least top-tier. We haven't forced them to attack together yet. Bai Luo checked the time. There were about 55 minutes left. I haven't even seen the Ghost Princess you mentioned draw her sword. Is she really that powerful? Just be careful. Bai Luo didn't dare to communicate too much with Senior Sister, fearing that this would be considered cheating by the Black Book. Old sir, you're very strong. Bai Luo, if you wish, you can be my retainer. Just me, old Reed. I think my grandsons have the talent. Don't push your luck, old man. Bai Luo, you're panting like crazy. Can't you see? If you were 20 years younger, you could still fight me without my miraculous powers. Bai Luo, now? Within 10 moves, you'll be defeated. Indeed, old Reed sighed. I don't know why your majesty treats us this way, but I've achieved my goal. In front of Bai Luo, old Reed suddenly leaned forward, and behind him, a 10-character spear swept down with astonishing force, its target clearly Bai Luo. Danger prediction. Stop. At this critical moment, a passive ability suddenly appeared. Startled, Bai Luo quickly suppressed it. This passive ability allowed Bai Luo to see part of the trajectory of fate, as if he were seeing the future. It was a higher level protection even stronger than intuition. Bang! Bai Luo took Wang Quan's sweeping blow head-on, sending old Reed retreating. But in his place was the young, vigorous, and naturally powerful Shura. Bai Luo had experienced this man's dual sword style before, and forced to wield his blades with both hands, he immediately switched to his left hand after receiving Shura's blow. Tisk. Again, Shura was nearly in tears. How much do you despise me? I don't despise you, Bai Luo muttered inwardly. You're just too strong. A few more blows with you, and my super strength will unleash. Bai Luo actually held Shura in high regard, but he couldn't show it, or it would be exposed. Black Book didn't approve of such frivolous master recognition rituals. Even if a lion is old, it's still a lion. Even if a rabbit is jumping around merrily, it's still a rabbit. Bai Luo continued his provocative words as he attacked Shura. I'm not like those guys who go all out even against a rabbit. Shura was furious. He felt like he'd met his greatest nemesis. Shura wasn't one to get angry easily. The only people who could anger him were Wang Quan and the man before him, who simply ignored him. You're right. I agree, it was a life-or-death struggle, but Wang Quan was so happy he wanted to laugh. Seeing Wang Quan get humiliated was satisfying. You, swish, but before Shura could rebuke Wang Quan, a flash of his blade shattered Wang Quan's shoulder guard. A cat and a rabbit, Bai Luo's cold voice, like a sharp blade, pierced Wang Quan's heart. What's the difference? With that, Bai Luo raised his hand and struck Wang Quan with a second blow. You'll die? At this moment, Wang Quan felt a breath of death, her pupils shrank slightly, and she no longer had the intention of mocking Shura. Be careful. Bang! At the critical moment, Shura blocked Wang Quan and helped her block Bai Luo's blade. However, this attack was too hasty, and neither Shura nor Wang Quan could resist it. This also meant that one of them would definitely lose. You two, leave. The first knife missed the vital point, and the second was blocked by Shura, but the third can't avoid it. Shura and Wang Quan thought of this at the same time. Sorry everyone, there are too many guests at home today, and I can only update this small chapter to help. I am really sorry. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 197 Master Recognition Ceremony. Ding! The sound of a sword sheathing reached Bai Luo's ears. At the same time, Wang Quan, clutching his sword, and old Lu Wei, who was catching his breath, smiled with relief. What's going on? Not killing us, showing mercy. The blow Shura and Wang Quan had intended didn't land. The siblings simultaneously looked forward, only to see Bai Luo, sword in hand, slowly turning. There, Luosha was in the stance of an II/. Unbeknownst to him, he had already positioned himself behind Bai Luo, out of sight, blessing, risk monitoring, blessing, protective barrier, blessing, falling arrows, passive, diamond body. You, Bai Luo frowned slightly. Just now, he had intended to casually slash the siblings twice, urging them to stop fighting and join forces. But just as Bai Luo was about to swing his sword, a large number of miracle waves were activated. Bai Luo was forced to pause, then quickly deactivate them one by one, suppressing them before they could take effect. Slash with his sword, Bai Luo stared at Rakshasa, simultaneously raising his katana. Don't ignore me, badass king. Bang! Yasha dropped from the air, his twin swords easily blocked by Bai Luo. His attack was blocked, but Bai Luo didn't even look up, completely ignoring Yasha. Too arrogant, girl. It was clearly a sneak attack, yet she still yelled and hollered, clearly wary of Bai Luo's status and afraid to kill. But at this rate, Bai Luo feared he wouldn't even be able to force the Luo family to fight with all their might. At this rate, even fighting for half an hour would be a waste of time. Bang! With a casual wave of his hand, Bai Luo not only pushed Yasha back, but also delivered a finishing blow in the blink of an eye. Swish, quick. Bai Luo's strike was casual, but in Yasha's eyes, it was a lethal blow, blocking all her escape routes. No escape, unable to evade, Yasha could only hold his two swords before him, hoping to withstand Bai Luo's blow. Bang! Hiss! Though he barely managed to block it, the terrifying force still caused Yasha's hands to tremble violently, even his knuckles seemed to crack a little. It hurts, this time, I'll only give you one blow as a lesson, Bai Luo said, stepping forward and swinging his sword at the knocked-away Rakshasa with astonishing speed. Next time, I'll cut you, huh? However, Bai Luo's sword still didn't strike. Blessing, fire resistance, blessing, rend and sever, passive, blood break resistance. As I cut, Yasha, thrown off balance by Bai Luo, managed to escape, but collapsed on the beach in disarray. Cold sweat drenched Yasha's back as she frantically checked herself. No, I wasn't cut. I wasn't cut, tisk. Meanwhile, Bai Luo ignored Yasha and looked at Luosha again. Boy, you're a bit annoying. Another wave of miraculous power was quietly stirring. Luosha stood there, like a lurking wolf. He clearly didn't draw his sword, but this absence made him even more annoying than Shura and Wang Quan, who did. Did you foresee this? Luosha smiled, neither servile nor arrogant. It's my honor to annoy you. After all, I'm just that annoying character on the team, brother? What's going on? My IAI is working, Luosha smiled. Our Majesty is truly powerful, but it's precisely because of this strength that he seems troubled, because of his excessive passives, and Bai Luo had said he didn't use miraculous powers. Every time Luosha changed his moves, even if he didn't use them, Bai Luo's passives would immediately react. The reaction was incredibly fast, almost instinctive, so fast that even Bai Luo had to focus his attention to prevent it immediately. Even more troubling, Bai Luo couldn't be touched by the Lu Wei family, not even by a simple blow or kick, not even the slightest scratch. As mentioned before, Bai Luo couldn't disable his resistance to abilities that could harm him. This also meant that if the Lu Wei family harmed Bai Luo, the power of miracles would automatically protect him. Thus, the Black Book's mission would be a failure. This miracle is incredibly difficult. Bai Luo, an average person facing the Lu Wei family, wouldn't be able to defeat them, and the Master of Miracles would have to suppress their own power, which is extremely restrictive. Such a difficult miracle was unheard of by Bai Luo. Of course, despite his inner shock and speechlessness, Bai Luo maintained the outward aloofness and indifference of a king. Bai Luo, even though it hurts, I still have to act cool, so strong. He's too strong. Yasha was intimidated by Bai Luo. She had never encountered such a formidable opponent, nearly slaying him with a single blow. He really didn't use his miraculous power? Really, no, said Old Reed. Not only did he not use it, he was suppressing it. As hard as it may be to say, he wasn't fighting us, he wasn't fighting them, but his own miraculous power. The Reeds didn't know the Black Book's mission. They simply assumed Bai Luo was genuinely trying to spar with them, constantly suppressing his miraculous power, and, under these circumstances, pushing himself to his limits. This is terrifying. Is he still human? Yasha was the youngest and the least experienced. But even a seasoned warrior like Old Reed had to admit, in my entire life, this is the first time I've encountered an opponent like this, suppressing oneself, engaging the enemy, even unleashing even a tiny bit of miraculous power meant defeat. That's why I said he didn't take us seriously at all. Shura was speechless, but Bai Luo's actions made perfect sense. He was merely battling wits and courage against the power of miracles. The Reds were merely a sideshow. Humiliating, Wang Quan recalled Bai Luo's earlier slash. He switched to his left hand, but he used it with greater force than his right. His left hand was clearly weaker, But without the agitation of his supernatural powers, Bai Luo's strength instantly increased exponentially, nearly chopping them both off. One-on-one, Wang Quan, I can't last more than 3 rounds. He's holding the knife in his left hand. Sure, so am I, Yasha, nearly crying with grievance, said, 1 round, let's go together. This is the last one, Bai Luo, I can tell you, with the next strike, I'll kill someone. Sure, Wang Quan and Yasha all shared a look of astonishment. Attack. With their families' lives threatened, the 3 siblings could no longer care about Bai Luo's status and position. They attacked simultaneously, Yasha's hidden weapons, Shiradeo's melee attacks, Hu Enquan's mid-range spear. Almost instantly, Bai Luo's path to retreat was blocked. One-on-one, they were no match for Bai Luo. But Bai Luo's enemy wasn't the reeds, but the miracle power. Even with countless passive limitations, even a single Yasha hidden weapon posed a significant threat. Now, Bai Luo felt like an ordinary mortal, fearing both poison and injury. Bang! However, Bai Luo didn't wait. What? Not good. Bai Luo's speed surpassed the 3 siblings' expectations, and his target was, surprisingly, Rakshasa, the one causing them the most trouble. It's me. Rakshasa tried to draw his sword, but his ultimate wasn't ready. Even forcing the attack would only lead to humiliation. Life. Luosha gave up the desperate attack. He loosened his hand holding the hilt, then closed his eyes and smiled. How short. Today is a family trip. No time to write. I will resume tomorrow. At least 8,000 words updated. Definitely no murmuring. Chapter 198 Miraculous Return to Ancestors. Ceremony of Recognition. Give up. Bai Luo tightened his grip on the sword, but he couldn't stop, or he'd be completely exposed. Just one casual strike. It won't affect his next move. Whoosh, a figure approached from behind, blade swirling. Bai Luo spun to block. The clang of blades clashing, accompanied by a shower of sparks, sounded like the clarion call of war. The 2 figures constantly crossed paths, swinging their blades, exchanging blows dozens of times in the blink of an eye. Yet, neither was victorious. The woman's swordsmanship was truly bizarre. She wielded a long sword, a 2.4-meter-long katana. Such a weapon was incredibly difficult to wield, let alone fight. Although Bai Luo had wielded a long sword before, his and his senior sisters were definitely not the same. How is she going to fight? Before the woman attacked, Bai Luo had guessed at her swordsmanship, but only when they actually faced each other did he realize he was wrong. Very wrong. Whoosh, the woman, clutching an extremely long scabbard in one hand and the hilt of her long katana in the other, stood on one foot, spinning at high speed within the close proximity. Fiang Beixian Wu, third dance, rice flower fragrance, swish, 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 several blades slashed towards Bai Luo almost simultaneously. The woman possessed immense strength, and the inertia created by her rotation further increased her power advantage. Kang, after blocking the blow, Bai Luo looked at the woman he was fighting, Ghost Princess, the eldest sister of the Lu Wei family, regarded by Isifia as a top-tier warrior on par with her. While she wasn't skilled at leading troops in battle, she possessed immense talent in combat, rivaling even her senior sister. If leadership and teaching abilities were to be disregarded, and a purely one-on-one duel were to take place without interference, even her senior sister wouldn't be confident of defeating her, given their equal attributes. A draw was more likely, with no clear winner. Guig wrestled with Bai Luo. She glanced at Bai Luo's hand and smiled. Am I worthy enough to ask you to change your blade? Isn't the answer obvious? Bai Luo was gripping his blade with his right hand, but he was using one hand. Guig, however, propped the scabbard against the back of his long sword, barely matching Bai Luo's strength with 2 hands. Heroic strength? Impressive? Guig's arm strength surpassed Wang Quan and Shiras. No, not just arm strength, but also speed and reflexes. This woman's peak attributes were nearly 3 to 4 times those of her former senior sister, and over 10 times those of a peak Atonian. The gap between her and a hero level lay in the dozens of passives, boons, and protections, plus the lack of miraculous power, 0 MP, and the inability to awaken to the second stage. Even so, Guig's formidable power remained undeniable. Even without the other powerful members of the Lu Wei family, Bai Luo would have to be prepared for Guig alone. My Reed clan may be small in number, but our strength far surpasses that of the Atón clan. If we were to obtain the power of the miracle, Ghost Princess replied, even if we can't defeat Fiaya, Who has become the miracle's true form, excluding the miracles under your command? I'm confident I'll take first place. Am I worthy of your attention? You are. A retainer position, Ghost Princess replied. Isn't that too much? Not too much. Bai Luo was certainly acting. But Ghost Princess's strength was truly remarkable. If she could wield such power in her mortal stage, then becoming the child of miracle would most likely instantly elevate her power to surpass the Fox Maidens. However, Bai Luo didn't intend for Ghost Princess to become the child of miracle. She was the miracle's true form, a member of the extremely special miracle clan. But don't you find it ridiculous? Though the fight was interrupted again, Guig was still quite powerful. Bai Luo could accept her single-handed approach. The 5 of you have 100 strength, and you only account for 90. I really want to know, what's the purpose of the other 4 members of the Lu Wei family? Guig clearly hadn't expected Bai Luo to say that. As the eldest sister, who loved her younger siblings the most, she found it hard to accept. There are no useless people in my Lu Wei family. Bang! The scabbard pierced the sand, and Guig, supported by it, flipped mid-air, swinging her extremely long katana. Fei Ying Bat Yuan Wu, 6 stances, heaven and sea, boom. Bai Luo took the blow, suppressing his unbridled strength with all his might, staring at Guig. Amazing, the earth cracked, and the astonishing vibrations were not just a display of strength, but also a testament to supreme skill. At that moment, invisible waves spread in all directions. Even the waves at the edge of the beach were forced against the wind. As for Bai Luo, his internal organs were completely suppressed by Guig's strike. Passives, gifts, and protections surged out like a fountain. Is this the unique swordsmanship of the Lu Wei family that Uncle mentioned? Through specific frequency vibrations, each collision can repel the opponent's force, or actively inject energy, disrupting the enemy's balance and body from within. Guig, on the other hand, didn't simply master this special technique, she had completely integrated it into her instincts, each strike imbued with this unconventional technique. She truly deserves to be on par with senior sister, even without such physical prowess. Bai Luo admired her technique alone. Little Blackie, 1 against 6, including this monster, the risk is too great. We must eliminate her first. Old Lu Wei and Guig were definitely superior fighters. Fortunately, the former was old and unable to fight continuously. After a short burst of power, she had to rest for a long time. As for the latter, Bai Luo was thankful he'd chosen a team fight. Otherwise, in a one-on-one fight, Guig's swordsmanship had such a vast range that even she would have been a headache. And in a team fight, if Bai Luo could force out the other guys, Guig wouldn't be able to use her full power, and her threat would plummet. We're 100, and big sister is 90. Such humiliation was enough to send the Lu Wei family into rage. The Lu Wei family can be killed, but such insults will never be tolerated. Attack together. Wang Quan and Shura attacked simultaneously, 1 on each side. Finally, Bai Luo frowned, but before he could change his moves, Luosha once again assumed his II stance. You brat, I should have chopped him down. Bai Luo fended off Shura with one hand while forcibly seizing Wang Quan's Jumanji spear. However, Wang Quan was no ordinary opponent, and it was impossible for someone to take away her weapon. Furthermore, there was Guig, a top-tier expert who could battle Bai Luo fiercely in a one-on-one duel. Swish, 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 little devil, Bai Luo knocked Yasha's hidden weapon away. The girl seemed afraid of Bai Luo and didn't dare approach. Yasha knew her strength was insufficient. Without an opportunity, she only dared to use hidden weapons to disrupt him from a distance, never challenging Bai Luo head-on. Boom, a muffled humming sound echoed from the sky. Bai Luo glanced into the distance and saw dark clouds rolling in. Storm. The senior sister immediately sensed the surroundings and realized it wasn't a major disaster, just a downpour. Such a natural disaster would have no impact on the Luo family. 3 minutes later, Bai Luo calculated the countdown for the storm's arrival. He's distracted, however, at that moment of rapid thought, a glint of light flashed in the eyes of the Luo family. Opportunity. Yasha drew her sword. Swiftly, she placed a blade against the palm of her left hand and pulled it outward, sending blood splattering. Ancestral blood contract, super speed. Yasha's speed suddenly increased dramatically, a purple mist emanating from her body, and purple veins resembling those of the red spider lily appeared on her skin. Bai Luo's sight suddenly vanished. Without hesitation, he directed his command to the miraculous power, Everyone, be quiet. Is this a reversion? Yasha's speed suddenly increased, and Bai Luo recalled the point his uncle had mentioned earlier, miraculous reversion. This was a special power possessed only by descendants of miraculous power who had lost their miraculous power. Senior sister had once told Bai Luo that she possessed a final trump card. This trump card allowed her to enter this state, granting her a terrifying tenfold, even 100-fold, increase in power in a very short period of time. However, miraculous power descendants were descendants. They were not of the miraculous race. Forcing the little miraculous power that had lingered in their bloodlines for years to acquire such terrifying power was simply too much for their bodies to withstand. Therefore, the price of the reversion power was pure, the burning of life. Have you fought to the death? Bai Luo's admiration for the Reds grew. It wasn't just their loyalty and bravery. Once they'd chosen their master, they'd fight tooth and nail to gain his approval. And then there was their talent. The Reeds were blessed, each one a talent. Even Yaksha had reverted to her ancestral bloodline. What about the other four? Girl, Guig observed Yaksha's reverted state. She knew she had made a choice. You'd rather die than fight to the bitter end. Yaksha, every second of this reverted state cost them a year of lifespan. Even with the Reed's miraculous bloodline, they could only sustain it for 2 to 3 minutes at most, and then, certain death. After reverting to her ancestral state, the Yaksha sprouted a pair of small, purple ghost horns from her forehead. Her hair grew longer, and she changed from her previous coquettish and talkative self to a profoundly silent one. Bang, bang, Bai Luo swung his sword several times. Miraculous atavism is powerful, but you are too weak. There was no one in front, but the sound of the swords clashing was undeniably real. Bai Luo's eyes darted, the blade facing backward, back, bang. The attack was blocked, but Yasha seemed to have anticipated it. Her movements were impeccable, avoiding Bai Luo's sight, then she reversed her grip on the blade. The speed and force of her attack threatened to cut Bai Luo in half. Unfortunately, Yasha's attack was completely within Bai Luo's grasp. She was fast, but not fast enough. Atavism blood contract, Ashura. A large amount of blood oozed from Ashura's body, transforming into blood-red mist. Under Ashura's blade, it formed a blood-red demonic deity. It had 3 heads and 6 arms, a green face and fangs. With a single swing of its 9 blades, it was unavoidable. The second one, just as Bai Luo had predicted, the Luo family actually possessed the power of miraculous atavism. Bang, 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 bang. Before Yasha could be defeated, Shura had already joined the fray. Although 2 separate beings, perfect coordination was impossible, but Yasha's speed was too great, her swiftness more than enough to match Shura's frantic slashing attacks. For a moment, Bai Luo couldn't find a way to break through. Blessing, crystal wall, blessing, infinite path, passive, forced suppression. The constant attacks intensified the blade in Shura's hand, and the blood mist materialized, spontaneously combusting under the intense heat. Secret, Shiranu. Shura swung the blade, and the blazing flames, like a vicious dragon, rushed straight towards Bai Luo. The same thing, Bai Luo slashed through Shura's flames with a single blow, then, unwaveringly, charged at the Ghost King like youth. Except for Ghost Princess and Elder Luo, no one in your family can fight. 1 isn't enough, 2 isn't enough. Wang Quan's teeth sharpened, a pale blue ghost horn sprouted from her forehead, and her speed and strength skyrocketed simultaneously. Then 3, Ancestral Blood Covenant, Deo Reversal Stone Part 2, a pitch-black blade emanated from Wang Quan's hand, and Bai Luo immediately repelled Yasha and Shura. Bang! Bai Luo blocked Wang Quan's attack. Isn't this a bit unfair? Xiaohei, look carefully. They're cheating. Didn't we agree not to use miraculous powers? Wang Quan, Shura, and Yasha. If this wasn't considered miraculous powers, then Bai Luo would have to be blind. Wang Quan, undeterred by her ultimate power being blocked, remained undeterred. Bai Luo was recognized by his entire family as a top-tier expert. Even if he was killed, let alone resisted, he wouldn't have any complaints. Being slain by the Lord of Miracles was the greatest honor for the Luo family. To miracles belongs to miracles, that's the iron law of this world. The senior sister watched the duel, clearly sensing the pressure Bai Luo was under. The Luo family burned their lives to borrow miracle power, but Xiao Luo can't use it. If it were me, could I withstand it? Fighting 1 against 2 was easy for Bai Luo, but fighting 1 against 3, no, 4. Don't forget the Rakshasa, who could at any moment revert to his original form and unleash a decisive AI slash. Even with peak hero-level physique, Bai Luo wouldn't be able to gain an advantage against such a lineup. With 4 people reverting simultaneously, their physique could reach early stage hero level in a short period of time. And that's also because he has to suppress a large number of passives, boons, and blessings, the senior sister said. Xiao Luo's current power is probably only half that of a peak hero. He's too distracted. I take that back, Bai Luo didn't need to act anymore. 3 of the 4 had reverted to their original form. Fighting with their lives, if that wasn't giving their all, then what was? Similarly, if the 3 members of the Lu Wei family fought to the death, the remaining members would no longer be able to hide their weakness. They would surely fight alongside their brothers and sisters to defend the family's honor. This, Guig stood on the back, trying to enter her ancestral state as well. But her brothers and sisters were fighting Bai Luo so fiercely that Guig couldn't find a chance to intervene. The Lu Wei family's coordination was amazing, but such coordination required rationality and experience. The Lu Wei family had probably never attempted a melee in their ancestral state, let alone one they would. Because if they really encountered an enemy that needed to use her ancestral state, Guig would sacrifice herself to hold them back, allowing her brothers and sisters to escape, rather than leaving the entire family stranded in one place. Boom! Thunder roared from the sky. Old Lu Wei recovered a little and said to Guig, "Can't you see a chance to attack?" He predicted it, Guig said. "Every move he makes is a precaution against my attack. Our king is truly admirable." He treated the weak with condescension and arrogance, completely disregarding them. The kingly aura filled both Ghost Lady and Old Reed with deepest awe and admiration. Against a powerful opponent, Bai Luo would verbally acknowledge their strength, then vehemently defend himself. Just like now, Bai Luo, recognizing Ghost Lady's strength, disregarded fairness and justice, resorting to a deeply sinister tactic, using the 4 reeds as a physical barrier, leaving no opening for Ghost Lady to join the fray. "You remain so calm in such a ferocious battle, remarkable, Grandpa," Ghost Lady said. "It's up to you to defeat him." "It's useless," Old Reed said. "He's also on guard against me. If Ghost Lady couldn't get in, how could Old Reed get in?" Bai Luo deliberately moved at high speed, dragging the 4 reeds along as they ran and fought on the beach, creating distance between them and Old Reed, preventing him from suddenly disrupting the fight. Even if Old Reed joined the fray, he would have to expend considerable effort to engage Bai Luo's sword. Some might consider this unconventional. However, the Black Book didn't stipulate that Bai Luo could only defeat the Lu Wei family through brute force. He now employed tactics, strategies, and brainpower, which were also forms of strength. Bai Luo's plan was simple, to force the Lu Wei family to their full potential and then force them into decisive defeat. As long as he completed these 2 crucial steps, the miraculous power of the miracle on page 9 would recognize him. 1 minute, as the seconds ticked by, Guig grew nervous. The side effects of the miracle reversion were too severe. If this continued, Shura, Wang Quan, and Yesha would die. "We only have one chance." Old Lu Wei stared at the sky, and Guig raised her head, thinking of the ultimate secret technique that Old Lu Wei had spent 10 years developing. A mortal body, yet unleashing divine power. "He's the master of miracles." Old Lu Wei narrowed his eyes, his gaze fixed on Bai Luo, who was surrounded by 3 men. "If we can hide him with this move, we'll win." Although the Lu Wei family had expended a great deal of their vitality, as long as they remained alive, as long as they became children of miracles, the previous side effects would be irrelevant. So they had to win, they had to win. Ghost Princess understood. She dropped her scabbard and, clutching her long sword, sped towards Bai Luo. Meanwhile, Luo Sha, who had been observing the situation, noticed his elder sister's movements. He abandoned Bai Luo and closed his eyes, lost in thought, his aura concentrated to the utmost. Bai Luo noticed Luo Sha's condition, which meant his attention was drawn to her. "Well done, Luo Sha." Luo Sha is a unique figure in the team. When he looked at you, a chill ran down your spine, but even when his gaze disappeared, you felt the same sense of doubt and searched for him. "Now," Ghost Princess roared, leaving Bai Luo bewildered. "Are you planning a move?" He subconsciously tried to suppress his passive abilities, but with that thought, he realized he had temporarily disabled almost all of his warning passive abilities. Can't sense the next move. Passive abilities alerted Bai Luo to danger, and the present served as a warning. And now, they were gone. All passive abilities lay dormant at this moment. This was Bai Luo's blank period. This was also the decisive moment of the Reed's meticulous planning. Bang! Wang Quan stomped her feet onto the ground, leaping high into the air, simultaneously pointing the tip of her Jumanji spear to the sky. This move, Bai Luo felt a blinding light flash before his eyes. No way! Crack! Golden lightning descended upon Wang Quan's spear. The young woman, exerting all her might, swung endless lightning through the air at astonishing speed. Secret technique, Takanuma hammer. Holy crap, Bai Luo didn't know how many times he'd been shocked, but this time, he was truly stunned. His uncle had said that the Reeds likely possessed extremely special and mysterious techniques, but the sight of them manipulating lightning and wielding endless light across the entire arena still left Bai Luo's eyes wide open. After all, the Reeds had only gained a tiny bit of miraculous power, a mere remnant. Yet, they had unleashed such a move. Crack! Shura and Yaksha leaped simultaneously, and two more streaks of golden light descended, surging thunder illuminating the darkness beneath the dark clouds. Chirp, chirp, the arcs of electricity collided, echoing the chirping of millions of birds. Secret technique, Tokuchi, Wu Wangchui, 2 consecutive attacks. Crack! But it wasn't over yet, because almost simultaneously, Old Reed and Ghost Princess also caught the lightning from the sky. Secret technique, Tokuchi, 5 thunder gates. Chirp, chirp, Bai Luo gritted his teeth, wanting to curse, but he held back. Fuck! 5 bolts of lightning descended simultaneously, front, back, left, right, and in all directions. Whether Bai Luo could take them head-on or dodge them, even if he could, if even one of those flickering arcs struck Bai Luo, the miraculous power would automatically protect him, and Bai Luo would be doomed. Bang! The lightning descended, and above the beach, a violent explosion stirred up black fog in a storm. Ahem! Shura and Wang Quan simultaneously emerged from their ancestral state. While their appearance remained unchanged, their hair was turning white at a noticeable rate. Despite the massive loss of vitality, they were able to maintain their composure and avoid unconsciousness. Their strong willpower was truly admirable. Drink. Drink. Yasha knelt on her knees. Her palms braced against the ground. Sweat streamed down her face, her hair turning white, and even her face wasted, almost skin and bones. Is it over? Yasha thought to herself. Did we win? Probably. Guig held her breath, carefully sensing the situation within the hazy sand mist. Secret. Just as the Reed siblings were preparing to celebrate, Bai Luo's deep, cold voice echoed from the encirclement. Thunder return, be careful. Golden thunder burst through the mist, its target clearly the Yasha, who is the weakest. Ancestral blood covenant, age of guts, a supremely sacred golden jade ghost horn pierced her forehead. Ghost Princess, exerting nearly all her might, blocked Yasha's path before the thunder struck. Boom! In that rush, Ghost Princess had no way to react. Countless bolts of lightning raced through her body, shattering countless tendons and cells. Despite her immense strength, Ghost Princess collapsed under the force of nature, the lightning. Big sister, damn it, why? Why is this happening? Yasha, Shura, and Wang Quan were stunned by the sudden onslaught of lightning. They couldn't understand why, and their concern for Ghost Princess grew even greater. Ghost Princess wasn't Bai Luo. Bai Luo was the master of miracles. He wouldn't be harmed by a mere thunderbolt, not even a nuclear explosion or a meteorite. But Ghost Princess was a mere mortal. How could she withstand such an attack? Cough, cough, cough. Black smoke billowed from Ghost Princess's body. She was in excruciating pain, but her life was not on danger. Men, are you showing mercy? Guig tried to get up, but her skin was extensively burned, and her entire body was numb. How could she possibly rise? You calculated it perfectly, everything. Guig realized that Bai Luo's attack on Yasha was a sham. His real goal was to eliminate her as well. We lost, Guig said, we lost. That lightning move was breathtaking, a truly close call. Bai Luo hadn't expected the Lu Wei family to use such a terrifying move. It was unbelievable. If it weren't for the power of miracles, Bai Luo wouldn't believe it. A normal person, try to catch a bolt of lightning. If it were me in my old self, I wouldn't be able to handle that. What a shame, Bai Luo said. I'm the master of miracles. Bai Luo, now possessing the power of miracles, no longer faced mere physical attacks and kicks. He now had to figure out how to catch light and pursue his teleporting opponent. This difference in perspective became the great divide between Bai Luo and the Lu Wei family. An ordinary person would be helpless against lightning. But Bai Luo reacted in a split second and made the best judgment. You dodged all the lightning strikes while simultaneously swinging your blade, severing all the stray arcs of electricity, avoiding being struck by them and triggering the miracle protection. Old Reed advanced on Bai Luo, his grip on the hilt tight. Am I right, Your Majesty? Atón, just a trick. Bai Luo, your secrets are indeed impressive among mortals, but to the child of miracle, honestly, they're nothing special. No, 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 Bai Luo thought to himself. If mortals can develop such powerful techniques, how can a child of miracle be weak? You just lack the opportunity, just the opportunity. Bai Luo had long since established the prowess of the Reed family. But the Black Book's mission was not yet complete. Bai Luo knew that if he wanted the Reed family to truly admire him, the only way to achieve his goal was through the old man before him. Zzz, a pale blue light illuminated the beach beneath the dark clouds. Bai Luo and old Reed faced off, but Luoxia suddenly leaped from behind Bai Luo. This man, who had always been ignored, now had his chance to shine. Ancestral blood contract, Akuninishi, ding, the blade sheathed, the sword was drawn and slashed, finished. Sizzle, a wisp of clothing tore, fluttering into the air on the damp breeze. Bai Luo raised his left wrist and found that his sleeve was a bit too short. Oh, Bai Luo looked at the young man who slowly rose. He waved his sleeve, his lips curled slightly. In all this fighting, this is the first time someone has accomplished something like this. You're annoying, but you did a good job. Thank you for the compliment. Luoxia's indifferent expression froze at that moment, and he collapsed violently. Puff, a large amount of blood suddenly spurted from Luoxia's shoulder, staining the beach red. Luo, Raksha, what happened to you? When, plop, Raksha fell to the ground, fighting back the excruciating pain in his shoulder. My scapula was severed. How could it be? Secret. Bai Luo, imitating the words of the Lu Wei family, laughed, unsheathed iai, slashing Rakshasa, cough cough cough. Raksha coughed violently, but laughed heartily. It's my honor. To die by the sword that bears my name, what an honor, as long as you're happy. At this point, Bai Luo no longer wanted to pretend to be cool. The Lu Wei family had been severely damaged. The only one left was old Lu Wei, one of the two most formidable opponents in this battle. Rank, medium type, Miracle Clan faction, Sui Liguan quest completion. 99% final tip, defeat the dilapidated old house that shelters the children in front of them. No matter how fierce the storm outside, heroes, stride forward. Subduing this miracle is a miracle, too. Bai Luo didn't know how to subdue it. His uncle had laid out numerous plans, each one a gamble. For example, Bai Luo plotted against Guig, the only powerful figure who could rival old Lu Wei. Such a move inherently carried enormous risk. However, it now appeared that Black Book's so-called conviction likely came not from the five Lu Wei themselves, but from old Lu Wei. Only a fair and square victory over old Lu Wei could truly convince the children. To be honest, I've fought you for so long, Bai Luo replied, and it's truly admirable. I owe you an apology. Hearing the word apology, the Lu Wei family thought Bai Luo was about to humiliate them again. They braced themselves for a rebuke, but instead of sarcasm, they received a heartfelt apology. I did this to complete the ritual of the miracle. Miracles broke no deception. Bai Luo didn't want to have to tell them, only then, that he had fought them, that he had conquered them, for the miracle. You are not ordinary people, but the essence of miracles, the Miracle Clan. Bai Luo, I know the method to make you awaken, so I specially suppress my miracle power to fight with you. I can tell you, if you really touched me before, Bai Luo, congratulations, the miracle ceremony will fail completely, and you will never have a second chance to awaken as a miracle in your lifetime. This, Yaksha, okay, that's close. Yaksha breathed a sigh of relief, but as soon as she finished speaking, Shura scolded, stupid girl, even if you can't become a miracle, so what? If we don't do our best and become a miracle, we will only be the most useless ones among the miracles. Even if they knew in advance that this was a test and knew the price of touching Bai Luo, Shura would not hesitate to do his best to fight Bai Luo. Glory doesn't come from achieving a miracle, Wang Quan said, we fight for glory. Miracles don't matter. Nothing special, so, you really didn't use the power of miracles. Luoxia lay on the ground, speechless. That's too perverted, isn't it? Boss, can I call you boss? Of course. Bai Luo stopped sulking and smiled. I take it back. You're all-powerful. Forget about being a mere retainer. As long as you can convince others, becoming a family elder isn't impossible. Bai Luo deliberately used the term family elder, a term unique to Sakura country, meaning a prominent figure in a family or state. Family elder, Luosha said jokingly. Even if you grant us the position of family elder now, it won't change the fact that we hold the reins. If we can't be convinced, you'll lose a miracle. You're playing with your own future. That's unbelievable. Bai Luo knew Luosha was joking. You're quite playful, kid. Bai Luo's loss of a miracle also meant the Luwei family lost their chance to become a miracle. Are you a brat who harms others without benefiting yourself? Old man, Bai Luo said, looking at old Reed, the last one standing. Give me an answer. Now that you know this is just a test, can you still show your true strength and fight me? Bai Luo had always followed the instructions in the Black Book in his search for miracles. But often, Bai Luo's own considerations and decisions were crucial for activating and contracting miracles. Just like with Pegasus Shirley, Bai Luo hadn't dared to let her go the entire way, giving her his all. This time, too, Bai Luo carefully researched and boldly experimented. Finally, he reached the final link, Old Reed. Miracle Clan, it seems to be a very rare miracle entity, Old Reed said. I never thought that my family would have the honor to be favored by miracle. What's your answer? Bai Luo asked. Fight or not, for this old man, there is not much difference between the two. Old Reed raised his knife and straightened his posture, because I knew from the beginning that you were acting, so from the moment I drew my knife, I had only one goal. Old Reed stared at Bai Luo, and that is to kill you. You can't touch me, really. Old Reed's words made the Reed family's hearts rise to their throats. But if you, the Lord of Miracles, are killed by me, what will happen if I chop his neck? Bai Luo frowned slightly. But the senior sister standing behind him suddenly shouted, how dare you, if you dare to be rude to him. Senior sister said, I will definitely chop you. Ha 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 ha. Senior sister's words not only did not scare old Reed, but made him even more excited. Yes. That's right. This is what makes people want to hunt. My knife will touch you, old Reed. My goal, my answer. What do you think? What if it doesn't touch you? Boom. Thunder fell, heavy rain drifted, and in the strong wind, old Reed's white hair was wet, scattered on his face, but it could not hide the old man's sharpness and murderous intent in the slightest. Then, old Reed's eyes suddenly turned dark, and he moved, faster than Bai Luo could imagine. Here, bang, the blades collided, and the rain in the sky suddenly stopped. Hurrah! At this moment, with the two at the center, the torrential rain suddenly stopped in midair, and then... How is this possible? Rainwater, the Reed family exclaimed in shock. It's flowing backwards, secret technique, water source, swish, thousands, tens of thousands of raindrops, no matter how high or low, near or far, separated and shattered at that moment. Blood continuously poured from old Reed's body, and his withered body grew stronger at a visible speed. This was sure as atavistic state. Grandpa, snap. Whoosh, old Reed caught a 10-character spear thrown by Wang Quan. Wang Quan's balance, Yasha's swiftness, and that golden aura, belonging to the ghost princess, became increasingly ethereal. Rakshasa. In one person, the entire power of the Reed family was gathered. This is my atavistic blood contract. Old Reed straightened his back, his fierce aura bringing a sense of oppression to everyone present. The Dragon Returns. Chapter 199, Miracles on page 9, Ancient Tales. Secret technique, water source. It was a simple move, but only Bai Luo, who had clashed with old Luwei, could understand his formidable strength. Old Luwei's strength and movements were barely comparable to those of Shiro, Wang Quan, Rakshasa, and Yaksha, the four warriors Bai Luo had fought. Perhaps Guig, at full strength, could match him in terms of attributes, but old Luwei's true strength lay in his swordsmanship and the accumulation of nearly 200 years of experience. Yes, old Luwei was very old, over 180 years old. This vast passage of time had allowed him to transcend human limits, nearing the realm of transcendence. The old man gripped his spear tightly, unleashing a dance of spear flowers, simultaneously radiating the joy of regaining strength, his body aging over the past decade. Bai Luo observed the Jumanji spear in the old man's hand. He's not even on the same level as Wang Quan, the same weapon, the same grip, but the difference in momentum between old Luwei and Wang Quan's hands was stark. You haven't reached your prime yet. Do you need me to wait? Lines of blood spread across old Reed's body, a sign of physical collapse. At 180 years old, old Reed's remaining lifespan wouldn't sustain even 30 seconds of intense combat. In other words, Bai Luo could easily wear him down simply by waiting. But Bai Luo chose not to. It wasn't just a black book's warning that demanded a fair and just encounter. It was also Bai Luo's own desire for battle, as a formidable warrior. Unfortunately, Bai Luo's status as king of Atón meant he wouldn't have the chance to fight to the death. Even if an enemy approached, they would be held back by his subordinates, unable to get close. Thank you very much, old Reed thanked Bai Luo. Young king, have you heard of the living saint? Old Reed's body was rapidly recovering, but it would take some time. Bai Luo didn't take advantage of his situation, but allowed him to recover. Taking advantage of this moment, old Reed said, "You're Saros' nephew, so you must be half his disciple, right?" What about half a disciple? Bai Luo was his uncle's most prized student, not just a half-disciple. The living saint you're talking about, you mean a peerless prodigy capable of bringing a tremendous boost to miracles, right? Yes, old Reed had mentioned the living saint to Bai Luo. Across the continent, two distinct types of individuals stand out. Their appearance is always sought after by the lords of miracles, sometimes even leading to war. Famous general, these are the guardians of a nation, capable of commanding vast armies and single-handedly turning the tide of battle. Living saint, these individuals perfectly wield the power of miracles. While others might be heroes with just one secret technique, they can develop dozens, even hundreds. Living saints are the strongest under the lords of miracles. While they excel at leading troops in battle, they possess extraordinary talent and cultivation. In every miracle realm, living saints represent the pinnacle of combat power. With them around, even if the miracle itself doesn't take action, it's still an overwhelming force. In short, once living saints become miracle units, their rank will be far superior to others, beyond any reasonable assumption. I see, Bai Luo said. You are a living saint, truly worthy of the title. Miracles are complex entities. The original units have different types and factions. Along with their units and derivatives, each with its own strengths and weaknesses. Living saints are undoubtedly the most powerful of all miracle units. The weakest among them are called living forms. Living forms include reanimated corpses, modified mechanisms, golems, puppets, and anything without a soul or consciousness. Living forms are the weakest of the miracle units, and those with equal strength are called frenzy types. Sea monsters and polluted species are examples of frenzy types. Frenzy types can be bred in large numbers through pollution, while living forms are produced like an assembly line. Their strengths are very similar. Their sheer numbers allow them to easily summon vast numbers of cannon fodder. However, this doesn't necessarily equate to true strength. Take, for example, the Reed Dragon Gixiang before Bai Luo. Though he's alone, the power of a living saint is incomparable to mere frenzy seeds and living beings. If they were all hero level, old Reed could confidently declare, "I can slay 100 heroes." Living saint, senior sister naturally knew the term. Old uncle had previously analyzed with Bai Luo that Reed Dragon Gixiang was likely a living saint level prodigy. Senior sister actually wanted to trade places with Bai Luo. As Bai Luo's miracle person, she could theoretically fight in his place. But Bai Luo chose to go it alone, because even if senior sister joined, he wouldn't be sure of victory against her living saint. Is it almost there? Almost there, old Reed stepped forward. Then, come, King Atón, let's engage in a fight without regrets. Simultaneously, the old man appeared before Bai Luo, almost as if teleporting. Swish, a single sword swung down, yet within its shadow, countless blade flashes shone. Bang, 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 Bai Luo unleashed his sword, perfectly blocking every blow from old Luo. In just 0.3 seconds, the two had clashed dozens of times. Of the crowd present, only senior sister and Guig could discern the strengths and weaknesses of each. Wang Quan, Shura, Rakshasa, and Yaksha were insufficiently skilled. The clash between Bai Luo and old Luo contained countless masterful techniques, yet even the strongest Shura could only grasp a fraction. The weakest Yaksha might not even grasp half of them, only appreciating their power. Secret technique. Blood gushed from old Luo's feet, splattering into the air and instantly transforming into a bloody mist. Swish, the next moment, the old man's speed suddenly increased, his figure practically vanishing. Even Bai Luo had to squint to barely catch a glimpse of his shadow. Jirga Township, a move that can't be seen with the naked eye. Bai Luo closed his eyes, intently sensing old Luo's movements. Snap, in an instant, 9 blades struck, Bai Luo quickly retreated, narrowly avoiding old Luoyi's slashes. 8 Gardenius, unable to strike, old Luoyi stomped his foot onto the ground and exploded forward. Boom! The surrounding blood mist suddenly swept over, and in Bai Luo's perception, old Luoyi's figure split into 8, instantly rushing towards him. Bai Luo was puzzled. Old Luoyi's move didn't utilize miraculous power, yet he had managed to perform a clone-like move. It's not splitting into 8, but rather counter-attacking my mind's eye. The mind's eye, which sees most clearly, has become a disadvantage in that it cannot see clearly. Open my eyes. Bai Luo chose not to open them at all. Because, as expected, if Bai Luo opened his eyes, the blood mist would blind him, and he would suffer even more. As expected, Bai Luo smelled blood. As he'd suspected, the blood mist contained some special toxin. Bang, bang, bang. Bai Luo fended off the unpredictable slashes. Swordsman, are you still using poison? Here, positioned by the sound, Bai Luo abandoned his defenses and charged directly at the location he'd sensed, sword raised. You spotted it so quickly. As expected of the Master of Miracles, well done. Old Re didn't dodge. He knew that even if he could confuse Bai Luo would still be able to lock onto him. A move like the 8 Gardenius might be enough against ordinary people, but not Bai Luo. 7 farewells, and so, the third ultimate move. Old Reed swung his Tenmonji spear, and the hazy blood mist suddenly solidified, transforming into countless blood-red feathers. Like a storm, the old man's thrusts completely surrounded Bai Luo. Rekubu Town. The swords were swift and numerous, but these were nothing. Bai Luo could block them all. However, the sweeping movements of Old Reed's cross-monochrome spear brought immense pressure to Bai Luo. His moves were incredibly complex, some incredibly powerful, others strangely cunning, while others were impeccably calculated and meticulously planned. Bai Luo felt he wasn't fighting 1, but 6. In less than half a second, he engaged 6 warriors, each with a completely different style and incredibly coordinated. One Dao, Old Reed crossed paths with Bai Luo. He took a step forward, his form ethereal and unpredictable. But his strength and speed were even greater than before. After each clash with Bai Luo, Old Reed avoided a stalemate, leaping past him, then stabilizing himself and continuing his assault. At the center of the massive below-floor seal formation, Old Reed locked him in place, unleashing a torrential barrage of attacks. The blood-red feathers still fluttered, each one concealing a terrifying slashing blow. What trouble? Bai Luo's eyes remained closed, but his mind was remarkably clear. However, the clones of 8 Gardenius continued to interfere with Bai Luo's perception and judgment. Coupled with the 7 years feathers, Bai Luo needed to devote considerable mental energy to calculating every gust of wind and every movement of air. Yet, in this situation, Old Reed was still able to wield his 10-character spear in 6 different configurations, further increasing the pressure on Bai Luo. This slashing technique was simply incredible. Retreat. Bai Luo almost chose to avoid the attack. I'm not satisfied yet. Your Majesty, where are you going? Old Reed transformed into a stream of light, swiftly catching up with Bai Luo under the dark clouds. Bai Luo's eyes were closed at this moment. He had escaped the blood mist, but he still didn't dare open them. The poisonous mist entered his eyes, and there was only one outcome. The passive activated, the miracle power was activated, and Bai Luo failed. Whoosh! The spear fell, hitting Bai Luo directly in front of him. 4 gates. Crash! The yellow sand shimmered like a high wall, blocking Bai Luo's way forward. Bang! 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 Old Reed swung his cross-character spear, creating 4 walls of sand on all sides, giving Bai Luo no chance to distance himself. But it wasn't over yet. 3-leaf rain, countless gravel transformed into raindrops, and Old Reed's softness sank into each one. Not only blocking Bai Luo's escape route but also causing the watching senior sister to frown. This move has such a large range. Bang! Bai Luo stepped onto the sand and leaped up, choosing the best evasive method, but this method was also what Old Reed had anticipated. 2 incense sticks. Old Reed leaped up with Bai Luo, and the two collided in midair. Blade and spear wielded simultaneously, Old Reed commanding the upper hand. In this clash of power, the old man gained the upper hand for the first time. His spear and sword skills already surpassed human limits, reaching an inhuman level. This was a martial art without the power of miracles. If the power of miracles could be integrated into it, the old man would surely develop a terrifying move that surpassed the ultimate secret, a technique comparable to that of a domain skill. Thank you, Bai Luo chose not to fight old Reed head-on. After a series of attacks from top to bottom, Bai Luo turned his back to the beach and fell rapidly. He chose to stay away from the old man. In the flurry of attacks woven by old Reed, he could not find any opportunity to attack. "Keep distance, you must keep distance." "How?" Old Reed smiled. "You are welcome, your majesty." Ichiju Teng. The old man let go of the blade in his hand, kicked the hilt with his foot, and swung his spear at the same time, and his whole body suddenly spun in the air. Bang! The two collisions sounded almost at the same time. The blade was like a falling meteor, and it was also like an arrow shot from a bow. It was so fast that Bai Luo's mind and eyes could not react to it. If Bai Luo had not been distracted by paying attention to the passive ability and had fought old Reed with full attention, he would never have missed this move. But now, bang! Gala la la, the blade landed, piercing a massive rock on the beach, shattering it into pieces and leaving a 10-meter-long crack on the sand. Snap! Bai Luo landed, his clothes torn open on his shoulder, the result of the blow. In just a few seconds, nearly 100 variations were contained. What a terrifying technique! The old man's shadow danced 9 slashes. How is that possible? Although the exchange between old Luo and Bai Luo involved numerous moves, in reality, the two of them consumed less than 5 seconds. Shadow dance 9 slashes, Jittergik Xiang, Bazizi, Kisan Su, Liu Wucheng, Wuandao, Sichuan, Suniu, Liangdiang Xiang, Yijufu, thousands of slashes, combined with the long-range bursts of speed. In total, old Luo completed them all in less than 5 seconds. This was the shadow dance 9 slashes that old Luo had created for Yaksha. There were countless variations, and the old man chose the one most suitable for the moment, setting up numerous killing strategies for Bai Luo. Unfortunately, it still failed. Are you kidding? Yasha was completely stunned. Even if she wanted to complete the entire shadow dance 9 slashes, it would require immense effort, and there was no way she could do it as effortlessly as her grandfather. Old Reed's shadow dance 9 slashes had already reached the pinnacle of this technique for mortals, and it couldn't be any stronger. Nice move. Bai Luo glanced at the gap in his shoulder. You almost hit me, just a little trick. Old Reed had barely finished his words when Bai Luo rushed over. Let's not talk about whether it was a trick or not. It's my turn to strike you. Take it well, don't die. Bai Luo also knew the secret technique, and it was not much worse than old Reed. Good job, but the old man's choice was incredibly decisive. After losing his katana, old Reed wielded the Jumanji spear with both hands, striking with an aggressive and frenzied style, practically trading blows for blows. Puff. Unfortunately, the gap between the two still existed. In just a few rounds, old Luo had been struck several times. Blood splattered. Although old Luo had avoided vital wounds, he had indeed fallen behind after the intense battle. He was old, after all, no longer able to indulge himself after a wave of attacks as he had in his youth. Pa. Without hesitation, the old man turned and fled into the distance. Bai Luo saw his opponent's intention. Without the blood mist obscuring his eyes, he saw the end of the old man's retreat, the knife stuck in the broken rock. Swish. Despite being covered in wounds, old Luo pulled out the katana that had been thrown by him during the Ataju spell. Just to get a knife, Bai Luo noticed old Luo's intention, and so did his senior sister, but neither of them understood. To go to such a huge cost, to suffer 7 slashes, all for a knife? Puzzled as he was, Bai Luo would not let old Luo go. He was younger than the old man, and his physical fitness was superior. After old Reed's 9 shadow dance slashes, his vitality was running low. Bai Luo could easily seize this opportunity to defeat him. Just as Bai Luo was about to catch up to the old man, old Reed suddenly turned and leaped backward. What? Wang Quan saw her grandfather leap, and she knew exactly why he did it. A fierce clash is no match for him, but why did Grandpa jump? What's he doing? If someone jumps into the air without a way to leverage the momentum, they become a sitting duck. Old Reed's opponent was no ordinary one, his uncle's most prized protege, Bai Luo, the king of Atón. As masters among masters, how could Bai Luo miss such a prime opportunity? With such a formidable target, the battle between old Reed and Bai Luo was practically over. Could it be? Wang Quan thought of a possibility, and thunder roared in the sky. Crack! Old Reed pointed his 10-character spear skyward, and golden lightning fell like a giant golden flower blooming, held high in the air by the old man. Seeing this, Bai Luo immediately prepared for a thunder return attack, The same move, you're using it twice, not even a formidable being like Bai Luo, even the weakest Yaksha in Lu Wei's family couldn't be defeated twice by the same move. Wang Quan girl, watch carefully, old Lu Wei, this is how you use the Takamaya thunder, hurrah! A roar pierced the arcs of electricity and the roar of thunder as old Lu Wei brought down the Takamaya thunder. With the same power, Bai Luo could easily catch it. Yet, he was somewhat surprised. Old Lu Wei wouldn't waste his time. He had little time, so there was no reason to waste it on this. Crack, the lightning fell, and Bai Luo successfully dodged it. He swung his blade sideways, quickly absorbing the stray golden arcs. However, old Lu Wei's attack wasn't over yet. He raised his katana high. Crack, a second bolt of lightning landed on the blade, and as old Lu Wei swung it, it transformed into a 10-meter-long lightning snake, hurling itself at Bai Luo. 2 strikes, the reeds' eyes widened. They couldn't imagine how one person could catch 2 bolts of lightning simultaneously. After all, the lightning wasn't summoned by the reeds themselves, they calculated its approximate impact point based on the wind and lightning flashes, then caught it. However, catching 1 bolt of lightning was already stretching the limits of human intelligence. Catching 2. This wasn't just skill, it must have involved a significant amount of luck. Otherwise, it was simply impossible for anyone to catch 2 bolts of lightning in the blink of an eye. 2. Bai Luo had to admit. Old Reed's move was beyond his expectations. But he had caught several bolts of lightning simultaneously before, so he didn't care about this double strike. Even if its technical sophistication was sky-high, it still couldn't break the essence of it being just Takemike's. Bang! The old man fell from the air, but the Jumanji gun landed before him. The immense force crashed onto the beach, and old Reed, using the momentum in the air, leaped up again, towards Bai Luo. Crack! The third lightning bolt fell, intercepted by old Reed's blade. However, before he could unleash it, the 4th bolt had already landed on his 10-character spear. Secret technique, Reedy Land, the arrival of the heavenly grandson. 2 bolts of lightning intersected in the old man's hands. Man, spear, sword, and lightning merged into one, and with immense force, they simultaneously descended upon Shiroku. Can't dodge, lightning could be returned, but old Reed's move wasn't a remote strike. Instead, he brought the lightning himself to collide with Shiroku. If you injure the enemy by 1,000, you also injure yourself by 1,000. This seemingly suicidal tactic shocked Bai Luo deeply. There's no way to avoid it, I'll just take it, and if I take this attack, just that stray arc of electricity will trigger a ton of passive abilities, almost unstoppable, but it wasn't. Facing old Reed's onslaught, Bai Luo advanced instead. He raised his blade, and with a roar, golden lightning rained down from the sky, striking Bai Luo's blade squarely. Huh? Old Reed's pupils narrowed. You have this move, secret technique. Kenji Thunder Return. If the blade can't deflect your lightning, then use thunder to return it. It's been so long since I've seen a fight like this. Old Reed remained unfazed. His eyes blazed with ecstasy, and he charged forward with his spear and blade. Bang! Thunder splash everywhere, an electric arc centered on the 2 people, chopping everything within a radius of 30 meters into pieces, leaving only a series of charred marks, telling everyone watching the battle how fierce and stalemate it was. 10 seconds. The senior sister counted down, and she accurately judged the physical condition of old Lu Wei. He should have lost, the time was up, and old Lu Wei's body could not withstand any more atavism. So Bai Luo won this battle. Grandpa, did you lose? Time passed by minute, and the figures of the 2 stood still in the black smoke. 15 seconds, 20 seconds, 30 seconds. Grandpa, Wang Quan exclaimed nervously, she couldn't imagine old Lu Wei's defeat. No. If you lose, it doesn't matter at all. But, old man, Shura gritted his teeth, his voice as low as possible. Don't die, Pa. The Jumanji spear fell to the ground. As the smoke cleared, old Reed fell to his knees. Blood gushed out from him, forming a pool. Sure enough, you're still old. Old Reed still had many moves left to perform. But his body couldn't handle the strain and was collapsing. Such moves still can't shake you. In front of the old man, Bai Luo, holding a broken katana, stood proudly beneath the boundless dark clouds. A scar on old Reed's abdomen, nearly severing him in half, was clearly visible. In that instant, Bai Luo had unleashed a move that even old Reed hadn't anticipated. You truly are a living saint. Bai Luo felt the old man's life force rapidly draining. He wanted to attack, but the black book still didn't signal a mission success. This made Bai Luo anxious. No way, he considered a possibility. Could it be that the prerequisite for awakening this miracle is, Grandpa, how long will you continue to shame me? Old Reed, with all his might, angrily berated the Reed family. If you are miracles, why haven't you awakened after seeing such a battle? His shouting strained a wound in his abdomen, and the intense pain forced him to lift his head and chest, then bring his feet together behind him, assuming a perfectly upright sitting position. Go ahead, King Atón. Bai Luo's hand gripping the knife trembled slightly for the first time. You should have sensed it, the true condition for awakening it. Old Reed felt it, as if a voice from somewhere was telling him the location of the gate to the final path. And the key to unlocking that gate lay in the old man's hands. You've always, I don't know, but I seem to know. From the moment the little ghosts were born, I had a premonition, Old Reed said. That's it, that's it. At first, Old Reed couldn't believe his luck. He was skeptical, but also surprised. But soon, Old Reed realized he wasn't some master of miracles, he was merely a testament to true miracles. Defeat him, in front of all the children, in a battle without regrets. Bai Luo had done it. Even after suppressing his own miracle power, leaving only half of its stats, he defeated him. Of course, Old Reed's own age and frailty couldn't be ignored. But even so, defeat was defeat. The Reed clan never made excuses for defeat. This battle was good, truly good, and Old Reed was content. Alright, come on, Old Reed, cut off my head, don't worry. Returning home, Reed Dragon, dying at your hands is no humiliation, it's the greatest honor. My girls and little brats will never harbor the slightest hatred towards you, Old Reed. I can fight to the death as a warrior. Even after defeat, I can use this insignificant life to pave the way for my children and grandchildren. Are you hesitating? Old Reed lowered his head and said in a deep voice, don't let me down. You are the king. The old man's words resonated like thunder in Bai Luo's mind. A king must never be soft-hearted. A king who dares not even kill his own people is truly cowardly. Swallow your sword, and begin with my head, Old Reed said. Lead your country, and my children, to the pinnacle. You, Bai Luo tightened his grip on the broken blade, his mind constantly weighing the pros and cons as he did so. His hand slowly rose, raising the broken blade along with it. Grandpa, Wang Quan exclaimed. Sure, his eyes were bloodshot, his nails digging into his palms. King Atón. Please, please, have mercy, we don't want to be a miracle anymore. Between power, status, glory, and Old Reed, Guig chose the last resort. Please stop, please, don't hurt Grandpa, Yasha cried uncontrollably. I was wrong. I apologize. I apologize. If you want to chop me, not Grandpa. Bang. Beside him, Luosha said nothing, but he slammed his head against the ground, his plea clear. Boom. At that moment, 5 miraculous rays of light, gold, blue, blood red, off-white, and purple, shot up into the sky. Clatter, the pages of the black book finally turned, and on the 9th page, the final step was revealed, swinging the sword, avenging the old man, ancient tales, contract, Bai Luo Yatan rank, middle type, miracle clan faction, Sui Liguan clan, Bitsujinshin, ghost princess, Xianjinshin, Shura, Xianjinshin, yellow spring, Kunjinshin, Rakshasa, Huajinshin, Yaksha awakening method, swing the sword, acting as an old man's Keisha. A surge of miraculous power surged into Bai Luo's body, containing the true will of the Lu Wei family. They held no hatred towards Bai Luo, but were completely convinced. However, they all sincerely pleaded with Bai Luo, hoping he would not kill old Lu Wei. How unpleasant. Old Lu Wei looked at the miraculous light radiating from his children and grandchildren, slightly disappointed. It was so magnificent and dazzling, but in the old man's eyes, he could not bear to see it. The sons and daughters of the Sakura land are as sharp as blades. You should be the king's weapons, ruthless weapons, aggression, racism, hegemony, tyranny, madness, and cruelty. But now? They care about family. Are such beings truly the strongest in the Sakura land? Swing your sword. Old Reed stood with his back to Bai Luo. When you chop off my head, they will undergo a true transformation, from a group of children I've coddled under the shabby rooftops to true, ruthless gods and demons of hell, and they will expand your territory and conquer all before you. Is there any comparison between a single person and a single miracle? Bai Luo raised the broken blade in his hand, and then, before the horrified gaze of the Reed family, He struck old Reed's neck. I'm blocking their path, kill me and clear the way for them. Blood gushed out, and the old man's heartfelt gratitude echoed in his ears. Thank you, great king. Clatter, the old man's body slowly collapsed. At that moment, the information about the miracle on page 9 of the Black Book was completely complete. Chapter 200, Suye Li Guang. Blood-stained weapons litter the reed-filled fields, some broken, others carelessly abandoned, like their owners, their origins unknown, their deaths unknown. Child, what's your name? A white-haired old man stood on the battlefield, his hands folded. Blood pooled beneath his feet, but his clothes were spotless, not even his shoes stained. Who are you? Only 9 years old, he was forced onto the battlefield. He fought hard, but was still defeated. He was hit in the head and fell unconscious. Perhaps it was luck that he was pinned down by the enemy's corpse, and because of his small size, he escaped. However, he was still discovered by the old man before him. I'm a sword without a master. He'd heard this before. Am I becoming a slave? No, the old man said. I'm looking for a student. Student, you? The old man said. You're unique, possessing a talent found only in very few. How about becoming my disciple and leaving here with me? There was no room for hesitation. At that moment, perhaps that was his only request and question. Will I have enough to eat and a place to stay? Huh? The old man shook his head. Life is born between heaven and earth. 3 meals a day and a place to sleep are just the basics. Follow me, and I'll show you the meaning of existence. Meeting his teacher was the first time in his life that he understood what pursuit meant. You're my first student. Some time later, the old man brought in a little girl. He said to Long Yixiang, from today on, this child is your junior apprentice. Girl, call me senior brother. Hello, senior brother. In this way, the old man brought in one junior apprentice after another, with Long Yixiang being the oldest and their senior apprentice. General Dong Lixushan Xianzhe was the last person brought back by the old man, and the youngest of the 13. Compared to Long Yixiang, who had nearly a century of accomplishment, Lixushan Xianzhe had only studied under his master for a few decades. Junior sister, the girl was blind, but she never needed anyone's care, and even looked after both her master and Long Yixiang. With her, Long Yixiang's life gradually changed, no longer dull. Brother, why are you so diligent? Are you trying to defeat someone, or to become stronger? Long Yixiang had never considered the girl's question. He was simply working hard out of instinct, but he didn't know why. But seeing his junior sister's smiling face, Long Yixiang suddenly understood. I want to protect you. As the eldest brother, he had a responsibility to protect every one of his junior brothers and sisters. Why did he become stronger? To be strong enough to protect his family, to give meaning to the sword he wielded. Having found his own path, Long Yixiang progressed rapidly. He was his master's most outstanding disciple, and as the eldest brother, his skills surpassed all others. It's almost time. That day, the old man gathered his disciples who had left the country and said, I'm going back to where I came from. People here call that place the Lost Land. The old man said, that's my hometown, and yours too. The teacher asked them if they would go with him. Some of the disciples made the choice to continue following the teacher and leave this land. Long Yixiang didn't leave, he chose to stay. Big brother, are you planning to stay? The woman, wearing thin clothes, held a bamboo cane, her eyes covered with a cloth. Yes. Long Yixiang looked at her. She was his second youngest disciple, the teacher's second disciple. Her name was Li Guazhu, but everyone just called her Azhu, as he was born blind and could not see anything. Before she met the teacher, she lived by begging with her mother. After her mother died, the teacher found her and brought her back. If big brother doesn't go, then I won't either, Azhu had the best relationship with Long Yixiang. If he stayed, she would stay too. I'll stay, too, then I won't leave either, I have roots in the Eastern Empire. If any of you want to enter the government, come to me, I want to visit the southeastern coast. Junior brother, are you planning to go to Iron Eagle? Of the 13 disciples, about half chose to stay, while the rest left, following their master across the ocean to a strange, lost land. Looking back on my life, Long Yixiang recalled, it's been quite a journey, Grandpa. The wind of a blade slashed across the back of his neck, blood splattering. No, Yaksha covered his face with his hands, unable to bear to look. Luosha lowered his head. He was always calm, never taking things to heart, but when old Reed's life hung by a thread, Luosha's composure was finally broken. In a situation of harmony, A little impatience can ruin a great plan. To strike first or to strike later, the stakes are the split second between life and death. Why? Old Reed felt pain, but it shouldn't be like that. How could someone feel pain after losing their head? Miraculous power, he felt a surge of vitality coursing through his body, an endless supply repairing the wounds within him at an astonishing rate. Old Reed touched his neck, there were no scars there. The scars were on the back of his neck, then slanted downwards. Scars on a swordsman's back were a disgrace, yet Bai Luo had chosen to chop Old Reed's back. Why? Old Reed propped himself up and asked Bai Luo. No reason. Bai Luo dropped the broken blade and said, "The knife isn't long enough." "That's enough." "Not enough," Bai Luo said. "If this knife were any longer, I'd really like to chop you down." Bai Luo looked down at Old Reed, kneeling on the beach. "What do you think your children are? Tools? Or weapons? You said they brought shame upon you, but what just happened?" Bai Luo said. "Who brought shame upon whom? You said I was a king, but have you ever been a king?" Bai Luo looked up. The dark clouds in the sky dissipated under his gaze, and beams of light descended from the sky. "I am the king. My words and actions are what a king should say and do." The mission in the Black Book demanded that Bai Luo behead Old Reed. Only with Old Reed's death could the Reed family truly renounce their loyalty and righteousness. Then, like cold robots, they would carry out Bai Luo's missions and orders perfectly. Even if they were asked to kill the helpless elderly, weak, women, and children, they wouldn't even frown, let alone doubt. Bai Luo remained non-committal regarding the changing personalities of the 5 major clans in ancient tales. He didn't dislike the unwaveringly obedient miracle. But what Bai Luo couldn't accept was the prerequisite for awakening this miracle, killing the Reed dragon and returning home. What was the difference between this and Bai Luo feeding Leon to the greedy wolf? Because the Black Book stated that a person must be killed to awaken miracle, Bai Luo had to kill, and do so with a clear conscience. Then what did he become? A puppet of the Black Book? A bootlicker of miracle? Or a slave of power? "I control miracle, not miracle control me." Bai Luo would never forget these words, no matter what. If this is the requirement, and only by killing you can miracle be awakened and become a miracle clan, then my answer is, Bai Luo turned and looked at Guig, Shura, Wang Quan, Luoshak, and Yaksha. "What do I need? A mere mid-level miracle." Bai Luo's voice echoed in the ears of every member of the Luo family, like a thunderous roar, shaking their hearts. "Such a miracle, I'd rather not have it." Making a decision, Bai Luo swung his sword. He chopped down Old Reed, but the blade carried the life force that could heal wounds. Yes, Bai Luo had used the power of a miracle. Now that he had made up his mind, he would not regret it. "I don't want this miracle." This was Bai Luo's attitude. Even if he expended all his energy fighting the Luo family, he still wanted him to betray his conscience and his bottom line. What kind of king was this? Guig looked at Bai Luo. She had never imagined that there was anyone in this world who could resist the temptation of a miracle. Clearly within reach, yet he still chose to turn away. What was a king? Kind, cruel, brilliant, or able to lead people through all difficulties? Guig hadn't known the true nature of a king before, and she didn't know it now. But one thing Guig was certain of, she loved Bai Luo. It wasn't the affection between a man and a woman, but rather Bai Luo's current words, actions, and attitude that filled Guig with heartfelt admiration and respect. Compared to his previous displays of strength, Bai Luo's words now truly resonated with Guig and the others. "Thank you." Guig leaned forward. She didn't want to say much, but this simple and unadorned act of obeisance represented her attitude toward Bai Luo. "You are the true king." Shura was the next to speak. He was impressed by Bai Luo's strength and intimidated by his generosity and courage. At the same time, Shura was even more grateful that he had spared Old Reed and saved their home. Like Guig, Shura preferred a king like this. If he could fight for such a king under his leadership, Shura would say without hesitation, "I will die with no regrets." "Are you really willing to give up miracle?" Wang Quan boldly asked. Bai Luo smiled and retorted, "Are you reluctant to give up your power?" "No." Wang Quan shook her head. "If power requires my grandfather's life, I'd rather not have it." Wang Quan would not regret anything. Even if she never achieved a miracle, she wouldn't regret today. "Let me ask you," Bai Luo said. "Without miracle, are you still a member of the Reed family? Can you still fight for me?" "Of course," Wang Quan replied firmly. "I will show you that my Reed family doesn't need miracles at all. Even without them, we will still be your pride." With that, Wang Quan no longer hesitated and sincerely surrendered before Bai Luo. Luo Sha raised his head, wiped the sands from his face, and smiled. The young man said nothing, because he had nothing to say. Bang! He lowered his head again, and Luo Sha knocked his head down, saying everything. Finally, it was Yaksha's turn. The girl had cried so hard before, and now she was still sobbing. Looking at this petite girl, about the same age as Inya, Bai Luo felt a pang of pity. After all, he had played the villain so well for the Black Book mission. Want something to eat? Bai Luo squatted before the girl, stroked her hair, and then took out a pineapple bun filled with cream. This is a specialty of mine, Atón. Try it. A stark contrast to his previous cold and arrogant demeanor, this was the real Bai Luo. You were so fierce before, was that all an act? Bai Luo smiled faintly. Really? Scared me to death? Ha ha ha. Bai Luo felt that Yasha would get along well with Inya and Xiao Bei. Seeing the girl foaming at the mouth while eating, Bai Luo no longer needed to ask her what she thought. At this point, the entire Reed family was truly submissive and convinced. No, one more missing. Bai Luo looked at old Reed, but this time, his attitude was less gentle than when he'd faced the Reed family. Did you hear them? Their voices. I know, you actually understand this, Bai Luo. In order for them to live better and go further, you chose to sacrifice yourself to achieve their goals. But is such an achievement truly a success, stripping yourself of your humanity, becoming less like yourself? Bai Luo said. What I want is never weapons, but companions who can fight alongside me, family who can shelter me from the elements. A surge of life force instantly healed old Reed's body. This healing didn't require loyalty to Bai Luo. Bai Luo could heal anyone. In just 10 seconds, old Reed's injuries were completely healed, save for the scar on his back. Saros's disciple, old Reed sighed. What a complete defeat. Old Reed didn't care for the scar on his back. It wasn't humiliation, but a warning from Bai Luo. The blow brought back many memories. So what are you waiting for? Bai Luo focused his consciousness on the Black Book, only to see that the contents of page 9 had changed. At this moment, old Reed suddenly sensed something. It was a connection, a mysterious, ethereal yet incredibly real one. This old man, old Reed, had assumed that only his children were members of the Miracle Clan. Is that so? So that's how it is. Sui Guang, Ancient Tales, Miracle Clan. A flood of information flooded into old Reed and his family's minds. Simultaneously, beams of light shot up into the sky, dyeing the entire world a brilliant sky. Ancient Tales, true, contract, Bai Luo Atón rank, intermediate type, Miracle Clan, complete, faction, Sui Guang, true, clans, God Irrigation, Reed Dragon returning home, Bitsujinshin, Ghost Princess, Xianjinshin, Shura, Xianjinshin, Yellow Spring, Kunitsishin, Rakshasa, Huajinshin, Yaksha. You made a choice, not to kill. Sui is eternal, dawn is fleeting, but most people cannot grasp the true dawn, and can only struggle in despair. If Sui is considered dawn, then he is useless. Only through human guidance can enlightenment be achieved, leading from the darkness of ignorance to the light of civilization. When Bai Luo swung his sword, releasing his life force to signal the Black Book that he had abandoned his mission, the words on the Black Book changed. Like the greedy wolf, Bai Luo did not follow the Black Book's instructions. He chose to follow his heart and make his own decisions. The result was beyond Bai Luo's expectations. He could confidently say, this miracle on page 9 was awakened by my own ability. If you are Sui, Bai Luo said, feeling his connection to the Reed family, then I am the dawn that illuminates your world. End of this chapter. Thank you very much for reaching the end. Don't forget to like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription, or donation encourages us to continue. Thanks to everyone. See you in the next video.